Liu Yu found himself transmigrated into the world of Gorzan. After shattering the colossal pyramid, he was on the brink of receiving a severe beating from Diga, as per the original storyline. Fortunately, he promptly acquired the Infinite Devour system. He began by absorbing his dear friend Melba, and, with the remnants of the giant statue, he concealed himself within a volcano to gradually develop his powers. What? I can't transcend the levels of life? Liu Yu swiftly fused and transformed the 5 Emperor Kings, elevating himself into the ultimate life form. What? I cannot reproduce? With sufficient audacity, even Camilla could take maternity leave. As his strength continuously grew, Liu Yu proclaimed, I shall feast endlessly, devouring one little companion after another. Kiriya Erodo God? Absorb. Ultimate Heapajitan? Absorb. Paragi Shield? Absorb. Extreme Evil Belial? Absorb. Cosmic Prison? Absorb. Land of Light? Never mind, I've eaten too much. Hiccup. Years later, when Liu Yu consumed the ancient giant seashell in one gulp, the entire world was astounded. When I first laid eyes on Gorzan, I believed I had encountered a deity. Gorzan embodies both darkness and humanity. That year, we all became Gorzan. Chapter 1. The Boss, yet Gorzan. In the opening of the Diga world. For any subsequent plot requests, please leave suggestions in the review section. This book is alternatively titled Delicacies of the Ultra Universe. Divine Light Stick Depository. In the outskirts of Akita City, near the ancient pyramid. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently, reverberating with a series of thunderous sounds. The appearances of Gorzan and Melba not only demolished the pyramid, but also sought to obliterate the giant statues, thwarting their resurrection. Upon learning of the situation, the victory team rushed over without delay, launched the signal flares to disrupt their actions. Captain Zhongfang commanded from Victory Flyhawk 2. Understood. Lena activated the launch device, poised to press the button. Yet, in the next moment, her actions abruptly halted. Wait, something feels off. Gorzan, it seems to have ceased its movements. What did you say? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to gaze at the unfolding scene, leaving them utterly perplexed. Before them stood Gorzan, previously wreaking havoc, now frozen in place as if it had crashed. What was happening? I've transmigrated. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged into Liu Yu's mind, causing him to halt all motions. And I become Gorzan. Liu Yu lifted his eyelids, his small eyes filled with immense confusion. Glancing down at his muscular, robust arms and the gargantuan physique far exceeding that of a human, he realized this was no mere dream. Seriously, sir? All I did was joke with my little cousin while watching Diga, claiming there are no Ultramen in this world, and I truly transmigrated into a monster? With a shining forehead and a great big question mark, he lamented, I believe in light. You didn't allow me to transmigrate into Diga, and now I'm stuck as a mere ancient cannon fodder. What nonsense is this? For a moment, Liu Yu felt utterly despondent. It was one thing to transmigrate unexpectedly, but at least grant a better starting point. What kind of disastrous beginning was this? He was all too familiar with Diga's plot. According to the original storyline, in this first episode, as Gorzan, he was about to be brutally beaten by the resurrected Diga. Though he could escape swiftly, taking advantage of Diga's distraction with Melba to dig a tunnel and flee, he would ultimately return in the 18th episode only to be defeated by Diga and thrown into a volcano, unable to escape his grim fate. Did you think that was the end? No. Later, he would also be slain by Dana once. Even in the new generation, he would be used as fusion material, frequently resurrected to be beaten down. Truly, Gorzan is on par with the valiant lobsterman of loyalty. Liu Yu scoffed, reasonably suspecting that in his childhood, he must have lent all his light to Diga, hence his transformation into a monster. Diga, you've misled me. I can't just perish so easily. Liu Yu quickly regained his focus. The immediate priority was to devise a means of self-rescue. As long as he didn't destroy the giant statues and hadn't crossed paths with Diga, there was still a chance for redemption. There's hope. Liu Yu felt a surge of joy. He looked up, only for his heart to sink. There stood Melba, this foolish ally, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. That moment, it had already destroyed 2 more statues and was now targeting the Diga statue. However, it was evident that the Diga statue was of superior quality. Despite Melba toppling it over and pecking at it with its sharp beak several times, it remained unscathed. Not too shabby, rather sturdy. Stop. Witnessing this scene, Diga could no longer endure. He piloted Flyhawk I, charging forth to confront the situation he'd in. Whoosh. Whoosh. He aimed 2 signal flares at Melba. But mere signal flares posed no threat to a monster. Melba retaliated with a beam attack, striking Diga with precision. Flyhawk I-6. Diga, jump out. Everyone shouted anxiously. I can't. The emergency brake is malfunctioning. What? As they watched Flyhawk, I plummet like a kite with severed strings. Their hearts raced with dread. Lena was particularly frantic. In that moment, the members of the victory team fully recognized the vast chasm separating them from the monsters. It was akin to throwing eggs against rocks. Perhaps the power of Gorzan and Melba was beyond human capability to match. As for Melba's reckless behavior, Luyu found it utterly bemusing. Why provoke Diga when you have nothing better to do? Bro, you're digging your own grave. I see you're on the path to self-destruction. With Flyhawk, I losing control, its tail emitting black smoke. It was on the verge of crashing to the ground. Luyu wished to intervene, but it was too late. He could predict the ensuing plot, even with his eyes closed. If nothing unexpected occurred, an accident was imminent. It was at this critical juncture that Diga met his demise. And under the blessing of the protagonist's halo, he would triumph over Melba. Then, several episodes later, he would face his own demise. Upon contemplating this, Luyu felt a wave of panic. He thought it might be better to simply take flight now, retreating to the depths of the volcano, lying low for several millennia, as long as he was cautious while absorbing magma energy, avoiding excessive noise, he would be fine. But then he reconsidered. That wouldn't work. After all, this was the Ultra world. Unknown dangers lurked at every corner. Even if he could evade Diga, he might not escape from other Ultramen or cosmic beings. Not to mention the ancient relic, Lului, slumbering beneath the Pacific Ocean, where the Dark Ruler would soon awaken at that time. Darkness would engulf the world, and he would likely find himself in peril. Thus, escaping was futile. Luyu had to swiftly enhance his strength. But what should I do? As Luyu found himself at a loss, that a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Ding. The system detected the host's intense will to survive. Binding process is underway. Chapter 2, Gorzan System. Luyu exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated that transforming into a colossal monster would come with the ability to bind to a system. What a delightful surprise. A monster with a system. Who wouldn't be intimidated? Moments later, Luyu comprehended the system's functions entirely, releasing a breath of awe. It is well known that in the original narrative, Gorzan possessed the singular ability to absorb energy, primarily limited to magma energy. However, this infinite devouring system allowed Luyu to transcend that limitation. From this point forward, he could consume various forms of energy, whether it be magma, lightning, frost, or even the cells and genes of other living beings, and even light itself. Luyu could devour it all. I shall feast endlessly, he thought, relishing the simplicity of it all. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. Once Luyu consumed a particular energy, he would gain enhancements from it. If he were to devour a complete living entity, he could even acquire specific traits or skills from that being. How fortunate for a traveler from another world. Luyu remarked, with the system at his disposal, any living entity could become his sustenance. Theoretically, could he not even consume Diga? In time, devouring Gitangier might not be out of reach. How exhilarating. Yet, it was not the moment to ponder such lofty aspirations. If Luyu dared approach the depths of the Pacific Ocean now, Gitangier would surely thank nature's bounty. The pressing concern was how to navigate the current predicament. Glancing at Melba not far away, Luyu's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Meanwhile, at the site where the dream of Fian No. 1 began, Diga finally unlocked the achievement of his first crash landing. In that instant of descent, Diga transformed into a beam of light, merging into the statue. Upon acquiring Degu's life force, the giant awakened from its long slumber. The gears of fate began to turn. The giant had revived. Wonderful, Lena exclaimed joyfully. The other team members were equally exhilarated, as though they had grasped a lifeline. Charge! Diga leapt forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Melba. The titanic clash reverberated through the earth. Soon, Diga gained the upper hand, delivering a relentless assault upon Melba. Howl! 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 Melba, unable to withstand Diga's onslaught, cried out to Lu Yu in desperation. "Hey, you, why are you just standing there? Hurry and help." Yet, Lu Yu remained motionless, adopting a demeanor of indifference towards Melba's pleas for assistance. Frustration brewed within Melba. They had agreed to work together. Was Lu Yu truly going to betray their alliance? This scene puzzled the members of the victory team. What is happening? Were these two monsters not allies? Why did Gorzan not come to Melba's aid in its time of need? Even the sharpest mind in the victory team, Kiriya, found himself bewildered, unable to discern Gorzan's motives. With Gorzan's interference absent, Diga unleashed its full might in a one-on-one confrontation, rendering Melba powerless. Realizing the dire situation, Melba hastily attempted to flee, spreading its wings and soaring toward the sky at Mach 6. Diga swung its arms, transforming from its composite form to aerial mode, resembling a blue-purple arrow as it pursued Melba relentlessly. At that very moment, Lu Yu finally made his move. He took strides towards the ruins of the pyramid, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Indeed, Lu Yu had been biding his time, waiting for Melba to draw Diga away, allowing him to act without reservations. And now, the time had come. Casting a glance at the airborne struggle between Diga and Melba, Lu Yu quickened his pace, swiftly approaching the remnants of the pyramid. Here lay a multitude of shattered fragments from the colossal statues. Oh no, Gorzan has resumed its actions. As Lu Yu began to move, the members of the victory team tensed up. The Fian number 2 hovered above, aiming its cannons at Lu Yu, ready to fire a signal flare. However, Fian No. 2 was merely a patrol craft, not equipped for combat, and posed no threat to Lu Yu. Moreover, Diga was preoccupied with chasing Melba, leaving Lu Yu unmonitored. If Lu Yu chose to attack at this moment, the victory team could only await their fate. Why is Gorzan acting at this precise moment? Lena inquired thoughtfully. It's as if it anticipated that the giant would be drawn away. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. Could it be that Gorzan possessed a degree of intelligence? Kiriya speculated. This notion seemed hard to believe, yet it appeared to be the case. Otherwise, why had Gorzan remained dormant until Diga departed? It was as if it had foreseen this outcome. In truth, Kiriya had made an accurate guess, albeit not entirely. He would never suspect that Gorzan had been commandeered by a human. This very human had previously perused the entire script of Diga and was employing a ruse to exploit the ensuing chaos for personal gain. Lu Yu was determined not to squander time. For Melba, this clumsy ally, could not hold out much longer. He bent down, extending his clawed hands to gather the fragments of the giant statue, slowly pushing them toward the tunnel he had excavated. Indeed, Lu Yu's true objective lay within the remnants of the giant statue. Although the statue lay in ruins, the light energy it contained did not vanish. For Lu Yu, these fragments were invaluable. Consuming them would surely enhance his physical form. With a decisive motion, Lu Yu pushed all the fragments into the tunnel, then rose to his full height, dusting off his claws. The task was complete. Now, only one final matter remained. Observing Melba plummeting from the sky, Lu Yu grinned wickedly. Chapter 3. Brother, you smell delightful. With a resounding thud, Diga executed a flying kick, sending Melba crashing back to the ground. Bereft of Lu Yu's assistance, this beast capable of rending the skies now found itself at the mercy of Diga's might. Melba plummeted, kicking up a cloud of dust, struggling to its feet, roaring in impotent rage. How infuriating! After 30 million years, it was still no match for this luminary giant. The most perplexing part was, what sort of teammate had I been matched with? Observing Lu Yu lounging nearby, Melba felt a wave of despair wash over it. It could not comprehend why Gorzahn seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast today. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed as Diga landed on the ground. Realizing the time was running out and Melba was on the brink of defeat, Diga wasted no time, poised to unleash his ultimate technique, the Lamparth beam, to obliterate this ancient dragon once and for all. However, at that very moment, a violet beam shot forth from another direction, striking Diga directly. With a loud crash, sparks flew from Diga's form as he stumbled backward, his luminescent attack dissipating. When he regained his senses, he discovered that the source of the beam was none other than Gorzahn. After remaining an onlooker, Gorzahn had finally decided to intervene. Diga's heart raced. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready for battle. The members of the victory team were similarly taken aback. Was Gorzahn finally going to attack? Although Diga had the upper hand, the addition of Gorzahn into the fray raised uncertainty about Diga's ability to cope. Yet, unlike the others, Melba felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Lu Yu come to its aid. Roar! Roar! Melba bellowed in exhilaration. In this critical moment, it's you, Gorzahn. Together, let us vanquish this giant and dominate the earth. As all eyes turned towards Lu Yu, he began to stride forward. However, his trajectory led him directly towards Melba. Confused, Melba exclaimed, "Hey, brother, you seem to be heading the wrong way. You're supposed to fight Diga, not come this way." Clearly, it had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Without further ado, Lu Yu swiftly maneuvered behind Melba, employing a powerful hold to restrain its arms and wings. Then, with an open mouth, he sank his teeth into Melba's neck. The sheer force of his bite tore away a substantial chunk of flesh. Diga, victory team. Melba. 6. The sight left Diga and the victory team utterly bewildered. What was Gorzahn doing? First, he refrained from aiding Melba, and now he was turning against it? For a moment, the members of the victory team were at a loss. Melba screeched in agony. "It hurts. What on earth are you doing, Gorzahn?" It struggled to break free, but under Lu Yu's immense strength, it was utterly powerless. Lu Yu savored the taste of Melba's flesh, swallowing it down with delight. "Delicious," he mused, relishing the flavor. He had initially expected that consuming a monster would be unpleasant, yet the taste was surprisingly exquisite, tender and rich, reminiscent of beef. If grilled, it would surely be delightful. However, given the current circumstances, he made do. With that thought, Lu Yu severed one of Melba's arms and proceeded to gnaw on it like a chicken leg, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. This act of devouring Melba was, in fact, part of Lu Yu's plan. The severely weakened Melba presented the perfect opportunity for him to capitalize on. With one bite down, the Infinite Devour system activated, and Lu Yu felt warmth coursing through him, gradually enhancing his strength. Before long, Lu Yu had consumed Melba's entire upper body. Melba, until its last breath, could never have imagined that it would not perish at Diga's hands, but instead become Gorzahn's meal. At that moment, every member of the victory team was wide-eyed in shock. A monster consuming another monster? Such a sight was unprecedented. The sheer astonishment rendered them immobile. Shinjo gaped in disbelief, while Vice Captain Zhong Fong wore a ghostly expression. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's actions left Lena's CPU in overdrive, rendering her utterly speechless. At the TPC headquarters, Commander Ikeda was equally stunned. As the leader of the victory team, she had witnessed countless scenes, yet this was unlike anything she had encountered before. Watching Lu Yu devour the creature, Diga too found himself at a loss. How had these ancient rivals suddenly turned on each other? Yet soon enough, Diga regained his composure. Although Gorzahn had aided him in defeating Melba, his behavior was suspicious and unsettling. Thus, Diga unleashed the Lamparth beam once more. As the beam surged forth, Lu Yu resolutely declared, "No one shall hinder my feast." He concentrated energy, violet electricity coursing from his chest, through his neck, and culminating at his crown. From his forehead, he unleashed a sonic wave beam. With a resounding clash, the two attacks collided. The sonic wave beam proved to be superior. It not only neutralized the Lamparth beam, but continued on towards Diga. Diga barely managed to roll away in time. Unperturbed, Lu Yu resumed feasting on Melba's leg. Diga attempted several more attacks, but none succeeded. This was not merely due to Melba's energy bolstering Lu Yu's strength, but also because Diga was nearing exhaustion. It was important to note that this was merely the first episode. Diga had just been revived. The combat prowess displayed was not that of the ancient warrior, but rather the remnants of Diga's instinctive battle abilities. To withstand the onslaught of two powerful beasts thus far was already commendable. Just as Diga was preparing to transform into a mightier form for a last-ditch effort, Lu Yu had completely consumed Melba. In the moment of absorption, a wave of warmth flooded through him, imparting an overwhelming sense of strength and comfort. Satisfied, Lu Yu patted his belly. Recognizing that he had achieved his goal for the day, he glanced at Diga, then began to dig into the ground, content with the significant gains he had made. Understanding the wisdom of knowing when to stop, Lu Yu was not yet inclined to confront Diga. After all, he was still in the developmental stage, and provoking Diga could yield unforeseen consequences. If pushed too far, he might find himself on the receiving end of Diga's wrath, with cries of bonds and brilliance leading to an early end for him. That would be the end of it. Unable to confront the situation, he swiftly retreated. Moments later, Lu Yu burrowed down several hundred meters into the earth. One must commend Gorzahn for his exceptional talent in tunneling. The hard rock and soil crumbled beneath his mighty claws as if they were mere tofu. Rumbling echoed through the thousands of meters below ground. After a brief period of excavation, Lu Yu finally arrived at a region of molten lava. Chapter 4. Itching for wings. As Lu Yu stealthily retreated through the earth, Diga found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Watching helplessly as Lu Yu departed, Diga yearned to intervene but was powerless to act. After bidding farewell to Lu Yu, he ascended into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, TPC commenced the post-battle cleanup and investigation. This unprecedented incident left everyone in awe. Lena was engulfed in sorrow over Digu's demise, while the other team members wore expressions of despondency. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling low. At that moment, Zhu Kuei suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the ground waving at them. "Look, it's Digu," he exclaimed with joy. The group disembarked from the aircraft and surrounded Digu. "You're alive. That is wonderful. You lucky fellow." The exhilaration among them was palpable. Zhongfang, however, spoke gravely. "You've narrowly escaped this time. You must not act so recklessly again." "I understand," Digu nodded. The group then returned to their base. Before departing, Digu glanced back one last time at the spot where Lu Yu had disappeared, a complex expression crossing his face. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease and worry began to stir within him. Finally home, deep beneath the volcano, thousands of meters down, Lu Yu leaped eagerly into the molten lava, splashing it around him. Within mere moments, he had excavated a tunnel through the rock. Indeed, he was a creature capable of shaking the very earth. His skills honed to perfection. With a chuckle, he mused, "This has become second nature." For him, being submerged in lava felt akin to luxuriating in a warm bath, utterly delightful. "Ah," Lu Yu sighed contentedly, continuously consuming the energy of the molten rock. He could feel the searing lava nourishing his body at every moment. Simultaneously, the energy he had previously absorbed from Melba continued to enhance him. This was a comprehensive reinforcement from within. The taste of camaraderie was exquisite, and Lu Yu licked his lips in satisfaction. It was not out of cruelty. For Melba, it was perhaps better to grant Lu Yu pleasure than to face annihilation at Diga's hands. It was a fitting tribute to their 30 million years of brotherhood. In the recent confrontation, the victory team had gained invaluable experience in dealing with monsters. Diga had successfully revived Digu, and Lu Yu had achieved a dual victory, acquiring fragments of the giant statue while absorbing Melba. Each had a promising future ahead, while the wounded world of Melba lay in ruins. Thus, Lu Yu resolved to remain hidden here until he had thoroughly absorbed the energy from the statue fragments, vowing not to venture out until then. Lu Yu turned his gaze toward a pile of statue fragments nearby. Arms, thighs, a behind, and the colorful timer from the chest, all spoils of his recent conquest. He refrained from immediately consuming them, as he had yet to fully digest the Melba energy within him. His current absorption capacity was still at a rudimentary level. Exceeding this limit could risk catastrophic consequences. "Well then, I shall take my time." Lu Yu sighed languidly, submerging his entire body in the lava, leaving only his head exposed. The gentle warmth enveloped him, soothing his entire being. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable itch on his back, akin to a swarm of ants crawling over him. Yet, his claws were too short, and his body too cumbersome to scratch the itch. It was a torment. Resorting to rubbing against the rocky wall, he found himself sensing something within, as though it was on the verge of breaking free. At TPC headquarters, in the command room of the victory team, the large screen replayed footage from near the ancient pyramid. In the images, Gorzan was seen simultaneously expelling Melba from his back while engaging in a fierce exchange with Diga. The scene was nothing short of violent. "How is the recovery of the giant statue fragments proceeding?" Captain Jian inquired. The events of the day had been astonishingly surreal, and the only avenue for research lay with the giant statue. Most of the fragments from the two giant statues have been taken by Gorzan. Only a few remnants remain on site, significantly diminishing their research value, Xian Chung reported, causing Jian's heart to sink. "Gorzan," Jian pondered, casting his gaze back to the colossal beast on the screen. "Have we still not located it?" "Not yet," Yirue replied. Since Gorzan had burrowed underground, Yirue had tirelessly searched for its whereabouts. However, its depth rendered both energy and sonic detection methods ineffective. The unknown was indeed the greatest terror, and the lurking presence of Gorzan cast a psychological shadow over everyone, leaving them uncertain of when it might strike again, perhaps years from now, or even in the next moment. Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Don't you find Gorzan's behavior strange?" Zhu Kuei, who had been deep in thought, broke the silence. It abruptly ceased its actions without reason, then seized the opportunity to take all the statue fragments just as Diga was distracted. Finally, it consumed Melba before making a hasty retreat. Such a series of actions suggests a level of planning that is unlikely for a mere beast. Zhu Kuei's observations resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Yet, Xi and Cheng dismissed the notion, "You're overthinking it. It's all just coincidence." Gorzahn appears rather dim-witted. The others remained silent. Lena expressed her concerns. If what Zhu Kuei says is true, that would be troublesome. Gorzahn is already formidable enough. Even Diga struggles against it. If it gains intelligence, it could become a formidable adversary for humanity. But what could be Gorzan's motive? Vice Captain Zhong Fong furrowed his brow in confusion. While one might justify its consumption of Melba as hunger, what purpose does taking the statue fragments serve? Those fragments harbor light energy. What use could a monster have for such energy? Even the sharpest among them, Zhu Kuei, was left perplexed. Diga sat in contemplation, acutely aware of the peculiarities of Lu Yu from their previous encounter. His instincts told him that matters were far more complex than they seemed. One certainty lingered in his mind. Gorzan's theft of Melba's head was not an act of altruism, but rather a pursuit of ulterior motives. Wait, Diga suddenly had a revelation. If we trace the tunnel Gorzan has excavated, could we uncover its lair? Chapter 5. Devouring the Energy of Light. Theoretically, this is feasible. Zhu, stroking his chin, analytically stated, if Gorzan's hiding place is not too deep, we could pilot the underground Pipitonk to investigate. Yet, despite his words, Zhu was acutely aware of the slim chances of success, not to mention the unknown depth of Gorzan's lair. Venturing into his stronghold without the assistance of Diga would be akin to delivering oneself to slaughter for the few members of the victory team. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were required. As captain, Jiao Jianhui decisively proclaimed, regardless of the challenges, Dagu's proposal warrants exploration. Furthermore, we must expedite the modification of the victory team's aircraft into a combat-ready model. This is absolutely essential to equip us for confrontations with the monsters. The team unanimously concurred. Currently, the Victory Falcon was only outfitted with signal flares, which possessed negligible lethality against monsters, nearly equivalent to nothing. It was imperative to swiftly install weapon systems, especially since the gentle reminder from the time machine had already foretold of the monumental changes awaiting Earth. Without formidable weaponry, humanity would be utterly defenseless. Subsequently, the team sprang into action. Dagu, Lena, Xinxing, and Zhu ventured to investigate the caverns left by Gorzan. Meanwhile, Captain Jiao Jianhui and Deputy Captain Zhongfang sought out Supervisor Zawai to discuss the aircraft modification project. Yezue remained in the command room, tasked with data analysis. In preparation for Gorzan's potential resurgence, the entire victory team operated with urgency. In a secluded corner of a magma-filled abyss, unknown to anyone, Lu Yu was gradually assimilating the energy of Melba. This inexhaustible energy surged within him, continually fortifying his physique. The sensation of enhancement was intoxicating. He reveled in this immediate positive feedback. The only downside was the persistent itch on his back, an excruciating annoyance. Lu Yu sensed that something was about to emerge from his back. Time passed unnoticed. Deep within this sunless abyss, Lu Yu could not distinguish day from night. Yet he was engrossed in the twin pursuits of devouring magma and digesting energy, finding no dullness in the experience. Occasionally, he could hear distant rumblings and low growls echoing from the depths, likely the sounds of other monsters. However, none of it hindered Lu Yu's appetite. He was solely focused on his growth, awaiting the right moment to confront those noisy neighbors outside. 2.5 days later, one afternoon, Lu Yu finally completed the digestion of Melba's energy. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the itch on his back had subsided. However, before he could celebrate, he heard a soft poof as a pair of wings sprouted from his back. What was happening? Lu Yu was astonished, feeling the emergence of something on his back. Could it be wings? To his amazement, a pair of massive black wings had indeed materialized. The membranous wings extended from his sides, forming a triangular expanse, strikingly reminiscent of Melba's wings, like two blades capable of rending the very fabric of the sky. He had not anticipated that Melba's demise would yield such an enhancement. Perhaps it was due to his consumption of a complete organism that he had assimilated its organs. This unexpected boon filled Lu Yu with joy. If bodily organs could be directly transformed, then the horns atop the golden dragon Goldrass, the wrist blades of the flame demon warrior Kiriya too. And even the tentacles of the malevolent god Gitanj could potentially become his assets. His mind raced with possibilities for future evolution, brimming with infinite directions. He could hardly contain his excitement. At that moment, he felt as buoyant as a child weighing 68,000 tons. With a mighty flourish, Lu Yu sprang to his feet. His enormous wings unfurled above the magma, sending showers of crimson flames splashing around him. Although these wings were derived from Melba, they felt entirely natural on Lu Yu, as if they had been his all along. From this moment forth, he possessed the ability to fly, soaring at a minimum speed of 6 Mach, while the aerial Diga only reached a speed of 7 Mach. Moreover, the magma had enhanced his physique, causing his muscles to swell and rendering him a formidable black tower from a distance, exuding an overpowering presence. His newfound flying ability would serve as a strategic advantage, one he intended to keep concealed for the time being. As such, Lu Yu thought to himself, and with a mental command, his wings folded away, vanishing without a trace. To the outside world, he appeared as an ordinary terrestrial monster, bulky and sluggish, much like Galedo. Under such misconceptions, when genuine danger arose, he could reveal his flight capability, striking unexpectedly and turning the tide in his favor. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lu Yu resumed his soaking in the magma. In this tumultuous world of Ultraman, he had finally acquired the means to protect himself. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As long as he maintained his composure and continued to evolve step by step, one day he might even savor the taste of the dark sea snail. Now that Melba's energy had been fully assimilated, it was time to proceed with the plan and consume the fragments of the giant statue. Lu Yu extended his claws, sifting through the debris until he uncovered a shard of the Ultraman timer. Although Ultraman's body was a treasure trove in itself, the colorful timer likely harbored the most energy. If he consumed it, might he transform into the light of Gorzan? Lu Yu jested, wondering if this object would cause him to choke. Choking would be trivial, but would it be too hard to pass? Cautiously, Lu Yu first licked the shard. The flavor was peculiar and uncertain. He decided to take another taste. Without further hesitation, he swallowed the fragment whole. Crunch, crunch, delightful. It was crispy and tasted like a biscuit, exceedingly delicious. The texture exceeded Lu Yu's wildest expectations. He was fortunate to have such strong teeth. A lesser creature might struggle to gnaw through it. With a gulp, Lu Yu stood still, awaiting the transformation within his body. The surroundings fell into silence, save for the bubbling of the magma. And then, after a mere few seconds, an unexpected change began to unfold. Chapter 6. Significant Enhancement and Lu Yu's Future Plans. In truth, consuming the fragments of the giant statue was somewhat of a gamble for Lu Yu. Those who frequently watch Diga are well aware that the giant statue undoubtedly harbors light energy. This fact is beyond dispute, as Lu Yu vividly recalls that in the original TV storyline, the genius scientist Kigo Sakamaki successfully analyzed the principles of light using the shattered giant statue, creating the light genetic factor converter. Later, he even stole Daigo's godlight stick and forcibly integrated himself into the giant statue in a subterranean cavern in Kumamoto City, transforming into the malevolent Diga and becoming Daigo's formidable rival. All of this serves to validate that the statue indeed contains energy. The only uncertainty for Lu Yu lies in how much energy remains, considering the statue has been shattered into countless pieces. It seems unlikely that much energy would be left. However, the subsequent events completely dispelled Lu Yu's concerns. At that moment, he ingested a fragment of the timer. In the next instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A surge of heat manifested within Lu Yu's body, rapidly spreading throughout. It began in his abdomen, then extended to his limbs, enveloping his waist, back, and wings, all suddenly ablaze with heat. Lu Yu felt a force tearing at his body, his skin threatening to rupture and his bones being pulled apart. During this process, he could distinctly sense the heat flowing through his limbs, transforming into fine tendrils of power that gradually coalesced and solidified. His figure was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, his physique growing significantly stronger. Such a marvelous substance. Once he fully assimilated this energy, Lu Yu smacked his lips in satisfaction, utterly astonished by the profound enhancement it provided. It surpassed the strengthening effects of magma energy by a considerable margin. Without further contemplation, Lu Yu continued to consume more, feeling insatiable, and began to shove large handfuls into his mouth, akin to indulging in a delightful snack. As he savored the fragments, A sudden thought struck him. After ingesting so many pieces of the giant statue, would a timer manifest on his chest? What does it matter? He resolved to focus on satisfying his hunger first. At the TPC Research Center, following the approval of Director Zawai and other high-ranking officials, the modification plan for the combat model was progressing smoothly. To transform the Victory Falcon into a combat-ready machine, the wing structure needed alteration, and laser weaponry had to be installed. Numerous crew members were working overtime to expedite the process. In the command room of the Victory team, Yao Sui was simultaneously operating the computer while analyzing the three forms Diga exhibited during the previous battle. The initial form displayed a balanced combination of strength and speed, making it quite versatile. The blue form was characterized by high-speed combat capabilities, excelling in aerial maneuvers with agility and rapid movements. The red form, on the other hand, was tailored for close combat, significantly enhancing overall strength, boasting the highest attack and defense capabilities among the three forms. Upon hearing this, Diga inquired, if that's the case, wouldn't it be best to start the battle in red form? True to his nature, Diga grasped the concept well. No, Yao Sui shook his head, explaining that while the red form greatly amplifies strength, it also results in a relative decrease in speed. Understanding dawned on Diga, who nodded thoughtfully. The post-battle analysis proved beneficial, yet he selectively overlooked Yao Sui's final remark. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but ponder the formidable creature Gorzahn. To confront such a monster that thrives on brute strength, it appeared that only the red form would suffice. Suddenly, an alarming siren pierced the air. Emergency notification. An urgent alert. A monster has appeared in the Kiriya Island region. The Victory team must mobilize immediately. Is it Gorzahn? Diga sprang to his feet, instinctively voicing his concern. It was not Gorzahn, but another beast. Yao Sui broadcasted live footage to the large screen. The visuals revealed numerous construction vehicles on Kiriya Island, all morphed into stone. The lives of the miners on the island were in grave peril. In no time, the automatic doors opened, and Zhongfang, Lina, and others hurried in. Faced with the danger posed by the monster, the entire Victory team swiftly sprang into action. In the magma region, after a substantial period of consumption and digestion, Lu Yu had fully absorbed all the fragments of the statue. The fusion of light energy and magma energy enveloped him, creating concentric waves of energy radiating outward, akin to ripples on water. Roar! Lu Yu unleashed the pent-up energy within him, tilting his head back and releasing a thunderous roar. The overwhelming power erupted suddenly, reverberating like thunder, shaking the subterranean space with tremors that caused the magma to sway violently, as if stirring a stormy tide. In that instant, Lu Yu felt as though he were bathed in the sun's purifying light, his entire being brimming with strength, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Now vastly different from before. He belched, having overindulged in the immense energy bestowed by the statue fragments. He had reached his limit. Under the dual enhancement of light and magma, he had significantly surpassed the strengthened Gorzahn that re-emerged in the original storyline during episode 18. Not only had his skin grown more resilient, but areas like his forehead and claws had also received enhancements. Notably, the armor on his forehead could now emit golden ultrasonic light waves, far exceeding the destructive power of the previous purple waves. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, the magma-enhanced Gorzahn had withstood 2 of Diga's formidable attacks. Lu Yu's current strength was undoubtedly far superior to that Gorzahn. And while Lu Yu's chest did not sprout a timer, it had evolved into a fiery red radiating network of energy, capable of absorbing light-based skills. In the original plot, the enhanced Gorzahn had absorbed the Diga stream, forcing Diga into a red alert state. It can be concluded that Lu Yu's overall combat prowess had been dramatically elevated. Roar! A deep growl rumbled from his throat as Lu Yu rose to his feet, directing his focus towards a massive boulder on the cave wall. With a casual yet forceful slap, he struck it. Boom! In an instant, the boulder shattered into dust. Not bad, Lu Yu nodded, quite pleased with his newfound power. Yet, he was not content to rest on his laurels. In the world of Ultraman, there are always stronger beings lurking, and danger is ever present. The only path to survival is to continually grow stronger. Lu Yu settled back into the magma, contemplating his next course of action. First and foremost, directly challenging Diga was out of the question. As a being of idealism, Diga's strength largely stems from the light that resides in people's hearts. As long as that light endures, Diga cannot be defeated. Even the ancient Gatangier ultimately succumbed to the power of light, let alone Lu Yu in his current state. Thus, that option was swiftly dismissed. Since consuming an Ultraman was temporarily unfeasible, Lu Yu naturally turned his gaze towards the monsters. The diverse array of monsters in the storyline of Diga is truly extraordinary, encompassing a myriad of forms and characteristics. To further enhance one's strength, perhaps consuming other monsters might prove to be a commendable option. Chapter 7. Kakuma, the petrifying ray leaning against the rocky wall. Lu Yu rested his arms on the edge, resembling someone luxuriating in a magma hot spring, save for a towel draped around his neck. He reminisced about the various monsters featured in the series, his mind gravitating towards those capable of energy absorption. After all, Lu Yu himself possessed the ability to devour and assimilate. If he could locate and consume a creature with similar powers, he was confident that his own devouring ability would undergo a remarkable evolution. Among the creatures that could absorb energy, he recalled the composite monster Ligadron, the zombie monster Silazan, the artificial life form Bizioma, the alien-evolved monster Metamaruga, the cosmic dinosaur Yanagaki, and the vampiric beast Hiranos. As he pondered, he enumerated them. Of these monsters, only the vampiric beast Hiranos did not require any narrative triggers. He remembered its lair, an old disco hall in the G13 area near the bay. Yes, Hiranos can serve as an initial target. Consuming it should significantly enhance my devouring ability. The image of the vampire bat materialized in his mind, causing him to lick his lips. A creature of such size must possess exquisite flavor. Furthermore, he contemplated the rainbow magical realm in the Lion's Nose Tree Sea, the ionosphere where Gazet resided, the Mount Suna where the demon Suna dwelled, the Kunlun Mountains housing the cosmic steel dragon Goem, the Dinosaur Research Center where the bioelectronic dinosaur Wanpaneza was located, and the underground sanctuary in Kumamoto City where the evil Diga statue lay. These destinations were all within his reach. Lu Yu envisioned the myriad places he could visit at that very moment. Indeed, having watched the entire series of Diga was advantageous. With information at hand, he could strategize in advance. The evil Diga statue. That's right. I could head to Kumamoto City right now to devour the evil Diga statue. With that thought, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled. Essentially, the evil Diga statue was akin to the three statues within the pyramid, both originating from the ultra-ancient era and once being giants of light. Lu Yu could undoubtedly consume it. The most crucial aspect was that the evil Diga statue was intact, and the energy it contained would be pristine, incomparable to mere fragments. Wait a moment. Upon reflection, Lu Yu dismissed the notion. Rather than consuming the statue prematurely, it would be prudent to wait for Masaki Kigo to resurrect it. At that time, directly devouring the living evil Diga would surely yield far greater energy than merely consuming the statue. Wouldn't that be far more delightful? If I cannot have Diga, settling for a substitute is entirely reasonable, right? With a well-conceived plan, Lu Yu rose from the magma. Streams of fiery liquid cascaded down his form, splattering around him. He had devised a strategy. First, he would visit the rainbow magical realm in the Lion's Nose Tree Sea to confront his old adversaries, Gotti and the silver dragon Hilbegon. Lu Yu felt a twinge of envy towards the silver dragon's ability to manipulate the fabric of time and space. Now that he had entered this Ultraman world, he aspired to carve out his own legacy, not wishing to remain confined to Earth. If he ever desired to leave Earth for other planets or even parallel universes, the silver dragon's ability would prove invaluable. After accomplishing his tasks in the rainbow magical realm, Lu Yu planned to venture to the G13 area near the bay to savor the essence of the vampiric beast Hiranos. This would certainly keep him occupied. However, just as Lu Yu was about to embark on his journey, he realized a significant issue. He did not know the route to the rainbow magical realm. Oh, this Lu Yu awkwardly scratched his head, having completely forgotten about that detail. In the vast and boundless underground world, pinpointing a specific location was no simple feat. Moreover, Lu Yu was merely a monster, unfamiliar with the precise whereabouts of the city of Zyrizi and oblivious to the local script. A moment's inattention could lead to getting lost. For instance, he currently had no idea if he was beneath the Wuminu volcano. Plans often falter in the face of reality. Well, I'll just explore the surface nearby for now. There will be ample opportunities to visit the rainbow magical realm in the future. After some contemplation, Lu Yu decided that practical experience was the best form of training. Having just evolved, he needed to seek opportunities to test the efficacy of his new skills. Remaining cooped up here was not a viable option. Perhaps he could also search for some delectable treats. With this mindset, Lu Yu commenced a new round of excavation. In the expansive tunnel, he dug and dug, swiftly penetrating the hard bedrock beneath. His movements were remarkably adept. Before long, he emerged from thousands of meters below the surface to the shallow layers above. Yet, he remained uncertain of his exact location. Just as he was about to venture out to investigate, the ground suddenly trembled. Rumble. In the mine, a murmur of commotion among a crowd echoed. Quick! Run! It's Kakuma! Kakuma is out again! Run! Kakuma? Lu Yu squinted, intrigued. He had inadvertently stumbled upon Kakuma's habitat. However, this was fortuitous. It spared him the effort of searching for monsters. Kakuma fed on rocks and could also generate them. Yet, excessive extraction by humans on Jiuliang Island had led to a depletion of its food supply, inciting it to retaliate against humanity. At that moment, Kakuma was not far away in the mine. Lu Yu recalled that Kakuma was not particularly strong. Its sole accomplishment was downing the Fian No, one before being swiftly dispatched by the reinforcements, Diga, Juwei, and Xian Cheng, who piloted the Victory Fian No. 2, utilizing the new weapon Texas Beam to eliminate it. Lu Yu had little interest in this novice monster itself. His focus was on Kakuma's petrifying ray ability, which could turn any object it struck into stone. It was a straightforward yet powerful skill. Lu Yu believed he could easily claim this ability for himself. After all, possessing diverse skills was never a burden. Who knows? It might prove useful someday. With that thought in mind, Lu Yu set his resolve. He began to shift his massive form, slowly approaching Kakuma. Chapter 8. Legadolin approaches. Simultaneously, on Kurigashima, at the quarry, the TPC holds the Kakuma incident in the highest regard. They promptly dispatched numerous personnel, with Director Sawai even coming personally to investigate. Has anyone seen what Kakuma looks like? Sawai inquired of the local miners. I have seen it. Kakuma resembles a rock. And it has one horn. One horn? It clearly has two. That's right, it has two horns. No, it only has one horn. I saw it with my own eyes. I think your eyes are playing tricks on you. The miners bickered, each maintaining their position, leading to a heated debate. Even Director Sawai found it challenging to discern the truth. Regardless of the number of horns, we must swiftly plant explosives nearby and execute a demolition strategy, he resolved. In the dark underground mine, 3 TPC investigators were conducting an on-site examination, illuminating the cavern with their flashlights as they ventured deeper. Just as 2 of them turned into a tunnel, a beam of blue light surged towards them, engulfing them entirely. They were unable to call for help before being instantaneously transformed into stone. Only the last investigator, who narrowly escaped, fled in terror. Not daring to breathe as he crawled away from the scene, eventually rescued to the surface. Did you encounter a monster's attack? Was it Kakuma? Director Sawai questioned him. And no. That's correct. The investigator recounted his terrifying experience. In the mine, I saw 2 Kakuma. One had one horn, and the other had no horn. No horn. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How could this be? They had all assumed that Kakuma either had one horn or 2. And now there was talk of one with no horn? What was happening? The air grew deathly silent, the situation becoming increasingly enigmatic. The entire construction team was shrouded in a cloud of fear. Director Sawai frowned in silence. If what this investigator claimed was true, it meant that there could potentially be at least 3 monsters lurking on this island. The already tense situation was undoubtedly escalating into a critical crisis. Things were becoming exceedingly complicated. We must ensure the victory team arrives promptly, Director Sawai muttered. At this moment, he could not have imagined that the so-called hornless monster was not Kakuma at all, but rather, it was Ryu, Gorzan. Meanwhile, as the victory team received the news and flew toward Kurigashima, far away, the Jupiter probe ship Jupiter 3, led by Dr. Izaki, was traversing the cosmos according to its predetermined course. Just as they were about to successfully reach Jupiter's orbit, an unexpected event occurred. A mysterious luminous entity rapidly approached the ship, accompanied by a powerful energy reaction. In an instant, 3 astronauts, including Dr. Izaki, were enveloped by this glowing entity. It invaded their bodies and seized the ship's energy, adhering to the vessel and transforming into a tangible monster. After Jupiter 3 lost contact, this composite monster, named Legadolin, set its sights on Earth to absorb its next energy source. In the dark, deep underground mine, after turning the 2 investigators into stone, Kakuma finally quelled its fury. It loathed the humans invading its home. As the mine fell quiet, Kakuma prepared to burrow back to sleep. But in the next moment, its movements abruptly halted. It sensed something was amiss. A powerful presence seemed to be watching it. The pressure was unsettling. Turning its head, it indeed spotted a pair of enormous eyes, like copper bells, fixated on it from the depths of the tunnel. It was another monster, having stealthily lurked within Kakuma's territory without it realizing. Seeing the intruder, Kakuma was instantly filled with rage. A beam of blue petrifying light coalesced in its mouth and shot towards Ryu. Ryu stood his ground, showing no intention of evading. The petrifying light struck the crimson energy vein on his chest, absorbed immediately, as if it were a droplet of water in the ocean, causing no harm whatsoever. Interesting taste, though the energy content is a bit lacking, Ryu remarked, patting his belly. He held no grand expectations of Kakuma, given that it was merely a novice monster appearing in the second episode. How much energy could one expect from it? Seeing its attack fail and Ryu showing no signs of petrification, Kakuma felt a twinge of fear. Its once menacing gaze softened considerably. It realized it might be in serious trouble today. This monster likely possessed power far beyond its own. Nevertheless, to defend its territory, it launched another petrifying beam. However, Ryu had no desire to continue this child's play. He gathered a golden enhanced ultrasonic beam from his forehead and shot it towards Kakuma. Boom. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted. The underground trembled violently, sending countless fragments soaring before they descended chaotically, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kakuma had no means of evading, taking the full brunt of the attack. With a scream, its body was flung against the rock wall. As the dust settled, Kakuma lay there, wide-eyed and motionless, utterly stunned. Ryu had intentionally restrained much of his power. His goal was not to annihilate Kakuma, but to preserve its intact body for consumption. Had he unleashed his full force, a single beam would have reduced Kakuma to mere fragments, likely causing the entire quarry to collapse. Under such overwhelming pressure, Kakuma surrendered completely. How could I possibly contend with something of this caliber? It lay weakly on the ground, offering Ryu several stones as if inviting him to partake. I do not consume stones, I feast on monsters. Seemingly understanding Ryu's intent, Kakuma trembled and retreated repeatedly. Its earth-toned eyes filled with terror as it watched Ryu approach step by step. It screamed internally, "Bring me the medicine. Let me have a look." Ryu's robust arms, akin to giant pincers, seized Kakuma with an iron grip. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly dislodged its forelimbs. Roar! Kakuma howled. It longed to flee but found no escape, helplessly watching as Ryu devoured its two forelimbs. Then, a gaping maw filled with fangs slowly approached its head. Chapter 9. The Victorious Team. Advantage is mine as Ryu bit down. A sharp crunch echoed through the air as the head of Kakuma was severed from its neck. The creature's hind legs, which had been thrashing in its final moments, fell limp, devoid of life. Ryu savored the flesh, relishing the experience. It was then that he realized the distinct flavors among different monsters. If Melba had a hint of beef, Kakuma's meat resembled that of chicken. However, perhaps due to an overabundance of stone, the texture was tough and unremarkable. Nonetheless, Ryu was indifferent to such trivialities. His desire was not for the energy contained within Gakuma's body, but rather for the petrifying beam ability. In no time, Ryu devoured Gakuma entirely, leaving no remnants. As he digested, he surveyed his surroundings. In the adjacent mine tunnel, several figurine-like stone figures caught his eye. Miners, no doubt, petrified by Gakuma. Each maintained the terror of their last moments alive. With a claw, Ryu poked at them, and upon the slightest touch, they shattered into fragments. Witnessing this scene, he felt little emotional turmoil. Having traversed to this new existence, Ryu had gradually embraced his identity as a monster, no longer identifying with humanity. Everything he would do henceforth would be self-serving, prioritizing his own interests above the safety of Earth or humankind. Of course, should an opportunity arise to be a guardian of Earth while ensuring his own welfare, he would not reject it. Before long, Ryu finished digesting Gakuma. Feeling waves of warmth radiate through his body, he could distinctly sense some abnormal changes occurring within him. Meanwhile, the explosion triggered in the mine had caused tremors throughout the entire Juliang Island. Observational radars detected unusual activity underground. Not good. A life response has appeared underground. TPC investigators hastily reported. Is Gakuma on the move again? Director Zawai asked anxiously. Indeed. Wait. Besides Gakuma, there's another monster. Is it the newly appeared hornless Gakuma? No. It's Gorzan. The investigator's voice hinted at disbelief. Gorzan. Director Zawai was taken aback. How could Gorzan appear on this small island? Quickly ascertain if this Gorzan is the same one that appeared in Akita City days ago. Understood. Following Director Zawai's order, the investigator quickly operated the computer, transmitting data and images to the TPC headquarters. Upon receiving the information, Yatsuzaki immediately began his investigation. As a computer prodigy, he swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Indeed, this Gorzan is the same one that appeared a few days ago. Director Zawai's expression turned grave. Gorzan, a creature likely possessing high intelligence, had not been seen since it vanished into the underground after stealing fragments of stone statues. Now, it had re-emerged on Jiuyang Island. What could its intentions be? Was it also connected to Gakuma? Just dealing with one Gakuma was already a significant challenge for the TPC, and now they faced the additional threat of Gorzan. In that moment, Director Zawai felt both perplexed and anxious, sensing that events were unfolding in the worst possible direction. Boom. The next instant, a towering mine collapsed nearby. A four-legged monster emerged from the rubble. Its form resembled Gakuma, with earthy yellow eyes like lanterns and uneven rock-like protrusions along its back. But it was larger, boasting 2 horns. Gakuma, awakened by the noise created by Lu Yu. Without hesitation, it charged towards the TPC camp. Detonate the explosives. Faced with this colossal creature, Director Zawai immediately issued orders. As the remote control was activated, a thunderous boom erupted as the pre-buried explosives detonated, flames leaping skyward. Yet, before the monster, conventional explosive tactics proved ineffective, failing even to penetrate Gakuma's tough hide. Gakuma remained unscathed and continued its charge. With its massive size, a single stomp could flatten the entire TPC camp. This is bad. Just as Gakuma lifted its leg to crush down, whoosh, whoosh, 2 beams of green laser shot forth, striking its head and forcing it to stagger back. Director Zawai turned, his expression brightening. It was the Victory Falcon 2. The Victory team had arrived for support. Hovering in the air, Falcon 2 had undergone significant modifications, having been successfully upgraded to super mode. Daiku fired the Texas beam. On it, inside the cockpit, Daiku pressed the button, unleashing a robust yellow beam from Falcon 2's cannon, directly hitting Gakuma. Gakuma howled in agony, toppled by the force, a cloud of dust billowing around it. Success! Nishijo exclaimed. See, this is the power of the new weapon I've developed. Kawai boasted, with just 1 strike. We can take down a monster. Even Gorzan doesn't stand a chance. Nishijo laughed. You've really got some skills. A little Gorzan? We're hardly intimidated. Did you think we were the same Victory team that could only fire signal flares back then? You two keep boasting. Reina chuckled, rolling her eyes. Despite her words, she felt a surge of confidence. With the newly upgraded Falcon 2 and such formidable weaponry, their chances against Gorzan would be substantial. Kawai added with a grin. But one hit isn't enough. I'm itching for another round with a monster, as if to fulfill his peculiar wish. No sooner had he spoken than a blue beam shot through the thick smoke. Before anyone could react, it struck Falcon 2's tail. What is happening? Red alarms blared within the cockpit, and the crew was thrown into disarray. Falcon 2's tail emitted black smoke, losing its ability to fly, forcing an emergency landing. The once invincible Falcon 2 was now grounded. In an instant, the situation took a dire turn. As the smoke cleared, Gakuma emerged unscathed. Being the elder brother of Gakuma, its strength far surpassed that of Gakuma. How could a mere beam possibly defeat it? Falcon 2 made a hasty landing on the ground. Daiku and the others assisted each other, struggling to escape the cockpit. All were pale-faced, realizing that even their most advanced weapon could not contend with Gakuma. What could they do now? Was there only hope to rely on the giant? Would the giant come to their aid? Little did they know, Diga was already nearby. Observing the dire situation, Daiku decided to act. Seizing a moment when the others were distracted, he stealthily retreated to a corner, retrieving the godlight stick and transforming into Diga. Chapter 10 Master D, allow me to teach you a technique with a flash of radiance. Diga emerged. It's a giant, Lena exclaimed. The giant truly came to our rescue. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had glimpsed hope. Faced with Gakuma, Diga did not dare to underestimate the adversary. With arms outstretched, he assumed a classic battle stance. Gakuma, not to be outdone, charged directly at Diga. Diga swiftly kicked it over and mounted its form, delivering a barrage of hand strikes. Gakuma, however, rolled over, dislodging Diga and retaliating with its sharp claws. The two engaged in back-and-forth combat for several rounds, with Diga failing to gain the upper hand. Until, in a moment of inattention, Diga was struck by Gakuma's petrifying beam. His legs turned to stone instantly, the petrification creeping upward. The members of the victory team, witnessing this, were filled with urgent anxiety. If this continued, the giant would become entirely encased in stone. Just as he had revived from a statue, was he destined to revert? Gakuma was surprisingly formidable. Even Diga was no match. We must find a way to assist Diga. Yet, the Fian too was severely damaged, rendering them incapable of providing aid, leaving them helplessly watching from afar. Diga was also rendered immobile, trapped in place. It must be said, Daigu's practical combat experience was still too limited. He failed to think of transforming into a more powerful form immediately. Just as Gakuma prepared to deliver a finishing blow to Diga, an anomaly arose. Amidst a thunderous roar, the ground collapsed, and a colossal black beast arose, standing proudly amidst the dust and fog. Its massive form cast a great shadow, obscuring half the island. Leo finally emerged from underground. Director Zawi's expression changed drastically. Gorzan. It truly is Gorzan. It's back. The members of the victory team were equally astonished. Another expert? Nishiro gritted his teeth. Damn. Gakuma hasn't been dealt with yet. And now Gorzan appears. How are we supposed to fight? Kiriya pondered. Why has Gorzan appeared at this precise moment? Could it be for a special purpose, as last time? Deputy Captain Zhongfang spoke sternly. No matter what, we let it escape last time. This time, we cannot let it go. Upon seeing Luyo, Lino was reminded of the cruel scene where it devoured its kind, causing her scalp to tingle. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Gorzan's appearance had undergone significant changes since their last encounter. Look, Gorzan seems to have grown taller and stronger, and it bears a fiery red pattern on its chest. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their astonishment, while remaining perplexed at how this could be. Just days ago, Yezue had sent information indicating that this Gorzan was the same one that had appeared recently. Yet, in such a short span, how could its appearance have changed so dramatically? Could it have evolved? Under the immense pressure radiating from Luyo, all hope rested solely on Diga. However, Diga was currently immobilized by petrification, struggling for his own survival. In the command room of headquarters, Yezue had pulled up real-time footage from Juliang Island. Good heavens, this is terrifying. Upon witnessing Luyo's new form, Yezue exclaimed. Captain Jujian pressed his hands against his forehead, his face clouded with worry. The situation grew increasingly dire. Not only had Fian 2 crashed, but Gorzan had also arrived. Most critically, Diga was ensnared in peril. Jujian had prepared to order a retreat for the team at any moment. With Gorzan's resurgence, everyone felt an overwhelming weight of pressure, including Gakuma and Diga, who shared the same sentiment. Gakuma's assault was interrupted by Luyo, who was about to unleash his wrath. Yet, upon seeing Luyo's towering form and formidable presence, Gakuma was immediately struck with fear. Diga, too, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Luyo, distinctly sensing that Luyo's strength had undergone tremendous change. Compared to their last encounter, they were no longer on the same level. In just a few days, such a profound enhancement had taken place. It was utterly abnormal. How did this happen? Most importantly, within Luyo's being, Diga felt a familiar energy. This was the energy of light? Ultraman was bewildered. He actually sensed light energy within a monster. Why was this? It was utterly absurd. Diga stood frozen, lost in thought, momentarily forgetting his petrified state. Luyo chuckled. Ah, isn't this Master D? It seems you've become quite sluggish after just a few days. Daigu was still somewhat inexperienced, having seen little of the world. A monster like me possessing a bit of light energy is rather reasonable, right? However, observing Diga on the verge of becoming a mere figurine, Luyo decided to take action. He extended his right hand, suddenly pointing at Diga, signaling him to pay attention to his movements. Diga responded with confusion. Luyo crossed his arms over his chest, then simultaneously swung them downward, executing a classic transformation gesture. He was reminding Diga to change forms. Diga suddenly understood, quickly mimicking the action and transforming into his powerful red form. With a surge of strength, he shattered the rocky encasement that bound him. He was free. Oh, a teachable child indeed. Luyo nodded in admiration. The brute form truly is effective. If only I could transform like that someday. To say I wasn't envious would be a lie. Luyo thought that if he continued to consume like this, perhaps he could master various forms in the future. The reason Luyo saved Diga was simple. He did not wish for Diga to turn into a statue, prematurely concluding his own storyline. The radiant Diga was not something he could afford to toy with just yet. Moreover, he was eager to experience the flavor of Dila Zyam's light flow in its powerful form. The moment Luyo reminded Diga to transform was witnessed by all present on the ground. Am I seeing things? Gorzan is actually helping Diga? Oh my heavens! I must be dreaming. Which side is it on? Everyone present clearly saw that it was Gorzan who had imparted the means for Diga to break free. Without Gorzan's assistance, Diga might have already become a statue. Yet, what could its true intentions be? In this moment, everyone was left bewildered. Chapter 11. Master D makes a decision. Though feeling utterly bewildered, the fact remains that, with Gorzan's assistance, Diga has successfully escaped his predicament. Observing the situation, it appears that Gorzan harbors no hostility, which brings a slight sense of relief to everyone. As a scientist and the brightest mind of the victory team, Kuga's perspective is always rather unconventional. Witnessing Gorzan instructing Diga on how to transform, combined with the earlier incident where Gorzan cunningly snatched the fragments of the giant statue, he concludes that Gorzan is not like other monsters. It is undeniably a being of high intelligence. Perhaps its intellect rivals that of humans. Kuga silently ponders, eagerly anticipating the day when Gorzan might communicate with humanity. Meanwhile, after being thoroughly frightened by Luyu, Jakuma refrains from rash actions. Having an obstructive giant is one thing, but to think that Gorzan, with its prominent brow and large eyes, is also aligned with humanity? The more Jakuma contemplates, the more infuriated it becomes. However, faced with a multitude of foes, it realizes it may not stand a chance. Thus, it decides to summon its younger brother, Jakuma, to assert dominance. Though Jakuma is not particularly powerful, it possesses some combat capability that could prove useful. Jakuma emits a unique signal from its head antennae, a frequency only detectable by its kind. After sending the signal, it confronts Lu Yu and Diga, awaiting the grand entrance of its brother. However, after a prolonged wait, there is no response. The silence is unnerving. In confusion, Jakuma sends out another signal, attempting to locate Jakuma. To its surprise, it fails to sense its brother's presence anywhere beneath the entirety of Jiuliang Island. Panic sets in as Jakuma wonders, where could its brother be? Yet, in the next moment, an even more astonishing event occurs. As the signal travels forward, it resonates within Gorzan's body. Jakuma looks up at Luyu, carefully sensing its surroundings. Indeed, it detects a familiar aura emanating from Luyu. This aura can only belong to Jakuma, without a doubt. What on earth has happened to my brother? Has he evolved to walk upright? Luyu shakes his head, realizing that this Jakuma seems to possess a rather low intellect. Unwilling to waste any more time, he promptly unleashes a petrifying beam. Indeed, after absorbing and digesting Jakuma, Luyu has successfully acquired the skill Petrifying Beam. Jakuma is utterly unprepared for its brother's attack. Caught off guard, it is struck on the head by the blue petrifying beam, erupting in a shower of sparks. Although it cannot be petrified, the damage it incurs is substantial. Jakuma howls and retreats, finally awakening to the realization that the imposing figure before it is not Jakuma. Its brother has undoubtedly fallen victim to this creature. With a roar, Jakuma charges furiously at Luyu. However, Luyu stands his ground, nonchalantly gazing down at Jakuma with an air of indifference. The disparity in strength between them is akin to that of a mayfly against the vast sky, a chasm insurmountable. The members of the victory team are left in astonishment. Is Gorzan not even going to dodge Jakuma's attack? Kuga exclaims in disbelief. Is it truly that confident? Lena's eyes widen. This Jakuma is no trivial opponent. After all, it was able to ensnare Diga with a single petrifying beam. Nishij, on the other hand, is brimming with excitement. I adore watching monsters battle. Once they are both exhausted, Diga can swoop in and claim the victory. Kuga forces a smile, sensing that Nishij's naivety is misplaced. Two sides exhausting themselves? He fears Jakuma might not withstand even a few blows from Gorzan. All eyes turn back to the battlefield, where Jakuma employs the same tactic again, channeling a petrifying beam through its antennae, aiming it directly at Luyu. Its power far surpasses that of Jakuma's petrifying beam, as it seeks to turn Luyu to stone and consume him, alleviating its pent-up rage. However, this beam strikes Luyu's radiant, fiery energy veins across his chest, which absorb the attack entirely without causing a ripple. Jakuma is taken aback, not petrified. This is a first for it. Unwilling to accept defeat, It gathers energy in its horns, preparing to unleash another petrifying beam. But before it can act, it feels a surge of heat above its head, something charging towards it. Looking up, it sees a golden beam hurtling towards it, filling its vision in less than 2 seconds. Jakuma barely has time to evade before being struck by Lu Yu's enhanced ultrasonic beam. With a resounding explosion, debris erupts into the air, and it is launched hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground in agony, as if its body might shatter into countless pieces. Seeing this, Lu Yu smiles knowingly. His control over his attacks has become increasingly precise. One strike, and he has left his opponent teetering on the brink of death, leaving its form intact for his consumption. With heavy, thunderous footsteps, Lu Yu approaches Jakuma, grasping it before the eyes of all present, and begins to devour it piece by piece. Everyone stands in disbelief. The very monster that had previously put Diga in jeopardy was so effortlessly consumed by Gorzan, especially Nishij, who cannot fathom the scene unfolding before him. He had anticipated a fierce battle between Gorzan and Jakuma, allowing Diga to reap the rewards. Yet, unexpectedly, Gorzan has decisively dispatched Jakuma in an instant. How could Diga possibly play a role here? Diga stands silently to the side, feeling rather awkward as he realizes he seems to have become irrelevant in this scenario. This simply cannot stand. To reclaim his sense of significance, Diga decides to take action. Thus, ding dong. The colorful timer on his chest illuminates a red light. Chapter 12. Squeeze dry a 30-million year old comrade. Upon hearing the ding-dong sound, everyone finally noticed that Diga had entered a red alert state, clearly unable to hold on any longer. Although Diga had not exerted himself much during this battle, his time on Earth was limited to a mere 3 minutes. As time drew near, the anti-addiction system began to take effect, and Jakuma had already been vanquished. Thus, only one question remained. Should they engage in battle with Gorzahn? To be honest, Daigu found himself in a dilemma. He could not ascertain whether Gorzahn was good or evil. If one were to label it as evil, it had already eliminated Melba and Jakuma. Conversely, if deemed righteous, it had also attacked Diga, such a perplexing creature, shrouded in mystery. Before Diga could make a decision, Lu Yu took the initiative to decide for him. Swallowing the last morsel of meat, Lu Yu turned his fierce and menacing gaze towards Diga. Diga. Compared to Jakuma, Jakuma possessed significantly greater energy. In a short span, Lu Yu could not possibly digest it all, so he chose to refrain from digestion, saving it for later. After all, he was not yet satiated. His capacity for absorption had not even approached its limits. He could easily assimilate several more light-based techniques. Faced with Lu Yu's malicious gaze, Diga assumed a combat stance once more. Yet, why did his legs feel somewhat weak? Observing Diga's constant shifting and posturing, Lu Yu found it somewhat amusing. Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to exhaust you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without further ado, Lu Yu unleashed several high-temperature magma projectiles directly at Diga's face. Diga, in his powerful form, was inherently sluggish, and with his stamina nearly depleted, he knew he could not evade. He simply raised his hands to conjure a circular defensive light barrier before him, bracing for impact. Even so, he nearly failed to withstand it, sliding backward for quite a distance before coming to a halt. Immediately thereafter, with his back against the wall, Diga resolutely launched a counterattack. His arms converged from the sides, compressing a high-density red energy sphere at his chest, which he hurled towards Lu Yu. This was none other than the powerful finishing move, Delirium Light Flow. The ultra-high-temperature golden light surged forth. Lu Yu, unfazed, chuckled. Diga's fury only confirmed the success of his provocation. At last it had come. He would finally savor Diga's essence. Wait, why did that sound odd? No matter, Lu Yu charged forward, allowing the light flow to strike his chest adorned with fiery patterns. At that moment, his absorption ability reached its zenith. There was no pain, no injury. Lu Yu merely felt the delirium light flow transforming into waves of warmth, continuously integrating into his being. It surged from his chest and abdomen, mingling and swirling like a hot spring, cleansing his entire body. Now, Lu Yu possessed the innate light energy source acquired from the devouring of the giant statue. Hence, assimilating the light-based delirium light flow became remarkably effortless and efficient. Furthermore, once the delirium light flow entered Lu Yu's body, it would combine and fuse with the pre-existing light energy, potentially yielding extraordinary chemical reactions upon complete digestion. Delightful. Lu Yu sighed contentedly. Exert yourself. Persist. Do not cease. He yearned to absorb more, yet Diga could no longer withstand the strain. Stumbling, he ceased his assault. Ding-dong. The timer's red light flickered with increasing frequency. Is that all? Luyu lamented. The purity of the delirium light flow's energy far surpassed that of the giant statue's energy. He could not afford to miss this hard-earned opportunity. He had yet to fully extract the essence from Diga. Once more. Thus, Luyu unleashed several more high-temperature magma projectiles, which detonated around Diga, showcasing his mastery of delineation. Diga, incensed, expended his last reserves of strength to unleash delirium light flow once more. With that momentum, it seemed as though he intended to perish alongside Luyu. The light flow struck Luyu's chest anew. As expected, it was entirely consumed, converted into energy, and returned to Luyu. This continued for less than 10 seconds before Diga's energy was finally exhausted. The timer's flickering reached its climax before ceasing altogether. Diga's form became transparent, vanishing completely. The members of the victory team gasped in astonishment. This was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. It appeared that Diga had indeed failed, but where had the energy-depleted Diga gone? They had no time to ponder this question, for the colossal figure of Gorzahn still loomed on the ground. Diga's utmost efforts had failed to inflict any harm upon Gorzahn, who was evidently far more formidable than anticipated. Luyu patted his belly, feeling quite satisfied with his day's bounty. Not only had he consumed 2 Gakumas, but he had also absorbed a substantial amount of delirium light flow. He could return and digest it thoroughly. As for humanity, Luyu lowered his gaze, surveying the victory team and numerous TPC staff below. To him, those individuals were no more than small black dots, akin to ants. Just as humans do not concern themselves with ants, monsters show little interest in humanity. At this moment, Luyu felt the same. Devouring humans would hardly provide him with significant energy. There was no need to squander time on that. It was Luyu's principle to withdraw promptly after reaping the benefits. After all, sustainable practices must be observed when extracting from Diga, wouldn't you agree? Farewell, everyone. Luyu glanced at the small black dots on the ground, preparing to begin digging. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an ominous black cloud hovering above the distant sea. The surface of the cloud flickered with lightning, and as it moved at high speed, it gradually transformed into a cocoon-like shape. Luyu furrowed his brow. That was the nest of the Lightning Man. Chapter 13. A day as a monster, a lifetime as a monster due to the nature of its evolutionary consumption. Luyu's life level has been experiencing a subtle enhancement. His senses, including hearing, smell, and perception, have all undergone considerable fortification. As for his fundamental vision, it, too, has not lagged behind. Thus, even from a great distance, Luyu can distinctly observe the form of that dark cloud. He remembers the lightning entity, Gorzahn, vividly. Originally residing in Earth's ionosphere, it became antagonistic towards humanity due to interference from human electromagnetic waves, ultimately devouring Dr. Mizuno, who had ventured to study the ionosphere. Transforming into a monster, it descended upon human society to wreak havoc. Reflecting on this, Luyu gazed at the distant cloud cocoon, which seemed to pulsate with life, surrounded by a potent magnetic field. From this altitude, it is evident that Gorzahn will soon descend to the ground. Although Luyu possesses the ability to fly and could easily feast within the cloud cocoon, he contemplated and decided to refrain from intervening in this matter for the time being. The pressing concern is to return and properly assimilate the energies he has just consumed. As for Gorzahn, there will be another opportunity to devour it. After all, it cannot escape. With a rumble, Luyu's claws dug into the earth, and his form sank into the dust, swiftly vanishing from sight. The tumultuous Kiriya island finally returned to a state of tranquility. Lena and the others discovered the unconscious Daegu in a corner of the island. They unanimously concluded that Daegu had been injured due to the influence of Gakuma. Daegu merely smiled in response, offering no further explanation, only stating that he would exercise greater caution in the future. Soon after, the TPC began restoration efforts. With Gakuma eliminated, mining operations on the island could resume. Unlike the obscure Melba incident, the Gakuma event garnered widespread media coverage, swiftly disseminating through society. The calamity of monsters officially entered the human consciousness. How terrifying! Monsters are indeed frightful. In the face of monsters, we humans feel no more significant than ants. Without Diga, one shudders to think what would become of humanity. Diga? Merely relying on Diga is insufficient. This time, Gakuma was actually vanquished by a creature known as Gorzahn. Are you jesting? How could that be possible? Could it be that monsters engage in internecine conflict? No jest. I was present at the scene and witnessed Gorzahn consume Gakuma. Did it consume Diga as well? Not exactly. But I saw that Diga's light-based abilities inflicted no damage whatsoever on Gorzahn. This Gorzahn is astonishingly powerful. Good heavens. If it were to stand opposed to humanity, we would be doomed. On the internet, many are discussing this matter. Aside from the victim Gakuma, the focus of public curiosity is the formidable and enigmatic Gorzahn, capable of devouring its own kind and absorbing energy. Netizens have embarked on various speculations regarding Gorzan's motives. Some suggest that Gorzahn came to Earth specifically to consume monsters. Others believe it merely seeks to satiate its hunger, while yet others claim that Gorzahn is a distant relative of Diga, here, to assist him. The conjectures have grown increasingly absurd. Even more ludicrous is that a struggling author was inspired to write a fanfiction featuring Gorzahn as the protagonist. Of course, no one could have anticipated that Gorzahn was, in fact, a human who had traversed into this realm, which is the most outrageous twist of all. At the TPC Far East headquarters, in the Victory Team command room, the team members were engaged in a post-battle analysis. Initially, they discussed Diga and Gakuma. But as the conversation progressed, the focus gradually shifted to Luyu. Captain Ijima asked, last time, Daegu mentioned the plan to follow the tunnel Gorzahn excavated to locate its lair. How is that plan progressing? The plan has failed, Kiriya replied. The tunnel Gorzahn created is too deep, and with our current technological capabilities, we are unable to reach the other end. Ijima nodded. It appears that to track Gorzan's movements, new strategies must be devised. However, Kiriya suddenly shifted the conversation. But my monster tracker is nearing completion. I believe it will prove invaluable. Impressive. As expected of our Victory Team's genius inventor, Nishijo exclaimed, patting Kiriya on the shoulder. Ijima smiled and remarked, Kiriya, we are counting on you. Just then, the automatic door opened, and Director Sawai, Police Bureau Chief Yoshikawa, and other TPC executives entered. Director Sawai stated, the latest investigation reveals a new finding regarding the Gakuma incident. A new finding? The room buzzed with anticipation. Could there be something unknown? In truth, there were 2 Gakumas on Kiriya Island, and one had already been eliminated by Gorzahn before it even revealed itself. Director Sawai confirmed this. Indeed, that is the case, Yamaizumi corroborated. He was the one who detected and analyzed the anomalous changes underground. Upon hearing this, the group was even more astounded. In a place unbeknownst to all, Gorzahn had silently eradicated another monster? Daga's shock was the most profound. Impossible. How could Gorzahn possess such stamina? Does it not require rest? It behaves like a perpetual motion machine. Not only did it eliminate 2 Gakumas in succession, but it also withstood 2 of Diga's dirasium beams unscathed. This is utterly preposterous. Foolishness. How could this be? Daegu pondered in disbelief, involuntarily exclaiming. His outburst drew the attention of everyone in the command room. I, too, was incredulous at first. But this is indeed the truth, Director Sawai responded gently. Daegu, do you doubt my honesty? Daegu quickly apologized. No, I was merely taken aback. After this brief interlude, the group resumed their discussion on Gorzan's new developments and its ability to absorb energy. At this point, Chief Jigen interjected, everyone, given Gorzan's formidable capabilities. I believe it is imperative to reach a conclusion regarding its stance. This was, indeed, his purpose. As the hawkish leader within the TPC, Chief Jigen has always held a firm disposition, advocating for the robust development of weaponry and staunchly opposing peaceful coexistence with monsters. This time, his intention was undoubtedly directed towards Luyu. Lena spoke up, Gorzan has not inflicted harm upon humanity. I personally believe we can classify its stance as neutral for the time being. I concur with Lena's viewpoint. Daegu raised his hand. From our encounters, I sense that Gorzan may not wish to be our enemy. Having one less adversary is certainly advantageous. Moreover, the most crucial point is that if Gorzan truly sought to oppose us, Daegu was not entirely confident he could prevail. Kiriya then enthusiastically added, Gorzan should be a highly intelligent monster. I will attempt to engage in dialogue with it. Yet, unexpectedly, Chief Jigen rose in anger, admonishing, you all are defending Gorzan, but do not forget its true nature. The nature of a person is difficult to change, akin to the saying that while the landscape may shift, the essence remains constant. It may appear as a monster for a day, yet it shall remain a monster for a lifetime. if it were capable of conversing with you, I would simply advise you to dream on. Chapter 14. A new storm emerges. The stance on Gorzahn under the leadership of Director Gorzahn, the Hawks and the Doves, led by Directors Away, engaged in heated discussions regarding the stance on Gorzahn. Ultimately, the Hawks prevailed, faced with Director Gorzhn's unwavering resolve. Directors Away had no choice but to concede. After all, the threat posed by colossal creatures like monsters was far too great for humanity. A single encounter could lead to the obliteration of an entire city. Especially for a creature as formidable as Gorzahn, the stakes were even higher. While it may not have shown any malicious intent for the time being, the repercussions of its wrath would be unbearable for anyone. Remember, mercy towards monsters equates to cruelty towards humanity. With this parting remark, Director Gorzahn exited the command room. Meanwhile, thousands of meters beneath, in the realm of molten lava, Luyu enjoyed a tranquil existence. At that moment, he was indulging in a soothing lava bath, feeling a subtle transformation within his being. He raised his muscular arms, clenching his fists to sense the change. To his astonishment, he realized that the energy within him had been completely assimilated. This time, the enhancements he gained were twofold. Firstly, the absorption of Camilla had further fortified Luyu's petrification beam, amplifying both its destructive power and petrifying effect significantly. Secondly, the consumption of the dilatium light emitted by Diga had elevated the light energy within him to a new echelon. Radiating with brilliance, Luyu's form entwined with the fiery lava around him. As the immense energy transformed his physique with vigor, he delighted in discovering that he could now integrate this light energy into his existing abilities. Whether it was enhancing his ultrasonic beams, high-temperature lava projectiles, or petrification rays, he could now infuse them with this newfound light energy. This essence of the ultra lineage would tremendously augment his lethality against monsters. What a marvel it was! He had truly become a monster slayer. Luyu mused. Regrettably, since he had only consumed Diga's light rather than an entire living being, he had yet to acquire a new skill. Thus far, he had only devoured monsters and had not tasted the essence of an Ultraman. One could only wonder what the flavor of an Ultraman might be. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he licked his lips. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he could now blend and utilize light energy. The day when he would acquire Ultraman skills could not be far off. Speaking of which, he eagerly anticipated indulging in the wicked Diga of Kumamoto City. Imagining himself unleashing beams of light, and the spectacle of the eight-spoke light wheel was a sight too splendid to behold. As the energy dissipated, Luyu rose from the molten depths, preparing to test the power of his enhanced petrification ray. He aimed at the bubbling expanse of lava before him. As the honeycomb-like keratin on his neck glimmered with energy accumulating at the crown of his head, and the petrification ray burst forth. The blue beam plunged into the fiery lava, transforming the superheated molten rock into solid stone, coalescing into a vast expanse of pitch-black rock on the surface of the lava pool. In an instant, nearly two-thirds of the entire lava pool had been petrified. Such a considerable area indeed showcased a remarkable enhancement. Luyu broke off a piece of the petrified lava cake and tasted it. It was crispy and tender, sweet and delectable. Sipping on the fragrant warm lava, the flavor was absolutely divine. Luyu felt as though he had entered a new realm of existence. Thus, Luyu indulged in a cycle of feasting and resting, day by day. In response to the increasingly frequent monster activities, TPC bolstered its security forces. Following the elimination of the zombie monster Silazin and the Rakulan aliens, the confidence of the victory team, once suppressed by Gorzan, gradually returned. They slowly came to realize that with Diga's assistance, confronting those terrifying monsters was not as daunting as it seemed. After transforming into Diga twice and securing victories, Diga became increasingly adept at wielding Diga's powers. The magician was evolving into a warrior under his guidance. With newfound confidence, Diga felt he was capable once again. Unfortunately, the unfortunate Silazin and Rakulan aliens, mere supporting characters, had met their demise before even making an appearance. Meanwhile, the elusive monster Gorzan gradually faded from public consciousness, and society flourished. Until one fateful day, a new storm arose. On that day, Daegu and Shinshu piloted the Victory Bird 1 to investigate the disappearance of the Jupiter probe Jupiter 3 days earlier. Suddenly, the monitoring device revealed an unidentified flying object penetrating the Earth's atmosphere. Is it a meteor? Hikama inquired over the radio. No, it's much larger than a meteor, Daegu focused intently on the radar display, a foreboding feeling stirring within him. Could it be another monster? Kiriya pondered, his monster tracker freshly developed. Eager to see it in action, and lo, the opportunity had arrived. Nobori switched the scene to the large screen, and all eyes were glued to it. They witnessed the unidentified flying object descending rapidly, crashing headfirst into the ocean with a thunderous roar, causing the earth to tremble and generating towering waves. Moments later, a creature emerged from the surf, shimmering with metallic hues, its head spherical and adorned with scythe-like long arms. It was the composite monster Ligadron, which had previously seized Jupiter 3 in space. Kiriya had been correct. It was indeed a monster. How peculiar. It appeared to be a mechanical beast. This was dire. They could not allow it to approach the Cosmic Development Agency. Instantly, tension filled the command room. Vice Captain Munakata's expression turned grave. The Cosmic Development Agency housed not only numerous scientific facilities, but also many scientists within its walls. For example, Dr. Yatsuo was developing the Magus propulsion system there and overseeing the construction of the colossal mothership, the Atidus. Should the Cosmic Development Agency be attacked by the monster, it would deal a catastrophic blow to the aviation sciences. Moreover, a high-purity energy storage facility was nearby. If destroyed by the monster, the losses would be incalculable. The consequences were unthinkable. The victory team mobilized immediately. Hikama issued orders to swiftly assist the surrounding populace in evacuating to safety while diverting the monster to uninhabited areas. Understood. Kiriya, Lena, and Munakata promptly piloted the Victory Bird 2 towards the scene. Chapter 15. Falcon 1. What can I say? Meanwhile, Daegu and Xian Chung, who had been present on the scene, immediately launched an offensive, attempting to impede Ligadron's advance. Daegu, let it see our prowess. Xian Chung exclaimed with excitement. No problem. Daegu replied eagerly, pressing the laser launch button. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Falcon 1 unleashed a barrage of green beams, striking Ligadron. However, it merely sparked harmlessly, failing to breach its defenses, purely superficial. Damn it, is this creature made of steel? Xian Chung gritted his teeth. To Ligadron, Falcon 1's assault felt akin to a mere tickle. At that moment, it continued its approach towards the high-purity energy storage facility, utterly unfazed. It's a monster. The monster is here, everyone run. We must not allow it to come any closer. The crowd at the Cosmic Development Center fell into a state of panic. Ligadron's colossal form steadily approached, inciting chaos among the researchers present. Numerous media reporters happened to witness the unfolding drama, promptly commencing live broadcasts. On television, live footage began airing, and fear rapidly spread across society. Yet, many believed it was not a grave situation. The victory team had already arrived, and they were confident that Diga would soon follow. After all, a mere monster should be easily subdued. Others wondered whether the beast known as Gorzan would make an appearance. At that moment, Falcon 2 also arrived at the scene. Texas beam launch. In the cockpit, ace pilot Lena pressed the button. A robust yellow beam shot forth from the front cannon of Falcon 2, striking Ligadron with precision. With a resounding crack, smoke and sparks erupted. Yet, as the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's no harm. Once the smoke dissipated, Ligadron remained unscathed. This is futile. We cannot penetrate from the outside. The creature seemed as impenetrable as a fortress. The members of the victory team grew anxious. It was their first encounter with such a defensively formidable monster. Even their most powerful weapon, the Texas beam, had no effect. Ligadron now stood before the high-purity energy storage facility, appearing highly agitated as it sensed the energy within. Witnessing this, everyone's heart sank. Ligadron effortlessly dismantled the surrounding electromagnetic defenses. Then, with its sickle-like steel blades, it pierced the energy storage tank, causing the high-purity energy to gush forth, which Ligadron began to absorb relentlessly. Zizz, zizz, zizz. Amidst the flickering electrical lights, Ligadron quivered slightly, seemingly intoxicated by the energy. Observing this, the crowd felt their hopes dashed. Damn it, it's getting its way. This is a significant loss. Before the situation escalated further, a command was issued for Falcon 2 and Falcon 1 to coordinate and launch a second wave of attack. In an instant, lasers blazed in the air and missiles flew. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes observed from a distant mountain. Lu Yu, observing in the shadows having previously feasted, Lu Yu was wandering underground, hoping to catch a few gaudy for a change of flavor. However, he failed to catch any. Instead, he noticed a faint energy response near the surface. Curious, he approached and unexpectedly stumbled upon the victory team battling Ligadoron. What a fortunate coincidence. Ligadoron, Lu Yu murmured softly. It seemed to have absorbed too much magma, as the fiery patterns on its chest had expanded significantly, spreading to its limbs and deepening in color, giving it a formidable presence. Lu Yu was well aware of Ligadoron's nature. As an enigmatic energy entity devoid of physical form or emotion, Ligadoron had possessed Jipa 3, gaining an unyielding metallic armor and heightened intelligence. In its quest for energy, it had come to Earth, forcing Diga into a fierce struggle. Ultimately, it was the victory team member Xian Chung who devised an internal breach strategy. By utilizing the deep emotional bonds humans had with their loved ones, they sent photographs of the 3 astronauts' families to Jipa 3's computer, awakening the astronauts' dormant consciousness and stripping Ligadoron of its internal energy, leading to its downfall. Finally, Diga unleashed the Zai Pali Ao light, completely obliterating it. The human emotion for loved ones for Lu Yu. Although he had only been in this world for half a month, the identity of human felt increasingly foreign, as if it belonged to a past life. As he watched the spectacle, he unknowingly retrieved a magma cake and began to eat. Ligadoron, as one of the most formidable monsters in the early stages, was undeniably powerful. Its hardened exterior not only rendered Diga's close combat attacks ineffective, but even repelled the dirasium light flow. If he could consume it, wouldn't that be a great boost? Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. Suppressing his eagerness, he continued to observe the unfolding chaos. On the battlefield, the 2 falcons persisted in their assault. They circled above Ligadoron, unleashing lasers. This level of attack, while not particularly damaging, was highly insulting, like flies buzzing around during a meal. Ligadoron must have grown impatient. With its arms converging, it unleashed a blue beam. Falcon 2, under Lena's control, skillfully evaded the beam. However, Falcon 1 was not so fortunate under the control of Diga and Xian Chung. Falcon 1 was struck by the beam. Alarms blared in the cockpit as black smoke billowed from the tail. Like a marionette with severed strings, it plummeted towards the Earth. The 2 pilots found themselves in perilous danger. Stay calm, Diga, Xian Chung urged, adjusting the controls confidently. Switching to manual operation, leave it all to me. I've got everything under control. In this life or death moment, Diga chose to trust his teammate. Watch me, Xian Chung exclaimed, executing a series of maneuvers with the fervor of a tiger. No use. Diga, let us parachute now. Diga, this maneuver is truly poetic. The descent may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Xian Chung unfastened his seatbelt and pressed the emergency escape button, smoothly deploying his parachute in midair, a seamless and skilled execution, displaying great experience. Falcon 1, what can I say? Xian Chung out. Seeing this, Diga could no longer remain idle, determined to follow suit. However, instead of escaping, he performed a front flip in the air, dazzling light flashing around him. With a resounding boom, Diga made a brilliant entrance. Chapter 16, who says that only those who stand in the light can be considered heroes. With a thunderous crash, the flying Swallow 1 plummeted to the ground, engulfed in flames and billowing smoke. This scene left Lena and her companions in a state of frantic despair. Being too distant, they could not discern the details, and with the signals severed, communication within the team was rendered futile. Thus, they were left uncertain of whether Daegu and Xinsheng had managed to escape. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the scene as the colossal figure of Diga emerged, capturing everyone's attention. The heavy atmosphere was slightly alleviated. Wonderful news, Diga had finally arrived. With Diga's presence, victory seemed assured. How long could this beast remain arrogant? With a fierce battle cry, Diga initiated combat. He swiftly executed a spinning kick that struck Ligadoron with precision, followed by a series of powerful punches. Under the force of Diga's relentless assault, Ligadoron staggered backward, yet miraculously suffered no injuries. Although it did not recognize the giant before it, Ligadoron perceived anything that obstructed its energy absorption as an adversary. With its steel-bladed arms flailing, Ligadoron charged at Diga, and the 2 titans engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows and grappling in a tumultuous dance of power. During this fierce confrontation, the Flying Swallow 2 provided assistance, albeit primarily in a supportive capacity. Gradually, Diga discerned that Ligadoron's armor was astonishingly impenetrable, whether employing spinning kicks, knife hand strikes, or backward throws. None of Diga's close-range attacks, proved effective. Ligadron, with its formidable physique akin to an iron wall, stood its ground, completely impervious to Diga's onslaught, rendering him utterly exhausted with no hope of victory. With a resounding crash, Ligadron struck Diga, sending him crashing to the ground. Diga fell heavily into the sea, sending up a massive splash and appearing quite battered. The ferocity of this monster was unexpected, and the prospect of victory seemed bleak. Without further hesitation, Diga rose, gestured dramatically, and his entire form shimmered red as he transformed into the exuberant form of Daegu. Since Lu Yu had advised Daegu to transform on Julong Island, he had tasted the sweetness of success. In subsequent battles, he had utilized the strong type to decisively defeat the monsters, a strategy that had proven unfailingly effective. This time, he intended to employ the same tactic. With his newfound strength, Diga's confidence soared. He took 2 steps at once, channeling all his muscular power into a formidable punch. Then, gathering light energy in his hands, he unleashed a powerful chop at his foe, targeting Ligadron's vulnerable spots with each strike. At the moment Ligadron recoiled in pain, Diga seized the opportunity, channeling energy into his legs for a devastating kick. Finally, he executed a flying kick that struck Ligadron, igniting a flurry of sparks. The effects of this combination were immediately apparent. Ligadron was finally toppled, its body crashing to the ground as it flailed its arms and emitted anguished roars. Witnessing this, the members of the victory team were elated. "Bravo! Well done, Diga!" they cheered. "Yes, continue to strike fiercely." However, on the opposite side of the mountains, Lu Yu, who had been quietly observing the battle, remained far less optimistic. It was undeniable that Daegu had progressed remarkably. His combat skills had matured significantly in a short time, and his timely transformation showcased his ability to avoid unnecessary detours. Lu Yu finished the last morsel of his magma cake, dusted off his claws, and began his pre-battle warm-up. Yet, it was clear that Ligadron was not easily vanquished. Mere brute force would not suffice to defeat it. Rather than allowing them to breach its defenses from within, Lu Yu felt compelled to confront it directly and test his own strength. At that moment, Ligadron, as anticipated by Lu Yu, struggled briefly before rising once more, still full of vigor. Daegu was momentarily paralyzed with frustration. How could he hope to fight back against such overwhelming might? The sensation of being crushed by a monster was indeed disheartening. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then, a red light on Daegu's chest began to flash ominously. Misfortune compounded upon misfortune, and the situation took a dramatic turn. The crew aboard the Flying Swallow 2 felt their spirits plummet into despair. What were they to do now? If even Diga was at a loss against this beast, what chance did they have? Meanwhile, the spectators watching the live broadcast across the nation experienced a whirlwind of emotions. They had witnessed Diga shift from an initial advantage to an increasingly precarious position, their feelings akin to a roller coaster ride. Some held on to hope, shouting encouragement for Diga, convinced that good would ultimately triumph over evil. Yet others had begun to lose faith, speculating that only the monster Gorzahn could contend with Ligadron. Uncertainty loomed over whether Gorzahn would make an appearance. Initially, only a small faction entertained this notion, but as Diga faltered, more began to adopt this line of thought. After all, during the last encounter on Julong Island, Gorzahn had vanquished a formidable Kakuma and had since withdrawn into obscurity, harboring no ill will towards humanity. Perhaps this indicated something significant. The public's imagination ran wild. Some speculated that Gorzahn might also be one of the ancient giants, albeit with a rather peculiar appearance. Yet, as the saying goes, one should not judge a giant by its appearance. Perhaps it was there to aid humanity after all. After all, who says that only those who stand in the light can be considered heroes? Struggling to his feet, Diga faced the menacing Ligadron, gathering energy with great difficulty to unleash his ultimate move, the Dilazium light stream. The searing golden stream surged forth, crashing against Ligadron's metallic exterior, only to be repelled without leaving a trace. In response, Ligadron mirrored Diga's attack, gathering its arms and launching a blue beam of energy. Realizing the impending danger, Diga prepared to evade. Just then, a tremendous rumble reverberated through the air. A robust golden beam erupted from behind the distant mountains, soaring past Diga and colliding directly with Ligadron's blue beam. Boom! The two beams collided violently. In an instant, the enhanced ultrasonic light beam neutralized the blue beam and continued its advance, striking Ligadron's armored body with tremendous force. With a deafening explosion, Ligadron let out a pained roar. Its entire form sent crashing to the ground. The once impenetrable armor began to melt away, revealing a gaping black hole beneath. At that moment, all present were left in stunned silence. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. Including Diga, everyone turned simultaneously to gaze at the source of the light. Chapter 17. Gorzan, do what you believe is right. Such a domineering and powerful strike. What exactly is happening? Who unleashed it? With such questions swirling in their minds, everyone eagerly turned to see the true identity of the assailant. Behind the mountainous terrain stood an enormous beast, towering and formidable. Its limbs were robust and powerful, its claws razor-sharp, and it boasted a muscular tail. Overall, it resembled a colossal Tyrannosaurus rex, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. It was indeed Gorzan. To everyone's astonishment, Gorzan had reappeared after several days. Lena gasped, surprised by its return. Moreover, she noticed significant changes in Gorzan compared to its last appearance. Most notably, it had become redder. The fiery crimson patterns on its chest radiated outward, gradually spreading across its entire body. Kiriya, Magada, and others also took note of this transformation. Although they were unaware of the cause behind this phenomenon, they had witnessed the extraordinary power of the light attack unleashed by Lu Yu just moments prior. The intensity of such a light assault was simply outrageous. Kiriya couldn't help but marvel. The formidable Ligadron, which had left Diga at a loss, was effortlessly brought down by Gorzan with just a glance. One single move had pierced through Ligadron's defenses. Such power was terrifying. Strangely enough, in the face of this perilous situation, Gorzan's emergence granted everyone a sense of security, especially for Lena, whose conflicting feelings could not overshadow her hope that Gorzan would swiftly quell this turmoil. Inside the cockpit, only Magada remained silent, his expression grave, casting a somewhat hostile glance at Lu Yu. Diga, upon seeing Lu Yu, was momentarily taken aback. His suspicions were confirmed. The familiar energy emanating from the golden light indeed belonged to Gorzan. Diga was not surprised by Lu Yu's presence, for although Gorzan had devoured Melba and Gakuma, it surely would not be content with merely that. How could it possibly overlook a powerful monster like Ligadron? While Lena and others only noticed the fiery patterns on Lu Yu's chest, Diga perceived far more. Having experienced previous battles, Diga understood that this pattern functioned as an organ for absorbing light. Its expansion clearly indicated that Gorzan's ability to absorb light had been enhanced. This meant that, in the presence of this energy-devouring beast, his dilithium light stream had once again become ineffective. Sensing the intense heat radiating from Lu Yu and recalling the recent power of the enhanced ultrasonic light, Diga could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. The timer on his chest flickered more rapidly. At that moment, Magada suddenly commanded, Fian No. 2, immediately attack Gorzan. Do not allow it to approach the Cosmic Development Bureau. It must not interfere with Diga. Why? Lena exclaimed, perplexed. There is no why. It is an order. Magada replied firmly. Diga is the only hope prophesied to save the Earth, while Gorzan is merely a beast. As the lone hawkish member of the victory team, Magada had supported Director Gakong's stance during recent debates. He believed that monsters posed a tremendous threat to humanity and should not exist in this world. Both Ligadron and Gorzan should be eradicated. Lena voiced her dissent, but as a team member, she had no choice but to obey the deputy captain's orders. Kiriya remained silent, resolutely deciding to expedite the development of instruments for communication with monsters. He believed that Gorzan was not as the outside world perceived it. One day, humans and monsters would be able to communicate, just as they were about to launch lasers from Fian No. 2 at Lu Yu. The internal communication suddenly relayed Captain Izumi's voice. For now, observe the situation. Do not attack recklessly. Lena's face brightened. The captain's order provided her with reassurance. She gazed out the porthole at the massive figure in the distance, murmuring, Gorzan, I wonder what choice you will make. Not just Lena, but everyone present pondered this question, including Kiriya, Magada, and even the airborne paratrooper Shinjo. Even those at TPC headquarters, including Izumi, Neri, and other high-ranking officials, along with viewers watching the live broadcast, held their breath, awaiting Lu Yu's next move. As for Lu Yu, what choice would he make? For him, it was a straightforward dilemma. His purpose for being here today was not to assist anyone specifically. He had simply come for a meal. Gorzan, do what you believe is right. With that, Lu Yu stepped forward, joining the battlefield. Each stride echoed like thunder, causing the ground to tremble violently. Ligadron, having just regained its footing, had yet to identify the culprit when it was suddenly confronted by a gigantic monster charging towards it with the intention to strike. The approach of such a colossal being filled Ligadron with a palpable sense of danger. Could it be that this was the one who had just knocked me down? Ligadron immediately became vigilant, its spherical organ prepared to unleash a fiercely destructive flash. If it struck its target, it could trigger an explosive reaction in an instant. However, the next moment, it stumbled, nearly losing its balance. The flash it had just gathered dissipated immediately. It was Diga, seizing the opportunity while Ligadron was distracted by Lu Yu. Diga delivered a powerful kick from behind, interrupting its build-up. A hint of personal vendetta lingered in Diga's actions as he assisted Gorzan. Lena exclaimed in delight. At that moment, Lu Yu charged towards Ligadron, and with a resounding bang, he rammed his helmet-like armor into Ligadron, sending it flying 300 meters. Then, with a colossal impact akin to a mountain pressing down, he landed atop it, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes. The scene became exceedingly brutal. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone understood Gorzan's choice. Just like the last time, it had come to combat the monsters. Lena and Kiriya exchanged relieved smiles. Many viewers in front of their televisions cheered, realizing that, in critical moments, Gorzan was their savior. Magada's expression darkened. How could this be happening? Had he truly erred? Lu Yu, seated atop Ligadron, unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Each strike connected with bone-crushing force, an exhilarating sensation beyond measure. Diga occasionally joined in from behind, delivering a few kicks as well, strengthening their combined assault. Was this duet of beasts somewhat unfair? Lu Yu's fist crashed into the spherical organ, shattering it into fragments. He was indifferent to Diga's assistance. As long as the final victory was his, that was all that mattered. He excelled at securing the final blow, after all. Chapter 18. Diga furrowed his brow and retreated behind Ligadolin. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists raining down like heavy raindrops struck Ligadolin, producing thunderous echoes. Sparks flew in every direction as Ligadolin's once proud, impenetrable armor yielded to Lu Yu's fists, forming numerous dents and leaving the creature's body severely deformed. Diga, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a chill of astonishment. How could Gorzahn almost pierce the armor that even light could not penetrate? How heavy must that punch be? Under the immense force exerted by Lu Yu, Ligadolin was utterly defenseless, reduced to a state of complete vulnerability. It collapsed to the ground, struggling in vain, unable to unleash any beam attacks, resorting only to slashing at Lu Yu's back with its steel blades. However, in its waning strength, Ligadolin found its blows to be as ineffective as mere tickles. In its final moments, Ligadolin summoned its last reserves of power, unleashing a torrent of white-hot gas from the rocket nozzles on its back. Whoosh! The scorching wave, reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, enveloped Lu Yu entirely. This rocket nozzle was originally a booster from the Jeep 3, and in the original narrative, Ligadolin had utilized it to traverse the cosmos, flying from Jupiter to Earth. It had even caught Diga off guard, using this very technique to blow him away and inflict burns. It could be considered a hidden trump card. Yet, contrary to Ligadolin's expectations, Gorzan's onslaught continued unabated, showing no signs of halting. This script is incorrect. Shouldn't Gorzahn be blown away? Why was there no impact whatsoever? Lu Yu smiled. You think a mere few hundred degrees of airflow can faze me? I treat volcanic magma as a relaxing bath and drink it as a beverage. What is this temperature compared to that? Is this your ultimate move? Now it's my turn. With a fierce roar, countless golden particles coalesced above Lu Yu's head, and then a powerful ultrasonic beam erupted forth, engulfing Ligadolin's entire right arm. Moments later, as the light subsided, Ligadolin's right arm appeared red-hot, on the verge of melting. Ah, just right. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, gently exerting force to detach the arm. The scythe-like steel blade resembled a perfectly roasted chicken wing as it was brought to his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Delicious. Externally crispy and tender within, a true delicacy. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled. Initially, he had worried about potential food poisoning from consuming metal, but then he thought, having eaten stones before, why should he fear this? Eating everything only contributes to a balanced diet. The flavor of Ligadolin exceeded his wildest expectations. The taste was delicate, elastic, and savory with a hint of sweetness. Even without seasoning, it delighted the palate. Such flavor requires no excess salt. Whoever said that Ligadolin was unpalatable? It was truly magnificent. As Lu Yu devoured voraciously, Everyone fell silent. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of previous encounters. Even among all the monsters, this was quite a spectacle. He truly could not resist the allure of food. Diga, momentarily dazed, thought, "Good heavens, Gorzahn is far too brutal, consuming everything, even mechanical beings. I must keep my distance." Thus, Diga frowned and quietly retreated behind Legadolin, valuing his life and maintaining a safe distance from Luyu. Legadolin lay weakly on the ground, its right arm exposed with severed wires protruding. It could not fathom that it had come to Earth seeking energy only to face such a grim fate. The agony from its severed arm was relentless, and as it gazed upon the terrifying creature that had ripped its limb asunder, Legadolin wept. "Earth is too perilous. I must return to Jupiter." "Easy now, don't get too agitated. Excitement will ruin the flavor," Luyu reassured, casting a petrifying beam that struck Legadolin's left arm. In an instant, its left arm began to turn to stone. Once it was completely petrified, Luyu employed the same tactic, breaking it off and consuming it. Crunch, crunch. So fragrant and crispy, delightful. If the previous piece was akin to roasted chicken wings, this one was more like fried chicken wings. Two flavors, one satisfying experience. Ultimately, Luyu completely dismembered Legadolin, finishing every morsel with remarkable speed. The formidable composite monster, once ranked among the top 10, met its end within Luyu's belly. Burp. Metal was indeed difficult to digest. Luyu patted his stomach, letting out a satisfied belch. Meanwhile, Diga's red light flickered to its maximum intensity. His time on Earth had exceeded 3 minutes. He could no longer remain. Weakness often followed excessive exertion, and Diga felt his strength draining away. Since Legadolin had been vanquished, the crisis was resolved. There was no need for him to linger. As for Gorzahn, Diga found himself utterly powerless. Resigned, he considered retreating to rest and rejuvenate before transforming anew for battle. With this thought, Diga prepared to take flight. But in that very instant, with a resounding bang, a fiery, high-temperature magma projectile suddenly struck him from behind. Luyu declared, "You think you'll leave without leaving something behind?" The searing pain tormented Diga's nerves, flooding his mind with unpleasant memories of Jiuyang Island. He realized he was about to fall victim to Gorzan once more and decided to embrace his fate. He struggled to lift himself, gathering light within his hands to unleash the dilithium light flow once again. Undoubtedly, it was entirely absorbed by the fiery patterns across Luyu's chest. In the next moment, Diga's strength waned, his form becoming transparent as he vanished from sight. No energy left whatsoever. "Is this all the power you possess? Oh well, today's gains have been substantial enough." Feeling the searing energy coursing within him, Luyu did not seek more. After all, consuming one Legadolin would keep him satiated for quite some time. The dilithium light flow was merely a bonus. He surveyed his surroundings. With his hunger sated, there was no need to linger any longer. Luyu prepared to dig and make his way back home. However, just before departing, a thought crossed his mind, and he paused, glancing sideways. Chapter 19. Subtle spice and exquisite ingredients. As Luyu was about to depart, his attention was suddenly captured by the nearby high-purity energy storage facility. Originally, there were 3 energy storage tanks in that location. Just moments ago, Ligia DeLong had only managed to absorb one. The other 2 tanks remained intact. A thought sparked in Luyu's mind, and he couldn't help but entertain an idea. Ligia DeLong had traversed vast distances from the cosmos to Earth specifically in search of energy. The high-purity energy that caught its eye must undoubtedly be something extraordinary. Reflecting on the ecstatic demeanor of Ligia DeLong while absorbing energy, Luyu felt a surge of anticipation. What effects might he experience if he were to absorb it himself? With that in mind, Luyu strode purposefully toward the energy storage facility, eager to discover just how pure this energy truly was. Meanwhile, others remained immersed in shock. The sudden demise of Ligia DeLong had left an overwhelming impact on the crowd. The oppressive aura of such a formidable mechanical beast, which even Diga struggled to confront, was effortlessly vanquished by Luyu with merely a slight exertion of effort. Most astonishingly, he had swallowed Ligia DeLong whole. This method of combat was undeniably brutal. Even the seasoned members of the victory team, who had previously witnessed Luyu devour monsters on 2 occasions, couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Let alone the viewers at home, who were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Wait, Gorzan, it devoured that monster? That hulking mass was obliterated so nonchalantly? So, Gorzan truly consumes monsters. Could the rumors from Jiuyang Island be true? I was skeptical at the time, but it seems the Kaikuma was indeed devoured by Gorzan. The rumors are real. Gorzan's method of annihilating monsters is simply to consume them. But what is its purpose? Why does it refrain from consuming Diga and allow it to disappear? Is it possible that Ultraman lacks a desirable taste? Everyone, remain calm. Gorzan has not yet departed. Let us observe its next move. On the internet, various opinions flourished as people engaged in fervent discussions. Nonetheless, the Cosmic Development Center had managed to hold its ground. Despite a portion of the high-purity energy having leaked, thanks to Gorzan's assistance, the losses were minimized. The Fiend, too, hovered in midair. With hundreds of onlookers on site and thousands watching from screens, all eagerly anticipating Lu Yu's next action. When they saw Lu Yu bend down, preparing to dig a hole and depart, a collective sigh of relief emanated from the crowd. This included Camilla K in the command room, who was ready to issue orders for the team to retreat and rest. Based on the previous two battles, after Gorzan consumed a monster, it would dig underground and pose no further threat to humanity. However, this time, she was clearly mistaken. As Lu Yu was digging, he suddenly turned back and dashed toward the energy storage facility. What is Gorzan planning? Panic ensued among the crowd. Call the headquarters. Call the headquarters. Gorzan has suddenly begun to act. Please issue combat instructions immediately. The vice captain, Zhongfang, spoke up. Initially, he believed he had misjudged Gorzan's intentions after it had intervened to eliminate Li Jiadalong. Yet, he had not anticipated that Gorzan would soon reveal its true nature. How foolish of me to think that the monster would have a change of heart. Director Zhigong was right. Monsters will always stand in opposition to humanity. Zhongfang's face flushed with anger as he prepared for an attack. Meanwhile, countless viewers glued to their screens were equally astonished. Oh no, Gorzan is back. What is it planning? It seems to have its sights set on the energy storage facility. We must stop it. We cannot afford to lose the remaining 2 energy storage tanks. Lu Yu's seemingly simple action had ignited a whirlwind of chaos. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of it all. In truth, he did not care. What he sought to accomplish was beyond human interference. Moreover, having vanquished the fearsome monster, isn't it reasonable to collect a protection fee? Eagerly arriving at the energy storage facility, Lu Yu uprooted the energy storage tank and began to absorb its contents. Easy. The high-purity energy flowed ceaselessly into his being. With each intake of energy, Lu Yu felt an electrifying rush coursing through him, sheer ecstasy enveloping his senses. It was exquisite. Undeniably exquisite. This high-purity energy, certified by Li Jiadalong, was unlike anything else. No wonder Li Jiadalong praised it. I would deem it a culinary connoisseur among monsters. Over the past month, Lu Yu had consumed primarily magma. Yet, even the finest of delicacies could become tiresome with excessive indulgence. At last, this high-purity energy offered him a refreshing change of flavor. Surprisingly, Lu Yu found the experience of consuming artificial energy to be unexpectedly delightful. A tingling sensation, a hint of spice. He could feel the delicate currents penetrating every corner of his body. Each cell within him rejoiced. His physique was being enhanced, strength coalescing. This was the sensation of evolution. On the other side, having received permission from Camilla K, Zhongfang immediately initiated an assault. With a sharp whoosh, the Texas beam from Fian 2 was launched toward Lu Yu. The robust yellow beam struck Lu Yu's back, yet it merely bounced off as if it were a droplet of water colliding with an iron plate, failing to produce even a spark. Damn it! Zhongfang gritted his teeth, fiercely striking his fist against the side. It was infuriating to watch the monster wreak havoc right before him, while he remained powerless to intervene. Fortunately for Lu Yu, he paid no mind to the molten armor that shielded his back. He hardly felt the impact of the beam at all. Having drained the first tank, he proceeded to lift another tank and continued to absorb its contents voraciously. These energy reserves, intended for aerospace applications, were entirely consumed by Lu Yu. Subsequently, he casually discarded the empty tank, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. Just as he prepared to make his escape, Kiriya had stealthily descended from the aircraft, creeping into Lu Yu's blind spot. Drawing out his victory hypergun, he aimed and fired a bullet at Lu Yu. Bang! The bullet struck Lu Yu's tail. I did it, Kiriya exclaimed, his face lighting up with confidence. Chapter 20. The unexpected observer with a mischievous grin, Juejing looked up at the towering figure of Lu Yu, brimming with confidence in his groundbreaking invention. The thought of soon being able to track Lu Yu's movements from a concealed location sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, a monster tracker had been discreetly implanted on him. Amidst the swirling dust, he swiftly vanished from sight. Thus, the Lidgaden incident drew to a close. As the Victory Falcon II descended to the ground, where Lina, Juejing, and others rendezvoused with Xinqing, the group began their search for Diga. Although they could not ascertain whether Diga had managed to escape, the hope of seeing him alive persisted in their hearts. Fortunately, Lina soon spotted the unconscious Diga on a nearby lawn. After a thorough examination, it was determined that Diga had not sustained any injuries. He had merely fainted from shock and was otherwise unharmed. Moments later, Diga regained consciousness, rubbing his head and feeling a sense of fatigue and soreness throughout his body. Each time he was struck by Gorzan to the point of exhaustion, he would awaken in such a disconcerting manner. Suddenly, recalling something, he inquired, "By the way, where's Gorzan? Is it still here?" "Rest assured, Gorzan has left." Lina replied with a smile, "The monster crisis has been resolved, so you can take it easy today." "That's good to hear." Diga sighed with relief. However, Xinqing noticed something amiss. "Wait a minute, Diga, didn't you lose consciousness during the crash?" Gorzan hadn't appeared at that time, so how did you know about it? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Diga broke into a cold sweat. "Well, I briefly regained consciousness later and happened to see Gorzan's arrival." "I see," Xinqing chuckled. "You look so weak. You really need to strengthen your training. After all, I came through the crash unscathed. Does that make you feel proud?" Juejing interjected dismissively. "You two should really improve your piloting skills. I have no idea how you managed to join the victory team." No one questioned Diga's explanation, and soon they began to jest among themselves, filling the air with a sense of joy. Only Lina stared pensively at Diga, lost in thought. Zhongfang then spoke earnestly. "Xinqing, Diga, you must not act so impulsively in the future. Always be mindful of the battle conditions and ensure your safety while engaging in combat." "Yes," they replied in unison. "All right. As long as everyone is fine, we shall return to the base and conduct a thorough analysis of this incident." After addressing and managing the situation, the entire victory team regrouped. On the flight back, Xinqing remarked, "It's a shame that Gorzan escaped once again. I'm truly curious about where such an enigmatic creature resides. To be honest, I was cheering for it as we descended." Upon hearing this, Juejing's interest was piqued. "It seems I must unveil my secret weapon." "Secret weapon? Behold!" Juejing exclaimed as he produced a monitor and pressed a switch. With a beep, a geographic location map appeared on the screen, displaying a small red dot rapidly moving underground at a depth of thousands of meters. "Look, this is Gorzan's location." The others leaned in, astonished. "Juejing, is this the monster tracker you mentioned? You developed it so quickly? Impressive." "Just a small feat," Juejing beamed. "From now on, we can monitor Gorzan's whereabouts, which will greatly aid us in studying its behavioral logic." Before he could finish, the screen suddenly flickered, and the red dot representing Lu Yu vanished. "What's happening?" Lina exclaimed. "Is the device malfunctioning?" "Impossible. My invention cannot break so easily," Juejing retorted, frustration mounting as he attempted to adjust the monster tracker with no success. "What is going on? Why did the signal suddenly cut off? Could it be that Gorzan has discovered it?" "That cannot be." Holding the now-defunct device, Juejing was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, thousands of meters below the surface, Lu Yu flicked his tail and, using his claws, removed a small device from his body. Inspecting it closely, he mused, "This is a monster tracker, I assenti it? Juejing really is resourceful." With a wry smile, he thought, "However, tracking me is not so simple." With a slight exertion, he crushed the tracker between his fingers before heading to the magma zone to begin absorbing the energy within him. At the Cosmic Development Center's top floor, a young man clad in a gray trench coat set down his telescope, his expression dark. As a world-renowned physicist and the highest authority of the Cedric group, Sakiguchi Kigo had achieved remarkable accomplishments at a young age, evoking envy in others. Yet, little did they know of his true inner desires. He yearned to transcend the limitations of humanity and evolve into a superior life form. Thus, alongside his research, he devoted time to mastering martial arts, striving to enhance himself. After the emergence of the giant within the pyramid, Sakiguchi felt a turning point was at hand. He began focusing his efforts on related studies, speculating that the light giant might be a transformation of humanity. After all, why would it consistently aid humankind? Moments ago, Sakiguchi's hypothesis was confirmed as he witnessed Diga transforming into Diga during the crash, a scene that left him momentarily stunned. As comprehension dawned upon him, A seething fire of jealousy ignited within him. Why was Diga, the chosen inheritor of the ancient genes, while he himself was overlooked? Sakaguchi hurled the telescope to the ground, his face contorted with rage. The Ultraman, a godlike being, was destined to be humanity's savior. Clearly, he too could attain such a form. But why was he not the chosen one? Why? Sakaguchi bellowed in fury. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Mr. Sakaguchi, are you all right? What happened? Sakaguchi fell silent. After a long pause, he composed himself, adopting his usual solemn expression before striding out of the room. An hour later, he arrived in Kumamoto City, appearing in a secret underground passage of the Cedric group. Chapter 21, IQ 111. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the narrow underground passage. As Seigo Masaki reached the end of the passage, he found himself in a vast underground sanctuary. To his astonishment, two colossal stone statues stood majestically at the center of this temple. One of the statues bore a striking resemblance to the giant statue found within the pyramid, while the other depicted a monstrous creature. Seigo Masaki approached the giant statue, his fingers gently caressing its surface as if he were cherishing a masterpiece of art. Despite not being chosen, so what? I can still transform into a giant through my own intellect. When that time comes, my strength will surpass that of Dinah. Seigo Masaki laughed maniacally, his gaze reflecting a blend of obsession and fervor. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a fawning voice came through the line. Mr. Masaki, I am diligently working to procure the TPC secret box you requested. I assure you it will not hinder your progress. Very well, Seigo Masaki nodded. The so-called secret box contained fragments of the giant statue from within the pyramid. Although most of the fragments had been seized by Liu Yu, a few remnants remained. Consequently, the victory team had transferred these remnants back to their base for research. Mr. Masaki, it is only because you appreciate my talents that I am willing to serve you, Dr. Dangao stated. After exchanging a few more words, Seigo Masaki ended the call. The manufacturing of the underground shark, Geozak, was nearing completion. Once I acquire the secret box, I will unravel the power of light and create a light genetic factor converter. At that point, all I need to do is seize Daigu's transformation device, and I will truly transform into a giant. Seigo Masaki's eyes sparkled, as if he could already envision that day approaching. Now, everything is in place. I merely await the favorable winds. The only uncertainty lies with the sudden emergence of Gorzan. Contemplating this, Seigo Masaki furrowed his brow. This ancient monster had repeatedly appeared on the battlefield against Dinah and other monsters, even stealing victories from Dinah and defeating formidable foes. Even Dinah himself had faced setbacks in its presence. Could it be that Gorzan has also gained some mysterious power? This power, while alluring to Seigo Masaki, also filled him with trepidation. Would it, like the theft of the pyramid statue, also claim the two statues here? Yet, after a brief moment, Seigo Masaki felt reassured. This hidden underground sanctuary is so obscure, how could Gorzan possibly find it? Once I transform into the new giant, even Gorzan will be beneath my feet. Seigo Masaki held his head high, his expression brimming with arrogance. Furthermore, next time, I shall not lag behind you, Ultraman Dinah. No, I should say Daigu. Outside the Space Development Center, in a remote cave, suddenly, a blue figure swiftly flitted by. Upon entering the cave, it transformed into the figure of a man, Hikaru Bambashi, the human form inhabited by the deceased Gilead. A woman clad in a brown hooded trench coat and high-heeled leather boots emerged, revealing glimpses of her fair calves. The witch, Keiko Onuma, inquired, "What is the situation outside?" Hikaru Bambashi retorted angrily, "These foolish humans actually regard Ultraman Dinah as a guardian deity. Absurdly laughable. Clearly, we Gilead are the true pioneers of Earth. And that monster Gorzan, how audacious. I cannot tolerate its behavior." Hikaru Bambashi had silently observed the earlier battle, harboring discontent both for Dinah and Gorzan, and even more so for the humans who idolized them. In his view, only the Gilead deity deserved reverence. The sacred flames would ultimately purge all impurities. Humanity's only righteous path lay in accepting the dominion of the Gilead. The witch, Keiko Onuma, scoffed. "Those who dare acknowledge the existence of Gorzan and Dinah will be thoroughly eradicated by us." Hikaru Bambashi stood shrouded in darkness within the cave. "I will make a trip to the TPC Far East headquarters to initiate our plans, starting with the captain of the victory team. I believe the day the gates of hell open is not far off." Deep within the underground, in an unknown corner, in the familiar time and place. A fearsome giant beast lay contentedly in the lava. The sensation of being in the lava was far more pleasurable than being at home. The molten rock was everywhere, and the taste was delightful. Lu Yu adored this place. After each forging expedition, he would return here to digest his feast, and this time was no exception. After some time, Lu Yu completely digested the high-purity energy within him. As the crystallization of human intellect, this high-purity energy brought about significant changes, primarily enhancing his light-based abilities. His strengthened ultrasonic light now not only contained Gorzan's own power and the energy of light's origin, but also a hint of electromagnetic force. This enhancement not only amplified his ultrasonic light, but also allowed him to interfere with human electronic devices. In certain situations, this could prove invaluable. Subsequently, Lu Yu began to digest the energy of Ligadron. As the digestion progressed, he sensed an indefinable change within himself. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yu suddenly realized that an immense influx of knowledge was flooding into his mind. The torrent of information reverberated in his consciousness, reminiscent of the time he had first crossed over and absorbed Gorzan's memories. However, this time, the volume of knowledge was vastly greater and more advanced. Upon reflection, Lu Yu deduced that this information must have originated from the 3 astronauts aboard the Jupiter 3. Having consumed Ligadron, their knowledge and wisdom were now part of him. Delving into the information within his mind, Lu Yu was pleasantly surprised by the treasures he had acquired. Firstly, he had gained knowledge of piloting a spacecraft. This seems temporarily useless. Lu Yu envisioned himself piloting a spaceship, soaring through the cosmos, and erupted in laughter. However, this skill was not entirely without merit. After all, there are various large spacecraft in the universe. For instance, Belahaye's galactic empire possesses a formidable fleet that traverses the multiverse. In the future, he could stealthily infiltrate and become a valiant pilot, only to later turn into a traitor. Now that would be a promising prospect. Chapter 22, Before Gorzan. I felt like a mere novice. The very thought of such a narrative sends a thrill through me. Shaking my head, Lu Yu cast aside his distractions. As for the second harvest, it comprised a wealth of knowledge about human society, be it astronomy, geography, or current events. Lu Yu was now well versed in these matters. Recent news items floated through his mind, including the highly anticipated nationwide tour of the renowned singer, Chris Maya, which was in full preparation. With Halloween approaching, the atmosphere in the streets of Tokyo grew increasingly festive. Recently, in the D3 area, residents frequently reported strange sounds at night, and this month, 3 individuals had gone missing, allegedly linked to the vampire legends of South America. An increasing number of witnesses claimed to have seen apparitions of angels, including fervent believers. Dr. Mizuno and his team from TPC were set to depart tomorrow to investigate a peculiar black cloud formation. The ancient monster Gorzan, known to shake the earth, had been making frequent appearances, capturing public attention. Upon reading the final news item, Lu Yu paused for a moment. Goodness, the gossip had come knocking at his door. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real focus was that, armed with extensive geographical knowledge, he could now venture out and explore at will. It was precisely due to his lack of navigational skills that he had shelved his plans to visit the Rainbow Magic Realm. But now, all prior obstacles had been surmounted, and his original plans could be resurrected. To be frank, Lu Yu was quite eager to meet that ironclad silver dragon, Hilbagong. He wondered what abilities that fellow might bestow upon him. As for his final acquisition, Lu Yu's sensitivity to energy had intensified remarkably. This ability likely stemmed from the essence of Ligadolin itself. After all, it had traversed millions of kilometers from Jupiter, drawn to Earth's energy by scent. Such acute sensitivity was noteworthy. Now, this ability had been appropriated by Lu Yu. With a mere thought, a 3-dimensional map unfurled in his mind. The expanse of this map was vast, centering on him and encompassing the entire island nation, with a radius stretching several thousand kilometers. Lu Yu concentrated, releasing his perception outward. Instantly, invisible waves of mental energy rippled outward, revealing local energy points to him. This ability, coupled with the 3D map, was indeed a match made in heaven. Lu Yu would no longer worry about finding sustenance. Within mere seconds of his mental waves dispersing, numerous red dots appeared on the map. Each red dot represented a significant energy source. By correlating the marked locations with the map, Lu Yu quickly recognized several sites, such as the underground shrine in Kumamoto, the Zerida Center in Hokkaido, and the TPC base developing the Magus power system. After searching, he soon pinpointed the location of the Rainbow Magic Realm, which was quite distant, several hundred kilometers away. Beyond these, one particular energy point caught Lu Yu's attention. This energy source was unique, as the map indicated it was located in the air. This left Lu Yu somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly deduced that it must be the lightning creature's nest he had seen on Karashima. It seemed the cloud cocoon was finally taking shape. Lu Yu pondered. That said, since acquiring the ability to fly from Melba, he had yet to utilize it even once. It was high time he made use of it. The lightning being's cloud cocoon would surely be delectable. After indulging in copious amounts of scalding magma, Lu Yu felt satisfied and leaned against the rock wall, gradually drifting into slumber. Once he fully digested Legadalin's energy, he planned to embark on a grand venture. At the TPC headquarters, in the command room of the Victory team, several days had passed since the Legadalin incident. During this time, everyone had been preoccupied with their respective tasks. Just when they had finally been granted a half-day off, Captain Jiajian unexpectedly summoned everyone for an afternoon meeting. Reluctantly, they donned their uniforms and gathered in the command room. Such is the life of a working individual. As the automatic door opened, Kiriya, Shinjo, and others entered. Kiriya held a celebrity magazine in hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Did you know? Chris Maya is coming to Tokyo for a concert." "Chris Maya?" Lena responded, puzzled. "Isn't she that famous singer?" "Indeed. She is my favorite female artist." Kiriya gazed at the stunning beauty on the magazine cover, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Coincidentally, Mayumi also adored her. She had been insisting that I accompany her to the concert, but I've been too busy training to find the time. Shinjo complained. Even our half-day off is being taken away. Our captain is too cruel. Upon hearing this, Kiriya perked up. If Mayumi wants to go, I can accompany her. Shinjo regarded him, silent for 3 seconds. I believe it would be better for Daiku to take her instead. Kiriya? Speaking of which, where's Daiku? I haven't seen him around, Lena remarked, glancing around until she finally spotted Daiku, who had already arrived and was intently watching the large screen. Daiku, you got here so early? Lena inquired, curious. Typically, Daiku would arrive with them. Today truly seemed out of the ordinary. I didn't go home for lunch. I stayed here, Daiku replied absently, his gaze fixed on the screen. What are you studying so earnestly? The others gathered around. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was footage of Gorzan battling Legadalin. What are you watching that for? Shinjo questioned, puzzled. Haven't we already watched it several times together? Daiku finally snapped back to reality, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Well, since there's nothing else to do, I thought I might as well review the footage. Perhaps I could uncover something useful. Knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Seems this recent crash incident has made Daiku much more diligent, Kiriya noted approvingly, casting a disdainful glance at Shinjo. Shinjo, you should learn from him. Daiku smiled sheepishly. In truth, his repeated viewing of the footage was solely to analyze Gorzan's attack patterns, hoping to glean some insights. After all, Gorzan's strength had surged alarmingly fast, and Daiku feared that if he did not exert himself, he would lag behind. Before Gorzan, I felt like a mere novice. Such thoughts often crossed Daiku's mind. While surpassing Gorzan in a short time was far-fetched, at the very least, he must not fall too far behind, right? Chapter 23, An Unforeseen Path. However, in reality, Daiku spent the entire morning reviewing battle footage, yet gleaned little insight. Gorzan's combat style exhibited no discernible pattern. It was characterized solely by direct, brute force assaults, with an overwhelming display of strength, complemented by petrifying and ultrasonic beam abilities. Along with the outrageous capacity to absorb energy, Gorzan was practically invincible. How could he possibly counter such a foe? At times, Daiku felt a sense of relief that Gorzan did not stand in opposition to humanity, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Had that been the case, he might not have been able to withstand such a threat. Consequently, Daiku significantly intensified his physical training regimen. Even the regulars at the gym, including Vice Captain Magata, noted Daigu's newfound diligence, likening him to a transformed individual. Under the motivation of Ryu, Daigu gradually emerged as a standout member of the Victory team. At that moment, Captain Amaya arrived, and Magata prepared a cup of hot milk, presenting it to her. With everyone gathered, the meeting commenced in earnest. Today, our primary focus remains on studying the two monsters, Gorzan and Legadron. Amaya exchanged a knowing glance with Neru, who promptly initiated a video presentation. The screen displayed a conversation with the families of the astronauts from the Jupiter 3 mission. Several family members expressed that, following the incident. They had seen the 3 deceased astronauts with their own eyes. Neru added, by collecting fragments from the battlefield, we discovered that Ligadron contains components from the Jupiter 3 spacecraft. Thus, the truth behind the disappearance of Jupiter 3 becomes evident. It is the profound longing of humanity for their loved ones that allowed the astronauts to return to Earth for a final farewell. The power of familial bonds is boundless. Shinshiro suddenly proposed, had we been unable to defeat Ligadron, we might have sent photographs of the astronauts' families to Jupiter 3's computer, effectively attacking from within. Of course, with Gorzan's assistance, that strategy is no longer applicable. The atmosphere in the command room grew tense. Speaking of Gorzan, Kiriya interjected. I find it curious why it consistently appears to save the day whenever Diga faces defeat. In contrast, during the previous 2 encounters with Silazan and the Rituran aliens, when Diga held the advantage, Gorzan did not make an appearance. Is this mere coincidence, or is it intentional? It must be coincidence, Shinshiro replied. Unless Gorzan possesses a profound understanding of Diga's abilities and can predict the outcome of battles, how could that be possible? Daigu, what do you think? Lena noticed Daigu's discomfort and inquired. Daigu, he was reluctant to engage in that discussion. If I can't defeat Ligadron, is that my fault? The sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected. Daigu merely found their chatter bothersome. Regardless, it remains an undeniable fact that Gorzan has devastated the high-purity energy storage tanks. Magata suddenly interjected. If it truly is, as you say, a savior in times of need, then it should act selflessly, like Diga, and vanish immediately after defeating monsters, ensuring no disruption to human society. But look at what it has done. The high-purity energy has been completely ravaged. Do you understand the magnitude of this loss? Yet it has merits, does it not? Lena countered. If it had not defeated Ligadron, the consequences would have been far worse. What does merit matter? Is that justification for its destructive actions? Gorzan's motives are not pure. We must take measures against it. Magata retorted angrily, steadfast in his viewpoint. The Earth is a shared sanctuary for all beings. Merely due to a potential threat, should we expel Gorzan? Is that not exceedingly unfair? Lena's words momentarily plunged the surroundings into silence. It was evident that, not just within TPC, but even among the victory team, there existed significant divisions regarding Gorzan. Public opinion mirrored this discord. Due to TPC's desire for stability, information about monsters was deliberately concealed. Furthermore, in this era, the internet was not yet widespread. As a result, Diga's popularity remained dominant. The victory team was held in high esteem. As for Gorzan, many were unaware of its existence. In the minds of the majority, it appeared excessively brutal, lacking in aesthetic appeal, indistinguishable from other monsters. However, as events gradually unfolded, an increasing number of individuals began to reassess their views on Gorzan. Personally, I believe that Gorzan's actions may stem from a singular desire for strength. Kiriya stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. Initially, I thought all monsters, like Gorzan, consumed their kin. Yet, based on recent events, only Gorzan exhibits such a trait. Moreover, have you noticed? Each time Gorzan appears, its power escalates to a new level, be it physical prowess or beam abilities. Perhaps, Gorzan can convert the monsters it consumes into its own strength. Kiriya articulated his hypothesis. Indeed, I share that belief. Daigu nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Gorzan certainly grows stronger with each appearance. Daigu could personally attest to this, having experienced it firsthand. Kiriya's insights unveiled a mere glimpse of Ryu's secret. That makes sense. For instance, the petrifying beam is a quintessential example. Gorzan must have acquired this ability by devouring Kakuma. Lena exclaimed in disbelief. So, you're suggesting that Gorzan possesses the power of infinite evolution. At that moment, everyone was struck with awe. What, then, is the culmination of this evolution? Shinshiro murmured. What form will it ultimately take? Magata scoffed. That's a ticking time bomb. By the way, Kiriya suddenly conceived an idea. Why don't we consult that time machine? Rather than speculating here, we could converse with that artificial intelligence. Perhaps she can provide valuable insights. This unanticipated path struck a chord with the others. The woman named Urin, who claimed to be the commander of the Earth Defense Corps, hailed from 30 million years ago. She had previously predicted the revival of Gorzan and Melba, stating that only Diga could shield the Earth from calamity. But perhaps her words were not exhaustive. There might still be prophecies regarding Gorzan that have yet to be revealed. Without hesitation, the group swiftly made their way to the room housing the time machine. Chapter 24. Is Gorzan flying in the sky? A mysterious machine of pure white was activated. A woman with silver hair appeared in a holographic projection. Juejing immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, esteemed elder. I apologize for troubling you to come here, but I have pressing matters to inquire about. According to your prophecy, Diga is the sole guardian of Earth. However, reality seems otherwise. The beast Gorzan, which once shattered the giant stone statue, has now re-emerged, repeatedly altering the tide of Diga's battles. We humans find it utterly inscrutable in its intentions. Might you possess any insights on this matter? Upon hearing Juejing's words, everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the elder's response. Only Daegu felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that the elder might unveil his identity, revealing the secret of Daegu transforming into light. After all, this was his greatest secret, one he was not yet ready to disclose. The elder furrowed her brow after listening to Juejing's query and remained silent for a long time. The influx of information seemed overwhelming, almost burning out her CPU. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. Everyone leaned in, afraid to miss a single detail. Daegu was tense to the utmost degree. However, the elder merely stated, "The beast Gorzan, which causes the earth to tremble, is the harbinger of calamity." She repeated this phrase incessantly, as if caught in a loop of some program. What was happening? Was it frozen? Juejing was bewildered. No matter how hard he tried, the elder did not utter another word. This was utterly unreliable. Xinqing expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting the lack of useful information and the waste of time. The harbinger of calamity? Lena pondered, implying that even the elder believed Gorzan and humanity were not aligned in their objectives. Upon hearing this, Zhongfang became invigorated, exclaiming, "I told you so, but you wouldn't listen." With no fruitful outcome, the group felt disheartened and sighed in disappointment as they gradually departed the room. Daegu lingered at the back of the crowd and hesitated for a moment before, almost instinctively, locking the door behind him and remaining in the room. He then activated the time machine once more. The elder's image reappeared, and Daegu urgently inquired, "In your ancient times, what was Gorzan's stance? Since its emergence, it has exhibited overwhelming dominance in every battle, and I find myself unable to contend with it. I feel as though I am perpetually living in its shadow. Perhaps you have made a mistake. I am merely an ordinary person, not the guardian of humanity." Daegu revealed his innermost thoughts to the elder. After being drained of energy by Ryu multiple times, he had begun to lose confidence. For the first time, he harbored profound doubts about himself. Drawing forth the godlight stick, Daegu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In contrast, facing only Daegu, the elder seemed to awaken, shedding the previous frozen demeanor. She spoke slowly. "The power of light has been passed down from ancient times to the present. If humanity wishes to enter the next era, the power of light is essential. And Daegu, do not doubt yourself. You are the light, the sole hope for saving the earth." The elder comforted Daegu. However, truth be told, she too was somewhat perplexed by the situation. With Juejing's earlier remarks and Daegu's subsequent revelations, she found herself struggling to comprehend their words. According to them, it seemed that after all these years, Gorzan had grown immensely powerful. Moreover, it had aided Diga. The elder was bewildered but deeply shocked by this revelation. Regarding Gorzan, Melba, and Kiriya, the elder was not a stranger. They had once been old friends. Astonishingly, after 30 million years, one of the Gorzan had awakened with a completely changed disposition. She had encountered a giant that turned from darkness to light, but a beast making such a transformation was unheard of. Could it be that the times had truly changed? Nevertheless, if this Gorzan was indeed assisting Diga, what reason did Daegu have for complaint? Wouldn't additional assistance be a blessing rather than a burden? Just then, the elder's image flickered suddenly. She had been lost in thought and nearly froze again. With the elder's encouragement and his own contemplation, Daegu ultimately returned the godlight stick to his embrace. He believed that through the concerted efforts of himself and humanity, he would undoubtedly fulfill the mission he bore. The following morning, unfortunate news reached the TPC headquarters. The investigation team, led by Dr. Mizuno, had suddenly gone missing while probing the strange cloud formation in the sky. Dr. Mizuno, a renowned meteorologist and also Juejing's mentor, had intended to investigate together with him. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he had been delayed, thus narrowly escaping disaster. The cloud formation first appeared in the waters near Juliang Island, and the initial witness was none other than Ryu, who had just devoured Gakoma. Such a drifting mass of black clouds posed a potential threat to humanity. Therefore, Dr. Mizuno sought to uncover the true nature of the cloud formation, but upon nearing it, he suddenly lost all communication. It must be said that in this world, professions like astronauts and scientists are indeed perilous, akin to the president in Death Note, who often faces life-threatening situations. The disappearance of his mentor left Juejing struggling to accept the reality. He lamented, "Dr. Mizuno once told me that the black cloud is likely the lair of the Lightning Man." "Lightning Man? What is that?" Xinqing asked, puzzled. "I heard about it in high school," Lena chimed in. "It's a type of unknown life form that can only exist in the high altitudes, residing within the ionosphere." "Why would the Lightning Man suddenly leave the ionosphere?" Xinqing inquired, having prepared himself for action. He was never one to show mercy towards monsters. At the same time, Daegu piloted the Fian 1, arriving near the cloud formation. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. I have detected a strong magnetic field surrounding this black cloud. Moreover, the cloud seems to be gradually transforming into a cocoon. ZZZZT. Before Daegu could finish his transmission, the radio communication was disrupted and abruptly cut off. What is happening? In mere seconds, Fian 1 lost control and plunged into the black cloud. Daegu. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation. In the last fleeting moment of consciousness, Daegu heard a shrill, infant-like wail. Subsequently, the final scene etched into his memory was the sight of terrifying, glowing eyes of a monstrous creature within the black cloud. In the command room of the Victory team, with the captain securing the base, Yezue was responsible for communications, while the other team members prepared to pilot Fian 2 to support Daegu. Zhongfang swiftly arranged the operation. Understood. Just as everyone was about to depart, Yezue suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. What is it?" An abnormal life signal had appeared on the scene. "I will transmit the live footage immediately." With a series of actions from Yezue, the live footage materialized on the screen. To their astonishment, there appeared a colossal being, dozens of meters tall, soaring rapidly through the air. Even through the screen, the overwhelming pressure was palpable. Everyone was stunned. The silhouette was one that each member of the Victory team recognized all too well. That is indeed. Chapter 25. The Melba Pro Max version is that. Gorzahn. The screen revealed Gorzahn soaring at a staggering speed of Mach 6 above the boundless sea, heading straight for a mysterious cloud formation. Gorzahn is flying in the sky. Xian Chung was utterly bewildered. Surely, I must be mistaken, but it truly is Gorzahn. Zhu Jing widened his eyes in astonishment. Even the composed Kuma K was no longer at ease. Why is it that every time a monster appears, Gorzahn is always present, seemingly eager to involve itself? It's as if it possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events. Most perplexing of all, what is the significance of those enormous wings? They sprouted from Gorzahn's back with such seamless elegance, creating an almost harmonious aesthetic. Has it mutated? Or is there something more at play? Kuma K distinctly recalled that during the Legatolin incident, Gorzahn had no wings at all. Yet, in such a brief span of time, it has undergone yet another transformation? How many secrets does Gorzahn still hold that remain undiscovered? Curiosity piqued. Yi Rue magnified the computer screen, and suddenly, he discerned a striking similarity. Gorzahn's wings bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Melba. Melba? Xian Chung paused for a few seconds, finally recalling who Melba was. The very teammate that Gorzahn had betrayed in an attempt to destroy the giant pyramid, ultimately becoming its first victim. It was a tragic fate, to say the least. Yi Rue thoughtfully retrieved an image of Melba. Upon comparison, the wings of both creatures were not merely similar. They appeared as if crafted from the same mold. If there were differences, it was that Gorzahn's wings were significantly more robust. The massive, black wings formed a triangular span, with membranous extensions unfurling from the underside, resembling two blades capable of rending the skies. In comparison to Melba's wings, it was akin to the Pro Max version. This scene inevitably drew everyone's thoughts back to a discussion from yesterday. Just the day before, Zhu Jing had speculated whether Gorzahn could assimilate the creatures it devoured into its own strength. It now seemed that there was substantial truth to that theory. Clearly, Gorzahn's wings are a result of absorbing Melba. It truly walks the path of evolution. At that moment, Lena interjected, reminding the group, "We can ponder these matters later. We must hasten to rescue Daegu." Throughout, her concern for Dagu's safety lingered. With that, everyone snapped back to reality and focused on the task at hand. At this critical juncture, Captain Kuma K made a decisive call. The Fiend 2 will maintain its original plan and proceed to the scene immediately to rescue Diga. Simultaneously, we will closely monitor Gorzan's movements. Understood. The group responded promptly. Inside the cockpit, Zhu Jing piloted the craft while contemplating. With the advancement of human civilization, an abundance of electromagnetic waves has been emitted into the ionosphere, bringing catastrophic consequences to the home of the lightning people. But what can we do about it? Xin Chung countered. Can we afford to abandon electromagnetic waves? Zhu Jing shook his head with self-deprecation, lamenting, once humanity grows accustomed to convenience, turning back becomes an arduous task. On this mission, he had brought along his latest invention, the universal language translator. In an effort to communicate with Gorzahn, Zhu Jing had dedicated himself to research. His efforts bore fruit just 2 days prior when he developed the device, opening the possibility of dialogue with other species. By bringing it along, Zhu Jing hoped to avert conflict between humans and the lightning people, aspiring to resolve disputes peacefully. Furthermore, with Gorzahn present, perhaps fortune would allow for communication with it as well. Yet, would Gorzahn truly comprehend his intentions? Zhu Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. Regardless, he was determined to try. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yu was nearing his destination. After a day's journey, he had successfully assimilated Legatalin's energy. His first accomplishment was a marked enhancement in the efficiency of energy absorption and digestion. Moreover, his internal energy storage capacity had significantly increased. In essence, his stomach had expanded, and his digestive speed had accelerated, enabling him to consume even larger and more formidable monsters. As for the second achievement, Lu Yu's overall defensive capabilities had been greatly fortified. Legatalin, renowned for its impenetrable metallic armor, had transformed Lu Yu's skin as though it had undergone a metamorphosis. The armored exterior that enveloped him shimmered with a resilient metallic sheen, becoming extraordinarily tough and dense, akin to tempered steel. Even the sharpest claws would struggle to leave a mark on its surface. Visually, Lu Yu radiated explosive power, exuding an aura that sent shivers down spines. The enigmatic black cloud loomed ever closer. From a distance, Lu Yu spotted a multitude of translucent, tadpole-like creatures swirling within it. These were the airborne dwellers of the lightning people, known as Crits. Lu Yu could not help but recall the plot from the original TV series, where the lightning man descended in a cloud cocoon, transforming into the ferocious monster Gadget. During that confrontation, Gadget gradually found itself at a disadvantage but cunningly deceived Diga by feigning defeat, ultimately wounding Diga's left arm. Subsequently, Diga transformed into an aerial form and, after an aerial skirmish, effortlessly eliminated Gadget with a rampart light bomb. In essence, Gadget's combat prowess was mediocre. It merely possessed a cunning temperament. However, Lu Yu felt no apprehension. In the face of absolute power, any schemes and tricks would be in vain. Beneath the vast sky, Lu Yu soared directly toward the cloud cocoon. This final stretch was merely a matter of seconds for him. Boom, boom, boom. As he ascended, he accelerated through the high altitude, his speed climbing from Mach 6 to Mach 7. The thunderous sonic booms resonated as he battled the immense air resistance, causing his massive form to tremble violently. After all, it was his first flight, and he had little experience. Fortunately, his current physical fortitude was more than adequate to withstand such intense flight. As he passed, the surface of the sea was stirred into tumultuous waves, surging upwards, breaking free from the constraints of terrestrial beings. This was the true essence of soaring freely through the skies and oceans. Roar! Witnessing the increasingly dense swarm of the lightning people, Lu Yu let out a fierce roar. His eyes, gradually transforming, seemed to declare, "Lightning people, I have arrived." Chapter 26. Lu Yu Delicious. The lightning man's cocoon was now within arm's reach. Lu Yu seemed to hear the sharp, infant-like shriek. However, the approach of such a colossal figure as Lu Yu also alerted the lightning man, driven by the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. The black cocoon immediately began to retreat. Seeing this, Lu Yu thought, trying to escape? He promptly conjured ultrasonic light rays from above his head. Yet this time, he did not directly launch the rays. Instead, he externalized the electromagnetic force contained within, enveloping his entire body. This was a novel application that Lu Yu had developed. As the electromagnetic power he currently harnessed was relatively weak, it was temporarily unsuitable for offensive capabilities. Thus, covering his body in this manner was considered an alternative utilization. With a crackling sound, Lu Yu was shrouded in a layer of electric current, resembling a golden arrow piercing through the skies, aiming to penetrate that black cocoon from below. The effect of this maneuver was remarkable. The lightning man, detesting electromagnetic waves, instantly sensed something amiss as the cocoon, which had been retreating from Lu Yu, became frenzied and agitated. In the next moment, it altered its course and began to move towards Lu Yu. It emitted a series of piercing shrieks along the way. With his significantly heightened intelligence, understanding the language of the monsters was no challenge for Lu Yu. From the sounds of the lightning man, he discerned a singular message. Friend. Gadget wishes to befriend you. Lu Yu chuckled. I believe you like a fish believes it can swim. The creature was indeed cunning. Clearly seeing him approach, it acted as though it had stumbled upon a sumptuous feast, eagerly anticipating a hearty meal, all while claiming to seek friendship. This creature, without doubt, viewed him as a fool. Nonetheless, since the other party wished to play a game, Lu Yu was more than willing to indulge. Thus, he continued to feign the role of a lamb led to slaughter, charging straight into the cocoon. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the air. Suddenly, the cocoon erupted into chaos. Lu Yu opened his gaping maw, beginning to feast within. Friend, delicious. He devoured a mouthful of the lightning man, providing a candid review. Gadget was taken aback. Lu Yu's proclamation had rendered it utterly perplexed. Stealing my lines, are we? Moreover, who is consuming whom? The creature, having intended to feast upon Lu Yu, found itself in a role reversal, facing the threat of being devoured. This realization plunged Gadget into terror. It understood that it had provoked a formidable opponent today. The cocoon accelerated in its attempts to escape Lu Yu. Yet no matter how it maneuvered, Lu Yu remained steadfastly inside, unwilling to emerge. Why would he leave this paradise? He navigated through the cloud, and every time he opened his mouth, countless lightning men surged inside. Initially, the texture was reminiscent of cotton candy, soft and rich. Upon closer savoring, it felt like numerous popping candies dancing upon his tongue. Delightful and entertaining. Thus, Lu Yu continued to indulge, creating tunnels within the cocoon. Its mass continually diminished. Gadget realized the predicament it was in. If this continued, its home would be devoured. With resolve, it transformed into its beastly form and plummeted towards the earth. Boom! The cocoon struck the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a creature resembling a hybrid of a flying entity and a fish emerged. It opened its wide mouth, sporting fish-like fins for arms and 4 pairs of red, eyeball-like objects on its abdomen. It was the shape-shifting monster, Gadget. Facing Lu Yu, Gadget's voice trembled with fear as it let out a cry. With a swift motion, it expelled a plasma projectile towards Lu Yu. Yet, Lu Yu stood motionless, unconcerned, not even attempting to evade. Smack! The plasma hit Lu Yu's chest, striking his armored exterior without igniting even a spark. Gadget thought, this is bad. Very bad. Does anyone understand? We merely intended to seek revenge on humanity after being disrupted by electromagnetic waves. We planned to descend and wreak havoc on human society. But instead, we were targeted by this creature. We Haven T even landed, and now our lair is at risk of being devoured. Gadget felt utterly lost. At the same time, a sense of retreat began to take root within it. Though its intellect was akin to that of a human infant, it still possessed the instinct to flee from formidable threats. Thus, Gadget leaped, attempting to return to the ionosphere. Would Lu Yu allow a cooked duck to fly away? Observing Gadget ascend into the air, Lu Yu remained unperturbed, launching a series of high-temperature magma projectiles from his mouth. Boom, boom. They struck Gadget directly. Racked with excruciating pain, Gadget plummeted from the sky. The potency of the high-temperature magma projectiles intensified with each mouthful of magma Lu Yu consumed. By now, the weight of the magma he had ingested and the petrified magma cakes he had devoured must be measured in tens of thousands of tons. The power of the projectiles had escalated dramatically. A creature like Gadget could hardly endure even one shot. It was left with gaping wounds, its flesh melted away. Gadget frantically thrashed, howling in agony, attempting to alleviate its suffering to no avail. In the depths of despair, it watched helplessly as Lu Yu approached. Just as he had with the other monsters before, systematically dismembering it, piece by piece, and consuming it whole. The shape-shifting monster Gadget was thus vanquished. As for Gadget's flavor, Lu Yu found it reminiscent of seafood, exquisitely delightful and tender, with a texture both smooth and resilient. Surely, the protein content was substantial. After finishing Gadget, Lu Yu looked around, observing the widespread destruction of buildings, with pedestrians fleeing in panic. This battle had proven even easier than he had anticipated, almost devoid of challenge. However, his thoughts turned to another matter. The Lightning Man's kin were spread across the globe. Gadget was not a solitary entity. It could be said that wherever there was an ionosphere, there existed Lightning Men. This realization sparked excitement within Lu Yu. After feasting on one wave of Lightning Men, another would follow. They were as abundant as chives, with no end in sight. With this thought, Lu Yu decided to return underground temporarily to digest. Shortly after Lu Yu's departure, the Flying Swallow 2 finally arrived, only to find the wreckage of the Flying Swallow I. Chapter 27. The Deviation of World Trajectories Daiku. Upon witnessing the severe damage to the Fian No. 1, Lena could not help but exclaim. She hurried over to check on Daiku's condition. Inside the cockpit, Daiku lay unconscious, with some blood on his forehead. Although he appeared to have sustained minor injuries, Lena felt a wave of relief wash over her. Shinshiro and Kiriya opened the cockpit and carried Daiku out. Fortunately, Daiku was all right. That boy truly has a guardian angel. Despite numerous crashes, he always manages to escape with his life. Kiriya marveled. However, Motokata interjected, "Now is not the time for such thoughts. We must get Daiku to the medical team immediately." In the past, Daiku had only fainted during crashes, but this time, he was genuinely injured. A deviation from the original storyline. In the original television plot, Daiku, after losing consciousness, heard Lena's heartfelt call and awakened, transforming into Diga and defeating Gatsot. However, with the arrival of Lu Yu, the trajectory of the narrative had completely diverged from its original course. If one were to delve deeper, it would become clear that this was not the only instance. Lu Yu, having crossed over, had already altered the developmental path of this world multiple times through the power of Gorzan. For example, in response to the threat posed by Gorzan, TPC accelerated its research on the Magus power system. The secret research on Evelyn cells had also quietly commenced. Some monsters had appeared on Earth ahead of schedule, such as the Raculan aliens, who emerged earlier than in the original storyline. Moreover, others were secretly plotting against Lu Yu, a mix of Earthlings and extraterrestrials. Lu Yu's arrival was akin to the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, and its impact on this space-time continuum was deepening continually. What the future holds remains uncertain. After confirming that Daiku was safe, everyone immediately shifted their gaze to the sky. To their astonishment, the atmosphere was tranquil and serene. The ominous black cloud had entirely vanished, along with the previously airborne Gorzan. Where did that black cloud go? I distinctly saw it before we departed. How could it suddenly disappear? Could it have drifted elsewhere? That's impossible. That cloud was moving too swiftly. And what about Gorzan? Such a massive entity just vanished? Indeed, it is quite peculiar. The group conversed in bewilderment. Just then, the medical team arrived and took Daiku away from the scene. Motokata also contacted headquarters to relay the situation. Shortly after, the response from Uri left everyone in a state of realization. It turned out that after their departure, Gorzan had targeted the black cloud and swiftly eliminated the lightning creature Gatsot. Uri transmitted the site footage to each team member's communicator. The scene of Gorzan charging into the black cloud unfolded before their eyes. They witnessed Gorzan, flying at high speed, suddenly accelerate, radiating a golden glow, resembling a golden arrow piercing through the black cloud. Consequently, the cloud disintegrated, and countless lightning beings plummeted to the ground, while the ferocious Gatsot took form. Yet, it survived for less than 3 minutes before being devoured by Gorzan. Subsequently, Gorzan vanished underground, disappearing from the footage. As the video concluded, the group remained transfixed on their communicators, seemingly still in a daze. After a moment, at Motokata's prompting, they finally snapped back to reality. It was no wonder they were so entranced. Gorzan's golden arrow-like figure had left them utterly captivated. For the first time, they realized how astonishing Gorzan truly was. Referring to it as a monster seemed somewhat unjust. Lena gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Gorzan has once again come to our aid." Hearing Lena's words, Motokata wished to counter her, yet found himself unable to formulate a rebuttal, for it indeed seemed to be the truth. Shinshiro clapped Kiriya on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Is this how our mission ends? This is far too easy. It's rather dull. I feel restless not having had a chance to showcase my abilities." Surprisingly, Kiriya did not respond with laughter, but instead produced a black device. With Gatsot eliminated and Gorzan departed, it seemed that the universal translation device would no longer be of use. Kiriya looked up at the sky in disappointment. What a missed opportunity. Just then, he noticed some translucent, tadpole-like creatures drifting in the air. Kiriya's face lit up with joy. It appeared that the lightning beings had not been entirely wiped out. Some remnants still lingered. Without hesitation, Kiriya activated the universal translation device and began communicating with the lightning beings. Once the signal was established, he called out, "Hello. My name is Kiriya. Perhaps we can become friends?" Friends? The lightning beings seized upon this keyword, and in that moment, memories of the fear instilled by Lu Yu flooded back to them. The phrase "friends are delicious" echoed hauntingly in their minds. Friends? No. Do not eat Gatsot. Do not eat Gatsot. The lightning beings screamed and accelerated away. Kiriya, puzzled, wondered what they were saying. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Can't understand? Clearly, they are afraid of us humans. Shinshiro observed excitedly. Afraid of us? Is that truly the case? The failure of communication left Kiriya disheartened. The logical reasoning of the lightning beings differed vastly from that of Earthlings. He glanced at the device in his hand, and then towards the distant horizon. The translucent lightning beings drifting in the sky appeared remarkably beautiful. I wish Dr. Mizuno could witness this scene. Kiriya mused. Although his desire to communicate with Gorzan had not come to fruition this time, there would surely be opportunities in the future, wouldn't there? Rumble. Below ground. Lu Yu's altitude was rapidly descending. He swung his claws back and forth, digging relentlessly. If digging had previously felt like carving through tofu, it now resembled excavating air. An effortless endeavor. This highlighted the significant enhancement of Lu Yu's power during this time. Upon returning to the base, Lu Yu immersed himself in a magma hot spring, digesting Gatsot's energy while opening a 3D map in his mind. Unsurprisingly, the small red dot representing Gatsot in the sky had vanished. Many other red dots continued to flicker across various locations, each representing an energy point, offering great temptation to Lu Yu. However, tasks must be tackled one at a time. Haste makes waste. As for his forthcoming plans, Lu Yu had his own arrangements. After a brief respite, his next objective was the Rainbow Magical Realm. Chapter 28. A Home Demolition? The Rainbow Magic Realm, situated in the Lion's Nose Tree Sea. Lu Yu merely needed to follow the mental map imprinted in his mind to reach this destination. As a creature from the temporal realm, Shilbagong naturally possessed the ability to traverse through alternate dimensions. Yet, its intellect was rather simplistic, with brawn vastly outmatching its brain. Although it had created the Rainbow Magic Realm, it paid little heed to its own innate capabilities. In stark contrast to its distant relative, the Golden Dragon Goldrass, who resided perpetually within the temporal realm, adeptly wielding the powers of time and space while maintaining formidable physical prowess. It was a true master of both combat and strategy. In comparison, Shilbagong was merely a brute, relying solely on sheer strength. How could they belong to the same species, yet differ so drastically? Regrettably, Lu Yu had yet to uncover any trace of Goldrass. To devour the Golden Dragon, he would need to wait for the storyline to unfold. Furthermore, prior to that, he had to continuously fortify his own abilities. Otherwise, should he encounter it, he might not stand a chance against such a formidable foe, as the Golden Dragon's power was second only to that of Gadingir, not something easily consumed at will. Nevertheless, Lu Yu was not one to set his sights beyond reach. If he could not feast upon the Golden Dragon, he would settle for a silver dragon instead. The following afternoon, Lu Yu's stomach was nearly empty, having completely digested the energy from Gyazot. His gains were primarily twofold: the acquisition of new plasma energy and the enhancement of his original electromagnetic power. Previously, the electromagnetic energy he had acquired from Legadolin was so faint that it could only be used as a deceptive tactic, not for actual offense. But now, the abundant electromagnetic energy from the Lightning Man had been entirely consumed by Lu Yu. Coupled with the newly obtained plasma energy, he had mastered a novel skill, the Plasma Electromagnetic Cannon. This cannonball, propelled by electromagnetic force and infused with high-density plasma energy, possessed astounding power. It was Lu Yu's second light-based skill, following the high-temperature magma bomb. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu conjured a plasma electromagnetic cannon in his mouth and aimed it at a rock wall before unleashing it. Zzz. Boom. The massive rock wall exploded, shattering into fine powder. The air was thick with a pungent, charred aroma, while arcs of electricity flickered, with faint white particles drifting about. It was evident that this devastating plasma energy had an incredible penetrative ability, effortlessly obliterating stone. The strength was unmistakable. Nodding in satisfaction, Lu Yu recognized that his preparations were complete. It was time to proceed to the next step. He opened the map in his consciousness and tapped on a red dot, beginning to chart a course to the rainbow magic realm. The map revealed the optimal route. Thus, Lu Yu set out along this path, commencing his excavation. The mischievous map began its navigation. Boom, boom, boom. Thus, Lu Yu sped through the subterranean world. Yet, before long, he sensed something amiss. The soil ahead seemed increasingly loose. As he dug further, he unexpectedly unearthed a large cavern. Lu Yu's first thought was that this might be the lair of another creature. Instantly, he became cautious, surveying his surroundings and preparing for battle. However, after a considerable time, he saw no sign of any other beasts. The area was eerily quiet. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Yu scrutinized the vast underground pit. The expanse was enormous, with clear traces of large biological activity, undoubtedly linked to some creature. But what kind of creature could it be? At that moment, Lu Yu's eyes brightened. He spotted a nest of white eggs hidden in the corner beneath the rock wall. Counting them, he found over 100, each larger than a dinosaur egg. Moreover, one of the eggshells had already cracked. Lu Yu instantly recognized the creature that had hatched from within, Gotti, the barrier creature. However, this particular Gotti was minuscule, likely just emerged from its egg and lacking combat capability. Upon witnessing the arrival of Lu Yu, a being of considerable size, its face was marked with hostility. At this, Lu Yu began to comprehend the situation. No wonder he had often heard unusual sounds from the adjacent area while lounging in the magma. It turned out Gotti's mother had been laying and incubating eggs. In the original TV storyline, there were two Gotti. One lurked beneath an amusement park, while the other appeared in the Lion's Nose Tree Sea. He could not help but wonder if the one he encountered was one of those two. It was undeniable that Gotti's reproductive capacity was impressive. With so many eggs, if all were to hatch, they would surely cause quite the stir for Master D. Gazing at the nest of enormous eggs, Lu Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable craving arise within him. His expression gradually shifted. Since Gotti's mother was absent, was it truly so wrong to take a little something for himself? Time to impart a lesson to this young parent about the harsh realities of society. Lu Yu seized one egg and promptly tossed it into his mouth. Crisp, he bit through the thin eggshell, and a briny, flavorful juice erupted forth. The rich aroma instantly filled his mouth, and the tender texture was utterly irresistible. Lu Yu was delighted. This Gotti egg was truly exceptional, far surpassing any chicken, duck, or fried egg. One after another, he devoured a total of 80 eggs. The noisy little Gotti was swiftly picked up by his claw and tossed into the abyssal maw. No questions asked. It was all in the name of protecting the earth. After all, Gotti had harmed countless human children to lay its eggs, hadn't it? For the sake of love and justice, for the peace of the world, Lu Yu sought to eradicate all evil in its infancy. Thus, 80 eggs were consumed in a single sweep. Regarding the remaining 20 eggs, Lu Yu suddenly conceived a better idea. Wiping his mouth, he gathered the last 20 eggs together and carried them back to his magma territory, concealing them in a hidden spot. Patting his claws, he declared his task complete. He would store these eggs for future use. Having accomplished this, Lu Yu set off anew toward the rainbow magic realm. Passing by the desolate lair of Gotti, he took precautionary measures by demolishing a part of it, destroying any evidence of his misdeeds. Then, he continued onward toward the rainbow magic realm. Not long after Lu Yu departed, a rumbling sound echoed once more. Gotti's mother had returned. She traversed the underground, using her long tentacle-like arms to carry several battered and unconscious human children. I'm back, my dear ones. Chapter 29. One wave subsides, another rises, darling. Are you hungry? Mother has brought you something to eat. Today, I caught many little children for you to spawn. Soon, you will have plenty of brothers and sisters. Darling, why are you silent? Gotti, lost in her own thoughts, suddenly sensed something was amiss. It felt overwhelmingly wrong, almost entirely off. Normally, at this hour, her beloved would greet her with enthusiasm upon her return home. Yet today, there was an eerie stillness. An unsettling premonition washed over her, prompting her to rush back to the nest. As she gazed upon the desolate ruins, her eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered, "Where is my home? My grand abode? Who could have done this? And what has happened to those eggs?" Initially taken aback, Gotti soon erupted in a furious roar. Consumed by rage, she extended her tentacles, seizing the captured human children and ruthlessly devouring them one by one. Roar! Cursed humans! It must be your doing. I shall take revenge. Vengeance. Fueled by intense hatred, Gotti wielded her sharp pincers, digging into the earth, determined to embark on her quest for retribution. At the TPC Far East headquarters, the valiant Daegu, injured in the Gazette incident, was now unwrapping the bandages from his wounds. 2 days prior, he had plummeted from the skies, as was his routine. Amidst the clouds conjured by the lightning man, fortunately, he had emerged relatively unscathed, despite his insistence that his injuries were minor and did not warrant rest. Himejima K granted him a 2-day reprieve. During this time, Daegu had been recuperating at home, yet he did not neglect his training regimen. The recent event had deeply impacted him. He realized that the defeat of Gazette was solely the work of Gorzan, with Diga playing no part in the battle. He had merely blinked, and the monster was vanquished without him exerting any effort. This realization stirred a sense of guilt within Daegu, reminding him of a poignant truth. When life seems serene, it is often because someone bears the burden for you. Without Gorzan, the consequences of the incident could have been dire. Thus, Daegu was resolute in his commitment to train harder, to safeguard humanity more effectively. Though luck had favored him this time with Gorzan's presence, he contemplated the uncertainties of the future. What if Gorzan were not there next time? Today, Daegu proactively requested to rejoin his comrades, eager to participate in the afternoon patrol. Upon receiving approval, he piloted his trusty aircraft, the Flying Swallow No. 1, soaring into the skies. After a while, he arrived at the G8 region, known locally as the Devil's Delta, where the intense magnetic field caused all precision instruments, including computers, to falter. Recently, reports had surfaced about peculiar rainbows in the vicinity, prompting Daegu to investigate. However, before he could venture far, he suddenly lost control of the aircraft. Disaster. The first aircraft has gone rogue. Hearing this, everyone in the Victory Team Command Center tensed. Daegu, be cautious. That area is strange. Retreat immediately. Deploy parachutes. Oh, it's too late. Daegu shouted as he plummeted toward the vicinity of the rainbow. The Flying Swallow No. 1, barely out of the factory, was now returning to the hangar. Oddly enough, as it descended, it did not crash directly to the ground. Instead, a peculiar spatial fluctuation erupted from within the depths of the rainbow. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft vanished into it. Daegu has lost contact. We must provide immediate support. Meanwhile, Shinshiro slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. If we are to send reinforcements, all computer-operated machines are rendered useless. Kiriya added. We can only deploy the drum vehicle and the Sherlock patrol car. Then let's hurry, Shinshiro urged. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Latest report. Anomalous monster life signatures detected underground at the amusement park in District D. What? Another monster? The team exclaimed in unison, astonished. Just as Daegu faced trouble, another monster emerged. What should they do now? It was the first time both regions were encountering simultaneous crises. With the safety of their comrades at stake, alongside the protection of civilians, they faced a difficult choice. Resources were limited, and they could not attend to both situations concurrently. All eyes turned to Captain Himejima K, who leaned over the table, deep in contemplation, as if weighing her options. How long until the monster reaches the surface? She inquired. The monster will arrive in 5 seconds. Prepare for battle, Yatsuri reported. At that moment, Kiriya stepped forward, volunteering, allow me to go alone to the G8 region. I will surely bring Diga back safely. Without further hesitation, Himejima nodded. Very well, let it be so. Zhongfang promptly issued orders. All teams except Kiriya will immediately board the second aircraft and head to the amusement park in District D. After dealing with the monster, everyone will rush to the G8 region to rescue Daegu. Understood. The team sprang into action, initiating a dual-line operation. The Flying Swallow No. 2 took off from its launch pad while Kiriya independently piloted the Sherlock vehicle toward the Rainbow's realm. Before departing, he had a flash of inspiration, swiftly grabbing the universal translation device. In the command center, only 2 team members remained. Himejima instructed, Yatsuri, please monitor both regions continuously. I entrust this to you. Rest assured. Leave it to me, Yatsuri replied confidently. Meanwhile, within the Rainbow realm, the Flying Swallow No. 1 had landed safely. However, unlike previous crashes, Daegu seemed to have been shielded by a mysterious force, preventing his demise. Where am I? Daegu surveyed his surroundings. The area appeared to be a long-abandoned forest town, with crumbling roads and overgrown weeds, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The magnetic field was chaotic. Attempts to activate his communicator yielded no signal, as if he had entered a world apart. At that moment, Daegu caught a glimpse of a rainbow arcing across the sky. Was this the rainbow sighted by the witnesses? He realized he had just fallen near it. Yet, such weather conditions should not allow for a rainbow to appear. Daegu pondered, and in the next moment, he noticed something peculiar. The colors of the rainbow were inverted. Chapter 30. Do not fight. The great path is about to vanish before him. The colors of the rainbow were not the ordinary red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, but rather an astonishing reversal from top to bottom. How peculiar. Could it be that this is not a rainbow, but an iridescence? Daegu once again demonstrated his profound comprehension. He endeavored to approach the rainbow. Yet after a considerable time, he realized he had not advanced at all. Daegu soon discovered he had been wandering in circles, utterly lost. As he continued, a sudden crash echoed. He had collided with something, yet upon lifting his gaze, he found nothing around him. As he reached out, he unexpectedly encountered an entirely transparent barrier obstructing his path. What is this? No matter how he struck with his elbow or fired his laser gun, the barrier remained unscathed. Daegu instantly grasped the gravity of his predicament. Glancing nearby at the abandoned vehicles and the skeletal remains within, he understood they too might have been trapped here like him. Roar! A deep growl reverberated through the air. Daegu was taken aback, instinctively drawing his weapon. A monster! Suddenly, a colossal beast emerged from the ground. It bore a long horn atop its head, its back adorned with jagged spikes reminiscent of rocky cliffs. Its arms ended in massive pincers, from which elongated whips sprouted. It was Garudi. This Garudi resided in the sea of lion's nose trees, distinct from the one you had previously raided. How detestable! Daegu put away his gun, preparing to retrieve his divine staff. However, in the next moment, yet another monster materialized. This creature was entirely silver, its skin resembling rugged mountain stone. Its yellow eyes lacked pupils, and a pair of ram-like horns adorned either side of its head, while a row of spikes ran down its back, showcasing its formidable physique. It was the mighty monster, Hilbargen. Daegu was momentarily stunned. The simultaneous appearance of two monsters was indeed a rarity. Most critically, one of them was not Gorzan. The unexpected turn of events compelled Daegu to reconsider his intention to transform into Diga. He noticed that Hilbargen seemed displeased with Garudi, moving ever closer, eager to engage in battle. Were these two monsters about to fight each other? Daegu concealed himself behind a large tree, opting to observe the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to Daegu, another observer was quietly watching the scene unfold. In the nearby forest, Rau stealthily excavated two holes in a mountain, using them to covertly assess the current situation. The reason Rau chose to infiltrate the village discreetly rather than making a grand entrance was simple. He wished to observe the developments here without his interference and whether they aligned with the original TV storyline. From the looks of it, the answer was affirmative. A clash between Hilbargen and Garudi appeared inevitable. Witnessing Garudi standing obliviously in the face of impending doom, Rau could not help but shake his head. Why provoke Hilbargen when you had nothing better to do? The Silver Dragon was not someone you could lightly antagonize. Placing a barrier within its territory displayed a notable lack of awareness. Rau sighed for Garudi. As for the unfortunate Garudi he had previously raided, it was likely wreaking havoc in District D's amusement park by now. Facing the uninvited guest, Hilbargen was furious. How dare you encroach upon my territory? It advanced menacingly, intending to teach this intruder a lesson. Yet, just a few steps in, it crashed into an invisible wall. Reaching out, Hilbargen discovered the barrier. Who erected this unlawful structure in my domain? Hilbargen roared in fury, unleashing a couple of powerful strikes that shattered the barrier. It then charged at Garudi, initiating a fierce confrontation. Garudi, undeterred, bravely countered. With a resounding crash and explosive sounds, the two engaged in a frenzied melee, their battle causing the surrounding forest to tremble and the roads of the nearby town to rumble. The two monsters fought at the edge of the rainbow's magical realm, threatening to obliterate the thoroughfare. Rau exclaimed, "Stop fighting already. If this continues, I won't be able to seize any glory." However, while Hilbargen and Garudi appeared evenly matched, Rau could clearly discern that Garudi's efforts were merely superficial. No matter how it ensnared or unleashed destructive beams, they proved futile against the resilient Hilbargen. Soon, Garudi was utterly overwhelmed, unable to lift its head. This spectacle left Daegu in silent dread. The silver monster was indeed formidable, relying solely on its brute strength to dominate the fight, without the need for any light-based abilities. As Garudi seemed on the brink of defeat, Diga readied his divine staff, prepared to transform at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Zhu Jing was still en route in the Sherlock vehicle. Observing Garudi's dire situation, Hilbargen let out a triumphant roar. "This is your punishment for trespassing." Rau watched the two inept fighters with great amusement, noting Garudi's imminent demise. Realizing that Garudi was nearly defeated, Rau prepared to act. One had to admire Garudi's stubbornness. Even reduced to a pitiful state, it persisted in its struggle. "Let me assist you in your liberation and avenge you in the process." Rau decided it was time to reveal his true prowess. With a thunderous crash, Rau rose, his massive form thundering against the ground. Just as he was about to spring into action, Diga unexpectedly transformed right before him. A brilliant light illuminated the area as a giant figure materialized. "Diga?" Rau was taken aback. Why was Diga here? Shouldn't he have been at the amusement park, dealing with another Garudi? Simultaneously, Diga was equally bewildered. When did Gorzan arrive? I merely transformed, and yet Gorzan suddenly appears before me? The familiar sense of pressure returned. Yet this time, Diga quickly regained his composure. Through extensive training, his stamina had significantly increased, and his mastery of Diga's powers had deepened. Thus, he felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, the silver monster was powerful, but he too was not to be underestimated. While he might not prevail against Gorzan, he was certainly prepared to challenge the silver monster. Chapter 31. Questioning Diga, Understanding Diga, Becoming Diga. Even if we were to concede defeat against that silver behemoth, there remains Gotti. It's prudent to target the weaker adversary. Eliminating Gotti would be a commendable feat. As for Gorzahn, it barely registers in Digu's considerations. Hiya. Thus, Diga pivoted, setting his sights on Gotti. However, at that juncture, Lu Yu gestured emphatically, signaling Diga to engage Silvergon, while he would personally handle Gotti. The kill was not to be conceded. Diga. Very well. Silvergon it is. After all, both are menaces to Earth. Vanquishing either serves the purpose. And so, Diga willingly turned his attention to Silvergon, who, upon beholding the newcomer with luminous white eyes, could only resign himself to the situation. He had hoped to slumber undisturbed, yet first came Gotti, and now these insignificant nuisances. Utterly vexing. All he craved was a peaceful repose. What transgression had he committed? Roar. Enraged, Silvergon charged at Diga. Observing Diga's engagement with Silvergon, Lu Yu nodded approvingly. With no external interference, he could now serenely devour Gotti. The battered Gotti, at this moment, entertained thoughts of clandestine escape. Yet, having barely begun to burrow, it sensed a chilling presence behind it, discerning Lu Yu's deathly gaze. Turning, it beheld Lu Yu's imposing form looming beside it. Without preamble, Lu Yu seized Gotti's arms, delivering a series of forceful knee strikes to its abdomen. Each devastating blow sent tremors through Gotti, its internal organs seemingly on the verge of upheaval. Then, with a swift chop, Lu Yu severed Gotti's horn. Without hesitation, he cast the severed appendage into his maw, swallowing it whole, unchewed. Gotti could only gape in bewildered incomprehension. Consumed? Such a maneuver existed? And Lu Yu now understood the predilection of Master Diga for cleaving the horns of monsters. The tactile sensation of severing a horn. Truly sublime. Questioning Diga, Understanding Diga, Becoming Diga. With its horn gone, Gotti was rendered defenseless, subject to Lu Yu's whims. Lu Yu tore off Gotti's elongated tentacles, consuming them as if they were noodles. Then, he detached its massive pincer-like arms, devouring them. The texture, exquisite. Thus, Gotti was gradually transferred to Lu Yu's abdomen. If Lu Yu's side of the battle was an utter rout, then, on the other side of the field, Diga was embroiled in a grueling struggle. Against the silver dragon Silvergon, Diga gained no advantage. Even in his power-type form, he was on the receiving end of a brutal assault. This monster, like Leader Dragon, was an impenetrable fortress, impervious to attack. Moreover, its strength far surpassed that of Leader Dragon. Each blow from its claws felt like colliding with a high-speed locomotive. An agonizing experience. Seeing that Lu Yu had finished the last morsel of Gotti, Diga realized that Gorzahn was once again devouring a monster, absorbing its energy. But this momentary lapse in concentration allowed Silvergon to seize the initiative. With its massive, ram-like horns, it slammed into Diga, sending sparks flying and forcing him into retreat. Then, with a sweeping tail, it sent Diga sprawling, advancing to trample him. Diga could only roll, dodging the attacks. Finally regaining his footing, Diga could endure no more. unleashing the Dirasium stream. The superheated golden stream hurtled towards Silvergon, striking its chest. Yet, aside from a shower of sparks, it had no effect. Diga refused to concede, unleashing the attack once more. Diga. Oh, Silvergon. Why couldn't he release it? Silvergon mimicked Diga's light-emitting movements with his short hands. Of course, it was useless. But Diga was unaware. He really thought Silvergon was going to release the skill. So he desperately rolled to the side, dodging a loneliness. Beep, beep. The timer lit up red. Why can't I release it? Silvergon looked at his hands suspiciously, shook his head, and stomped his feet in the ground in anger. In extreme anger, he was angry. Lu Yu, who was watching the excitement from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile at this time. This Silvergon guy really added all his points to his strength. Looks like he's not very smart. Not only is his IQ overdue, but he is also short-sighted, has no static vision, and can only see moving objects. This is quite interesting. Later, I can tease it. At the same time, D District Amusement Park. Here, too, the battle was in full swing. The gaudy mother, who had emerged from the ground, was wreaking havoc in the amusement park because she had lost her child, seemingly venting all her anger on humans. Lena and Shinjo were piloting the Flying Swallow No. 2, constantly harassing it in the air and containing its movements. A refuge notice has been issued in the surrounding areas. Please ask all tourists to follow the instructions and leave as soon as possible. The sound of the broadcast resounded throughout the park. The ground was chaotic, and Zhongfang was directing the refuge work. Although Gotti is not strong, it is not something that Flying Swallow can deal with. After even the Texas beam failed to achieve effective results, the victory team's hearts sank to the bottom. What to do? This time, monsters have appeared for so long. Why hasn't Diga appeared yet? Everyone couldn't figure out this problem. As time goes by, casualties and losses will only increase. Damn it, don't underestimate us humans. Shinjo shouted and fired another series of lasers. On the ground, Zhongfang ordered, immediately mobilize the ground armored forces to come to support and replenish firepower. Protect the masses at all costs. Without Diga's help, this is the first time that humans have truly dealt with monsters with their own strength. Although difficult, the victory team is still persisting. In the chaotic crowd, a child clasped his hands together in front of his chest, silently praying. Diga Ultraman, Monster Gorzan, please. Please come and help us defeat this terrible monster. Actually, more than him, the fleeing people. At this time, they all knew that relying on the victory team alone was far from enough. Everyone hoped that there would be a savior to end this disaster. Chapter 32. Hilbegong furrowed his brow. In the realm of the rainbow, thunderous roars echoed. Hilbegong and Diga continued their fierce struggle, with Diga enduring valiantly as the red light on his chest flickered increasingly rapidly. His stamina was nearly exhausted, while Hilbegong, after such a prolonged engagement, still seemed unfazed, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, resembling a perpetual motion machine. Diga realized that if this continued, it would be futile. He could not defeat Hilbegong alone. Just as he felt helpless, Hilbegong, emboldened by his advantage, charged forward once more. But suddenly, with a resounding bang, Hilbegong staggered violently, retreating several steps and nearly losing his balance. It appeared as though he had been struck fiercely by an unseen force. How? Hilbegong roared in anger. Searching for the culprit, he glanced left and right, but found no trace of his assailant. Why can't I see who hit me? Hilbegong was bewildered. Yet, from Diga's perspective, the scene unfolded differently. Just as Hilbegong lunged towards him, Gorzan had come from the side, delivering a powerful punch. Yet why? Was Gorzan now standing right next to Hilbegong? Yet Hilbegong seemed oblivious to his presence? Diga was equally perplexed. Stranger still, at that moment, Gorzan appeared to be frozen in place, as if experiencing a malfunction. What was happening? This unexpected strike ignited Hilbegong's fury. Unable to identify the attacker, he roared, intending to unleash his wrath upon Diga. Diga found himself disoriented by the winds of chaos. Then, with another thunderous sound, Hilbegong was struck again by that seemingly invisible presence, receiving yet another blow. How? Hilbegong frowned, realizing the situation was far from simple. He turned around, baring his teeth, and struck out at the air, trying to outsmart his unseen foe. Observing this, Diga grew increasingly astonished. He witnessed Hilbegong completely disregard Gorzan, brushing past him. Could it be that Gorzan had employed some form of illusion, rendering Hilbegong unable to see him? As the events unfolded, Lu Yu taunted Hilbegong once more. And after a third strike, Diga seemed to comprehend the truth. This monster could only perceive moving objects. Mimicking Lu Yu, he seized the opportunity to strike Hilbagong with a flurry of punches and kicks while Hilbagong was distracted. Upon Hilbagong's realization, Daiku immediately froze in place, remaining motionless. After several such attempts, the strategy proved effective, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Thus, the two creatures engaged in a game of red light, green light, with Hilbagong becoming increasingly frantic, spinning in circles in a fit of rage. I can endure no longer. Who dares to strike me? And where has that white, bulb-eyed figure gone? Lu Yu chuckled. You've been cooped up at home too long, haven't you? It's time to bring this to a close. With that, Lu Yu ceased his concealment and charged forward, his massive form resembling a towering black monolith. He struck with tremendous force, sending Hilbagong flying through the air. Hilbagong soared hundreds of meters, experiencing a sensation akin to flight, before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As he rose, his head buzzed from the impact, the result of Lu Yu's carefully measured force, enough to bewilder but not to injure. Whoosh! A barrage of plasma electromagnetic cannon fire erupted from Lu Yu, striking Hilbagong squarely. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Hilbagong's once impervious body, now riddled with gaping wounds, his charred skin emitting wisps of smoke. Another new technique? Diga pondered, momentarily taken aback. Gorzan's abilities were indeed numerous, each time unveiling new tricks. Faced with this novel assault, Hilbagong, ignoring the pain, contemplated imitation. He spread his arms wide and opened his mouth, yet nothing happened. No energy blasts erupted from his maw, and his efforts were in vain. Was his stance incorrect? Hilbagong adjusted his position, yet again, it bore no fruit. How come they can unleash ranged attacks, yet I cannot? Hilbagong leapt in frustration, stomping his feet angrily. Without hesitation, Lu Yu unleashed a supersonic beam. The honeycomb-like layers of his neck glimmered as energy gathered at the crown of his head, and the supersonic beam erupted forth. Now, Lu Yu's ultimate technique, the supersonic beam, had undergone numerous enhancements, transforming beyond recognition. Its color evolved from purple to gold, and now, a kaleidoscope of dark hues. This was primarily due to the myriad types of energy Lu Yu had consumed, all mingling within his light-based skill. Each color represented a different energy: the golden primal energy, pure white light energy, crimson magma energy, flickering electromagnetic power, and dark purple plasma energy, rendering its appearance indescribable. However, its might remained undiminished. As the beam struck, Hilbagong trembled violently, collapsing like a landslide under the unparalleled force. Now gravely wounded, Hilbagong could no longer rise, helplessly lying in the dust, his once fierce and violent demeanor extinguished. Mealtime had arrived. Lu Yu approached and severed Hilbagong's two massive ram-like horns, consuming them. He then devoured the remaining portions piece by piece. Hilbagong's flesh was notably tough, with a fibrous texture, unlike the tender meat of Gadget. Lu Yu's jaw ached from the effort. This was hardly surprising, for Hilbagong was indeed a rugged and robust creature. Yet, under Lu Yu's formidable biting strength, any monster would be torn asunder. Patting his stomach, Lu Yu turned to find Diga still nearby. I nearly forgot about you, Master Diga. Since you're still here, let us proceed as per our usual arrangement. Moments later, Diga, having been drained of energy, transformed into a transparent form and vanished. Lu Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased to have once again feasted on Diga's essence. With Hilbagong defeated, the rainbow realm began to dissipate. The inverted rainbow on the horizon gradually faded away. Lu Yu began to dig into the ground, employing earth manipulation. Though this task was complete, another monster awaited him elsewhere, eager to be consumed. Chapter 33. A family must be united. Diga. Shortly after Lu Yu's departure, a yellow vehicle emblazoned with guts approached. Zhu Wei, driving the Sherlock car, had finally arrived. With the two beasts already dealt with by Lu Yu, Zhu Wei faced no obstacles. He swiftly traversed the forest and soon discovered the unconscious Diga. Nearby, he noted fallen trees and disturbed earth, clear signs of a monster's battle. Alas, I have come too late. Zhu Wei felt a twinge of disappointment for once again missing the chance to confront a monster. Had he been present, his universal translator and monster tracker might have proven invaluable. However, the immediate priority was to expedite Digu's return for medical assistance, while also reporting the situation. In District D's amusement park, fierce combat raged on. Faced with Gotti's ferocious onslaught, the victory team found themselves overwhelmed. The battlefield had expanded beyond the amusement park, and the area of devastation continued to grow. After prolonged engagement, Lena and Shinjo were exhausted, and the functionality of the Fiend No. 2 was pushed to its limits. Even the ground-armored units that arrived to assist were rendered ineffective under the intense firepower directed at Gotti. Humanity seemed diminutive in the presence of such colossal creatures. In the command room, Ikuya's brow furrowed with concern. She could not comprehend why this monster harbored such wrath against humanity. Its demeanor suggested a desire to eradicate all humans. Who had provoked it? This situation was untenable. With her hands pressed against her forehead, Ikuya wore a troubled expression. If the battle continued to deteriorate, she might have to consider deploying some form of catastrophic weaponry, an option she regarded as a last resort. People often take certain things for granted, only to realize their value in the face of loss. At this moment, as their homes lay in ruins and lives hung by a thread, humanity recognized the immense worth of Diga and Gorzan. Without their protection, fragile humanity was on the brink of collapse. Yet, why had neither of them appeared this time? Seemingly having agreed to stay away, had they abandoned humanity? Had humans done something to disappoint them? Such questions plagued many hearts, while some knelt in prayer, beseeching divine intervention to end the calamity. With a thunderous roar, Gotti unleashed a beam of light from its horn, annihilating entire battalions of tanks in its path. It then extended its tentacles, effortlessly collapsing the Ferris wheel, transforming the amusement park into a hellish inferno. Shinjo gritted his teeth, feeling an unprecedented loathing for his own powerlessness. Lena's eyes brimmed with tears as she surveyed the once joyful amusement park, now a desolate ruin. Diga, Gorzahn, please come to our aid. She closed her eyes and silently prayed. At that moment, she sensed something amiss. The destructive rampage of Gotti outside seemed to diminish, replaced by the sound of cheers from the crowd. What was happening? Had she misheard? The next instant, Shinjo's voice jolted her back to reality. Lena, look. It's Gorzan. Gorzan has arrived. Lena's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed through the aircraft's window. A colossal and familiar figure emerged on the ground, engaged in a fierce battle with Gotti. It was Gorzan. A wave of joy surged through her. Had her prayers been answered? Gorzan had truly come. Lena's heart soared with delight. Her hopes had been realized. It had heard her silent plea. Yes, wonderful, Shinjo exclaimed, equally exhilarated. All personnel, cease fire. On the ground, Zhongfang issued commands. Lu Yu's arrival had instantly turned the tide of battle. At the very least, Gotti no longer targeted humanity, granting people a moment to breathe. He ordered a halt to the assault to prevent any accidental harm to Gorzan, though such an attack would barely scratch Lu Yu. Zhongfang preferred not to disrupt his fight. Observing Lu Yu engaging with Gotti, Zhongfang's expression grew complex. As a staunch hawk, the ice within him seemed to begin melting at that moment. With a mighty roar, Lu Yu, having exited the rainbow magical realm, followed the energy readings on his map directly to Gotti's location. He swiftly burrowed underground, surfacing beneath Gotti, then burst forth like a shark leaping from the depths, clamping down on Gotti's left arm. The sheer force of his bite severed Gotti's entire left arm. With a howl of agony, Gotti's blood poured forth, eliciting a furious roar. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Hooray! Well done! Incredible! Let's defeat this monster. Thank you, Gorzan. We are saved. Fantastic. Yezue expressed unabashed joy. Ikuya, who had been furrowing her brow, finally exhaled a sigh of relief as the burden on her heart lifted. In her view, Lu Yu's odds against Gotti seemed overwhelmingly favorable. On the battlefield, Gotti, having recovered from the pain of its severed limb, suddenly detected a familiar scent emanating from the unexpected intruder. It was the scent of its offspring. Gotti was stunned, realizing that this creature before it was the very one responsible for its child's demise. With an unprecedented surge of fury, Gotti charged at Lu Yu, consumed by rage and losing all semblance of reason. Lu Yu could only shake his head in disbelief. Wasn't it better to live? Why rush towards oblivion? In truth, he had come specifically to sample Gotti's flavor. After all, a family must be united, mustn't it? Ultrasonic beams. A dazzling array of colors erupted from the armor atop Lu Yu's head, radiating with indescribable energy. The destructive force, akin to a comet colliding with the earth, unleashed searing heat and devastation, melting steel in its wake. Before this irresistible power, Gotti was mercilessly consumed. Chapter 34. Timid and only dares to walk underground in that moment. The air seemed to solidify. All sounds were devoured by an overwhelming energy. Where the beam of light passed, towering edifices were obliterated in an instant, leaving behind scorched fissures upon the earth. As this radiance reached its zenith and Lu Yu gradually withdrew it, the surroundings finally fell into a profound silence. A silence, as still as death. The entire city appeared to be shaken by the events that had just transpired. Only the imposing silhouette of Lu Yu, reminiscent of a tyrant, stood silently amidst the ruins. Gotti had completely lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of death. His skin was a fiery red, resembling that of something roasted. In this state, the flesh was tender and succulent, the surface slightly charred, exuding a vibrant hue. It emitted an enticing aroma, marking the perfect moment for consumption. With a gentle tear, Lu Yu effortlessly split Gotti in two. Each intricate vein seemed to contain rich juices, melting upon contact. In no time at all, the massive Gotti was wholly consumed by Lu Yu. Thus, the monster that had wrought unprecedented havoc upon humanity was dispatched with astonishing ease by Lu Yu. The entire ordeal took less than 2 minutes. In that instant, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. The taut nerves were released as the fleeing crowd finally paused to turn back and behold Lu Yu's proud form. On the faces of the children appeared expressions of awe and admiration. Zhongfang exhaled deeply, a look of solace gracing his features after surviving the ordeal. The two pilots aboard the Fian 2 could finally divert their focus from the monstrous threat. Yet, amidst the elation, Lena harbored a question. Where was Diga? Why had he not appeared throughout this encounter? Gorzan, Gorzan, observing the jubilant little ants below, who were calling his name. Lu Yu opened his mouth and let out a low growl. No need to thank me. I am merely a passing monster connoisseur. However, it seemed that I may have overshadowed you. Yet, this cannot be blamed on me. After all, you couldn't even contend with Hilbegorn, could you? Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yu vanished into the earth, timid and only daring to traverse underground. The Gotti incident thus came to a close. Under the guidance of relevant authorities, efforts for post-disaster reconstruction commenced in an orderly fashion. However, the members of the victory team were not yet permitted to rest, for they still needed to rush to the Lion's Nose Forest to rescue Degu's team. Just before the Fian 2 was set to depart, the communication channel suddenly received a message from Zhu Jing's headquarters. Please respond. I have reunited with Degu's team and will soon bring him back to base. That is wonderful. Lena inquired anxiously. Is Degu all right? Look, this kid has survived every crash. He'll be fine, Zhu Jing retorted. Lena, why do you only concern yourself with Degu and not with me? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among them. Despite his portly stature, this fellow was surprisingly efficient. Xin Chung remarked. Thus, the last of their worries was resolved. All right, Captain, now you can rest easy, Zhongfang said. Take a good break. We're heading back to base. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jing nodded. The prolonged command had indeed left her physically and mentally drained. After exchanging farewells with Yi Rue, she exited the command room. At that moment, an odd occurrence transpired. Around the corner of the base corridor, she encountered a mysterious blue figure. The figure floated like a specter, vanishing in an instant. Who is it? Zhu Jing hurriedly pursued. Looking around, there was nothing but emptiness. Was that just an illusion? Returning to her quarters, Zhu Jing rubbed her temples, questioning her own vision. However, in the next moment, a male voice suddenly resonated beside her. Victory Team Captain, greetings. Zhu Jing swiftly turned her head. Who are you? She queried, alert. The man before her, in his 30s, bore a shadowy countenance. Could he be the blue figure from earlier? To enter her room silently, he could not be an ordinary human. A sense of alarm surged within Zhu Jing. The team members were still outside, leaving her isolated and vulnerable. Ban Xiao Guangxiong sat in a chair, cryptically stating, I am a prophet. As for the name of this body, it is inconsequential. You need only remember the name of my people, the Kiriya. Kiriya? Zhu Jing inquired, attempting to buy time. Where do you hail from? What is your purpose? Ban Xiao Guangxiong rose and began pacing the room, fervently elaborating, we Kiriya arrived on Earth during the ultra-ancient era, predating both Diga and Gorzan. We worship the Kiriya deity of supreme power. At this, Ban Xiao Guangxiong's expression contorted. Yet, you humans have begun to idolize Diga and Gorzan. How utterly foolish. I advise you to awaken soon, for there is no turning back. My purpose for today is simple. I require you, the victory team captain, to express respect towards us Kiriya. You are an intelligent person and surely will make the right choice. Otherwise, once the gates of hell are opened, you will have no opportunity to plead for the Kiriya dominion. Zhu Jing was taken aback by his words. This is a prophet? He must have just escaped from a mental institution. Fine, I agree to express my respect for you. Compelled by circumstance, Zhu Jing could only feign compliance, biding time. She had uploaded the surveillance from this location to the command room, trusting that Yi Rui would soon arrive with support. Ban Xiao Guangxiong nodded. Within 3 days. I demand to see your attitude. Otherwise, the sacred flames will next burn the K1 region. With that, he vanished. The door swung open as Yi Rui rushed in. Gun drawn. Captain, I'm unharmed, Zhu Jing replied, lost in thoughts regarding Ban Xiao Guangxiong's disappearance. Underground. In the magma region. Lu Yu lay languidly within the molten rock, digesting the vast energy within. This journey to the rainbow magic realm had proven exceptionally fruitful. Summarizing his gains, they were unprecedented. Lu Yu assessed his consumption. He had devoured Hilbegorn, 2 Gaudy, the dilatium light flow, and 80 Gaudy eggs. Yet, he had not fully digested any of these. After digestion, one could only imagine the enhancements they would bestow upon Lu Yu. Furthermore, the 20 eggs he had pilfered from the Gaudy nest appeared to be on the verge of hatching under the intense heat of the magma. Chapter 35. Lena, I have a bold idea. Time passed. While waiting for digestion, Lu Yu, idly with nothing to do, decided to gather all 20 giant white eggs. Gazing at these enormous eggs, his appetite grew increasingly insatiable. Wiping his mouth, Lu Yu recalled the reason for leaving these eggs behind. He had intended to wait for them to hatch, nurturing the 20 little creatures to recognize him as their mother. Who says a male caretaker cannot be a mother? Once these creatures grew up, they would serve as his combat allies. In the future, he could delegate trivial tasks to them, sparing himself from direct involvement. If he encountered formidable foes, they could assist him. Truly, it was a plan with nothing but benefits. However, would 20 creatures be excessive? Uncontrollable tears began to flow from the corners of his mouth. To be honest, having too many might lead to chaotic brawls, raising concerns of overwhelming strength against the weak. Perhaps he should consume a few more. After all, fairness is paramount in combat, is it not? Thus, Lu Yu eagerly grabbed an egg and tossed it into his mouth. Youth has no price. It melted in his mouth. Chewing. Just the right flavor. A familiar recipe, a familiar taste. With a satisfying gulp, a wave of happiness engulfed him. At that moment, inspiration struck him again, and he tossed several eggs directly into the magma. Premium ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. The eggs sank briefly before quickly resurfacing, rolling amid the bubbling magma, resembling meatballs in a tomato hot pot. After several seconds, Lu Yu fished the eggs out, cracked a small piece, and poured in a handful of magma. The essence of the soul. He took a bite, and the succulent juices burst in his mouth. Refreshing. He indulged in 12 consecutive bites before reluctantly stopping. With only 8 eggs remaining, he realized he could not eat more. If he continued, he would no longer be able to be a male caretaker. He returned the remaining eggs to their place and began to drift off to sleep in the magma. Meanwhile, his internal devouring progress continued to rise. At the TPC headquarters, the entire victory team had returned to the command room. They discussed the mysterious blue figure seen by the captain. Zhu Wei suggested that this so-called Gili Elad individual might possess extensive knowledge of the base's internal situation, which allowed them to infiltrate when the base was unguarded. Are you implying that their conspiracy was premeditated? Mukai inquired. Indeed, did that man not claim they had already infiltrated Earth? Furthermore, judging by his tone, the Gili Elad might be archenemies with Diga and Gorzahn. Is that so? Dagu was startled. Archenemies? How was I unaware of this? In my opinion, that man merely used flowery words and allusions to deceive us. We need not believe his fabrications. Nishikawa dismissed the notion. Lena stepped forward, saying, I have heard that sightings of angels have been increasing lately. I wonder if this is related. Angels? Ijima frowned. What are those? I am not quite sure. I have only heard that angels shine with light, and their purpose seems to be to protect humanity. Although it sounded beautiful, for some reason, Ijima still felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. During this period, everyone should investigate this so-called angel. Simultaneously, remain vigilant regarding developments in the K1 region. Regardless of whether that man's words hold truth, it is wise to be prepared. After making this decision, they temporarily concluded their discussion and began to review the previous battle. Everyone was intrigued by Dagu and Zhu Wei's experiences in the rainbow magic realm. Following investigations, it was discovered that the anomalous magnetic field in the Lion's Nose forest had inexplicably vanished, returning to normal. Strangely, there were also numerous signs of combat from giant creatures at the site. Curiosity piqued. Everyone urged Diga to share his observations from that place. Diga thought for a moment, evasively stating, I jumped out of the plane in an emergency and then lost consciousness. I didn't see anything. Better to say less than to reveal too much. After all, the matter had concluded, so he chose to brush it off. The more he spoke, the more loopholes he would create. He did not wish to expose his identity. Zhu Wei also mentioned that he indeed saw signs of monster battles upon arriving. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. After rescuing Diga, he left immediately. What truly transpired in the rainbow magic realm? Thus, an intriguing question arose in everyone's minds. From the perspective of the victory team, Lu Yu only participated in the amusement park Gotti incident. However, no one anticipated that he had actually been involved on both sides. At that moment, Zhu Wei inquired, how did you handle the monster Gotti in the amusement park? Did Diga assist? Diga, why must you bring that up? Lina recounted the events to Zhu Wei. Gorzahn again. Zhu Wei pondered. It seems that sometimes Gorzahn is even more reliable than Diga. Diga. Yes. At that moment, Yezue added, after this incident, Gorzahn's reputation has indeed soared. The latest polls show its approval rating has skyrocketed to 49. Many people have significantly changed their perception of it. Gorzahn is gaining more and more recognition. Diga hurriedly asked, what about Diga? What is Diga's approval rating? Above 70. Diga let out a sigh of relief. Lina smiled at Mukai, saying, Commander, do you still believe that Gorzahn is a monster that must be eradicated? In response to Lina's inquiry, Mukai fell silent. An unusual stillness enveloping him. For a moment, no one spoke. After contemplating, Lina suddenly conceived a new idea. It dawned on her that each time Diga appeared, Diga was always present. Yet this time, Diga was absent, and Diga did not appear. Was this merely a coincidence? Moreover, in the rainbow magic realm, there were signs of combat from giant creatures. Could it be possible that Diga had intervened? The long-held question erupted at this moment. Lina felt that Diga might be hiding something. A bold idea gradually formed in her heart. Could it be that Diga is Diga? Unsurprisingly, Lina, even with Digu's concealments, managed to deduce the truth. A tempest surged within her heart. She gazed at Digu's profile and cautiously asked, Diga did not appear this time. I believe he must have his reasons. What do you think, Diga? Lina observed Digu's expression, noting that he momentarily froze before stammering. Yes, indeed, I feel the same way. Meanwhile, thousands of meters underground, an entirely different scene unfolded. There, upon the crimson magma, an immense beast suddenly opened its eyes. Just moments ago, Lu Yu sensed that all the energy within him had been completely digested. Chapter 36. Rising to greatness from the rainbow magical realm at the moment of complete digestion, an unprecedented sense of euphoria enveloped Lu Yu's entire being. At this instant, all energies, including light energy, magma power, and plasma electromagnetic energy, converged and expanded within him. The space trembled, and golden streams of energy swirled around Lu Yu's form, radiating outward like ripples. The overwhelming force was reshaping his body. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, immense power erupted, echoing like thunder and shaking the subterranean realm. Even the magma surged violently, as if it were being tossed by tumultuous waves. With a sudden movement, Lu Yu stood tall, his colossal wings unfurling above the magma, sending crimson flames soaring into the air. At the same time, he willed forth two long tendrils, akin to whips, that emerged from between his claws, gracefully dancing through the air. Indeed, these were the new appendages Lu Yu had acquired through consuming Gad, enabling him to strike targets from a distance, thus filling the void in his ranged physical attacks. Wielding the tendrils, as thick as pillars, he struck the rock wall with tremendous force. A thunderous crash reverberated through the space, causing massive boulders to collapse and disintegrate into dust. The sheer might of this display was evident. This was merely the first of Lu Yu's newfound gains. The second was a transformation in his appearance and a significant amplification of his strength. Externally, Lu Yu had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Every inch of his skin radiated an entirely new aura. His towering physique resembled that of a mountain, with robust limbs and muscles resembling armor bulging beneath his skin, forming sleek contours that expanded and contracted with each breath. At the end of his tail, a sharp cross-shaped bone hammer emerged, an extension of his armored shell. Fiery red patterns coursed across his body, converging at his chest, intermingled with brilliant white, gold, and deep purple hues, creating a strikingly impressive visage. With Lu Yu's current power, defeating 10 Hillbagans would be a trivial task. As for the third gain, all of Lu Yu's light-based abilities had been enhanced to varying degrees. Whether it was ultrasonic beams, petrifying rays, high-temperature magma projectiles, or plasma electromagnetic cannons, their potency had escalated significantly. Particularly, after consuming the dirasium light stream, the light energy within Lu Yu surged to new heights. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt an itch in his chest, as though the excess light energy might prompt the emergence of a timer. Moreover, Lu Yu had become increasingly attuned to energy sources, allowing him to effortlessly perceive energy distributions over thousands of kilometers. For instance, he could sense that the energy within the distant underground temple in Kumamoto City was steadily intensifying. It seemed that Masaki Kigo was making commendable progress. Finally, the most crucial acquisition was the temporal spatial superpower obtained from Hillbagan. This was a power Lu Yu had long anticipated, and it was now finally within his grasp. This superpower encompassed the forces of time and space, making it exceedingly rare and formidable. For instance, Hillbagan originated from a different dimension known as the temporal spatial realm, and the rainbow magical realm was a space he had created for habitation. His kin, the golden dragon Gorzahn, also possessed this ability, albeit at a far greater magnitude. Gorzahn wielded unimaginable powers, capable of traversing time and space freely. In the original narrative, the golden dragon gathered mysterious magnetic fields from various locales to fully unfold the temporal spatial realm, causing the world's time and space to spiral into chaos. Even Gorzahn himself was but an illusion of the temporal vortex. Having consumed Hillbagan, Lu Yu had acquired this ability, though he had yet to master it completely, as the silver dragon's level was still somewhat inferior. Presently, Lu Yu could wield temporal spatial power, enabling him to create realms akin to the rainbow magical realm. Furthermore, he could open interdimensional portals, facilitating dimension hopping. However, the challenge was evident. The power remained unstable, and he could not yet control it reliably, which might lead to unforeseen consequences. In other words, Lu Yu's temporal spatial superpower was still in its infancy, predominantly focused on spatial abilities. Time manipulation? Yes, but only to a limited extent. Nonetheless, there were potential solutions. At this moment, Lu Yu had conceived two possible approaches. The first was to consume the golden dragon Gorzahn. The second was to absorb the Halloween witch Karambo. For now, Lu Yu set aside the former. However, he found the latter quite promising. In his memories, Karambo possessed the ability to distort space and teleport. She also had a pumpkin carriage that traversed from another dimension. Absorbing her would undoubtedly significantly enhance Lu Yu's temporal spatial realm. With Halloween approaching, there would be an opportunity to set things in motion. Lu Yu silently made his plans. Thus, he had thoroughly accounted for all his newly acquired abilities. An unprecedented force surged within him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to establish his own temporal spatial realm. But how to choose its location? After much contemplation, Lu Yu ultimately decided to locate it in the Lion's Nose Forest, the very site chosen by Hillbagan. That place was vast, secluded, and perfect for Lu Yu's requirements. Resolutely, Lu Yu set to work, taking the remaining 8 gad eggs and beginning his excavation towards the Lion's Nose Forest. He was finally ready to bid farewell to this underground cavern. Since the moment of his arrival, Lu Yu had resided here, and the time spent had fostered a sense of attachment. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of reluctance. However, this was not a final farewell. If he wished to return, he could simply dig his way back in no time. Although the distance was considerable, his speed rendered it inconsequential. Furthermore, once he mastered greater temporal spatial powers, he could traverse anywhere at will, merely a thought away. Boom. The subterranean world began to rumble. After a while, Lu Yu successfully arrived at his destination. Chapter 37. The Throne of Giants. The hatching of Little Gotti. Once again, I returned to the Lion's Nose Forest, which had completely reverted to its original state. Not only had Gotti's barrier vanished entirely, but the radiant rainbow on the horizon was also no longer visible. With a subtle gesture, I unleashed a wave of invisible energy, a unique force of time and space that spread through the air, reopening the mirage akin to rippling water, enveloping the entire Lion's Nose Forest within its embrace. In an instant, the rainbow magic realm regained its former splendor, and notably, its expanse had doubled. "Ah, splendid," I remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the suspended rainbow above. Yet, an inexplicable sense of something missing lingered. After a moment's reflection, I directed my focus toward the forest and hills before me and unleashed a gray, petrifying ray from above. Wherever the light passed, everything transformed into rock. Ultimately, under my precise manipulation, a colossal stone throne materialized before me. Moving into my new abode, the stark barrenness felt somewhat monotonous. Having a seat could be deemed a piece of furniture. With 2 strides, I ascended the giant rock throne, my deep-set eyes shimmering with an icy glint, exuding an aura befitting a sovereign. The suspended rainbow arched overhead, completely isolating this sanctum from the outside world. From this moment forth, this realm would belong solely to me. Here, I could finally flourish, beginning anew from the rainbow magic realm. Prolonged confinement beneath the earth had been dreary and dark. Residing here would allow me to bask in sunlight and replenish my calcium. Savoring the warmth of the sun, I retrieved a piece of magma cake and began to eat. Another advantage of this location was its vastness. Accommodating monsters, including Gotti, would pose no challenge. Raising dozens of creatures to assist in confronting the dark sea snail would undoubtedly create an exhilarating spectacle. As this thought crossed my mind, my gaze fell upon the Gotti eggs beside me. "You 8 shall serve as the initial members of my monstrous army." To my surprise, 2 of the eggs exhibited extensive cracks on their shells, evidently on the verge of hatching. In the next moment, the eggs began to tremble, the fissures widening, as the life within struggled to break free. Are they about to hatch? I watched with eager anticipation. Crack! At last, 2 little Gotti emerged from their shells. In the command room of the victory team, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of Ura typing on the keyboard occasionally broke the silence. Daegu sat absorbed in his documents, unknowingly drifting into a daydream. A lingering question occupied his mind. How did Gorzahn discern the weaknesses of Hilbegon? During the encounter in the Rainbow Magic Realm, he had been thoroughly beaten by Hilbegon. Yet, as soon as Gorzahn appeared, he exploited Hilbegon's lack of static vision, turning the tide of battle, as if he had anticipated this flaw all along. Daegu remained perplexed by this notion. Was it possible that Gorzahn had meticulously prepared and conducted his investigations beforehand? Or perhaps he and Hilbegon were old acquaintances who had suddenly turned adversarial? Daegu shook his head. The more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed. At that moment, Xinxing burst in, announcing that the investigation results from the D District Amusement Park had arrived. "Oh," Daegu jolted back to focus. "We discovered Gotti's lair beneath the amusement park," Xinxing exclaimed, revealing that the lair was in ruins and bore signs of monster activity. "Our hypothesis posits that Gorzahn preemptively destroyed Gotti's lair, completely eradicating it." Upon hearing this, Jiao Jianwei, Zhongfang, Daegu, and Yuerue exchanged astonished glances. "Are you suggesting that Gorzahn anticipated Gotti's movements and severed all escape routes?" Jiao Jianwei found this hard to believe. It seemed implausible. Previously, the shocking displays of power from Lu Yu had often overshadowed any notion of intellect. Everyone had forgotten that he had showcased remarkable intelligence during his debut, luring away the giant stone statue fragments and subsequently devouring Melba. Even Diga was taken aback. Had Xinxing not mentioned it, he would have remained unaware of Gotti's subterranean lair. This implied that after Gorzahn dealt with the Rainbow Magic Realm, he swiftly arrived at the amusement park to resolve the crisis there, even demolishing an old nest in the process? Absurd. However, considering that Gorzahn had consistently been present whenever monsters appeared, it was hardly surprising. It had simply become routine. What form will Gorzahn take now that he has devoured Gotti? Zhongfang pondered aloud. No one knew the answer. Perhaps the next time they encountered him, Gorzahn would present an entirely new visage. Xinxing glanced around curiously and asked, "Where is everyone else?" Daegu explained, "Lena has gone to assist with the modifications on the Victory Swift. Following recent events, the higher-ups have raised the requirements for TPC's armed forces. The development of the colossal mothership, Atlantis, is nearing completion. Humanity truly has a long road ahead of us." As for Juguay, he has somehow obtained a small piece of stone transformed by Gorzan's petrifying ray and is currently in the laboratory conducting research. Gorzan's stone? Xinxing shook his head in amusement. That fellow truly was tenacious. His methods for studying Gorzahn were quite unconventional. "Wait, there's a new development," Yuerue suddenly stated with seriousness. "Just now, The anomalous magnetic field in the Lion's Nose forest region has returned. What? The group was momentarily stunned. Not only that, but the magnetic field's area had significantly expanded. The on-site explorers once again witnessed the inverted, mysterious rainbow. That rainbow symbolized the presence of monsters. Diga gasped. Could it be that Hilbegon was still alive? He had witnessed Gorzan devour it with his own eyes. Xinxing immediately adopted a resolute demeanor, declaring, Daegu and I will pilot machine number 1 to investigate the situation. Xinxing, hold on, Jiao Jianhui quickly interjected. The recent maintenance costs for the logistics department's aircraft have increased significantly. Do you and Daegu have any leads? Xinxing. Daegu, Jiao Jianhui decisively stated, until we confirm the absence of monster activity, we must refrain from taking any rash actions. In the rainbow magic realm, crack, crack, under my eager gaze, the two little Gotti finally broke free from their shells. Chapter 38. Where on earth have you brought me? Two newly hatched little Gottis nestled together, emitting soft, tender cries. Observing these two creatures, which were roughly the same size as Deban, I noticed they possessed slender tendrils. Indeed, they were rather endearing. The little Gottis widened their eyes, timidly gazing at Lu Yu. This formidable figure appeared quite fearsome. Who could he possibly be? Lu Yu let out a low growl, startling them into clutching each other tightly. One of the little Gottis sniffed the air and suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was the scent of their mother. Astonishingly, it emanated from the imposing figure before them. The Gottis were incredulous. This creature looked so peculiar. Could he truly belong to their species? At that moment, a spark of inspiration flickered within Lu Yu, and two long tendrils sprouted from between his claws. Upon seeing this, the little Gottis immediately confirmed their suspicion. Indeed, they all had tendrils, suggesting that they were indeed of the same kind. Ee, they chirped in unison. Are you hungry? Lu Yu inquired, but regrettably, he had little to offer. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a few magma cakes, placing them before the young ones. Go ahead, eat. The little Gottis lowered their heads and sniffed the offering. The aroma seemed off, and it felt a bit too hot. Father, are we really supposed to eat this? Of course, Lu Yu replied, his expression exuding unwavering confidence. Hesitantly, one of the Gottis took a bite. The taste was faint but pleasantly fragrant, albeit lacking in flavor. The Gotti species was known for their carnivorous tendencies. Nevertheless, reassured by Lu Yu's undeniable demeanor, they obediently began to eat. Lu Yu's intention was simple, to enhance the little Gottis with the power of the magma cakes and encourage them to drink magma, fostering their strength from a young age. He wondered if, under his guidance, the Gottis could surpass their species' limitations. Before long, the two newly hatched siblings finished their magma cakes. Feeling satiated, they became restless and yearned for sleep, swaying unsteadily as their eyelids grew heavy. Lu Yu was immediately displeased. At your age, how can you sleep? The Gatange is about to strike, and you two little rascals still wish to slumber? Get up. Extending his right arm, Lu Yu summoned a sphere of light that split into two beams, each merging with the bodies of the little Gottis. This was the energy bestowal from his newly acquired additional skill. Previously, Lu Yu could only condense energy into destructive beams, but now he could impart a portion of his energy to other beings without diminishing his own power. This bestowal came with an additional effect, akin to a mental seal. Any creature infused with Lu Yu's energy would remain eternally loyal to him. This effect would provide a solid foundation for Lu Yu in his quest to forge a legion of monsters. The energies bestowed upon the siblings consisted of magma energy and light energy. Upon receiving Lu Yu's gifts, they glowed radiantly, visibly growing in size. One bore a fiery brand upon its body, while the other was marked with a luminous imprint. Instantly, the little Gottis felt their fatigue dissipate. What a wondrous sensation! Their gazes toward Lu Yu now brimmed with unmistakable trust and reliance. Are you hungry again? Lu Yu sighed. Fortunately, he had brought a sufficient supply of magma cakes. Otherwise, they would have truly gone hungry. With a flick of his massive paw, several magma cakes appeared in his palm. The little Gottis sparkled with delight, exclaiming how marvelous it was. Father is so impressive. With great enthusiasm, they feasted. Among the total of 8 Gottis, Lu Yu prepared to endow each with distinct energies, cultivating individuals with varying enhancements. This strategy would not only allow him to test which energy was the most potent, but would also enable the creation of a formidable 8 Gotti legion. Reflecting on the control of monsters, Lu Yu couldn't help but recall Belial's ultimate combat device. Those possessing the bloodline of Erodo could wield the device to command 100 monsters in battle. A hint of envy stirred within him. Yet, with newfound clarity, Liu Yu realized that controlling monsters was merely the beginning. With the mental seal, if he dared to dream, controlling Ultraman might not be out of reach. A moment later, the two little ones had succumbed to slumber. Liu Yu lifted his gaze. He had another crucial task ahead. He needed to test his dimensional powers. Although there were inherent risks, Liu Yu was confident in his adept manipulation of energy and would endeavor to keep the risks within manageable bounds. He couldn't remain on Earth indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would venture into the dimensional realms. It was an essential step he must take. Without hesitation, Liu Yu released a burst of colorful energy from the helm atop his head. The beam struck the void with a resounding boom, unleashing a myriad of colorful particles that spiraled and twisted. Thus, the vortex of time and space opened. Was this the interdimensional passage? Liu Yu's eyes shimmered with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Rising from his rocky throne, he extended his hand to touch it. Whoosh! His colossal form was swiftly engulfed by the vortex. Chaos, distortion, dizziness. Within the interdimensional passage, the scenery was surreal, with vibrant colors merging into peculiar shapes and patterns. The warped spatial structure shifted unpredictably, while Liu Yu navigated through the dimensional turbulence, nearly losing his sense of direction. This was his reality. With the support of the dimensional realm, other monsters would likely falter within mere seconds. Liu Yu observed numerous small whirlpools scattered throughout the void. The nearby whirlpools were direct channels to Earth's interior, allowing access to any location on the planet. He experimented with a few small whirlpools, reaching Hokkaido, the Pacific Ocean, and the Kunlun Mountains. These locales were quite distant from the Rainbow Magic Realm, yet with the dimensional realm, he could reach them in an instant. A remarkable convenience. After thoroughly exploring the vicinity, Liu Yu turned his gaze toward the larger whirlpools in the distance. Clearly, compared to the smaller ones, these would connect to far more distant places. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yu cautiously approached one of the large whirlpools. Should he dare to explore? The answer was an unequivocal yes. He had come this far. Even if danger lurked, he could return at a moment's notice. Thus, after preparing for this new adventure, he reached out to touch it. Whoosh! In the next moment, Liu Yu was drawn inside. As Liu Yu opened his eyes, he was met with an entirely different vista. Jagged mountains loomed, and the landscape was scorched as far as the eye could see, with reddish-brown earth blanketing the ground. The air was thick with swirling dust, and even the sky was tinged a deep crimson. Liu Yu stood bewildered amidst the wind, exclaiming, "Where on earth have you brought me? Is this still Earth?" Chapter 39, Is it light? Liu Yu stood in bewilderment. Where was this place? It appeared desolate and barren, devoid of life. Could it be an uninhabited planet? Perhaps it would be wise to retreat now. Just as Liu Yu contemplated making a hasty exit, a faint sound of combat echoed from a distance, mingled with the howling winds, rendering it indistinct. He quickly concealed himself behind a small hill, inching closer to observe discreetly. In unfamiliar territory, it was prudent to exercise caution. Before long, he approached the source of the noise. When he finally discerned the scene before him, he was taken aback. Two Ultramen were engaged in fierce combat. One was adorned in fiery red, with a silver-white head resembling a lion. Silver bracelets adorned its wrists, and a necklace-like pattern graced its chest, complemented by a pale blue circular chest light and golden pupils that burned like a lion's fierce gaze. Liu Yu recognized it instantly. It was Leo Ultraman from the constellation Leo, L77 star. How had he unexpectedly encountered Leo? This was the first time since his arrival in this realm that he had seen an Ultraman other than Diga. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon Liu Yu. If this was indeed Leo Ultraman, then the other combatant was unmistakably. Suddenly, the realization struck him. He had traversed to K76 star. The Ultraman fighting Leo was none other than the rebellious youth, Zero Ultraman. A wave of emotions surged within Liu Yu. Zero Ultraman, the son of Seven, was the youngest and most powerful prodigy of the Land of Light, possessing a proud heart imbued with valor and ambition, achieving greatness from the outset. He had once barely avoided a catastrophic mistake by touching the core of the plasma spark tower. His father, Seven, had sent him to the juvenile detention center on K76 star for rigorous training under the supervision of the Leo brothers to temper his strength and resolve. At this very moment, the narrative of their training was unfolding. Zero Ultraman was clad in a bronze-colored armor that obscured his original visage. This special armor had been forcibly donned upon him by the King of Ultra. Its purpose was twofold: to seal Zero's powers, preventing him from utilizing his light-based abilities, and to safeguard him from sustaining injuries during the battle. Boom. Leo and Zero clashed intensely, momentarily separating before charging at each other again for another round of fierce combat. Do you still consider me a mere child? How underestimated I am. Zero bellowed, his right fist propelled forward, the air seeming to tear as it sliced through with the force of his strike. His power surpassed that expected of one his age. He had grown weary of the repetitive training and yearned for Leo and all the Ultramen of the Land of Light to regard him with newfound respect. Leo remained silent. Faced with Zero's fierce attack, he stood his ground, blocking the blow with his arm, remaining utterly unmoved. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches landed on Zero's abdomen. Despite the protective armor, the sheer force compelled Zero to stagger backward. The extensive training had meant Zero had to rely solely on physical skills, often enduring blows. After all, Leo was a master of cosmic martial arts and close combat. Boom. The two engaged in an immersive training session, completely unaware of an unexpected visitor nearby. Lu Yu observed Zero. Even restrained by the armor, his pride was unmistakable. Despite being on the receiving end of relentless blows, he maintained an indomitable spirit. Truly, he was the proud rabbit, though sometimes his words may veer into the realm of the juvenile. At that moment, a thought crossed Lu Yu's mind. Since he had arrived, he could not leave without gaining something in return. He pondered whether he could devise a beneficial scheme here. First, the thought of devouring the Ultramen was out of the question. Could he possibly consume Leo or Zero? Now was certainly not the time to attempt something so foolhardy. Next, granting energy to Zero and branding him with a mental seal? Lu Yu recognized the impracticality of this notion. Should he attempt it, failure was highly probable, and the risk of exposing himself and facing a beating from Leo and Zero loomed large. Finally, he considered lurking in the cosmic prison, waiting for the Zerabians. Perhaps even encountering the escaping Belial. Lu Yu felt his imagination was becoming increasingly extravagant. He had yet to resolve the issues concerning Earth's boss, yet here he was, entangled with the boss of the Land of Light. After contemplating various possibilities, he found no breakthrough point. Was it destined that this journey would be in vain? Suddenly, Zero propelled himself forward, his foot striking the ground with such force that he appeared as a bolt of lightning, rapidly closing the distance to Leo. Executing a flying kick that was engulfed in a tempestuous gale, he charged forward. Leo, however, remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place, exuding an air of calm confidence. You will pay for your arrogance. Zero roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. The term arrogance had always been a self-reflection for him. This was the first time he had used it to describe another. As Zero's attack approached, Leo's hand shot out, his muscular arms coiling around Zero's leg like a supple serpent, effortlessly neutralizing the force of the blow. With remarkable ease, he dissipated an attack powerful enough to shatter mountains. Boom. Zero was sent flying, crashing into a mountain, fragments of rock cascading down around him. Without undergoing relentless training, you will never become a competent warrior, Leo stated solemnly. Though he spoke thus, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. He had witnessed Zero's tremendous progress over this time. Damn it, Zero grunted, propping himself up on his hands, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He could not comprehend why, after so many days, he still saw no glimmer of victory. He could not even manage to gain the upper hand, even for a fleeting moment. Why? The ground trembled with the force of their battle, resembling the tremors of an earthquake. Pigmon, the small monster accompanying Zero during his training, was frightened and scampered behind a mountain for safety. That was a close call. I nearly became a pile of mush. Pigmon huddled behind the mountain, patting its wildly beating heart. Finally finding a secure spot, it turned around, only to lock eyes with Lu Yu. The two stared at each other in astonishment. Pigmon's face went pale in an instant. However, before it could utter a scream, the creature before it unleashed a wave of white light that enveloped its body. A warm current surged within, bringing Pigmon unprecedented comfort. When it raised its gaze to the towering creature once more, it found it no longer terrifying, but rather endearing. It emitted a soft, gurgling sound. Who? Just as Zero rose to his feet, he seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his attention toward Lu Yu's direction. Behind that mountain, he felt an intense surge of light energy. Chapter 40. The glorious betrayer Sero. Where are you headed? Those who abandon their endeavors will never attain recognition. As Leo witnessed Sero sprint away from the battlefield, he mistakenly assumed that Sero was giving up on his training and called out to him. Sero quickly reached the rear of the mountain, his nerves taut as he scanned the surroundings, yet nothing was amiss. Only Piggyman stood there, hands on hips, gazing at him with a puzzled expression as if inquiring, "What has transpired?" The air was still. Everything appeared entirely normal. Yet, I distinctly. Sero perplexedly touched his head, noting the absence of any footprints nearby. Was it truly an illusion? At that moment, Leo approached, grasping the situation and asking, "Sero, did you notice what type of energy it was?" "Light energy," Sero exclaimed without hesitation. It was a potent surge of light energy, and he could not be mistaken. "Light energy?" Leo murmured, realizing that if it was indeed light, then there was no cause for concern. At the very least, it could not be an invasion by malevolent beasts, posing no danger. However, this remote location raised questions. Which Ultraman had just arrived? Was it Seven or the King of Ultra? Countless thoughts flooded Leo's mind. Regardless of who it was, there was no need for such stealth. "Piggyman, are you hurt? Did you see anything unusual nearby just now?" Sero crouched down to inquire, looking down at Piggyman. Giggling, Piggyman maintained his innocent demeanor, shaking his head to convey that he was merely a weak and pitiable little monster, knowing nothing at all. This was indeed peculiar. Sero stood up, lost in thought. "All right, Sero, you might be too fatigued. Let us pause the special training. You should take a break." Leo patted Sero's shoulder, granting him a rare reprieve. Yet, Sero felt no joy at all. Leo did not take this matter to heart, but it became a lingering worry for Sero. He sensed that the unknown visitor was no ordinary being. Nevertheless, Sero's optimistic nature soon revived his spirits. He was destined to be the protagonist. Despite facing temporary setbacks and challenges, he would ultimately prevail. As for the others, they still had 20,000 years to go. Giggling, Piggyman called out to Sero, expressing admiration. Meanwhile, an imperceptible glimmer of something unusual flickered in its eyes. In the dimensional rift, chaos and distortion reigned, a spectacle of the bizarre. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from the swirling vortex. Liu steadied himself in the void, a wave of trepidation washing over him. This experience had indeed been thrilling. Fortunately, he had been astute, concealing his presence since landing on K-76 star. Upon spotting Leo, he had continuously released light energy, serving as a misdirection. The two of them should not have detected his presence. Even if they had, they would likely assume it was another Ultraman and not think much of it. With this thought, Liu finally exhaled in relief. To his surprise, this journey had proven quite dramatic. He also learned that this world held more than just the plot of Diga. The narrative of the Ultra Galaxy legend was quietly unfolding on the other side of the universe. His thoughts delved deeper, and a fine line manifested in Liu's mind. This represented the connection of consciousness between him and Piggyman. In a sense, this could be considered a gain from his journey, couldn't he? This fine line, one end controlled by Liu, connected to Piggyman's consciousness. Under the influence of a mental imprint, Liu could henceforth access Piggyman's thoughts. He attempted to establish contact. Despite the distance and poor signal, he succeeded in connecting. In less than half a minute, the signal from the other end responded. Giggling, Liu's head throbbed from the barrage of information, as Piggyman relayed, "Master, I have not revealed your presence. Isn't that splendid? I hope one day I can accompany you for a long time." Giggling, what was this? Had he just planted a mole beside Sero? Liu chuckled and lamented. Congratulations to Piggyman for becoming a glorious traitor. Henceforth, Liu could utilize it to stay informed about the unfolding plot and any developments, allowing him to take appropriate countermeasures. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over him. Liu realized he had lingered in the dimensional space too long. He hastened his steps back to the entrance of the Rainbow Magic Realm. Before departing, he cast a final glance at the remaining large vortex. Though curiosity piqued within him, given the earlier experience on K-76 star, he dared not venture again. Who knew where it might lead? If he were to be transported to a realm such as the Land of Light or the Monster Graveyard, it would spell disaster. Once his strength increased, he could explore it later. However, Liu reconsidered. Even if he couldn't go, there was no harm in probing, right? Thus, he focused his energy, shaping it as he reached towards the vortex. He felt his power extend into the cracks of the void, flowing into the swirling mass. In the next moment, Liu's pupils dilated as he sensed an extreme danger. He quickly withdrew all his energy and, without a backward glance, dove into a smaller vortex, returning to the rainbow magic realm. At the very instant of his disappearance, another humanoid figure materialized amidst the dimensional turbulence. This figure donned a black wizard's hat, with long silver hair, a pallid face, and skin wrinkled and dry like that of an ancient tree. It was the Halloween witch, Kiriya. The old witch rode a broomstick and was adorned with a large collection of candies, traversing the dimensions. I believe I just witnessed a colossal monster vanish around here. Kiriya flew to the spot where Liu had stood, surveying the area with a chilling gaze. Well, if I cannot find it, so be it. She then soared towards another smaller vortex, emitting a sinister, haunting laugh. Hee hee hee. Halloween is approaching, and it is time to gather the dreams of children. Children do not need dreams. Those who lose their dreams will be cast into the grave of dreams. And the energy of those dreams will serve as the finest nourishment to strengthen me. Hee 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 hee. In the command center of the victory team, the automatic doors opened, and Lena entered excitedly. Everyone, I bring good news. The experimental craft, the Victory Snow White, transformed from the Flying Swallow No. 1, has been completed. It is equipped with the latest Magus power system developed by Dr. Eighttails, significantly enhancing its performance. Chapter 41. Thank you, Gorzahn. Really? That is truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy. The emergence of monsters had become increasingly frequent, and the demands on their victory team were escalating. If they did not upgrade their weapons soon, they would surely fall behind. It was only a month ago that they last enhanced their armament, in response to the threat posed by Gakuma. The Fian 2 was transformed into a super mode, evolving from merely firing signal flares to being equipped with the Texas Beam. Now, with the introduction of the Shirayuki, outfitted with the Magus Drive, the Victory Team's combat capability was destined to ascend yet another tier. The Magus Drive system harnessed the collision of protons and antiprotons to generate immense energy for propulsion. The Shirayuki was armed with 5 ultra-powerful spike missiles, capable of reaching a speed of 5 Mach on Earth. When activated in space, its velocity could soar beyond 80 Mach. Lena proudly presented this information to the group. Wow, this is simply invincible, Xian Chung exclaimed, excitedly slapping Guijing on the forehead. I must experience the speed of the Shirayuki. Shirayuki, Xian, don't get carried away. As the discussion continued, the large screen displayed surveillance footage from the K1 region. The image revealed towering city buildings and bustling streets, epitomizing harmony. Yet, the words of the so-called Kiriya pierced their hearts like daggers, compelling the victory team to focus their efforts on potential crises. Suddenly, the footage flickered and distorted, and a man appeared, blocking the camera. Lena and the others turned to look, while Jujin Hui stood up in alarm. The man was none other than the invading blue specter, the Kiriya. With an expression of fury, Banxiao Mitsuo proclaimed to the world, "Foolish humans, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. So now, behold the wrath of the Kiriya." He raised his arms above his head in fervent declaration, flames erupting from beneath him, engulfing his form. When the fire subsided, a colossal demon beast stood amidst the city. Its body was entirely black, with long limbs and agile strides, its face twisted into a weeping expression. A luminous core on its left chest glowed ominously, while a peculiar orange crystal sparkled at the center of its forehead. It was the Inferno Demon Warrior, the Kiriya. Is this the true form of the Kiriya? Xian Chung gasped in astonishment. This creature differed from the previous monsters. Its humanoid appearance was less bulky, suggesting agility and combat prowess. Its strength was likely formidable. Diga could no longer contain himself, eager to transform and rush to the scene. Zhongfang immediately ordered Lena to pilot the Shirayuki, while Diga, Xian Chung, and Guijing boarded the Fian 2 to provide support. However, Lena raised an objection, stating, "I cannot pilot the new model alone. I need Diga to assist me in operating the Shirayuki." Diga hesitated for a moment, locking gazes with Lena, a knowing look passing between them. "No problem," Zhongfang agreed without hesitation. Thus, the team sprang into action. Boom. The Kiriya wreaked havoc in the city. Explosions erupted, smoke billowed, and the air was filled with cries and the sounds of destruction. The once peaceful streets were now crowded with fleeing masses. Ha ha ha. The Kiriya laughed triumphantly as it crushed a building underfoot. "Where are Diga and Gorzan? Are they both too frightened to face me?" We Kiriya are invincible. The day when humanity is led by us has finally arrived. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. Sparks flew from behind the Kiriya. It staggered forward several steps before regaining its balance. Turning around, it spotted a white aircraft weaving through the towering cityscape, resembling a silver arrow. Diga pressed the launch button once more. Whoosh! Another ultra-powerful spike missile shot forth, striking the Kiriya again. Flames erupted, and smoke ascended as it was hit consecutively, inflicting both pain and fury upon the creature. It extended its right arm, directing a wave of fiery red energy towards the Shirayuki. Yet Lena, being the ace pilot she was, remained calm under pressure, deftly maneuvering the controls to evade the assault with ease. The Fiend too soon joined the fray, launching its own attacks. The Kiriya expression darkened. However, sitting in the back seat of the Shirayuki, Diga felt a wave of frustration. With Lena's remarkable piloting skills, it was clear the aircraft would not crash. Yet how could he transform now? As the city neared destruction, Diga pondered the inadequacies of the victory team. Time was running out for him to change. Unexpectedly, Lena spoke up, voicing his unspoken thoughts. Diga, are you hiding something from me? Diga was taken aback. Why do you ask that so suddenly? Just tell me the truth. I promise to keep your secret. Lena smiled reassuringly. You are Diga Ultraman, aren't you? When his secret was laid bare by Lena's words, Diga was momentarily stunned. When had things gone awry, allowing her to discover such clues? Coming to his senses, he realized that further concealment was futile. He chose to trust Lena. Yes, Diga nodded. In that moment of falling, it was Diga Ultraman who chose me. I was bestowed with the light of life, gaining Diga's powers. With that confession, a sense of unprecedented relief washed over him. Indeed, for so long, Diga had fought alone, feeling isolated and lost. In the original narrative, Diga lacked a confidant, a comrade to fight alongside him. He was often misunderstood and even despised by humanity. He had struggled to find meaning in his existence, wandering in darkness. Yet now, with Gorzan's arrival, everything had changed. In many battles, Gorzan had come to assist, tackling monsters that even Diga found formidable. Perhaps this was a unique form of camaraderie in battle? A warm feeling surged within Diga. Thank you, Gorzan. He retrieved the godlight stick from his pocket, his gaze becoming resolute. If it were Gorzan, he would face the monster without hesitation. So, for the sake of protecting humanity, let the transformation begin, Diga. Chapter 42. The terrifying essence of chaos in the city. Brilliant lights flickered. The silhouette of a giant emerged, and the crowd erupted in fervor. The imposing figure of Diga brought a semblance of reassurance to the people. Lena gazed at Diga, her heart awash with complex emotions, urging him on. Go for it, Diga. At last, you have arrived, Diga, sneered the Kiriya. Is it fear that has kept you from appearing until now? With no time for banter, Diga assumed a combat stance and charged at the Kiriya. Diga unleashed a flurry of strikes, his arms swinging and legs delivering powerful kicks to the creature's abdomen. Yet, the Kiriya's asymmetrical exoskeleton acted like impenetrable armor, absorbing much of Diga's force. In the heat of battle, Diga seized an opportunity. Grasping one of the Kiriya's hands and hurling it away, the creature executed a backflip, landing gracefully. Diga pursued, but the Kiriya countered with a swift, sweeping kick, sending Diga crashing against a skyscraper, which crumbled upon impact. Indeed, the Kiriya's fighting prowess was on par with Diga's. Its formidable claws and extraordinary leg strength, combined with agile movements and a repertoire of combat techniques such as shoulder throws and spinning kicks, inflicted severe damage on Diga. With a resounding slap, the Kiriya covered Diga's face in a brutal maneuver. Diga rallied, throwing the creature to the ground, then unleashed a series of blue energy projectiles akin to shurikens. While their power was modest, their speed was remarkable, and the Kiriya, caught off guard, was struck directly. In that moment of pain, the Kiriya retaliated with a massive wave of fiery energy that also hit Diga. Ding! Ding! Diga fell to the ground, his lights flashing red. The Kiriya reveled in triumph, laughing maniacally. Is this the extent of your power, daring to be Earth's guardian? Diga Ultraman, how naive. Meanwhile, the snowflake vessel had exhausted its 5 powerful spikes, and the Texas beam from the Flying Swallow 2 proved ineffective. Diga, momentarily defeated, left the victory team in a state of helplessness, as despair enveloped the city like a dark shroud. In the rainbow magic realm, Luyu sat upon a colossal rock throne, breathing heavily. Recollecting his recent encounter in the alternate dimension, he felt a lingering dread. The aura emanating from that massive vortex was utterly terrifying, merely probing from a distance. He had felt an icy chill. Just a sliver of energy released from the rift sent shivers down his spine. It was the essence of chaos. Lu Yu sensed, in the far reaches of that cosmic space, a terrifying entity reigning over both light and darkness. Such an existence, with its profound chaotic power, transcended all brilliance and shadows, perhaps rivaling even the likes of Jitanj. No, it might even be stronger. Grateful that he had only dared to probe and refrained from rash actions, Lu Yu acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient to confront such a force. Taking a deep breath, he transformed a tree into stone with his petrifying beam, uprooted it, and consumed it to quell his unease. Suddenly, two small Gadi awakened, witnessing this spectacle and clamoring for food. So soon you are hungry? Yet, the last piece of magma cake had already been devoured. What? You wish to eat stone? That may not be advisable. Perhaps I could fetch some fries from the dock instead? Lu Yu sighed, resembling a weary father. Feeding these little ones stones was likely futile. Crack, crack. Several eggshells shattered, and Lu Yu turned to find the remaining 6 eggs hatching simultaneously. The 6 hungry Gadi, sensing Lu Yu's familiar presence, gathered eagerly, extending their little tentacles for food. Lu Yu thought, what a misfortune to suddenly have so many mouths to feed. He never anticipated that even in this new world, he would still worry over the costs of nurturing his children. With a resigned sigh, inspiration struck him. He possessed the ability to bestow energy upon others, imbuing them with vitality and marking them with a mental imprint. He raised his right arm, a sphere of light forming at his claw tip, which split into 8 and floated into the bodies of the 8 Gadi. As radiant hues enveloped them, each Gadi transformed, some shimmering in golden light, others emitting dark purple particles, and others sparking with arcs of electricity. This time, Lu Yu generously endowed them with extra energy, hoping to satiate their hunger in one go. He imparted different types of energy to each Gadi, aspiring to cultivate diverse enhancements. 8 distinct imprints appeared upon them. The sensation of hunger vanished, and a surge of power coursed through their forms, causing them to swell to at least 3 times their original size. Notably, the 8th Gadi, having received Lu Yu's physical prowess, grew an astonishing 7 to 8 times larger. Standing, it towered above Lu Yu's knees. The eldest two, observing their younger siblings with pride, exclaimed, "Look, our father is remarkable, remarkable," echoed the 6 little Gadi in unison. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, ready to find a place to rest. However, just as he lay down, a palpable wave of energy surged toward him. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yu opened the map in his mind. A red dot pulsed, indicating a strong energy source. Is that the K1 region? He searched his memory. Although he couldn't recall the specifics of past events in that area, one thing was clear: a monster had emerged. In other words, a feast had arrived at his doorstep. Little ones, I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. With that, Lu Yu prepared to dig into the ground. But in an instant, he halted, stifling a laugh. Why dig when he could traverse time and space? His skills had become second nature, and he nearly forgot to utilize his newfound abilities. Thus, a colorful beam erupted in the void, and Lu Yu vanished into the swirling vortex of time and space. Chapter 43, Lurking for 30 million years. Is this it? In the K1 region, the Kiriya continue their wanton destruction. They overturn vehicles, obliterate roads, and buildings collapse like mere blocks under their malevolent grasp. Shattered glass rains down like a deluge, stirring clouds of dust and debris, while flames engulf the city in a fierce blaze. On the streets, terrified crowds scatter in panic, their screams and cries echoing in the chaos. The once orderly environment has disintegrated. Now, no one can save you. Bow down and submit to the dominion of the Kiriya. The Kiriya mockingly gaze at Diga, who struggles to rise. Diga's red lights flicker rapidly. Despite having transformed into a powerful form, he finds himself at a disadvantage. His energy is swiftly depleting, threatening to overwhelm him. In the original TV storyline, Diga was already at a disadvantage against the Kiriya. Although he briefly retaliated after transforming into an aerial form, he was ultimately injured by their fiery onslaught. It was only with the support of Jiume and Lina that Diga managed to freeze his opponent and turn the tide, ultimately annihilating them with the Zapiliao light beam. However, in the present reality, the narrative has shifted dramatically. Faced with the Kiryalodians' offensive, Diga did not immediately consider transforming into an aerial form, but opted for the powerful form instead. Ever since that fateful encounter on Kiriya Island, where he was persuaded by Lu Yu to adopt the powerful form, Diga has consistently resorted to this brute strength in moments of indecision, casting aside the aerial form. His last transformation into the aerial form was during the battle against Melba. This has sown the seeds of his current failure. On the ever-changing battlefield, even a single choice can prove fatal. Diga appears on the brink of collapse. Could it be that the Kiryalodians are truly about to achieve their goal? Meanwhile, TPC's reinforcements continue to arrive, unleashing a barrage of firepower to disrupt the Kiryalodians' actions. The Flying Swallow 2 remains poised for an assault. Alone in her cockpit, Lena watches as Diga, embodied by Diga, nears the limits of his combat capabilities. Her heart filled with concern. She strives to alleviate Digu's burden in this dire situation. Even Captain Jome has taken to the field, piloting the first machine to provide support. The television channels urgently broadcast the events unfolding in the K1 region. Many viewers, gripped by fear of the monstrous threat, begin to question the effectiveness of the victory team. In their eyes, during the previous Gotti incident and the current Kiryalodians crisis, the victory team has been virtually ineffective, akin to mere decorations. It is Diga and Gorzahn who have truly quelled the chaos, especially considering that during the last incident, when Diga was absent, it was Gorzahn who ultimately resolved the Gotti threat. Now, although Diga has made an appearance, he has failed to deliver a satisfactory resolution, leading many to once again yearn for Golzahn's arrival. With monsters rampaging, humanity teeters on the brink of disaster. Can Gorzahn, like before, rescue humanity once more? Additionally, a small faction of individuals, seduced by the Kiryalodians, clutch angelic dolls and gaze adoringly at their conquerors, eager to prostrate themselves at their feet. Undoubtedly, they are mindless fans. Regret it now, Diga Ultraman? The Kiryalodians taunt, if only you had heeded my words sooner and not opposed us, you wouldn't find yourself in this predicament. Here's your final chance. Lead all of humanity to submit to my rule, and perhaps I will consider sparing your life. What say you? Diga remains unfazed. He struggles to rise, desperately channeling the last vestiges of strength within him. Stubborn as ever, the Kiryalodians jeer, preparing to charge at Diga for a final strike. No. Lena screams, aware that Diga is at the end of his tether and cannot withstand another blow. She closes her eyes, unable to bear witness to what may come. Yet, in the next instant, the anticipated brutal scene fails to materialize. The Kiryalodians, having taken only a few steps, sense something amiss. They suddenly feel an unseen force restraining them, preventing further advance. Looking down, they discover two formidable tendrils, emerging from an unknown source, possessing immense strength, binding their ankles and rendering them immobile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Kiryalodians struggle fiercely. Enraged, they attempt to tear the tendrils apart, but all efforts prove futile. With a resonant hum, a vortex of time and space unfolds in the void. A colossal creature emerges from another dimension, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, confronting the Kiryalodians from afar. Extending two whips, it firmly secures them in place. Boom. The surrounding areas and the viewers at home erupt in jubilant cheers. Gorzahn has come to save us once more. A wave of elation sweeps through the crowd. Lena opens her eyes, her parched lips finally curling into a smile. That familiar, massive figure brings an unparalleled sense of reassurance. On board the Flying Swallow 2, Shinjo, Juji, and Munakata, overwhelmed by joy, are equally astonished by Lu Yu's dramatic entrance. Am I dreaming? Where did Gorzahn appear from? What is the meaning of those tendrils? And what of that vortex? Could it be a time-space whirlpool? Gorzahn emerged from within. I must say, it is undeniably impressive. Diga, witnessing Lu Yu's sudden entrance, breathes a sigh of relief. Gorzahn has come to take over. Finally, he can rest. Hearing the unending cheers from the distance, the Kiryalodians feel a pang of bitterness. Why is it that since my arrival, I have garnered so few admirers, while Gorzahn receives a thunderous ovation, simultaneously looking up at Lu Yu, who towers over them? The Kiryalodians are taken aback. They recall that during the battle against the monster Ligaduran, Gorzahn appeared weak and easily intimidated. How, after such a short time, has he undergone such a transformation? From outward appearances, it seems he has undergone significant enhancement, far removed from his former weakness. What has transpired with Gorzahn? Chapter 44. The invasion of the Rainbow Magic Realm. Although feeling somewhat intimidated, the Kiriya people stubbornly declared, "Gorzan, do you intend to obstruct the Kiriya? Have you not witnessed the fate of Diga? I can offer you a chance, as long as you cease meddling, after we dominate humanity." Before the sentence could be completed, Luyu exerted force with both hands, lifting the Kiriya into the air, leaving them suspended upside down. Finally, there was peace. Luyu scratched his ear, realizing the Kiriya was still complaining. "Have you forgotten that you're still bound by me?" Swinging in the air, the Kiriya cursed vehemently, attempting to unleash flames from its right arm to sever Luyu's tendrils. However, after a prolonged effort, it proved futile. Luyu scoffed, "Is this all you've got? After 30 million years, just this? You aspire to rule humanity? It's laughable." The strength of these tendrils varied with the user in Luyu's hands. They were incredibly resilient, unlike the fragile state they exhibited against Gotti. How could mere flames possibly harm them? "Gorzan, you dare show disrespect to the Kiriya. One day, you shall regret your actions." The Kiriya, hanging head down, shouted frantically. Luyu merely thought, "You're left with nothing but bravado." He recalled that in the original storyline, the Kiriya had arrived on Earth 30 million years ago. This raised a pertinent question. Why had they failed to conquer the Earth during that time? Luyu reasoned that they must have attempted to act over the millennia, yet they could not contend with the Dark Four or Gitangia. They had been dealt severe blows, forcing them into hiding to recuperate. It was only upon Diga's revival that they dared to emerge again. Even in the original series, it was the more formidable Kiriya too that made an impact. As for the current Kiriya, merely cannon fodder. Moreover, within the original narrative, while the Kiriya were inept in combat, they were adept at verbal dueling. After their schemes failed, they repeatedly appeared in Dagu's dreams as the image of Banxiao Mitsuo, mocking him for his overestimation of his abilities and lack of power to protect the Earth. In the finale, they again engaged in a mental dialogue with Diga, deriding Dagu, claiming that his arrogance had doomed humanity, and stating that the Kiriya god had forsaken both humanity and the Earth. In summary, they were all talk and no action. Luyu lost interest in their verbal sparring. With a powerful swing of his arms, he hurled the Kiriya to the ground with a resounding crash. Released, the Kiriya quickly regained its footing, assuming a combat stance, eager for a lengthy duel. However, the next moment, Luyu pivoted and swung his massive tail, striking it with tremendous force. This maneuver was not merely a simple tail swipe. The new organ at the tail's tip, the crossbone hammer, was armored and exceptionally sharp. Coupled with Luyu's overwhelming strength, this strike could effortlessly shatter massive boulders. With a thunderous impact, the Kiriya's chest was struck by the bone hammer, propelling its body through the air, crashing through 3 skyscrapers before finally coming to rest. It slumped beside a building, sliding down to the ground, its orange luminescent core now utterly obliterated, revealing the gruesome flesh beneath. In an instant, it was on the brink of death. You are nothing more than a pitiful creature, taking on human form, filled with ambition yet lacking the requisite power. Luyu approached the Kiriya, seizing it in his grasp and beginning to consume it. It must be noted that this was the first time Luyu had encountered such an unpalatable monster. Yet, for the greater good, he consumed it entirely. During this battle, Luyu relied solely on his physical prowess, testing the capabilities of his tendrils and crossbone hammer, without employing any light-based skills. The battle demonstrated that his strength had ascended to an entirely new level. Meanwhile, Diga was still present, merely on the verge of fading away. Seizing the moment, Luyu, with a mindset of experimentation, extended his right arm, and the tips of his claws emitted a glowing orb. With a thought, the orb floated towards Diga. However, upon contact, it dissipated as if hindered by an unseen barrier, unable to merge with Diga's essence. It seemed that the attempt was futile. The failure was anticipated by Luyu. Bestowing power upon an Ultraman and instilling a mental imprint was no simple task. He surmised that the reason for this failure likely lay in the absence of certain conditions, though the specifics remained elusive for the time being. He collected his thoughts and surveyed the devastation around him. The city lay in ruins, and it was evident that the victory team had their work cut out for them. A beam of colorful light shot forth from above, and a time-space vortex unfurled down the street. Luyu stepped into it, entering a different dimensional realm amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Task accomplished. He would now return home. Within the Rainbow Magic Realm, the 8 little Gotti, having received Luyu's generous gift, were thoroughly content. With their bellies full and no tasks at hand, they began to play. Some engaged in playful fights, others lay down to rest, while a few meandered aimlessly in the magical realm. Exhausted from their wandering, they couldn't help but marvel. Dada's house is truly vast. This area, largely uninhabited, remained tranquil most of the time, serving as their happiest sanctuary. However, an unsettling noise suddenly broke the serenity. Rumble, rumble. At the edge of the rainbow magic realm, a shark-like dorsal fin was moving rapidly across the ground. The ground was torn apart in its wake, leaving a grotesque scar on the earth. The massive shark machine monster, Gyazaku, was traversing underground. What was happening? It should have been nearby. At that moment, Masaki Kigo, remotely controlling Gyazaku from Kumamoto City, felt puzzled. He had sensed the energy of light here, yet why was there no result? There was no reason to be unable to locate the giant statue. As Masaki Kigo's proud creation, the underground shark Gyazaku was intended to search for the scattered giant statues worldwide. Upon discovering the giant ruins beneath Kumamoto City and learning Digu's secret, Masaki Kigo was convinced that the giant statues were not confined to one location. They must be distributed elsewhere. Today, he sensed a source of light energy near the Lion's Nose forest. He immediately commanded Gyazaku to search. However, after a prolonged search, he found nothing, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Rumble, rumble. Gyazaku changed direction, swiftly moving towards the inverted rainbow ahead. Chapter 45. The First Battle of the Baga Legion. Unbeknownst to him, Masaki Kigo had delved deep into the forest. As he ventured further, the space around him rippled like water, and soon, his figure vanished into the rainbow magical realm. Oblivious to this occurrence, Masaki remained fixated ahead, diligently searching for any traces of light energy, leaving no corner unexplored. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy signal once more. The closer he moved forward, the more intense the fluctuations became, indicating that the target lay just ahead. It seemed this journey was not in vain. Masaki's breath quickened, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Earlier, with the assistance of Dr. Danko, he had acquired the TPC secret box. Through the examination of the fragments of the giant stone statues within the pyramid, he had been crafting a light genetic factor converter in the underground temple. Now, the manufacturing process was nearing its conclusion. Only one final step remained before he could harness the power of light. Yet, Masaki's ambitions did not end there. He yearned to discover other regions housing giant statues to acquire more light energy. The more prepared he was, the more perfected his evolution would be when the time came. At this moment, the source of light energy lay before him. Masaki could hardly contain his eagerness to behold the next giant statue. Boom! Gaoyu's hack emerged from the forest, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. In the next moment, the sight before Masaki left him utterly astonished. Before his eyes stood a colossal throne. Towering at a height of 50 to 60 meters, it loomed even larger than Gaoyu's hack itself. Entirely crafted from rock, its exquisite workmanship defied natural creation. The throne cast a shadow so immense that it completely enveloped Gaoyu's hack. How could such a wonder exist in this desolate place? Gaoyu's hack opened its mouth in disbelief. This was undoubtedly a man-made structure. But who had constructed it? Could it be that a glorious, ancient civilization once thrived here? With this thought, Masaki could not contain his elation. Indeed, that must be the case. Now everything made perfect sense. This lost ancient civilization must have pertained to the Clan of Light. After their extinction, they left behind such monumental remnants and buried sources of light energy, waiting for him to uncover them. Masaki activated Gaoyu's hack and pressed forward. He could sense that the object of his quest was not far ahead. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the detector suddenly signaled that the source of light energy lay less than 100 meters ahead. Great, great, great. Light, here I come. Gaoyu's hack swiftly emerged from the ground, revealing its drill-like mechanical head, with a pair of blue eyes scanning the surroundings. Yet there was nothing. Masaki saw no trace of the giant statue. Could the machine be malfunctioning? Masaki pondered, narrowing his gaze once more. This time, he locked onto a target and noticed several small black dots moving atop the throne. The appearance of these unknown creatures sent a chill down Masaki's spine. He instructed Gaoyu's hack to approach for a closer inspection. The moment he did, he was taken aback. Numerous monsters were climbing up and down, attempting to ascend the stone throne. Masaki wondered, could these be the legendary giants of light? How curious. But where was the Clan of Light? Where were the remnants of the ancient civilization? Why had only monsters remained? Was it possible that the clan of light had undergone genetic mutation? Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. At such a close distance, he could distinctly sense that the source of light energy he had long sought resided within one of the monsters. Or could it be that the giant statue had already been claimed by these creatures? This was unacceptable. Contemplating this possibility, Masaki could no longer restrain himself. Regardless of whether they were monsters or giants, if there was light, he must seize it for his research. By merging the light energy here with the two giant statues from the underground temple, he believed he could evolve into the ultimate light life form. Thus, he would surpass Diga and Gorzan. Moreover, he intended to uncover the source of Gorzan's mysterious power and appropriate it for himself. At that time, he would possess both the powers of the monsters and the Ultra, becoming the true ruler. With that resolve, Gorzahn advanced toward the throne. Meanwhile, the 8 small Gadi were playing merrily around the throne, blissfully unaware of the looming danger. The smallest among them, Old 6, had climbed atop the throne first. Exhilarated by the thrill, just as it prepared to descend, it suddenly noticed a shark fin approaching from the ground. Eek! Old 6 emitted a frantic cry. The other Gadi turned to see the unwelcome intruder. Panic ensued among the 8 little creatures. The fin moved swiftly across the ground, cleaving through countless rocks and trees, seemingly intent on splitting the throne in two. Yet, they had only been alive for 2 days. They had never experienced battle, let alone witnessed such a grand spectacle. To claim they were unafraid would be a lie. Eek! At that moment, the eldest, marked with a fiery emblem, spoke up. It rallied its siblings together, passionately exclaiming that the intruder was committing an atrocious act of destruction on their father's territory. Since their father was not home, it was their duty to defend their homeland. They should face any difficulties with courage, united against the invader, and drive them out of their home. Eek! Eek! They unanimously agreed. The eldest stepped forward, taking the lead. Though the youngest, it had been granted physical strength by Lu Yu, making it the largest among the Gadi. Undeterred by Gorzah's advance, it stood firm. With its robust body and pincers raised, it aimed to halt Gorzah's approach. The second eldest, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed its energy of light. Boom, buzz, crackle. The remaining Gadi simultaneously activated their inner powers. Flames, electromagnetism, space, plasma energy in an instant. Multicolored energies radiated from the 8 little Gadi, illuminating their small domain. They gathered their energies to the tips of their horns. The next moment, 7 beams of destructive light, each a different hue, shot forth. Masaki Kigo. Chapter 46. The Gadi Fusion Beam. Youth Edition. How could this be? Takemaki Kigo lifted his head, only to find the sky collapsing around him. How could these monsters wield their beam skills with such finesse? A mere disagreement leads to a barrage of light attacks? It must be said, these monsters, altered by light energy sources, are indeed exceptional. This further underscores the immense power of the light energy harbored here. Today, I must seize it for myself. 7 beams of destruction, each a different hue, converged into a single, thicker and more potent beam. Faced with this Gadi Fusion Beam, Youth Edition, Takemaki Kigo immediately initiated precise maneuvers. Gorzahn emerged from the ground, its blade-like head poised to meet the oncoming beam. With a resounding crash, the beam struck Gorzahn. However, its synthetic skin, forged entirely of steel, proved remarkably resilient. The beam merely caused superficial damage, failing to penetrate its defenses. So, you are not as formidable as you seem, Takemaki Kigo chuckled. Monsters are still monsters. They may appear imposing, yet their true power is rather mundane. They possess the energy of light, but lack the wisdom to wield it effectively. Such a waste. Why not relinquish it all to me? Gorzahn advanced on the ground, launching an assault with its sharp snout. Takemaki Kigo held unwavering confidence in Gorzahn's capabilities. After a long period of focused effort, he had crafted this mechanical beast, equipped with the finest power systems and the latest energy conversion devices from the Cetic group. The materials used were top-tier, all aimed at one day rivaling Diga and Gorzan. With its blade-like snout aimed at Gadi, Old 8 was well prepared for confrontation. Having absorbed the physical strength of Lu Yu, it bore a striking resemblance to him, muscular and fierce, like a beast forged from iron. In the next moment, a violent clash ensued. Old 8 pressed its arms firmly against Gorzahn's head, preventing it from penetrating while significantly slowing its advance. Under the immense force, Old 8 skidded backward, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Sensing the impending danger, the other Gotti hurried to provide support. With a flurry of movement, tentacles sprang forth from various parts of their bodies, ensnaring Gorzahn. At last, under the combined restraint, Gorzahn was rendered immobile, emitting bizarre, metallic screeches. Success! The young Gotti rejoiced, exhausted yet triumphant in temporarily capturing the invader. Aware that outright defeat would be challenging, they altered their strategy to keep it confined, biding time until their father returned. There would be no reprieve for the monster then. Taking advantage of the moment, Old 8 relentlessly struck Gorzann's exterior with its massive pincers. Gorzann's outer shell cracked, revealing its mechanical innards, its blue pupils dimming as life seemed to ebb away. The inexperienced young Gotti gradually let their guard down. Yet at that moment, Gorzann's pupils reignited with intensity. It surged forth, breaking free of the tentacle restraints. It leaped into the air. The young Gotti were left astonished. This monster was cunning. It could fly. The hard-won gain slipped away just like that. At this juncture, the leader emitted a resounding call, rallying the group for a renewed assault, urging them not to despair. The energy bestowed by Luyu empowered them for a second round. The 8 Gotti encircled Gorzahn, forming a formidable barrier. The leader radiated a fiery crimson, resembling a small sun. The second was enveloped in a pure white glow. The third crackled with electric arcs. The fourth was shrouded in dark purple plasma energy. The fifth roared with the primal force of Gorzan. The sixth wielded spatial power, enabling brief teleportation. The seventh possessed a faint temporal influence, while the eighth remained pure and unadorned, relying solely on physical strength. Each Gotti bore marks akin to glowing brands, signifying that the most intense energy was brewing within them. Should they triumph in this battle, their father would recognize their valor. Their father's homeland would be safeguarded by their efforts. Though smaller than Gorzahn, their eyes blazed with unwavering conviction. "You underestimate yourselves," Take Maki Kigo scoffed. The battle was imminent, and the 8 Gotti launched their assault almost simultaneously. In an instant, magma beams, electromagnetic cannons, ultrasonic waves, and plasma projectiles filled the battlefield. Thanks to Luyu's blessing, they had transcended the limitations of their kind, acquiring unprecedented power. Their life forms had surpassed all others. The fierce conflict raged on. Gorzahn was bombarded by an array of energy types, its metallic shell marred and battered, clearly struggling. It attempted to reposition several times, but was thwarted by Old 8's vigilant interference. Damn it, Take Maki Kigo sensed something was amiss. The battle's progression defied his expectations. Analyzing the situation, he recalled that a Gotti had appeared in Zone D just days prior, its strength lacking, easily vanquished by Gorzan. Yet why were the Gotti before him so formidable? Even though they belonged to the same species, their skills were markedly different. This was utterly illogical. Another fierce tug-of-war ensued. Old 8, wielding a long whip, suddenly emerged from Gorzann's blind spot, targeting its vulnerable abdomen. Gorzahn faltered, exposing a weakness. The remaining Gotti surged forward, launching a righteous onslaught. Gorzahn seemed to lose all strength and means, toppling over, belly up, its limbs weakly flailing, resembling a fish stranded on dry land. And at that moment, within the rainbow magic realm, a circular outline emerged above the battlefield. Suddenly, a colossal vortex of time and space materialized, and a formidable beast emerged from within. Chapter 47. The secret flavor of the 8th brother. The utilization of superpowers in the realm of time and space demands a considerable expenditure of mental energy. After several consecutive uses, Luyu could distinctly sense a weariness settling in his mind. Once I return to the rainbow magic realm, I shall indulge in a well-deserved slumber. I have returned, my little ones, he declared as he emerged from the swirling vortex of time and space. Raising his gaze, he was greeted by a most astonishing sight. Goodness, what a colossal salted fish! Luyu approached, giving it a couple of kicks. To his astonishment, it was still alive. Where on earth did this come from? He pondered. The explanations from the little Gotti gradually illuminated the situation for him. It turned out that they had been merrily playing at home when this salted fish suddenly intruded, wreaking havoc throughout the rainbow magic realm, leaving chaos in its wake. Looking around, he confirmed the devastation. Gaping chasms and fallen trees scattered across the landscape. It seemed this beast possessed quite a formidable power. Without hesitation, Luyu flipped the fish onto its side. Isn't this Gorzahn? A rare guest indeed. It's been days since I've seen such a haul, Luyu chuckled. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be the subterranean shark Gorzahn. Did you think you could invade my home? Alas, it appears my little ones have bested you. Yet, despite his musings, he remained perplexed about Gorzahn's purpose in this desolate place. Who would have imagined that such an unremarkable locale could attract an invader? At that moment, Masaki Kikugo was equally astonished. Who would have thought that even this barren land could harbor a Gorzan? His expression darkened as he perceived the shimmering sapphire-like pupils of Gorzahn. He conveyed a message to Lu Yu. Gorzan, how did you come to be here? Are you intent on ruining my plans? Plans? Look at the state of affairs here. How can you still speak of plans? Lu Yu retorted, incredulity evident in his tone. You seem to have a rather broad definition of plans. Besides, this is my home. Is it not normal to return after a meal outside? Though I did only have a single Kiriya, I must admit I'm still a bit peckish. Now that I'm back, I might as well enjoy a post-meal dessert. Lu Yu cast a grateful glance at the little Gotti. These little rascals were no ordinary creatures. Upon returning home, he was greeted with a seafood feast. His efforts in raising them had not been in vain. Well done. There will be plenty of magma later. Yay, the little Gotti cheered, thrilled at the praise. Gorzahn's internal machinery had been damaged, wires sparking ominously, gradually slipping from Masaki Kikugo's control. In a fit of rage, Kikugo demanded, Gorzan, have you seized the giant statue? Where have you hidden it? He was convinced that the giant statue in this area had been captured by Lu Yu. Much like the time he had taken 2 fragments from the light pyramid. This beast, he believed, must share the same insatiable thirst for the power of giants. Masaki Kikugo was determined not to let Lu Yu succeed. After all, Lu Yu had previously taken the majority of the giant statue fragments, leaving Kikugo with mere scraps for his research. Had it not been for this, he would have long since transformed into a giant. Hence, Kikugo harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Lu Yu. On the other hand, Lu Yu felt as though he and Kikugo were not on the same wavelength. The words he spoke were utterly incomprehensible to him. The giant statues? Aren't they in your underground temple? Why would I possess such a thing? I've been waiting for you to resurrect it so that I might taste its power. But Kikugo was relentless, intent on pressing further with his inquiries. In response, Lu Yu unleashed a plasma electromagnetic cannon, conjured from his very being, and aimed it at Gorzahn. The projectile, imbued with high-density plasma energy, enveloped Gorzahn entirely, its electromagnetic force creating a protective field. In an instant, it severed Kikugo's signal. With the communication cut off, Gorzahn's movements grew noticeably subdued. Its internal power systems and underground radar ceasing to function. Electric arcs crackled around Gorzahn, which appeared to lose all sources of power, its pupils fading to gray. Simultaneously, Kikugo's presence vanished. Lu Yu turned to the eager little 3 beside him. Have you learned this? He had imparted the electromagnetic power to 3, who nodded eagerly. Having grasped the concept, Lu Yu approached Gorzahn, seizing its tail and lifting it effortlessly. He then tore off its dorsal fin with a satisfying rip. Oh, this seafood is simply exquisite, far superior to the Kiriya. Though it contains some machinery, a blend of technology and fierce vitality. The shark meat replenishes protein, while the mechanical components offer iron. A true win-win situation. Moreover, its tender and resilient texture reminded Lu Yu of the flesh of the lightning man, Gorzahn. While both were seafood, Lu Yu had to admit that Gorzahn was the more delectable option. Previously, he had devoured a significant portion of the lightning man's cloud cocoon. He wondered if it had regrown by now. Perhaps when he had the time, he could take a stroll and see if he could reap another bounty. With a gulp, Lu Yu swallowed the last piece of Gorzahn's tail fin. Satisfied, he clapped his hands. Having filled his belly, he turned to find the little ones gazing at him expectantly. With a wave of his hand, an idea sparked. First, he concentrated and unleashed a sonic beam, creating a massive pit in one corner of the rainbow magic realm. Then, he summoned his mental energy. The time-space realm began to operate. A small transport vortex opened instantaneously, and with a flicker of his will, Lu Yu connected the other end of the vortex to the magma depths thousands of meters below. In a hidden corner of the boiling magma, a colorful vortex materialized, allowing tons of magma to pour through the dimensional passage into the enormous pit. With a resounding crash, a magma pool began to take shape on the surface. Now, there would be no shortage of magma to drink. Lu Yu downed a generous gulp, relishing the familiar taste he had missed for so long. The little Gotti, emulating him, eagerly drank from the pool once it had cooled sufficiently. Among them, the clever 8th brother stood out, picking up fragments of Gorzahn and dipping them into the magma, cheerfully exclaiming, "Cheers, brothers." This inspired the others to follow suit. The eighth brother's secret recipe indeed boasted a unique flavor. Lu Yu observed from his rocky throne. Today marked the inaugural battle of the Gaudy Legion, and their victory was nothing short of glorious. United in their efforts, they had successfully repelled the invasion of Gorzahn. This experience granted Lu Yu a clearer understanding of the current strength of his little Gaudy. However, he was curious as to which of the 8 was the strongest. Perhaps he would test them once they grew a bit larger. Kumamoto City. Cedric Technology Group. Damn! Masaki Kikugo exclaimed in frustration, hurling the detector to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Chapter 48. Scheming for the ruins of Lului in this endeavor. He not only returned empty-handed but also lost the meticulously crafted mechanical beast weapon, Gorzahn. It was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. The waste of time, money, and energy was incalculable, all thanks to Gorzan. Gorzan Masaki Kigo ground his teeth, his face contorted with rage. It was only today that he realized he was not alone in this world. A monstrous creature was also in pursuit of the giant statue. Moreover, the various energy types possessed by the Gaudy left Masaki Kigo with a sense of bewilderment. So, Gorzan, you have been hiding in the Lion's Nose Forest, haven't you? Masaki Kigo's eyes widened, his teeth chattering. His chest heaved violently, each breath seemingly an effort to suppress the fury within. You had better not flee. Once I transform into a giant, I will be the first to seek you out. I will ensure that you pay the most excruciating price. He screamed in a frenzy. Under the dim light, his shadow stretched long against the wall. In the wilderness, within a secluded cave, a fleeting blue figure appeared. It was Itabashi Mitsuo, staggering as he leaned against the wall, looking utterly frail. A woman, clad in a brown hooded coat and high-heeled leather boots, emerged from the shadows. Behind her stood several demon statues, each about 1.5 meters tall, exhibiting human forms with bulging muscles and enormous wings unfurled behind them. Their faces bore expressions of joy and sorrow, strikingly reminiscent of the Kiriya people. Merely gazing upon them sent chills down one's spine. The witch, Onyema Keiko, regarded Itabashi Mitsuo coldly. Another failure? Itabashi Mitsuo remained silent. Didn't you claim that this operation to threaten the captain of the victory team would be a resounding success? How did it end up like this? Onyema Keiko's lips curled in disdain. Itabashi Mitsuo, with a stern expression, replied, "If it were merely Diga, I would not be concerned. However, I did not anticipate that the monster Gorzan would become the greatest obstacle to our plans." Excuses, all of them, Onyema Keiko challenged. At this rate, when will the gate of hell open? When will our great god of Kiriya descend? Her cloak swirled as her words dripped with fury. The cave fell into silence for a moment. After a long pause, Itabashi Mitsuo finally spoke. "So, shall we just let this go? Let it go?" Onyema Keiko turned back, incredulous. Itabashi Mitsuo added, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, the truth is we are indeed no match for Gorzan. Continuing on this path would only lead to more casualties." Onyema Keiko could not refute this statement. She had witnessed the battle between the Kiriya and Gorzan. Gorzan had made a most peculiar entrance and swiftly gained overwhelming advantage, leaving them utterly defenseless. What was even more infuriating was that Gorzan had devoured the Kiriya before the eyes of all. It was an immense humiliation, a most irreverent desecration of the divine. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. No, we absolutely cannot give up. Gorzan's actions have provoked her deeply. 30 million years. A full 30 million years. We have waited in hiding for so long. Can you really bear to abandon it now? Itabashi Mitsuo averted his gaze. What could he do? He was gravely injured and would be unable to fight for a long time. Are you truly willing to see our efforts go to waste? Onyema Keiko continued to persuade, her voice akin to the whispers of a devil. Her hatred and fervor had been ignited by Lu Yu, and she displayed a maniacal demeanor. I have a plan to eliminate the monster Gorzan. It will certainly make it experience the most excruciating pain, just as I have. Oh, what plan? Itabashi Mitsuo was drawn in by her fervor, his mind racing. Onyema Keiko leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Go to the depths of the Pacific Ocean and absorb the powers of the dark god Lului's ruins." Itabashi Mitsuo gasped, as if he had heard something unimaginable. "No, you cannot do that. Beneath the ruins of Lului lies the dark dominator Gitangia. I have experienced Gitangia's power firsthand. Its strength far surpasses that of Gorzan. The pervasive black mist that blanketed the world spread the utmost darkness and despair to every corner of the globe. A dark god of that magnitude would likely tear them apart if they approached even slightly. To venture into the ruins of Lului? He absolutely dared not. What are you afraid of? Anyama Keiko cast him a scornful glance, her vengeful fire blinding her vision. In the past, I would never have uttered such words. But now, we have no choice. Unless you want me to abandon this planet, I refuse to relent. Any heretic that desecrates the divine must be eliminated. Gorzan has only a dead end awaiting it. Itabashi Mitsuo found himself hesitating momentarily. In truth, he was not a hesitant person. He too loathed Gorzan's irreverent actions. But he was genuinely frightened by Luyu's power. Let us stake everything on the honor and glory of our Kiri Erodo. Join me, let us gamble once more. Anyama Keiko's eyes burned with intensity, each word dripping with temptation. As emotions surged, Itabashi Mitsuo's lips began to twitch involuntarily, as if some force within him was tearing at him, distorting his facial expression. The long-suppressed anger and desire for vengeance were on the verge of erupting. All right, I agree. At last, Itabashi Mitsuo revealed his choice. Excellent. A cold smile of triumph crept across Anyama Keiko's lips. As long as we keep observing Gorzan, it's only a matter of time before we can fully comprehend its attack methods. During this period, you shall continue to incite humanity, spreading rumors of angels, maximizing human malevolence, and undermining Diga and Gorzan's prestige to the utmost. As for the ruins of Lului, I shall take the lead in exploring them. Itabashi Mitsuo nodded, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light, imbued with a murderous intent. Indeed, our Kiri Erodo have not yet lost. This is merely the beginning. Each word was squeezed through clenched teeth, exuding a fierce determination and resolution. I believe the god of Kiri Erodo will forever watch over us. Chapter 49. Gorzan, Crimson Form at the TPC Far East Base. The team members gathered in the command room. The relentless rescue operations over the past few days had left them utterly fatigued. Daiku, I suddenly have a question for you, Kiriya yawned. You piloted the Snow White with Lena this time, and while she emerged unscathed, why did you get injured? Upon hearing this, the others quickly realized something was amiss. Indeed, the Snow White didn't crash this time. You were both on the same aircraft, and Lena is perfectly fine. What happened to you, Daiku? Are you some kind of inherently injured holy body? Daiku's mind raced as he sought a plausible excuse. However, Lena preemptively came to his aid, stating, Daiku got off the plane midway to assist the civilians in seeking refuge. That's right, Daiku quickly chimed in. It was during that moment that I was injured by the shockwave from an attack by the Kiri Erodo people. He then displayed the bandage wrapped around his right arm. Their eyes met in silent understanding, and Lena playfully winked at him. Not only did she keep Daiku's secret, but she also provided him with a timely explanation. I knew it. With Lena around, how could Daiku possibly crash? Nishijo remarked with a hint of envy. Lena, let me take a turn in the co-pilot seat next time. I also want to experience the speed of the Snow White. Kiriya immediately grew displeased, standing up to retort, Nishijo, is that really what you want? I'm hesitant to point it out, but Daiku is specifically designated as the co-pilot by Lena. What business do you have in that seat? Besides, if anyone gets to sit next time, it should be me. Laughter erupted among them. The engineers from the Equipment Development Department had been working overtime recently and were likely venting their frustrations. Zhongfang shifted the topic, chuckling, indeed. Practical experience proves that the Snow White's performance is still lacking. They are testing and developing new models daily, busier than we are. However, this is essential for better safeguarding the Earth, said Ijuin. At that moment, Uri projected the latest image of Gorzan onto the large screen. Everyone look. Through data analysis, I have calculated that Gorzan's height has now approached 80 meters, a size increase of at least 1.5 times from its initial state. The mention of Gorzan immediately captured everyone's attention, and they focused intently on the screen. 80 meters? They exclaimed in astonishment. It was worth noting that the normal height of Diga barely exceeded 50 meters. This meant Gorzan was nearly 30 meters taller. However, height was merely the most insignificant aspect of a series of transformations. The most striking changes were the various alterations to its exterior. The visuals revealed that Gorzan had undergone a radical metamorphosis during the Kiri Erodo incident. From the fiery red patterns on its surface to the armor-like shell covering its muscles. From the wings that extended from its back to the newly grown tendrils and the cross-shaped bone mace at the tip of its tail. All of these elements signified that Gorzan's power could no longer be compared to the past. Most importantly, Gorzan had acquired a new ability. Kiriya exclaimed with excitement. It's that colorful vortex that transports it. It's simply astonishing. I'm eager to understand its mechanics. Indeed, Nishijo sighed. With that spatio-temporal vortex, Gorzan can instantly leave the battlefield without needing to dig underground. What a time to be alive. Daiku thought. Why are you two getting so worked up about Gorzan's newfound ability? Nonetheless, he himself felt a tinge of confusion. After all, the power of time and space was rare. What kind of monster did Gorzan consume to gain such an ability? First, he ruled out Gotti. Could it be the Lightning Man or Zot? Daiku pondered, then shook his head. Could it be Hilbegun? The thought of that powerful nearsighted monster made Daiku consider the possibility. Hilbegun had opened the Rainbow Magic Realm, which confirmed that it possessed some degree of spatio-temporal capabilities. One couldn't deny the evident effects of Gorzan's absorption and evolution. At that moment, Lena exclaimed, "Every time I see it, it evolves into a new form. If only Diga could also undergo absorption evolution. Don't you think so, Daiku?" Lena teased Daiku intentionally. He could only smile wryly and nod. Who wouldn't feel envy? Yet, he couldn't help but wonder where Gorzan was at that moment and what secret plans it might be concocting. What shall we have for dinner? In the Rainbow Magic Realm, Lu Yu turned over, scratching an itch, contemplating the mundane cycle of eating, sleeping, and battling monsters. Gorzan's existence was indeed simple and monotonous. At that moment, the Giri Elod he had previously consumed was just finishing its digestion. Lu Yu sensed a surge of power quietly blossoming within him. This power emanated from the deepest recesses of his cells, coursing through every cell, meridian, and blood vessel, granting him a heightened mastery over his entire being. To his delight, Lu Yu discovered that he could now control the energy ratio within him at will. In other words, he was capable of transforming his form. I recall that in the original plot, only the second generation of Giri Elod could achieve this. I never expected to gain such an ability merely by consuming the first generation, he pondered. Did this imply something significant? Without dwelling too much on it, Lu Yu stood up, ready to test his new form. Yip yip. The little Gotti sensed their father was about to undertake something monumental and prudently retreated to a safe distance to avoid any unintended harm. Boom. Lu Yu stood firm, and as his intent surged, the power within him erupted. The magma force ignited and ascended. Countless crimson energy particles exploded violently, swirling around him. The sound of roaring echoed from within Lu Yu, like a furnace. Every drop of magma he had consumed was now rapidly circulating within him. In the next moment, the searing power from the Earth's core erupted like a volcanic explosion. Lu Yu's pupils vanished, replaced by two blazing golden flames. His entire being glowed like red-hot steel, illuminating the entire Rainbow Magic Realm with its intense radiance, exuding a heat so fierce it seemed capable of incinerating everything. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Lu Yu underwent a dramatic transformation. Gorzan, Crimson Form. Here is the refined version of your text. Chapter 50. Gorzahn, armored form. At that moment, gazing upon Kiriya, who resembled a god of fire, descended upon earth. All the little Gakis were struck speechless. They could only stare blankly, mouths agape. With each breath, Kiriya exhaled crimson flames. He was quite pleased with this transformation. It was evidently a form predicated on magma power, employing fire as its mode of attack. Raising his hand, globules of flame danced at the tips of Kiriya's claws. With a sweep of his right arm, he unleashed a scarlet torrent of fire, seemingly igniting the very air. The fiery stream cleaved through the sky, leaving a scorched fissure in the ground, instantly obliterating a small mountain before him, leaving behind only a charred sea of fire. The temperature of the entire Rainbow Magic Realm seemed to have risen by several degrees, bathed in intense heat. The eldest, who had been granted magma power by Kiriya, was shaken to his core. When will I ever possess such power? He wondered. Not bad, Kiriya mused, after briefly testing the prowess of the Crimson Lotus form. He then ceased his actions, as sustaining this state consumed a significant amount of magma energy. Subsequently, he began to transition into another form. As Kiriya's consciousness shifted, his appearance underwent another dramatic alteration. All the flames enveloping him receded and dissipated, reverting him to his initial state. Then, his muscles swelled, his body becoming increasingly robust, assuming a streamlined physique. A layer of heavy metal armor rapidly enveloped his body. This armor gleamed with a chilling, profound light, its surface etched with flowing patterns of energy. It was not merely an assemblage of metal, but rather a transformation of the energy from all the monsters Rikuya had previously devoured. Ligatron and Silvergon contributed the most, as they were monsters renowned for their strength and defense. This incredibly resilient metal armor, encasing Rikuya's body, appeared to be a battle suit custom-made for him. Gorzahn armored form. The little Gakis were utterly dumbfounded. Is that still our dad? They wondered. Rikuya's limbs were encased in thick armor, his fingers and toes equipped with sharp alloy claws, capable of becoming lethal cutting weapons in battle. The cross-shaped bone hammer at the tip of his tail had also grown larger and sturdier. Augmented by the armored form, his physical strength reached its zenith. His attacks were visceral and impactful, his defenses impregnable. A single punch unleashed a metallic roar, generating rolling waves of energy. As if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting, causing all things to tremble. Boom, boom. Rikuya began to sprint, sparks flying from the friction of his armor. Wherever he went, rocks and trees were effortlessly destroyed, showcasing an indescribable level of devastation. Such immense power. Even Rikuya himself was astonished, not to mention the little Gakis. The armored form, while sacrificing light-based abilities, maximized physical strength, pushing it to its absolute limit. It was truly an invulnerable body. Initial form, Crimson Lotus form, armored form. Rikuya summarized. The three forms corresponded to Diga's three forms. In future battles, he could flexibly choose the appropriate form to confront different adversaries. Currently, limited by the types and total amount of energy within Rikuya's body, he had not yet developed more forms. However, in the future, as the devouring continued, forms such as Shining Form, Dark Form, and Demon Form might become possible. Rikuya might very well gather all the world's powers into one. Rikuya raised his right arm and clenched his fist. With a burst of light, the armor vanished, and he reverted to his initial form. He recalled how, back on Juliang Island, when Diga was petrified by Gakuma, Rikuya had reminded Diga to transform into his power form. At the time, he had envied Diga's ability to transform. Now, times had changed. Rikuya possessed the same type of power, perhaps even more impressive than Diga's. After a long while, Rikuya came back to his senses. He realized that he had inadvertently wrecked the Rainbow Magic Realm. However, this was a minor matter for him. Everything within the realm was under his control. With a thought, Rikuya used his spatial powers to restore all the damaged areas. The renovation made it look much more comfortable. Subsequently, Rikuya used his petrifying rays to create a large number of magma cakes in the magma zone. Amidst the little Gaki's admiration and cheers, he ate with them. At this point, everything was ready. The only thing left to digest was the energy of Gaiazak. For the victory team, the next few days were relatively peaceful. No new monsters appeared, and the reconstruction work in District D and the K1 area proceeded smoothly. The TPC's machinery modification and upgrade work was also in full swing. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Soon after, Halloween arrived. This was supposed to be a festive occasion. But the victory team's computer suddenly detected an abnormal magnetic field. The intensity of this field was unprecedented, even for Captain Megumi. She immediately ordered an investigation. On a dark and windy night, the silhouette of a witch riding a broom flashed past the giant moon. Due to the Halloween season, the team members were not in uniform, but dressed in costumes appropriate for the holiday atmosphere. Daegu, Lena, Shinjo, everyone was dressed in bizarre and outlandish outfits. Some wore pumpkin headgear, others wore vampire fangs, and some had grotesque makeup on their faces. Groups of children roamed about, carrying strange props, knocking on doors to demand candy. Trick or treat. A mischievous yet eerie atmosphere permeated the night. However, a hoarse voice shattered the mood. All children with dreams, come to me. I love children with dreams the most. I have so many candies to reward you. The speaker had silver hair, wore a black wizard's hat, and had a pale face covered in dry wrinkles. The candy stand in front of her quickly attracted many children. I want one. I want a lollipop too. All right. Good children. Don't rush. There's enough for everyone. The old witch excitedly handed out candies. Daegu, oblivious to his own size, squeezed among the children with a pumpkin headgear, raising his hand and shouting, I want a lollipop too. The old witch flatly refused. My lollipops are only for children. Adults' dreams will only upset my stomach. TCH, fine. Don't give it to me then. Diga took off his headgear and walked away. Just then, he noticed that the witch had no reflection in the mirror on the wall. Chapter 51. I can tell at a glance you are not human. An eerie sensation blossomed within Dagu's heart. The absence of a reflection in the mirror was a motif typically reserved for ghost stories. Having encountered numerous monsters, Dagu instinctively became wary. You old witch. I can tell at a glance you are not human. This could very well be the work of a monster. Ultraman on high alert. At that moment, Lena approached, adorned in a motherly guise, with cute little whiskers painted on her cheeks, exuding both charm and a hint of seduction. Dagu, what are you doing? The captain sent us to investigate, not to play around. As she spoke, Lena playfully licked her lollipop. Seeing Dagu mingling with the children, she suspected he was slacking off at work and prepared to lecture him. Oh, nothing, I got it. Huh. Lena, where did you get that lollipop? Dagu turned to her. This. A little girl gave it to me. Lena shyly smiled, concealing the lollipop behind her back. Well, look who is talking. You're the one devouring lollipops. Dagu chuckled, shaking his head before resuming his watch over Galambo. What are you looking at? Lena followed his gaze. Everything around them appeared normal, save for the rather unappealing old woman selling candy. However, it was Halloween after all. Such outrageous costumes were to be expected. Come, children. Hurry and call your friends to collect their rewards. Hee hee hee. Galambo enthusiastically beckoned, her raspy, grotesque laughter ringing out. A throng of children gathered around her stall, indulging in sweets. Suddenly, Galambo caught Dagu's gaze and felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from him, which she found distasteful. Enough. I must pack up. Remember to share the candy with your friends. She hastily began to dismantle her stall, preparing to flee. Oh no. Dagu realized and promptly pursued her. Dagu, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Lena called out. Dagu paused. Have you noticed something unusual? Lena approached him, concern etched on her face. Dagu, we are comrades. We can act together. You are not obligated to confront the monster alone. Does Ultraman alone bear the duty of protecting Earth? Since learning that Dagu was Diga, she reflected on their numerous past battles. Dagu had repeatedly risked injury and even death to combat monsters, displaying unwavering valor. He was undoubtedly exhausted, and as a teammate, she wished to alleviate some of his burden. Dagu remained silent for a moment before responding, This is not an obligation. I am merely doing what a human should do. Lena, listen to me. This matter is perilous. Stay here and wait to regroup with the command. I will send you updates. Furthermore, I am not alone. I have Gorzahn fighting by my side, right? He gently patted Lena's head to reassure her, then swiftly chased after Galambo. Lena, she stood rooted, watching Dagu's retreating figure. Suddenly, with a soft thud, the candy in her hand fell to the ground. In an instant, Lena felt as if the world was spinning, her consciousness fading into a daze. Her eyes grew distant, heavy with slumber, as if she had been hypnotized. And like many children around her, she smiled dreamily, following the direction in which Galambo had departed. In the rainbow magic realm, Luyu sat upon the throne of massive rocks, eyes closed, attuning himself to the resonance of various energies within. Not far off, in the magma zone, a small vortex gate continued to open, incessantly transporting magma from beneath the earth to the surface. Several little Gadi were playing with the molten substance, or rather, playing with fire? Yikes! At that moment, the eldest Gadi clambered onto the armrest of the throne, calling out to Luyu. Luyu opened his eyes. Yikes! Yikes! It seemed to express, Dad, your magma power is incredible. I envy you so much. Want to learn? I can teach you, Luyu smiled. However, he could not yet provide special training to any of his little ones, as he wished to assess their overall strength soon. Among the 8 Gadi, the eldest was the most ambitious, while the others were currently engrossed in play. The 6th, possessing spatial power, had been lazily napping beneath a tree for most of the day, sprawled out, snoring away. What a vast disparity existed between monsters. You 6th. After dismissing the eldest, Luyu reflected on the gains brought by Gayazak. Compared to the Kiriya people, the rewards from Gayazak were somewhat less. Absorbing it had elevated Luyu's physical strength once more, enhancing his defense and fortifying the metallic armor on his body. Thus, the primary enhancement lay within his armored form. Moreover, there was another gain. Luyu's tunneling talent had once again been amplified after a lengthy hiatus. In the realm of digging and burrowing, Gorzan was certainly among the best, and Gayazak was a competent player as well. By devouring it, Luyu had formed a powerful alliance. However, tunneling? That was already outdated. The current trend was the realm of time and space. After all, no matter how swiftly you dig, can you traverse space-time faster? Therefore, Luyu paid little heed to that particular gain. Roar. He let out a resonant call that echoed throughout the magic realm. Dad has summoned us. We have matters to attend to. Quickly, the little Gotti scampered over excitedly. Even the sixth, lost in daydreams, was jolted awake and dashed over, nearly arriving late. Before long, the 8 Gotti stood in a neat row before the throne, chests puffed out, heads held high. Not bad. Lu Yu beckoned them over, clearly with important business at hand. He raised his right arm, light flickering at his fingertips. Witnessing this familiar scene, the little Gotti erupted with joy. Clearly, Dad was about to bestow upon them power once more. It was their favorite reward segment. Among them, the eldest was the most thrilled, yearning for strength and hoping to one day reach his father's heights. The third wished to upgrade his electromagnetic power. The seventh was particularly eager, as his grasp of time power was still quite feeble. The eighth joyfully let out a yelp, while the sixth, excited, stifled a yawn. The luminous orbs of light split into 8, merging into their bodies. In an instant, the evolution of life commenced. Chapter 52. The enigmatic Halloween night. The Gotti race is not particularly formidable. They were never meant to possess such abundant and powerful abilities. Yet, these 8 fortunate Gotti have each received a gift from Lu Yu, enabling them to transcend their racial limits and elevate themselves beyond the levels of mere existence. In a sense, they have embarked on a path of infinite evolution, much like Lu Yu himself. At this very moment, the 8 Gotti radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling 8 luminous bulbs. Empowered by this overwhelming surge of energy, their forms have significantly increased in height, visibly growing before one's eyes. Within their imperceptible bodies, the powers they each possess have also been dramatically amplified. Among them, the 8th is the most extraordinary. It has been bestowed with Lu Yu's physical strength and, already the tallest among them, has swiftly grown to nearly half Lu Yu's height. The other little ones must lift their heads to meet its gaze. Observing these little creatures, Lu Yu nods, his expression reminiscent of a proud father. With just a couple more infusions of energy, they should reach their full sizes. Eek! At that moment, the 7th approached Lu Yu's feet, gazing up at him with longing. Father, why is it that my siblings' powers are continuously being enhanced while my time manipulation remains so feeble? Lu Yu, what a sorrowful inquiry. Just then, a thought struck Lu Yu, and he promptly opened the map in his mind. A new energy source, marked by a pulsating red, was flashing incessantly. It appears that yet another beast has emerged. One wonders which monster it might be this time. Wait, Lu Yu seemed to recall something and began searching for information in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, Halloween Eve had arrived. Realization dawned upon him. The identity of the emerging beast was clear. It was the long-awaited Karambo. Like other extraterrestrial beings such as the Yabo and Maza, Karambo hails from a different dimension. Each year on this night, she lures children with hypnotic candies only to siphon off their dreams. Lu Yu has long coveted her interdimensional powers. The moment he has awaited has finally arrived. Boom! A burst of colorful beams erupted in the void. Lu Yu vanished into the swirling vortex of time and space. Zhongfang, Xinqing, Kugiai, where are you now? We have reached the area of the strongest magnetic field, but the site is completely deserted, not a soul in sight. Despite it being Halloween, the atmosphere is eerily quiet. This is highly unusual. The trio piloted their Sherlock vehicle to the scene. However, they found themselves surrounded by emptiness, with only numerous uneaten lollipops scattered on the ground. It seems something had just transpired here, but they appeared to have arrived too late. In the command room, Jiunk continued to inquire. What did Daegu and Lena say upon arriving at the scene? Kugiai pressed a few buttons on the communicator, his expression grave as he looked up. Captain, I can't reach either of them. What? A sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of the group. At that moment, Yezue exclaimed, this area's magnetic field is becoming increasingly distorted. It's almost like a concave black hole. Xinqing, holding his instrument, replied, but I have scanned the local magnetic field and found no anomalies. It could be some invisible entity. Zhongfang furrowed his brow. Yezue added, I've gathered some data. Every Halloween Eve, numerous children go missing across the globe. Children going missing? Could it be? The scattered candies made it hard not to connect the two events in one's mind. Jiunk instructed, you 3 must investigate while ensuring your own safety. If you encounter the beast, do not take unnecessary risks. Seek assistance at once. Understood. We will also make every effort to locate Daegu and Lena. Zhongfang replied, his expression solemn. Truthfully, Zhongfang had no idea where Daegu and Lena were. Meanwhile, on the other side, Daegu had been pursuing Karambo and had arrived at a desolate park devoid of life. The night was shrouded in darkness. Daegu looked around, unable to spot Karambo. He had lost her trail. In the gloom, he faintly discerned a two-story house standing on the park's grass. The chandelier at the entrance flickered with an erratic, dim light. With a creak, Daegu pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Dust covered every surface, cobwebs adorned the corners, and the aged decorations, along with portraits, exuded an eerie atmosphere. This was none other than the haunted house disguised as Karambo's dimensional vessel. Hee. Karambo's raspy laughter suddenly echoed within the house. Daegu's pupils dilated as he swiftly drew his victory hypergun, his mind sharpened to a point. He ascended the stairs, searching for the source of the sound. There, he found a door. The sound seemed to emanate from behind it. Daegu raised his gun and cautiously pushed the door open. Inside, he saw nothing but a blinding white light. Tentatively, he stepped into the light, merging with its brilliance. When Daegu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a sinister amusement park. This place, too, was devoid of life, steeped in an oppressive silence. He approached a group of small children squatting on the ground, playing in the sand, and asked, "Little ones, what are you doing here?" To his shock, when the children turned to face him, their faces were deathly pale, their eyes cold and devoid of any vitality. Lena. In the next moment, Daegu's eyes widened as he rushed forward. He had spotted Lena among the crowd. "Lena, what happened to you?" He ran to her and grasped her shoulders. Yet Lena's face was equally as pale, her pupils unfocused, showing no recognition of Daegu's presence. Daegu felt a pang of sorrow and helplessness. He had explicitly instructed Lena to stay put and not wander off. Why, then, was she in such a place, and in this condition? Unbeknownst to him, a colossal shadow loomed behind Daegu. Sensing something, Daegu abruptly turned around. What he beheld was a gigantic monster. This creature had an odd appearance, with two scissor-like, circular ears atop its head and a blue crystal embedded in the center of its face. It was none other than the monster Karambo. You dreamless adult, do you intend to impede the children from making their own choices? Those who thwart my plans must face the consequences. Karambo cackled with a raspy voice. Daegu instinctively aimed to shoot, but Karambo was swifter. The crystal on its face gleamed, ready to unleash a purple beam of temptation towards Daegu. If this beam struck, both Daegu and Lena would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, just as the beam was about to be fired, a colorful vortex appeared in the sky. A massive fireball emerged from the center of the vortex, akin to a fiery meteor, engulfed in blazing flames, hurtling down towards Karambo. Chapter 53. Karambo retained her charm. Despite the chaos, suddenly, a colossal fireball plummeted from the sky, hurtling directly toward her. Its tail blazed across the heavens, leaving a dark scar in its wake. Just as Karambo prepared to strike at Daegu, a strange warmth enveloped her back. Unbeknownst to her, the source of this warmth was alarming. She turned to see the fireball descending rapidly, almost filling her entire field of vision. Panic seized her, causing her to fumble her aim with the purple beam of light, which failed to launch. Forgetting about Daegu, she instinctively fled for her life, vanishing from the spot and reappearing at the far end of the amusement park. The fireball crashed into the ground, sending shockwaves that created a small mushroom cloud. Daegu felt the impact as a scorching wind swept past him, knocking off his pumpkin headpiece. Shielding Lena with his body, he narrowly escaped the danger. Once the turmoil subsided, Karambo cautiously peeked out, seeking the mastermind behind the attack. "Was it you?" she demanded, emboldened by the calm that followed. How dare a mere human plot against her? She immediately gathered her energy to retaliate against Daegu. Yet, Daegu remained unfazed, for he knew Gorzan had arrived. After a brief moment of shock, realization dawned upon him. The colorful vortex in the sky mirrored one he had witnessed during the Giulialo event, unmistakably the work of Gorzan. There was no doubt that the fireball had been conjured by him as well. Before Daegu could marvel at Gorzan's formidable display, a figure emerged from the vortex. Enveloped in flames, his eyes shone like burning stars, and his body radiated pure fire, dazzling and intense. With wings unfurled like blazing feathers, he obscured the sky, each flap stirring countless crimson flames. With a thunderous crash, accompanied by a deafening roar, he descended, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Daegu, witnessing this unprecedented form of Gorzan, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Why is Gorzan on fire? He wondered, concern flooding his thoughts. Was he injured? The air around the amusement park grew stiflingly hot. Karambo, upon seeing this massive figure, was equally alarmed. The amusement park, which she had crafted and named the Graveyard of Dreams, was her secret realm, accessible only to those like Daegu who could traverse the portal. Yet, this fiery beast had invaded without her consent. Gorzan calmly mused, "It is only natural and reasonable for me to force open a breach in your domain." He glanced at Daegu, who stood frozen in confusion, oblivious to Karambo's imminent assault. "Daegu, the attack is directed at you. I merely intervened once. I never pledged to assist you a second time. Act swiftly, or you shall meet your demise." Finally, Daegu comprehended the situation. As the purple beam descended, he hastily retrieved his divine light stick and transformed. In a flash of brilliance, Diga appeared, crouching to place Lena in a safe spot before rising to face Karambo. The balance of power shifted in an instant. Karambo sensed the peril. Having lured children on Halloween for decades, she never expected today to go awry, especially with the overwhelming presence of the fiery beast. She could not guarantee her escape if another fireball were to strike. "Preserve the Green Mountains. And do not fear the lack of firewood," she muttered, contemplating her escape through teleportation. After all, there would be plenty of children in the coming years. Why cling to this moment? I shall take my revenge when the time is right. In a swift motion, she vanished, gleefully bidding farewell. Daegu, momentarily stunned, wondered if she had truly escaped. He looked to Gorzan for help, his eyes wide with uncertainty. Could I let her flee? Having set the stage in advance, Gorzan remained silent but exuded confidence. Sure enough, the next moment, Karambo's figure reappeared right before Gorzan. Diga was bewildered. Karambo, assuming she had successfully eluded capture, continued to grumble about the two who had thwarted her dream quota this year. But why was it still so hot? As she turned, she locked eyes with Gorzan, and the shock sent her stumbling back. "How did you catch up to me?" "Wait, I never left," she realized, bewildered by her surroundings. How could this be? Is my ability failing me? Desperation set in as she attempted to teleport once more, only to find herself confined within the same space. As if bound by an unseen force, panic gripped her, and she shivered from the cold dread creeping up her spine. "What have you done to my domain?" she demanded, her voice frantic. "Done something secretly?" "Not at all. I have merely transformed your subspace into my own," Gorzan replied with a light chuckle. "From the moment I arrived, this realm has belonged to me." Bored with the charade, Gorzan unleashed a barrage of high-temperature magma projectiles. The fiery projectiles expanded to nearly the size of Diga, resembling meteors hurtling toward Karambo. Realizing escape was futile, she decided to fight back with everything she had. She teleported repeatedly, evading the magma, and summoned numerous clones to surround Gorzan. Diga watched from the sidelines, hesitating to assist. Although he wished to aid Gorzan, he felt powerless in the face of Karambo's onslaught. Thus, he decided to observe closely, hoping to glean some combat techniques from Gorzan. Multiple shadow clones, is it? A commendable ability, and soon it will be mine, Gorzan thought. Unfazed, he launched fireballs, effortlessly shattering several of Karambo's clones. Suddenly, the twin arms of the tendrils extended abruptly, sweeping across with a sharp sound that pierced the air, scattering all remaining avatars into oblivion. The true form of Killamber was likewise propelled violently by this lash. Luyu flung out his tendrils, binding the airborne Killamber and suspending him before himself. "I see you still possess your charm." Chapter 54. You only know you are about to die. Gazing at the azure crystal upon Karambo's visage, Luyu felt an insatiable hunger awaken within him. He yearned to savor the essence of this monstrous being, eager to acquire newfound abilities. Seemingly perceiving Luyu's intentions, Karambo shrieked in terror. "What do you intend to do to me?" "No. Please, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, spare me. I shall never harm children again." Luyu observed coldly. "You do not comprehend your wrongdoing. You merely realize your impending demise." Ignoring the pleas for mercy, he manipulated his tendrils, gradually guiding Karambo towards his maw. "No." With a final, anguished cry, Karambo's existence was irrevocably extinguished. Initially, Luyu presumed Karambo's flesh would be unpalatable, merely a trifling morsel. After all, it was merely a desiccated crone, likely long past its prime. Yet upon tasting, exquisite. Perhaps it was the essence of the children's dreams that rendered Karambo less aged, the flesh surprisingly tender. As Karambo was vanquished, the space quaked, the subspace shattered, and the amusement park dissolved into countless motes of light. Lu Yu's form gradually materialized in the realm of reality, his flaming body illuminating half the night sky. All the hypnotized children awoke, joyfully pointing towards Diga and Gorzahn, brimming with excitement. Rena regained consciousness, rising to her feet, shaking her head in bewilderment. Where am I? Upon looking up, she beheld Diga and Gorzahn in the distance. Gorzahn had undergone a remarkable transformation, so much so that Rena nearly failed to recognize him. Moreover, he appeared to be consuming something. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he was feasting on a monster. Diga stood nearby, observing Golzan's repast. Does it seem to you that Diga has a hint of envy? Rena chuckled, finding amusement in Diga's rapt attention. At that moment, she felt remarkably at ease. Devoid of any tension from her recent unconsciousness, she knew that as long as Gorzahn was present, any peril would surely be navigated safely. This was the confidence Gorzahn instilled within her. Hey, Rena, are you all right? Shinjo, Jueki, and Munakata finally noticed Rena and rushed over. I'm fine. What about Diga? Munakata inquired. Diga? Diga is standing beside Gorzahn. Rena concocted an excuse, stating, Diga just went to pilot the drum patrol car. Well, as long as you're safe. It appears yet another monster has caused chaos. Jueki remarked while glancing at Gorzahn. Fortunately, it seems Gorzahn has resolved the issue. Indeed. Thanks to Gorzahn, another disaster has been averted. Shinjo observed the children around him regaining their senses, smiling with relief. Click, click. Suddenly, a flurry of shutter sounds erupted from behind. Shinjo turned to see Jueki capturing photographs of Gorzahn with a camera. Jueki, what are you doing? Taking pictures, can't you tell? Click, click. Jueki shifted angles, snapping more shots. I forgot to bring the universal translator, but it seems the camera will suffice. Golzan's new appearance is an exclusive scoop. It will surely make the front page tomorrow. As he spoke, Jueki flashed a peace sign, snapping a selfie with Gorzahn. Truly remarkable, a scientist with such quick wit. Shinjo exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Quick, I need a couple of selfies too. Heh, no way. You rascal. Just one. Observing the playful banter between the two, Munakata shook his head with a smile. He then turned his gaze toward Gorzahn, his expression softening, his eyes filled with relief. The once frosty hostility and opposition had finally melted away in that moment. Gulp. Lu Yu swallowed the last morsel of carambo. Threads of energy began to circulate within him. One strand particularly unique, which Lu Yu keenly discerned. Was that the power of dreams? Diga gazed at Gorzahn, nodding in acknowledgement. Ah, still the familiar Gorzahn, possessing unrivaled strength and a decisive combat style. It inexplicably instills trust. With that thought, Diga stepped forward, extending his right hand in camaraderie. After fighting side by side for so long, surely they could now consider each other as comrades. Lu Yu paused, then realized Diga might have misconstrued the situation. You're merely caught up in these fanciful notions. You haven't surrendered today as energy yet, have you? Diga. Is it too late for regrets now? What do you think? Lu Yu uttered the forward mantra. Since you've come, make the most of it. Soon after, through a fervent display of energy, Lu Yu successfully ignited Diga's chest light. Ding dong. Ding dong. Why is the energy from the Zeppeli ray so meager this time? Lu Yu grumbled, patting his stomach in dissatisfaction. In truth, it was not that Diga's energy had diminished, but rather Lu Yu's capacity to absorb energy had expanded. As Lu Yu's strength grew, Diga became increasingly challenging to satisfy. This was unacceptable. Determined, Lu Yu resolved to raise the stakes for Diga. He concentrated, forming a plasma electromagnetic cannon in his mouth, and launched it at Diga. Caught off guard, Diga flailed in a panic, instinctively releasing a net-like beam of light energy between his hands. It was the Diga reflection wave, capable of absorbing an opponent's energy, rendering their attacks futile, and returning it. In truth, Diga was unaware he possessed this ability. In a moment of urgency, he had instinctively conjured it, and to his astonishment, it worked. The reflection wave absorbed the plasma electromagnetic cannon, returning the attack to Lu Yu. Yet it was ultimately consumed by Lu Yu. In the end, after extracting the last vestiges of the Zeppeli ray, Diga vanished into the night sky. Rena could only watch in exasperation. Gorzahn was magnificent in every way. Yet he always seemed to bully Diga, leaving Diga feeling utterly drained. This vexed Rena immensely. Yes, immensely. Thus, the matter concluded. Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, seeking any remaining energy he might have overlooked. Lo and behold, he discovered an overlooked portion of Karambo's pumpkin-headed base still situated within the park. Without hesitation, Lu Yu engaged in a little thievery, lifting the pumpkin head and tossing it into his mouth. After a diet of flesh, this rare vegetable was a delightful change. Its texture soft and rich, sweet yet not cloying, truly pleasant. Moreover, this was no ordinary pumpkin. It was Karambo's dimensional transport vessel, capable of traversing alternate dimensions. It also emitted a powerful magnetic field, warping space itself. Consuming it would undoubtedly fortify Lu Yu's temporal and spatial abilities. Chapter 55. The strange visitor. As Gorzan vanished into the vortex of time and space, the night sky regained its tranquil demeanor. The team, led by Zhongfang, ensured the children at the scene were settled. Keiki remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Children will always be children." Their excitement upon seeing Diga and Gorzan was truly delightful. Xinsheng smirked, "You're one to talk. Wasn't it you who was eager to snap a photo with Gorzan just moments ago?" Having organized the area, the group prepared to rendezvous with Diga. "Wait." Lena hesitated before suggesting, "You all should drive the Sherlock vehicle back." Diga promised to come and pick me up in the Dram vehicle. "I'll wait here and see if there are any other children nearby who Haven T returned home." "Thank you for your effort. Keep in touch," Zhongfang replied. And without further ado, he, Keiki, and Xinsheng departed. Lena then began her search for Digu's figure under the night sky. Ultimately, she discovered Diga unconscious next to a garbage bin. After rousing him, the two drove back to the base. The following day, Keiki burst into the command room, brimming with excitement. "Has everyone seen today's headline? If you Haven T, you need to check it out." He distributed copies of the newspaper he held. Xinsheng, Zhongfang, and Lena quickly deduced his intentions. Diga, however, was puzzled. "Keiki, why are you suddenly interested in the news?" In Digu's memory, Keiki had always been engrossed in scientific research, indifferent to such matters. "You'll see for yourself," Keiki urged. As Diga picked up the newspaper, a bold headline caught his eye, "Precious Snap. Ultraman Diga and Gorzan's epic midnight encounter." Below, there was a photograph from the scene. In it, Gorzan was devouring a monster while Diga observed from the side. "Hey, Keiki, is that you?" Diga pointed at the chubby figure making a peace sign in the corner of the picture. Keiki smiled silently, basking in pride. The photo he had taken was indeed a sensation. He was the only one featured in it, making its value self-evident. "Diga, there's no need to envy me. After all, you always seem to vanish whenever there's a monster in sight." Keiki patted Diga on the shoulder, feigning seriousness. "Next time, remember to fly a fighter jet with me, and I'll make sure to take your picture too." Diga thought to himself, "No thanks. I'm already front and center in this shot." At that moment, the automatic door slid open, and Director Zawi and Chief Jigan entered. Everyone promptly rose to greet them. "It's been a while, esteemed warriors on the front lines," Director Zawi greeted with a smile. "How has work been? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Chief Jigan inquired, fanning himself with a paper fan. The team then began to report on their work. Though Lena harbored some dislike for the old man Jigan, she reported truthfully. Naturally, the incident from the previous night was the focal point of the discussion. Upon hearing about the changes in Gorzan's appearance, Chief Jigan's expression shifted, and he promptly closed his fan, displeased. "Gorzan has been around for quite some time. Surely, your victory team must have devised a plan to target and eliminate it?" Hikaru and Zhongfang exchanged glances before responding, "Not at the moment. Not at the moment." Chief Jigan rose in anger. "So for all this time, your victory team has allowed this monster to grow in power unchecked?" He scrutinized all the victory team members with piercing eyes. Everyone lowered their heads. "We, the management, have been tirelessly brainstorming ways to deal with Gorzan. Yet you, a great threat, have been neglected by your team? Your mindset in the victory team is perilous." Lena could no longer remain silent. "Gorzan is not like other monsters. It doesn't t." "Enough." Chief Jigan interrupted her. "Negligence in duty will only lead to forced rationalizations." "Hikaru, is this the caliber of team members you lead?" Unable to counter Jigan's seasoned rhetoric, Lena's face flushed with indignation, leaving her speechless. It seemed the Ebelin Cell research program would need to be revisited. "And you, Deputy Zhongfang, come with me." Chief Jigan directed Zhongfang. Zhongfang had always been an advocate for a hawkish stance, the only member of the victory team with such beliefs. Thus, Chief Jigan intended to reshape the team's ideology through him. To his surprise, Zhongfang remained silent, not uttering a word. Jigan frowned. "What's the matter, Deputy? Can't I even count on you?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhongfang finally spoke. "Director, my views align with Lena S. I too believe we shouldn't target Gorzan." Lena could hardly believe her ears. She turned to Zhongfang. first feeling bewildered, then astonished and delighted. The other team members shared her sentiments. How could the deputy's perspective have undergone such a dramatic reversal? Finally expressing his true feelings, Zhongfang felt a tremendous weight lifted off his shoulders. After witnessing Gorzan's actions firsthand, he could no longer stand in agreement with Chief Jigan. Zhongfang realized that his previous stance had been utterly misguided. Gorzan was not a ticking time bomb hidden beneath the earth. Rather, possessing it was humanity's greatest fortune. With that thought, he added, Gorzan is an absolutely benevolent monster. Director, I hope you can make a sound judgment. You. Chief Jigan was so furious that his beard seemed to bristle. Very well. Your victory team is hopeless. Mark my words. For the safety and development of humanity, I shall personally eradicate it. He stormed out of the command room in a fit of rage. Director Zawi chuckled helplessly. Don't take it too personally. That's just his temper. He and I have been at odds over our differing philosophies for a lifetime. Zawi's words eased the tension in the room. Actually, I have another purpose for being here today, he continued, shifting the subject. Just an hour ago, a peculiar visitor arrived from the TPC Asia branch, and I hope you will come to meet them. A peculiar visitor, the team murmured in confusion. Subsequently, Director Zawi led them toward the research room. Along the way, Diga pulled Keiki aside and whispered, Do you know what Chief Jigan meant by Evelyn cells? Keiki's expression turned grave. Those are unknown cells from cosmic meteorites capable of greatly enhancing biological entities. However, the side effects are exceedingly severe. If mishandled, it could lead to self-destruction. Chapter 56, Spacetime Realm Enhancement. As midnight embraced the world in silence, a radiant moon cast its ethereal glow upon the shore. A maiden, adorned in a simple white dress, wandered barefoot along the beach, her solitary figure caressed by the sea breeze. She paused, clutching a mystical flute pendant to her chest, her gaze fixed upon the ocean's expanse. As if seeking something elusive. Machina, she murmured, when will I find you? When will you come to bring me home? Am I truly destined to remain lost forever? Tears welled in Saki's eyes as she succumbed to memories. The tide erased her footprints, yet it could not dispel the melancholy etched upon her brow. Unbeknownst to her, a humanoid figure materialized behind her with stealthy grace. Clad in a pristine black suit and leather shoes, it possessed a raven-like head, its large eyes emitting an eerie amber glow. It aimed a miniaturization ray gun at Saki's unsuspecting back. With a silent whoosh, the azure beam struck her, shrinking her to the size of an ant and confining her within the weapon. Gahaha. The Lebic star being cackled, its voice a grating imitation of a raven's call. Excellent, another slave acquired. It turned to depart, resuming its search for more captives. Silence descended upon the beach once more, the waves continuing their ceaseless dance. As if nothing had transpired. The following day, midday found Rainbow Land in an unusual state of tranquility. Since the birth of the 8 Gaggies, it had been a place of constant commotion. The Gaggies stood transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared ahead. Even the habitually indolent 6th Gaggy was awestruck. Wiping drool from its mouth, its worldview shaken to its core. Before them stood 8 identical Lu Yes, lined up in a row, their colossal forms casting long shadows. A reversed rainbow arced overhead. The presence of even one Lu Yu was overwhelming. The sudden appearance of 8 was simply incomprehensible. Satisfactory. Lu Yu, pleased with his newly acquired clone ability, dispelled the 7 shadow clones with a mere thought. Only his original form remained. The Gaggies breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this is the real dad. Lu Yu returned to his throne upon the giant rock, his mind teeming with thoughts. The assimilation of Jirambo had yielded rewards far exceeding his expectations, granting him 2 new skills. Not only had his spacetime realm ability been enhanced, but he had also gained the power of multiple shadow clones. The cloning skill proved remarkably useful. Currently, Lu Yu could create 7 clones, bringing the total to 8. Including himself, these clones were visually indistinguishable from him, capable of deceiving enemies and creating opportunities for attack. Moreover, each clone could execute independent actions, allowing him to launch multifaceted assaults. In dire circumstances, they could even serve as decoys, facilitating his escape. The duration of the clone's existence, their range limitations, and their compatibility with other skills remained to be tested. In truth, the enhancement of the space-time realm was Lu Yu's most prized acquisition. The Silver Dragon's abilities were somewhat limited. While they allowed him to open dimensional portals, the process was often unstable. Now, Lu Yu could distinctly sense the surge of power within him, making the manipulation of space-time far more intuitive and effortless. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a beam of multicolored light, creating a space-time gate in the void. Stepping into the vortex, he found himself transported to another realm. Lu Yu opened his eyes. The chaotic, distorted, and bizarre spatial illusions that had once disoriented him now had no effect. He felt refreshed, as if returning home. The time he could spend in the alternate dimension had increased dramatically. Moreover, the number of vortices within the dimensional turbulence had nearly doubled. The number of large vortices had increased from 2 to 5. Countless smaller vortices were also present. This testified to Lu Yu's deepening mastery of the space-time realm. He could now venture to several new alternate locations. However, he remained wary of the large vortices, still haunted by the terrifying aura of chaos he had encountered previously. Satisfied, Lu Yu withdrew from the alternate dimension, returning to Rainbow Land. He contemplated another matter that weighed on his mind: the unique energy he had extracted from Jarambo, an energy known as dreams. This energy, stolen from children over many years, had now become Lu Yu's possession. He was particularly intrigued by this energy because it originated from human emotions. In the Ultraman universe, the power of human emotions was extraordinary. Similar forces, such as hope, courage, faith, and despair, possessed incredible, almost miraculous, properties. Lu Yu had never encountered such power before, but now he had gained a glimpse into its potential. Perhaps, from this point forward, he should consider exploring this avenue further. Suddenly, a signal resonated within his consciousness. Lu Yu had received a call from a distant location. Is it Pigmon? Pigmon had sent a message. Chapter 57. Daddy, where are we going? K-76 star. Pigmon nestled behind a boulder, glancing at Zero sparring with Leo before turning to contact Lu Yu through their mental link. Greetings, Master. Is there something you require? Lu Yu inquired. Nothing of consequence, Master. Merely longing for your presence, Pigmon replied. Lu Yu retorted. I thought some cataclysmic event had befallen the Land of Light, causing me undue excitement. He then requested, relate the recent happenings there. Pigmon responded discreetly. Zero has been training relentlessly with Ultraman Leo, exhibiting marked improvement and now gaining a slight advantage. Ultra 7 visited twice, and the King of Ultra also inspected their progress. Zero even mentioned your previous appearance to him. Intrigued, Lu Yu pressed, what did Zero convey about me? Pigmon recollected. He stated that during training, he sensed an intense surge of light energy, declaring that its possessor, namely you, Master, was no ordinary being. Lu Yu then inquired, how did the King of Ultra respond? The King of Ultra simply nodded, acknowledging his awareness. He seemed to be on urgent business, merely passing through K-76 star, en route to the monster graveyard, specifically the Valley of Flames, in pursuit of a monster named Zetan. Yex Zetan? Lu Yu interjected. Precisely. Yex Zetan. How did you know, Master? How did I know? Elementary, my dear Pigmon, for I have perused the script beforehand. Lu Yu mused inwardly. The King of Ultra's placement of EX Zetan in the Valley of Flames beneath the monster graveyard to guard the ultimate battle device was no secret to him. However, the focal point was the King of Ultra's reaction upon hearing of his arrival. Beings of such elevated status often wield the power to alter the fate of countless planets with a mere nod or thought. That old codger, the King of Ultra. He claims to have taken note of me. Lu Yu felt a sense of unease. Being on the King of Ultra's radar was hardly a desirable position. Fortunately, Lu Yu had acted with discretion, making it difficult for others to discern any clues. As for tracing his whereabouts, Lu Yu doubted the King of Ultra would stoop to such trivial pursuits, especially since Zero had detected light energy, not dark energy. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yu addressed Pigmon. Very well, carry on. You have performed admirably. Continue your efforts, and I shall be watching. Pigmon, elated by Lu Yu's commendation, exclaimed, I shall strive tirelessly to meet your expectations. The communication terminated, and Lu Yu's thoughts shifted back to the real world as he observed the frolicking Gaggies. Perhaps it is time to allow the offspring to venture out and gain practical experience? Confining them to the dwelling is not conducive to their growth. Recalling his previous encounters with monsters, where he had been passively informed of their appearances, Lu Yu resolved to take a proactive approach. Which monster shall be the target this time? Images of various monsters from the original narrative flashed through Lu Yu's mind until one particular creature captured his attention. A colossal draconic bioweapon with a mechanical neck and impervious steel scales, the cosmic steel dragon. Guame. 18 years prior, After the failed invasion of Earth by the Dacius, Gorzahn was buried beneath the Kunlun Mountains, with the intention of reactivating the formidable bioweapon in the future. Gorzahn could emit a red smoke catalyst that, when combined with oxygen, could decimate Earth's atmosphere, facilitating their invasion. This monster would serve as an excellent training exercise for the Gaggies. Moreover, consuming it should enhance my armored form. Gozahn's reputation as the cosmic steel dragon stemmed from its exceptional defense, with incredibly resilient steel scales. This was precisely what Liu sought. My offspring, your father is embarking on a journey. Who wishes to accompany me on this escapade? The Gaggies perked up at the prospect of joining their father on an adventure. Such an opportunity. In unison, 16 tentacles shot into the air. I'm in. Sign me up. Me too. Initially reluctant, the sixth Gaggy, not wanting to be left behind, also raised its tentacle. Everyone wishes to go? Excellent. Let us depart. Liu declared, preparing to open a dimensional portal. Daddy, where are we going? The eldest Gaggy inquired curiously. Liu remained silent. They would soon discover their destination. After enhancing the 8 Gaggies once more, they entered the temporal vortex. TPC Far East headquarters base within a research laboratory. The Guts members gathered around a cryogenic chamber, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. This is the peculiar visitor from the TPC Asian branch, Director General Sawai announced. Encased within the chamber was an alien being, its body pale gray, with a large head and eyes, and a slender, emaciated frame. Its code name is Sleeping Beauty, Sawai continued. It has been in a state of suspended animation for 24 years since its capture. Sleeping Beauty? Pari exclaimed incredulously. Who came up with that name? Where is the beauty in it? Having slept for 24 years, could it be deceased? Shinjo wondered. No one could answer this question. Sawai explained. The Asian Air Base was once the custodian of this Sleeping Beauty. However, 18 years ago, the base was attacked by unidentified flying objects. At that time, it exhibited faint signs of life, but it soon ceased all activity. Perceiving the team's unease, Captain Megumi Iruma reassured them. Not all extraterrestrials harbor hostile intentions towards Earth. I can't shake the feeling that it's watching us, Rena said, her voice laced with fear. The Sleeping Beauty's large eyes filled her with an inexplicable sense of dread. Later, the team returned to the command center. Rena remained agitated throughout the afternoon. While preparing coffee, she heard a high-pitched, eerie giggle. Hee hee. In the corridor. Turning around, she saw the terrifying image of the Sleeping Beauty materialize at the end of the hallway, its dark, hollow eyes staring directly at her. Ah! Rena screamed in terror and fainted. Chapter 58. Dragon-shaped biological weapon. Upon hearing Lena's cry, Daegu rushed to her side without hesitation. Lena, are you all right? He quickly helped her up from the ground. Meanwhile, everyone else gathered around them. What happened? As Lena slowly regained consciousness, she recounted her recent encounter. How could this be? You must have misseen it. Nakashiro interjected. The Sleeping Beauty was clearly confined in a box and had long since shown no signs of life. How could she possibly appear here? Lena, perhaps you are simply exhausted, suggested Kojima. You have been on missions for these past few days, and you've also been involved in the modification of the organisms, correct? Lena wearily nodded in agreement. One is not a machine. Rest is essential. I will grant you a 2-day leave. Do not refuse. It is an order. Thus, under the captain's directive, Lena commenced her 2-day respite. However, the Sleeping Beauty seemed intent on not letting Lena off so easily. That afternoon, clad in her pajamas and resting alone at home, Lena lay on her bed. Hee. Suddenly, that familiar laughter echoed once more. Lena's heart, which had momentarily relaxed, instantly raced. Hearing it once could be dismissed as a mere illusion, but hearing it a second time was indeed alarming. She drew her pistol, scanning her surroundings with vigilance for the source of the laughter. Hee. The laughter grew closer. Suddenly, the dimly lit bedroom burst into light. There, the diminutive, grayish figure of the Sleeping Beauty appeared before the curtains and swiftly approached Lena. A surge of terror erupted within her, prompting Lena to fire her weapon. Yet, the laser bullets had no effect whatsoever. The Sleeping Beauty drew nearer, cornering Lena until she slowly merged into her body. With a piercing scream, Lena lost consciousness. The revived being from the Dices galaxy possessed her, transforming into a small Dicemania, and darted swiftly towards the ancient site of Gwawamu, buried beneath Mount Kunlun. Simultaneously, Daegu and the others remained in the command room, analyzing and studying the Sleeping Beauty. How did this Sleeping Beauty arrive on Earth? Kurai asked, crossing his arms. It came aboard a spacecraft, Zhongfang replied, flipping through the documents. However, their ship was destroyed 18 years ago, and we collected some fragments from the scene. Destroyed? Kiriya suddenly realized something. With their advanced interstellar technology, how could they possibly be defeated by conventional Earth weaponry? Unless, a startling hypothesis emerged in Kiriya's mind. What if their ship had not been destroyed, but was instead hidden underground? The fragments were merely a fabricated illusion to obscure the truth. This revelation struck the others, and Kiriya began operating the computer. Indeed, he detected fluctuations resembling life signals in the Kunlun mountain range. Although this unknown life form had yet to show activity, the victory team decided to set out immediately to the site, just in case. Mount Kunlun, with its towering peaks and perpetual snow, seldom bore witness to human presence. In the howling cold winds, a colorful vortex opened in the air. Following that, a colossal beast emerged. 8 smaller beasts trailed behind it, one after another. At that moment, however, the Gaudi's condition appeared far from optimal. The eldest raised his hand and exclaimed, "Dad, why do I feel so dizzy?" He stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. Liu, taken aback by this unexpected turn, glanced at the other Gaudi. They too were swaying unsteadily. Only the 6th, possessing spatial powers, and the 7th, endowed with temporal abilities, appeared slightly better off. Liu sighed. "It's just motion sickness. Fresh air will help ease it." These Gaudi were experiencing this for the first time in the alternate dimension and lacked the aptitude for it, so feeling dizzy was entirely normal. Even Liu had felt a bit lightheaded during his inaugural entry. Observing his disoriented siblings contrasted with his own steady demeanor only intensified the eldest's admiration for Liu. Dad truly is remarkable. He remains entirely unaffected by the distortions of time and space. At that moment, the 6th, resembling a drunken creature, waved his limbs and approached Liu. "Dad, how did you withstand the dimensional turbulence?" Liu replied, "It's simple. You just need hands." Ignoring their starry-eyed expressions, he promptly resumed his task. The colossal body of the cosmic steel dragon Gwamu lay concealed within the Dices Galaxy spacecraft, buried at the foot of Mount Kunlun. Without further ado, Liu began the excavation. Boom! The ground shook with the sound of digging. After a long hiatus, Liu was pleasantly surprised to find his skills still sharp. In mere seconds, he had unearthed a deep pit. It seemed that, despite the presence of the time-space realm, traditional craftsmanship remained indispensable. The Gaudi, perplexed by Liu's sudden digging, were filled with questions. While they did not comprehend his actions, they sensed his profound intention. One by one, they imitated his digging, though their efficiency paled in comparison. However, with sheer numbers, they soon managed to create several holes. Within 2 minutes, a loud crack resonated as Liu's claws struck something solid. His heart leaped with joy. He knew they had found what they sought. Beneath Liu's claws, a cubic black metallic spacecraft emerged into the open air. After many years, the Dices Galaxy's spacecraft finally reappeared. The Gaudi, feeling better now, gathered around, curious about this object. "What is this thing? Dad came all this way for this dark object?" Some expressed disappointment. "Disappointed, are we? The grand reveal is yet to come." Liu clenched his right fist and struck the spacecraft's hull with a mighty blow. With a resounding crash, a large hole was punched through the metallic vessel. Subsequently, Liu exerted his strength, as if crumpling a piece of paper, obliterating the spacecraft's exterior. An enormous beast's form emerged from within. The Gaudi gasped in astonishment. So Dad wasn't he lying? There truly is a monster. No matter how deeply it was hidden, it was ultimately unearthed by their father. Liu gazed at the ancient Gwamu, still in a state of slumber. "Wake up and practice with my little ones." Chapter 59. The Rebirth of Filth? Shadow Clone Technique. Liu swiftly struck Gwamu on the head. The Gaudi were eager to join in, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, taking advantage of Gwamu's unawareness to bully him mercilessly. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. Despite their efforts, Gwamu remained unharmed, thanks to the formidable protection of its steel-like scales. As the Gaudi continued their assault, Gwamu's internal defense mechanisms finally activated. Awakening with eyes glowing a fierce yellow, it began to move, using its immense strength to knock several Gaudi aside. With a swift motion of its long neck, it sent the 6th Gaudi crashing to the ground. Then, seizing the opportunity, it struck the 7th with a powerful blow. The largest of the Gaudi, the 8th, rushed forward, attempting to ambush Gwamu with its massive pincers. However, in an instant, Gu Wamu capitalized on the moment, delivering a crushing blow with its steel-hard head, sending the creature flying. It then pinned the eighth Gadi beneath its powerful forelimb, effectively subduing it. One could not deny that as an alien bioweapon designed for invasion, Gu Wamu exhibited impressive combat capabilities. In a straightforward brawl, the Gadi stood no chance against it. Lu Yu lamented this fact, then extended his right arm, effortlessly lifting Gu Wamu and tossing it aside. The eighth Gadi, now freed, quickly stood and cast a grateful glance at Lu Yu. This situation was untenable. The leader felt a pang of worry. With 8 of them unable to defeat just one opponent, it was a significant blow to their pride. They had once triumphed over Gayazak, protecting their father's homeland. How could they be so diminished now? No, they needed to rally quickly. They could not allow their father to look down on them. Thus, the leader summoned the power of magma within, causing a crimson glow to coalesce at the tip of its horn. A beam of destructive energy was poised to unleash. Hold on, Lu Yu interjected at that moment. The leader's glow dissipated, confusion evident in its eyes as it looked at Lu Yu. His intention in bringing the Gadi along was to provide them with experience. Although Gu Wamu was powerful, its physical defense was its forte, while its magical resistance was lacking. Should the leader unleash a magma beam, combined with the energy blast from the other Gadi, Gu Wamu would likely succumb. That would defeat the purpose of their training. Therefore, Lu Yu halted the leader's attack, insisting they engaged solely in physical combat. This way, their physical strength, coordination, and combat skills would be maximally honed. The Gadi, understanding their father's intentions, restrained their energy and fought purely with their bodies. An 8-on-1 battle commenced, a righteous display of teamwork. The mountaintop reverberated with the sounds of conflict, with the 8th Gadi leading the charge as the primary force, while the other 7 provided support, disrupting Gu Wamu's movements and seeking openings in its defense. Their coordination improved with each encounter, and gradually, Gu Wamu appeared to struggle under their relentless assault. At last, the 8 Gadi extended their tendrils in unison, binding Gu Wamu from all angles. Yay! The leader looked eagerly at Lu Yu, seeking his approval. Lu Yu nodded in affirmation. Their teamwork was commendable. Gu Wamu was now completely restrained, thrashing helplessly as its amber eyes fixated on the approaching Lu Yu. In a sudden burst, it exhaled a massive cloud of red smoke. Gu Wamu had awaited this moment, recognizing Lu Yu as the leader of this band of creatures. Once ensnared, it aimed to strike at Lu Yu, hoping to deliver a devastating blow. Such a surprise attack would surely yield results. The thick red smoke enveloped Lu Yu, obscuring him completely. The Gadi gasped in alarm. Their father had been ambushed. Gu Wamu reveled in its success. Its adversary had been ensnared. This red mist was not merely a catalyst. It could corrode the Earth's atmosphere and was equally harmful to living beings. In the original narrative, Diga had once fallen victim to Gu Wamu's ambush. At this moment, Lu Yu seemed poised to repeat Diga's fate, engulfed by the smoke, writhing in apparent agony before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Gu Wamu scoffed, with the leader defeated. The remaining Gadi were mere trifles. The moment to turn the tide had arrived. Just as it prepared to unleash its counterattack, the Gadi's expressions shifted from despair to astonishment and disbelief. Gu Wamu turned, bewildered, for standing behind it was another Lu Yu. An identical Lu Yu, completely unscathed. This was not right. Gu Wamu had just attacked, and the leader had fallen, appearing lifeless. How could another one appear? Confused, its CPU nearly overloaded. At that moment, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed as another Gorzan emerged from the snowy mountains, followed by a third, a fourth. In the end, 7 Gorzan converged upon the battlefield, encircling Gu Wamu with their massive forms, their piercing gazes akin to 7 daggers aimed at it. It was over. I am surrounded by giants. The immense pressure caused Gu Wamu to shrink back in fear. Rebirth of filth, you say? This is nothing short of a shadow clone technique. Seeing their father's murderous intent, the Gadi instinctively retreated, releasing their hold on Gu Wamu. Gathering its strength, Gu Wamu attempted a desperate last stand, extending its neck and spewing red smoke in every direction toward the various Lu Yus. However, the real Lu Yu, with a decisive force, twisted its neck, severing it cleanly in two. The steel-clad, rock-solid body of Gu Wamu crumbled before Lu Yu, resembling mere paper. The segment of its neck connected to its brain writhed like a snake after being severed. Lu Yu swiftly bit down, crunching through it. The core of its head, where Lena had been imprisoned in the original story, was easily crushed, and swallowed by Lu Yu. Thus, Gu Wamu was utterly devoid of life. Lu Yu had grown accustomed to the metallic taste, having encountered it numerous times, from the initial encounter with Legedelin to Gayazak and now Gu Wamu. The flavor was pleasant but difficult to digest. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Yu pondered whether, in his armored form, his digestion of metal would be accelerated. Chapter 60. What? The intelligence is false. Beneath the cloak of night, the small Daishamania, a living weapon that had captured Lena, soared at supersonic speeds towards Kunlun Mountain. The revived Sleeping Beauty, or rather the inhabitants of the Diga system, found that after being cryogenically preserved for an extended period, their original functions had deteriorated upon thawing. Consequently, they could only achieve resurrection by seizing Lena's body to restore their functionality and maintain their existence. At last, I have reached this pivotal moment. After enduring a torturous 24-year wait, my anticipation has finally borne fruit. The inhabitants of the Diga system were filled with unrestrained elation. Those filthy humans are nothing but a disgrace to Earth. Their existence merely obstructs the planet's progress, leading it towards complete decay. Once I arrive at Kunlun Mountain and activate the ancient Guamu, we, the Diga beings, shall supplant humanity and become the rightful rulers of this planet. Thus, Earth will be rejuvenated, ushering in a new era of dominance. The Diga beings envisioned a splendid blueprint in their minds, growing increasingly exhilarated as their speed of flight intensified. As for that luminous hero warrior, the figure of Dagu materialized before her. That so-called Diga must be the sole guardian standing with humanity. I recall that during the distant prehistoric era, his companions had already departed. Even they could not avert the demise of that age. Now, only Diga remains, a warrior of little consequence. Moreover, Dagu's Achilles heel, Lena, is currently in my possession. Should he dare to act recklessly against my Guamu, this body of mine is at risk of perishing. The Diga being emitted a terrifying, sinister laugh. Meanwhile, in the night sky, two Victory Swallow aircraft sped towards Kunlun Mountain. They detected unexplained tremors in the region. Yeri relayed the real-time situation to Zhongfang and the others via remote communication. Indeed, an anomaly had occurred, enveloping them in a palpable tension akin to an impending storm. The inevitable was drawing nearer. Dagu, Dagu. Suddenly, Dagu heard Lena's voice calling out to him. He glanced at the other team members and noticed that they seemed unresponsive. This voice resonated solely within his ears. Dagu, Dagu. Lena urgently cried out his name. She was in danger. Dagu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and accelerated the aircraft. Lena, wait for me. I will be there shortly. At that moment, an unidentified, glowing entity sped past them with even greater velocity. What could that be? Keiki gasped, realizing that the target of that object also appeared to be Kunlun Mountain. It must not reach there before us. The small Daishamania was on the verge of arriving at Kunlun Mountain. Returning to this familiar land, the Diga beings were overwhelmed with joy. It was here that they had buried the Guamu. Now was the time to unearth it and allow it to awaken. Soon, I would reunite with my Guamu after a long separation. Let us merge as one and reawaken the power capable of ruling this planet. As they traversed the final veil of mist atop the mountain, the Diga beings suddenly spotted several moving black dots in the distance. What is that? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Could it be some form of creature? As they drew closer, she finally discerned what those black dots were. They were a horde of monsters, each towering several dozen meters high, with the largest being even taller than Guamu. The Diga being was taken aback. What was happening? How could my chosen secret location be overrun by a swarm of monsters? Upon closer inspection, she saw that the land beneath those monsters was utterly ravaged. The largest among them was holding something and devouring it voraciously. What on earth was it consuming? As the Diga being approached for a better look, she was struck with terror. Oh no, the monster was feasting on my Guamu. Guamu has been consumed by that creature? The Diga being could hardly believe her eyes. The beast was gnawing on Guamu's hind leg. Such a massive Guamu had been reduced to mere scraps. She refused to accept this and attempted to connect with Guamu telepathically, only to find herself utterly cut off. It was over. Decades of meticulous plotting had come to a cataclysmic end. The Diga being felt tears welling up. She had intended to resurrect Guamu, but it seemed the grass on the grave had grown tall. Wasn't it said that Diga was the only guardian on the side of humanity? How could there be so many monsters aiding them? Was the intelligence false? Had I known this, I would have fled Earth long ago. At this moment, The Victory Swallow aircraft caught up. Upon seeing the strange glowing entity suspended in the air, Shinjo prepared to launch a laser attack. Daegu quickly intervened, urging him not to fire. Lina is inside there. What? Shinjo released the attack button. Follow closely behind it, but do not alarm it. Zhongfang commanded. Daegu, deeply concerned for Lina, was also troubled about finding the right moment to transform. Keiki, with keen eyes, spotted the familiar figure of Lu Yu atop Kunlun Mountain. Look, it's Gorzahn. Everyone turned to look, and indeed, it was Gorzahn, feasting on something. No way. Can we see Gorzahn from this far away? Shinjo laughed heartily. Gorzahn truly is ubiquitous. Zhongfang nodded in agreement. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of amusement washed over them all, as if encountering an old friend in a foreign land. The previous tension dissipated significantly. Was he here to assist us once more? Daegu focused intently on the small Daishamania. He was uncertain of Gorzahn's purpose for being here, but he fervently hoped that Gorzahn would intervene once again, just as he had during the Karambo incident, to rescue Lina. If it were Gorzahn, saving Lina would surely be a trivial matter. Realizing that her plan had failed, the This being saw no reason to linger any longer. Now, she was left with no retreat. Summoning her resolve, she decided to perish alongside the human female body. In her final moments, she could take one of them down with her. Light's hero warrior, even in death, I shall personally obliterate that which you hold dear. The This being made up her mind and altered her course, hurtling towards the mountainside. Not good. Daegu recognized the other's intent, his expression shifting dramatically. Lina's life was in grave danger. Sitting in the back seat, he pulled out the divine light staff from his pocket. If Gorzahn did not intervene soon, he would risk exposure and transform without hesitation. Chapter 61. What in the world? So many Gotti. This is bad. Shinshiro and others all discerned the signs. That enigmatic luminous entity was exhibiting self-destructive tendencies. This in itself wasn't the primary concern. The crux of the matter was that Rina was still inside. Given the velocity of that radiant form, it was utterly impossible for the Victory Flyer to overtake and intercept it. Shinshiro also lacked the absolute certainty required to strike a rapidly moving target. Instantly, the tense and perilous atmosphere within the cockpit reached its zenith. Daigo clutched the spark lens tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, poised to activate his transformation at a moment's notice. While this critical juncture unfolded, a tranquil scene played out on Louis's side. He had thoroughly devoured Gawamo, patting his stomach with a hint of lingering desire. Despite its imposing appearance, Gawamo proved to be a light meal, consumed in mere moments. It hadn't even satiated a third of his hunger. Louis turned his attention to the black metallic spacecraft used by the Deoxys aliens to store Gawamo. He pondered whether this contraption was edible. Casting a disdainful glance, Louis decided against it, deeming it more suitable for his offspring to enjoy at their leisure. He opened a temporal vortex leading to the rainbow magic realm and cast the spacecraft into it. Then, he lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings to ensure no stragglers remained. To his surprise, he discovered one. Beyond the mountain's misty veil, a luminous entity was rapidly traversing the terrain. That is, Louis focused, his hyperopic vision piercing the fog, swiftly capturing the image. Was it a miniature Deoxys mania? Louis realized that his arrival was perfectly timed, coinciding with the Deoxys aliens' attempt to activate Gawamo. Alas, he had preempted them, arriving just in the nick of time. Judging by its trajectory, was it attempting self-annihilation? Had the loss of Gawamo driven it to despair? However, self-destruction seemed wasteful. It would be better utilized as sustenance to quell his hunger. Louis promptly activated his chronokinetic superpowers. A chromatic vortex materialized instantly in the path of the miniature Deoxys mania. The radiance illuminated the surrounding night sky. At that moment, the Deoxys alien was hurtling unreservedly toward Mount Kunlun, its heart heavy with sorrow. After enduring over 2 decades of clandestine existence, its body nearly frozen into a specimen, it had arrived at this juncture. Resentment. The Deoxys alien seethed with resentment. Countless fantasies, unwavering devotion, and sacrifices now dissolved into fleeting ephemera. Since reality was so merciless, it would embrace death as a testament to its resolve. Taking a human woman with it would serve as retribution against humanity. Let me orchestrate this grand and spectacular finale. The Deoxys alien, moved by its own sentimentality, closed its eyes, ready to crash into the mountain. Whoosh. In the next instant, it was sucked into Louis's temporal vortex. The Deoxys alien was plunged into darkness. Am I dead? It wondered. Is this the afterlife? But why haven't I heard the explosion? How peculiar. Ugh, my head is spinning. Before it could acclimate to the extra-dimensional space, Louis teleported it back to reality. However, this time, it didn't collide with the mountain. The Deoxys alien emerged from the temporal vortex, its vision abruptly clearing. Huh, I'm not dead yet. In this place. Why does it seem so familiar? It glanced around, spotting 5 colossal black pillars resembling 5-fingered mountains in the darkness. The Deoxys alien was perplexed. In the subsequent moment, the 5-fingered mountains began to tremble violently. Louis pinched the miniature Deoxys mania between 2 fingers, examining it closely. He could clearly see Rena slumbering within. This scene was also witnessed by the Victory Team members. They were relieved to see that Rena hadn't perished with the luminous entity. Daigo's heart lifted as he stowed away the spark lens. Gorzan had indeed intervened. Effortlessly, he had rescued Rena with a mere wave of his hand. Daigo couldn't help but admire Gorzan's mastery of temporal energy. Louis first punctured the shell of the miniature Deoxys mania with his fingertip. Then, he opened a temporal vortex, sending Rena out. Finally, amidst the Deoxys alien's despair, he devoured it. Why didn't he consume Rena? The answer was simple. Louis didn't want to provoke Daigo unnecessarily. Without the power to contend with Gitanathor, Louis saw no need to take such a risk. Besides, what use was a tiny Rena? She wouldn't even make a mouthful. However, the energy contained within the miniature Deoxys mania was quite substantial. On one hand, it was the Deoxys alien's physical form. On the other hand, as its core, it could integrate into Gawamu's brain, reactivating it. As the saying goes, essence is concentrated. With one gulp, Louis could clearly feel heat surging through his body. Whoosh! Inside the cockpit of Flyer 2, a small vortex materialized out of thin air. Then, Rena's body emerged, landing on the seat, startling Daigo. Subsequently, an unparalleled surge of elation washed over him. Is Rena back? Commander Megumi inquired. Yes, Daigo affirmed emphatically. He relayed the news of Rena's safe return to the other team members, adding that they hadn't lifted a finger. It was all thanks to Gorzan. Everyone present had witnessed it firsthand. That chromatic vortex was undoubtedly Gorzan's doing. Gorzan, I owe you a great debt. Daigo thought to himself, gazing at Louis' imposing figure. In reality, during that critical moment, he wasn't sure if he would have made it in time. Even if he had transformed, he might not have been able to reach her. If it weren't for Gorzan, Rena might have. Daigo couldn't bear to dwell on it. All his emotions coalesced into a single sentiment. Thank you, Gorzan. Daigo expressed his gratitude again. Louis replied that it was nothing, merely a trivial matter. He added that next time they met, he expected to be thoroughly energized. Offspring, let's head home. Louis called out, leading the horde of Gadi through the temporal vortex. The Gadi seemed reluctant, but they had no choice but to follow their father's lead. As the light from the vortex illuminated the scene, the Victory Team finally discerned what those black specks behind Louis were. The expressions of delight on their faces instantly morphed into shock. What in the world? What is all this? How did so many monsters suddenly appear? Where did all these Gadi come from? Chapter 62. Guardian God Gorzahn. A staggering array of 8 or 9 monsters appeared all at once. This was an unprecedented occurrence for the Victory Team. Moreover, these creatures were none other than the notorious Gadi, infamous for their previous rampages in the city. The mere thought sent a shiver down everyone's spine. After all, a single one had wreaked such havoc in District D. With 8 or 9 of them, wouldn't they obliterate the entire nation? In a moment of impulsivity, New City instinctively prepared to launch a laser attack. However, Daegu swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Wait, can you not see? Those Gadi are all following Gorzahn, as if under its command." New City squinted and indeed observed that the monsters were lining up, trailing Gorzahn into the vortex, exhibiting a surprising level of orderliness. Kiriya inquired, "Could it be that those Gadi are Gorzahn-esque subordinates?" "That is certainly a possibility," Daegu responded. With Gorzahn-esque prowess, subjugating other monsters would be a trivial task. But what exactly is Gorzahn-esque purpose in all this? This question echoed in Daegu's mind once more. As the last of the Gadi departed, the time-space vortex dissipated in an instant. The Kunlun Mountains returned to their ancient silence. The 2 Victory Team aircraft, the Flying Swallows, did not linger and promptly turned back. The following day, in the Victory Team command room, everyone gathered, including Lena. The events of the previous day felt surreal to her, akin to a vivid dream. She could only recall witnessing that terrifying sleeping beauty while resting at home, after which she lost consciousness. It was only upon hearing from others that she learned she had been abducted by aliens, ultimately rescued by Gorzahn. What? You mean Gorzahn sent me into that vortex? Lena's mouth fell slightly agape, disbelief etched on her face. Indeed. Otherwise, how do you think you returned? Kiriya chuckled. Lena pouted in disappointment. How unfortunate. I missed the scenery within the vortex. However, she quickly regained her composure, a triumphant expression surfacing. Am I not the first human in the world to achieve time travel? Perhaps so, Diga pondered for a moment before affirming. Lucky you. Lena exclaimed, radiating childlike joy. At that moment, New City seemed to have an epiphany and asked, what if Gorzahn hadn't noticed Lena and had simply devoured that small decimania instead? What then? The group considered this, acknowledging the possibility. Well, what could we do? We'd have to feast right there. However, Diga held a differing viewpoint. He asserted, first, as a highly intelligent being, Gorzahn would never be so careless. Second, Gorzahn would never intentionally harm humanity. Having spent considerable time together, everyone had gained a deeper understanding of Gorzahn. Harming Lena? If Gorzahn had wished to, it could have done so countless times. In fact, if it desired to wreak havoc on society, humanity would be utterly helpless. Yet, Gorzahn has chosen not to do so. Quite the opposite, it has steadfastly stood by humanity, protecting us from monster threats. This is undeniable. What it occasionally seeks is merely the energy of Diga, for the sake of humanity and the future of our planet. Is it not reasonable for Diga to make some sacrifices? Zongfang posited. Absolutely, absolutely right. Daegu concurred, nearly bursting into laughter. Indeed, New City chuckled, scratching his head, feeling somewhat childish in his earlier thoughts. At this juncture, Yashiri diverted his gaze from the computer screen, lifting his head to declare, I have compiled a summary of the monsters Gorzahn has previously vanquished. Let us take a look. He projected a table he had created onto the large screen. The table comprised two sections. The upper section listed the monsters Gorzahn had publicly faced, in chronological order, including Melba, Gakuma, Ligaduron, Lightning Man Gazet, and the Kiriya Lodians. The lower section enumerated the monsters Gorzahn had eliminated out of human sight, including Gakuma, Karambo, and this time Esguawumu from the Kunlun Mountains. The Gaudy Lair, destroyed by Gorzahn beneath the District D amusement park, also counted as half. Additionally, there were the Gaudy from the Lion Nose Forest and Hilbagong, as well as the three monsters whose existence the victory team remains unaware of. Compared to the upper table, the lower one evidently drew more attention. Goodness. Gorzahn not only anticipates our moves, resolving monster incidents before we even comprehend them, but it even eliminates threats unbeknownst to us. New City marveled, astonished by Gorzan's unheralded contributions to humanity. Lena fixated on the screen, her emotions a whirlwind of astonishment, admiration, and guilt. She had not realized Gorzahn had silently rendered such significant aid to humanity. Despite being a monster, it possessed an extraordinary sense of justice. What a noble spirit. Yet, she had been entirely unaware of it. Daegu felt a pang of shame as well. Despite possessing the power to protect the earth, Gorzahn had achieved so much more. I must not fall behind. I must strive to catch up. He silently admonished himself. Zongfang, on the other hand, regarded Yashiri with newfound appreciation, saying, You did well with this table. Be sure to send me a copy later. It will serve as excellent material for debates with those hawkish fellows. Let the facts speak for themselves. Let us see how they counter me. Absolutely. Yashiri replied with a grin. Kurui contemplated, if that is the case, then the Gaudy following Gorzahn are part of its plan, correct? Based on Kuri's hypothesis, those Gaudy must be a force Gorzahn cultivated to prepare for future greater monster calamities. In this regard, Gorzan's foresight is truly remarkable. It has strategically laid the groundwork well in advance. Truly, it is the highly intelligent monster I have long sought to communicate with. Kurui nodded repeatedly. Lena proposed, shall we give Gorzahn a nickname? It has done so much for us, yet we still call it the monster Gorzahn. That seems unfair. Everyone unanimously agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Zongfang suggested, how about we call it Titan Superpower Baka? The others responded, good suggestion, but let us refrain from saying that next time. Lena pondered for a moment before declaring, let us simply call it Guardian Deity. Henceforth, Diga shall be known as Guardian of Humanity, while Gorzahn shall be Guardian of Earth. Chapter 63, A Future Beyond the Seer's Grasp, What does everyone think? Lena inquired, casting a hopeful glance towards Daegu. She believed he would also appreciate this title. Diga pondered deeply, recognizing himself as humanity's guardian, while Gorzahn served as Earth's protector. It seemed Gorzan's stature surpassed his own. Nonetheless, he did not oppose the title. It was indeed deserved by Gorzahn. The others readily concurred with Lena's suggestion. Earth's guardian? That sounds splendid. Indeed, it's quite remarkable, Lena affirmed. Only Zhong Feng muttered discontentedly. What nonsense. It's nowhere near as powerful as the beast's superpower. Monster. He's a monster. Tokiwa is just a bad kid. He's a freak. Let us all insult him. Beat him up. The bespectacled boy was pushed into a mud puddle by his peers, splattering mud all over him. Blood trickled from his nose as he looked up in terror and helplessness at the other children who surrounded him, hurling insults. He was bewildered, unsure of what he had done wrong. Why was he subjected to such treatment? Was it merely because he possessed extraordinary abilities? Born this way, he had no choice and could not alter his fate. It was not his fault. I am just like you, a human being. Tokiwa Makio screamed in his heart. Freak. An aberration. A disgrace among us. The children clapped and hurled cruel insults like daggers, piercing Tokiwa Makio's heart. They even pulled down their pants and urinated on him, following it up with kicks and punches. Covered in filth, including his glasses and face, Tokiwa Makio lay vulnerable in the mud, curled up and shielding his head, silently enduring the torment. Tears mingled with mud, blurring his vision. His consciousness began to sink, slowly slipping into the abyss of darkness. Then, in the next moment, Tokiwa Makio abruptly opened his eyes. The curtain lifted once more, revealing a different scene, a blood-red sky. The heavens were shrouded in black mist, enveloping everything on Earth. Skyscrapers, one after another, were mercilessly consumed by raging flames, the fire dancing like a wild beast, threatening to engulf every corner of the world in destruction. All things were tainted by the ominous crimson hue. People screamed and cried, their bodies contorted in the flames, reduced to ashes alongside the city. Amid this apocalyptic hell of despair, a patch of blood-red thorns silently spread, crawling over the land and buildings. In the glow of the flames, they bloomed with exceptionally alluring yellow flowers, as if heralding the arrival of doom and death. Endless darkness, a terrifying aura, and the harbinger of civilization's demise. No. With a terrified shout, Tokiwa Makio jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. He gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. Glancing out at the moonlight illuminating the silent city, he realized it was yet another nightmare. Gradually, Tokiwa Makio regained his composure. He turned on the light, got out of bed, and poured himself a glass of water, which he downed in one gulp, calming himself. This was a small rental apartment in a residential area, furnished quite simply. Clearly, Tokiwa Makio's living conditions were not favorable, or rather, they were quite poor. Now in middle age, he remained alone, defined by society as a failure. But few knew that he was, in fact, a true superpowered individual. Standing by the window, he gazed at the cityscape at night. Recently, he had been plagued by the same nightmare. In the first half of the dream, the violence and bullying he experienced in childhood replayed vividly before him. Despite the passage of 30 years, those images remained crystal clear. Possessing superpowers from a young age, he found no benefit from them. Instead, he was subjected to unfair treatment by others, irrevocably altering the course of his life. This was an indelible scar in Tokiwa Makio's existence. In the latter part of that terrifying dream, he had only begun to experience recently. He could even smell the scent of death and destruction in his sleep. Devoid of any glimmer of hope, each time he awoke in the dead of night, he felt as if he were suffocating. With the ability to foresee the future, he had a nagging sense that this scene might very well be Earth's destiny. Darkness is about to descend. With a grave expression, Tokiwa Makio approached his desk and picked up a newspaper. The headline prominently featured two stories about Diga and Gorzan, the meeting under the cover of night during the Karanbo incident, and Gorzan's recent appearance during the Goam event, where he saved a member of the victory team. Truly, they were two shining stars. Tokiwa Makio scoffed softly, his gaze lingering on Diga. Jealousy and resentment began to cloud his eyes. Humanity's guardian? Huh. Diga, we are both outcasts. Yet why are you celebrated as a hero, adored by all, while I am treated as a freak, bullied? In a fit of anger, Tokiwa Makio tore the newspaper to shreds. He had long used his powers to discern that Diga was indeed Diga. However, the experiences of his childhood had gradually unbalanced his heart. You shine so brightly, Diga, yet I am relegated to the shadows, living like a rat in the corners of the city. Why? Why is it all so unfair? Is it because I revealed my true self while you concealed your identity? Adjusting his glasses, Tokiwa Makio suppressed his anger. If that is the case, I shall see if you, too, are merely a person of no worth aside from your abilities. Then I will expose your identity and make you taste the same bitterness I have endured. A scheme targeting Diga began to brew in Tokiwa Makio's heart. And you, Earth's guardian Gorzahn, what a melodious title you bear. Yet why can I never see through you? Tokiwa Makio not only possessed the gift of foresight and insight into human hearts, but he could also, to some extent, penetrate the thoughts of monsters. Since Gorzan's emergence, he had tried to unveil its true nature. However, his attempts had consistently ended in failure, leaving him deeply perplexed. How could I, who can see through Diga, be unable to perceive Gorzahn? At this moment, he once again closed his eyes, focusing intently, striving to discern the true visage of Gorzahn. Chapter 64. Armor Power Test. After a long while, Takano Makafu wearily opened his eyes. As expected, the outcome remained unchanged. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Everything about the monster was shrouded in a veil of mystery, leaving him unable to discern even the slightest detail. All he knew was that Gorzahn would appear every time, annihilating and consuming monsters to strengthen itself. Yet, its ultimate purpose remained a complete enigma to him. Was it merely a fable of a monster finding its way back? Takano Makafu was unconvinced. What perplexed him the most was Gorzan's influence on the future. Previously, he had successfully predicted numerous monster appearances, including their locations, combat strengths, and weaknesses. However, he repeatedly misjudged aspects related to Gorzahn. For instance, during the initial incident at the ancient pyramid, he had foreseen that Melba would be vanquished by the resurrected Diga. Yet, the final outcome was that Melba was devoured alive by Gorzahn. At that moment, Gorzahn seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, behaving in ways that utterly bewildered Takano Makafu. Moreover, he had predicted that the fleeing Gorzahn would re-emerge after absorbing magma beneath the earth, ready to be defeated once more by Diga. However, that now appeared impossible. Firstly, Gorzan's power had surpassed Diga's by an extraordinary margin. Secondly, the relationship between Diga and Gorzahn seemed to be evolving favorably. Particularly with Diga, Takano Makafu could discern that Gorzan's repeated assistance had evoked immense gratitude from Diga. Since that incident, his predictions regarding events involving Gorzahn had frequently faltered. Gorzahn either resolved the monstrous threats before he was aware or ambushed him unexpectedly. Repeated failures had eroded Takano Makafu's confidence. Gorzan's actions seemed to have generated a butterfly effect, influencing the entire fabric of time and space. Consequently, he found himself affected as well, with his understanding of an immutable future completely shattered by Gorzahn. To be honest, Takano Makafu did not harbor much resentment towards Gorzahn. Even though it had recently garnered much attention, it remained a monster, distinct from Diga. Furthermore, Gorzan's behavior often reminded him of his own situation among humans. Perhaps, Gorzahn was also an anomaly among monsters? While other monsters wreaked havoc, it chose to protect the earth. Would such actions lead to its ostracization by its peers? At times, Takano Makafu found solace in this thought. He removed his glasses and rubbed his weary eyes, strained from attempting to comprehend Gorzahn. Gorzahn, perhaps we are both anomalies, yet also kin. In the rainbow magic realm, the celestial rainbow hung inverted. The spacecraft of the Dacis star system had been cast aside by Lu Yu next to the giant rock throne. The Gadi were enjoying themselves there. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood up, prepared to test his own power. After absorbing and digesting the core of Gawamu and a small Dicemania, he sought to determine the extent of his strength in armored form. He first activated the time-space realm, summoning a towering mountain several hundred meters high from an unknown location through a vortex gate. With a resounding crash, it was placed at the edge of the rainbow magic realm. Then, with a mere thought, he transformed into his armored form. A layer of incredibly dense metallic armor swiftly enveloped his body, akin to a suit of armor. In an instant, his physical strength reached its zenith, resembling an indestructible titan. Approaching the mountain, he appeared as a moving black monolith. Observing this, the Gadi hurriedly gathered together, following their father's earlier instructions to simultaneously emit a transparent beam from their horns. The seven-layered barrier of light converged, rapidly spreading to encompass half of the rainbow magic realm. Ultimately, it formed an inverted semicircular protective dome, enveloping both Lu Yu and the mountain. This was a precaution Lu Yu took to minimize the destruction he might cause. After all, Activating the transparent barrier was well within the Gadi's expertise. Simultaneously, it served to test the strength of the Gadi, assessing whether their nearly complete forms had enhanced the barrier's resilience, or if it would still shatter under a single blow from Hilbegon. Once the barrier was fully activated, Lu Yu clenched his fists, ready to unleash his power. Energy quietly coalesced within him, reaching a sublime state, and during this process, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The Gadi sensed this and steadied themselves, preparing for the impending shockwave. Roar! Lu Yu unleashed a thunderous roar, the sound waves crashing against the surrounding mountains and trees, toppling and snapping them in their wake. A fierce gust of wind swept through. The Gadi immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. In that moment, Lu Yu swung his immensely robust right arm, striking the mountain before him with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the mechanical capabilities of his shoulder armor were pushed to their limits. White steam billowing forth, augmenting the impact with immense kinetic energy. The cross-shaped bone hammer at the tip of his tail sliced through the air, glinting with a chilling radiance. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, explosive power erupted. In that instant, the mountain seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, beginning to crumble inch by inch. The shockwave generated by the explosion surged outward from the mountain's epicenter, creating a chaotic maelstrom. Boulders flew, and debris rained down like a meteor shower, crashing against the transparent barrier. Crack! In an instant, the barrier, forged by the teamwork of 7 Gadi, was riddled with spiderweb-like fractures. The first to be flung away was Old 7, who wielded the power of time. Following him were Old 4 and Old 6. The remaining Gadi struggled to maintain their hold. However, as their comrades fell one by one, the difficulty of their resistance escalated. The largest among them, Old 8, gritted his teeth, refusing to relent, desperately resisting the onslaught of explosive winds. Such overwhelming power. Even Old 1 was exerting every effort to hold on. Yet, the cracks had nearly spread across the entire barrier, on the brink of complete collapse. What was happening? Unaware of the turmoil, Old 6 stirred from slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he rushed over, only to be swiftly toppled by the fierce winds. He spun twice in the air, plummeting 2.5 rotations before landing awkwardly on the ground. Dazed and bewildered. Demolition. Chapter 65. The Desperate Flight for Survival. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the cataclysmic sounds of that day slowly subsided. Amidst all the chaos, only the 8th creature managed to barely hold its ground, panting heavily, on the verge of exhaustion. The others had been blown far away by the shockwave of the explosion, their protective barriers shattered long ago. The scene was one of devastation. A once towering mountain peak, hundreds of meters high, no longer existed. The full force of a punch in its armored form had obliterated it completely. The air around seemed to still tremble, resonating with the aftermath. The 6th creature cowered in a corner, burying its head in the bushes, with only its rear exposed, shivering uncontrollably. The other creatures had suffered both physical and psychological blows. Although it wasn't their first encounter with such ferocity, the sheer intensity of their father's display far exceeded their expectations. They had to admit, in the presence of their father, they were simply too weak. As the sole survivor among them, the 8th creature had initially felt a sense of pride. However, upon witnessing the utterly destroyed magma zone, its expression faltered. Oh no, my livelihood has been completely overturned. Where will I find food now? The weight of such a punch, it wondered, how much damage could it inflict on Gitangier? As Lu Yu withdrew his fist and turned away, he reflected on the power of that blow, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Yet, he pondered how it compared to the Golden Dragon or Gitangier's strength. For now, he remained uncertain, as Gitangier's power was beyond the measure of ordinary monsters. Would pure physical force in its armored form be sufficient to shatter the ultimate darkness? Time alone would provide the answers. Glancing at the ravaged rainbow magic realm, Lu Yu utilized his temporal and spatial powers to renovate it. The magma zone was naturally reconstructed. The 8th creature rejoiced. Time to eat, brothers. Truth be told, although these creatures had not survived until the end, their resilience had impressed Lu Yu. Under such devastating force, their endurance was commendable. It wasn't that they were weak. Rather, Lu Yu was overwhelmingly strong. Given the vast disparity in strength, even a mere 10 seconds of resistance was impressive for them. At that moment, Lu Yu noticed that the spacecraft he had brought back from the Dices galaxy had been utterly destroyed, reduced to a pile of scrap. Just my luck. Another piece of furniture gone, he mused, scratching his head. However, a thought struck him. If he desired a spaceship, there were plenty of alien spacecraft in the Diga world. Ships belonging to the Lebic and Manong aliens, the colossal mechanical puppet Gobnu's cosmic fortress, and the bioelectronic dinosaur Naga's vessels were all options. When the opportunity arose, he could easily acquire one to expand his collection of furniture. Otherwise, it would become rather monotonous. I'll do that next time. Seated upon the throne of colossal rocks, Lu Yu, as per his usual routine, opened the map in his mind. A red dot abruptly appeared, emitting a blinding glow. A new energy source had emerged. Yet, the location of this source posed a dilemma for Lu Yu. It was situated outside of Earth. The map indicated that the energy source was indeed approaching, drawing nearer to Earth, poised to breach the atmosphere. After extensive reinforcement, Lu Yu's ability to sense energy had expanded from several thousand kilometers to encompass the entirety of Earth, even extending beyond the atmosphere after devouring Goam. Thus, he could perceive the arrival of this uninvited guest at the first moment. Despite this awareness, Lu Yu refrained from immediate action. He opted to observe the situation, waiting to see where the entity would land before investigating further. While Lu Yu's attention was fixated on the map, no one noticed a black-haired girl sprinting desperately through the forest surrounding the rainbow magic realm. She was fair-skinned and beautiful, clad in a blue-black top and short skirt, her short boots revealing white socks. Her hands were adorned with what appeared to be custom silver handcuffs. Suddenly, she faced a steep slope several meters high, and with a single leap, she landed gracefully. She seemed to possess a physical prowess beyond that of ordinary humans. Unbeknownst to her, her right arm had been injured, oozing green blood. The girl ran desperately, glancing back intermittently, her expression filled with panic and fear as though fleeing from pursuers. In the perilous struggle for survival, she made her way toward the rainbow magic realm. In the TPC command room, after a period of accelerated development, the new fighter jet, Victory Swallow EJ, had finally been successfully created. As a participant in the development process, Lena was explaining the features of this new model. The Victory Swallow EJ was based on the Flying Swallow 2 and was designed to replace the increasingly obsolete Flying Swallow 1 and 2. It consisted of two aircraft, Alpha and Beta, capable of merging or separating based on the situation, equipped with missiles, laser cannons, super flame beam, and super freeze beam. Its performance significantly surpassed that of the TPC's existing aircraft. The audience listened in awe, bewildered yet impressed. Shinshiro interjected, "Last time you introduced the Snow White model, Lena, you said the same things. Yet, I haven't even flown the Snow White yet, and now there's the Victory Swallow EJ. The speed of these updates is astonishing." The Snow White had once been touted as the strongest model in the Victory team, but had now become somewhat obsolete, leading to some lighthearted official criticism. At that moment, Lena found herself at a loss for words. As a scientist, Kuriki chimed in, "Shinshiro, I must disagree with your statement. The development of aircraft equipment is limited by our current technological capabilities. Achieving an upgrade in such a short time is quite remarkable. I firmly believe that with continuous technological advancement, humanity will eventually keep pace with the monster strength. Once the Atlantis model is released, it will showcase the true power of human technology." Kuriki expressed excitedly. Meanwhile, Daegu felt a twinge of sadness. With the new model emerging, would he no longer be able to pilot the Flying Swallow Eye? Ah, farewell, Flying Swallow Eye. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone look. At that moment, Yuru, who had been monitoring the communication channel, suddenly displayed a video. On the screen was a colossal, unidentified flying object in space, akin to a meteor, slowly approaching Earth, about to breach the atmosphere. Chapter 66. Am I to eliminate Gorzahn? A sense of impending peril immediately gripped the assembly. After a hard-earned respite of 2 days, duty called once more. Yeri elucidated, these images were just captured by the Delta Space Station. This unidentified object exhibits intense life signs and is projected to reach Earth in 3 minutes. Could it be a monster? A collective gasp arose. Having engaged with monsters on numerous occasions, they were well versed in the signs. An unidentifiable object materializing abruptly, coupled with life signatures, invariably pointed to the arrival of a monster. Very well. Everyone stand ready. Zhongfang commanded. Let's mobilize before it reaches Earth, proceed to its point of descent, and minimize the potential damage. Understood. Sector 2B. A desolate expanse. An abandoned bi-level factory stood in this location. Above it, a dense flock of crows swirled, their discordant cries piercing the air. From afar, it evoked an oppressive and sinister atmosphere. Within the factory's confines, in a technologically advanced chamber, Shaji slowly opened her eyes. She had been confined to this room for 2 full days. The crow-like beings who had abducted her had visited several times during this period. Upon beholding a crow person for the first time, with its massive, grotesque head and enormous eyes gleaming with yellow light, Shaji nearly emitted a scream. She was on the verge of succumbing to her megalophobia. However, after regaining her composure and observing them for a while, Shaji realized that it was not they who had grown larger, but she who had shrunk. The crow people's size remained unchanged. Rather, she had been reduced from a normal human to the size of an ant. She had been strolling along the beach at night when these crow people captured her with a shrinking ray and brought her here. Over the past 2 days, the crow people had brought in other humans one after another. They were all confined to the same place as her, their hands and feet bound. From their conversations, Shaji had gleaned the reason for their abductions. Just last night, she seized an opportunity when the crow person guard was not paying attention and surreptitiously blew her flute. The sound of this flute could summon Makina's arrival. Although she had never succeeded in the past 2 centuries, she chose to try once more, hoping that Makina would rescue her, as her life was in jeopardy. If a miracle were to occur and Makina were to return to save her, she believed that these so-called crow people would not stand a chance. In that case, the other unfortunate humans who had been captured alongside her could also be rescued. At that moment, light and shadows flickered within the room as 4 crow people entered. They possessed avian heads, wore formal black suits and shoes, and exuded an eerie aura. 3 of them had eyes that shone with an amber hue, while the 4th had blood-red eyes. A cloak draped behind him, and his deferential demeanor indicated that he was the leader. One of the crow person's subordinates spoke, his voice shrill. "Leader, I have captured nearly 50 humans in the past few days. That should be a considerable number, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, I have made an unexpected acquisition. I have even captured an alien from beyond Earth. Look, it's her." The crow person opened the lid, pointed at Shaji, and sought recognition for his accomplishment. As she faced the giant crow people and their piercing gaze, Shaji's eyes widened, and immense fear exploded within her. The crow person leader glanced at Shaji and nodded. "Yes, I imagine buyers from other planets will be quite fond of this slave." He turned to the 3 crow people behind him and said, "As you all know, our slaves on planet P43 are dwindling. Yet on this Earth, billions of humans reside. Humans are ideally suited to be our slaves. Therefore, you must accelerate your efforts in the coming days and capture as many as possible. In this way, we can not only contact our homeworld and launch a full-scale invasion, but also serve as colonial pioneers, selling enough slaves to people on other planets and reaping profits in the process. For example, I know that the Mujin aliens, whose wealthy inhabitants relish hunting games and find pleasure in capturing people from other planets as prey, have a tremendous demand for slaves. Leader, your brilliance shines." The 3 crow person subordinates nodded in unison. They had not anticipated that their leader would possess such business acumen. By following in his footsteps, they would undoubtedly enjoy a life of luxury. The 3 crow people cheered, as if they could already envision a bright future beckoning them. However, the crow person leader abruptly changed his tone, saying, "Nevertheless, there are still some obstacles to overcome before we can fully occupy this planet. The first is victory, but there is no need to worry about them. They are merely ants from a low-level civilization. Then there is Ultraman Diga and the recently prominent monster, Gorzahn." The crow person leader paused at this point. He was not particularly afraid of Diga, as he had conducted some investigations during his time on Earth and had gained a certain understanding of Diga's strength. What concerned him most was Gorzahn. This was mainly because Gorzahn had only recently emerged and had made a name for himself. He had not yet been able to ascertain its true capabilities. Acting rashly would be imprudent. Therefore, the crow person leader devised a plan. He designated one of his subordinates, saying, "You're the one. Go and eliminate Gorzahn for me." "Me?" The crow person pointed at himself, somewhat bewildered. "Are you kidding me? Gorzahn is so big that it could crush me with a finger. You want me to eliminate it? That's no different from sending me to my death. I don't want to do that. I want to live a few more years and enjoy the pleasure of the intergalactic slave trade." He hastily waved his hand, displaying a noble sense of humility. No, leader, I'm not capable of that. I'm just a small fry. Oh, that's right. I suddenly remembered that I haven't captured enough slaves today. I need to go and continue capturing them." With that, he slipped away as quickly as he could. The crow person leader had no choice but to designate another subordinate. However, that subordinate immediately bent over, feigning immense pain. Ugh, leader, I ate 2 extra humans last night and got a stomachache. I feel so uncomfortable now. Oh, I feel like throwing up. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. I need to go back and rest for a while. You should let number 3 go. He's more suitable. Number 3? The crow person leader turned to another subordinate. Number 3 immediately collapsed on the ground, groaning, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I was ambushed by a despicable earthling while capturing slaves yesterday, and my wound still hurts. Oh no, oh no. I think my wound has lost sensation. Woe is me. Get out of here. The crow person leader kicked him hard, his face filled with anger. Just then, an explosion reverberated overhead. The entire factory shook violently, as if a massive explosion had occurred. Chapter 67. Machina attacks the Raven's lair in truth. The leader of the Ravens was acutely aware that with only a handful of subordinates at its disposal, it stood no chance against Gorzan. The command it issued to its minions was merely a means to use them as cannon fodder. Thus, when the time came to depart from this planet, it could effectively utilize them to delay Diga and Gorzan, minimizing the risks to itself. It would then escape unscathed. As for the fear of its subordinates and their reluctance to obey orders, that was of no consequence. At the appropriate moment, it would resort to coercive measures. However, the current situation left the Raven leader with no time to ponder such matters. Boom. The entire abandoned factory shuddered violently, as if struck by a missile. What is happening? The Raven leader exclaimed in astonishment. This factory had been designated as its secret base, well hidden and rarely visited. How could such a dramatic turn of events occur? Was it the victory team, or Diga, or perhaps Gorzan? The subordinate that had fled earlier now rushed back in a state of panic. Leader, it's bad. Before it could finish, the leader inquired, what is happening outside? Is the victory team here? The subordinate shook its head. Is it Diga? The leader pressed again, only to receive another negative response. That left Gorzan. A sense of dread washed over the Raven leader. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Gorzan had detected their presence and acted swiftly, without granting any time for reprieve. In a flurry of thoughts, the Raven leader devised a strategy. It hastily sent a few ravens out to deal with the situation while it quickly secured the room, gathering all the boxes containing humans to take with it. Then, it hurried toward the factory's rear yard where their spaceship, intended for interstellar travel back to their home planet, awaited. The Raven leader abandoned its companions and boarded the ship, relieved to have the opportunity to escape with over 100 humans in tow. This journey to Earth would not be in vain. Indeed, it could not defeat Gorzan at present. However, once it returned to its home planet and rallied its forces, it would return with a formidable army. What could the insignificant Gorzan do against such might? Earth would inevitably become their hunting ground for slaves. Virum. The spaceship powered up, ascending slowly. Meanwhile, the humans trapped in the boxes, including Shaji, were engulfed in despair. Shaji had initially thought the commotion outside signaled Machina's arrival to rescue her. However, before she could rejoice, she was abducted by the Raven leader aboard the ship. In truth, just as Shaji had hoped, it was indeed Machina that had arrived. At that moment, from a distance, the factory building appeared to collapse, having been severely damaged. The culprit was a massive black egg-like object. Machina, possessing 2 forms, could seamlessly switch between its monstrous and spacecraft states. Presently, it descended to the ground, its shell morphing to reveal the body within, letting out an urgent roar. Amidst the ruins, it rummaged about, seemingly searching for something. Several Raven subordinates emerged, armed and firing shrink rays at Machina. The result was futile, with a single stomp. Machina crushed them all. Is that the monster that just landed? A member of the victory team inquired as they piloted the Victory Falcon EJ. Indeed, that's it, replied Uri over the communication channel. Then let's initiate an attack. We cannot allow the monster to cause further destruction, commanded Shinjo as he maneuvered the weapon systems, launching 2 missiles. The missiles struck Machina's back, but its outer shell absorbed the impact without inflicting any damage. Lena adjusted her aircraft's angle for a direct assault, deploying superheated flame beams and laser cannons aimed at the monster's head. Just as the searing red beam was about to make contact, Machina deflected it with its side shell, absorbing the energy entirely. The high-energy beam, capable of melting steel, had no effect whatsoever. As for the laser cannon, it not only failed but ricocheted back, nearly striking the wing of the Victory Falcon EJ. Fortunately, Lena's quick reflexes saved them from disaster. Damn it, we can't penetrate its defenses. Shinjo gritted his teeth in frustration. Commander Mizuno analyzed. The monster's back and entire body are covered in a robust armor shell made of a special alloy, providing extreme defensive capabilities. Its abdomen is relatively soft. Focus your attacks there. Understood. The team responded, launching a new wave of assaults. Shinjo, intrigued, posed a question. Do you think Gorzan will intervene this time? Without hesitation, Kiriya responded, Isn't it obvious? It will definitely intervene. As the guardian of Earth, Gorzan will not overlook any threats to the planet. I agree, Gorzan should arrive shortly. Let's keep this monster occupied in the meantime, Shinjo asserted. However, Daegu remained silent, sensing an inexplicable feeling that Gorzan might not come this time. He noted that the creature seemed to be searching for something amidst the ruins, rather than wreaking havoc like other monsters. Perhaps it was not an inherently evil being. Yet, what could be so significant within that collapsed building? While puzzled, Daegu felt a sense of helplessness. Flying alongside his comrades in a warplane had its downsides. He found it challenging to transform at will. He could only watch as the monster loomed before him, which was quite vexing. The days of transforming at a moment's notice while piloting Falcon 1 were long gone. At that moment, Lena exclaimed, Look! A spaceship is rising ahead. The group turned to see a cylindrical spacecraft slowly ascending above the factory. What? They exclaimed in confusion. The ship had emerged from the building, seemingly unrelated to the monster. Who could be piloting that ship? Where was it headed? A multitude of questions arose in their minds. On the ground, some remaining ravens gasped in shock as they witnessed their ship take off. Their leader had deceived and abandoned them. How could this be? They ran, desperately squawking in an attempt to summon the ship back to rescue them, but it was a futile endeavor. A bunch of fools, scoffed the raven leader from within the ship, watching the ground recede. Good thing I acted swiftly, or I would have perished alongside you. Your fate is now in your own hands. Once I return to my home planet and gather my forces, I shall come back for you. It accelerated the ship's speed. In the next moment, the space ahead shimmered like rippling water as the ship plunged into a colorful vortex. Chapter 68. The enchanted realm of rainbows disappeared. The crew aboard the Victory Falcon EJ were taken aback. Due to the angle, they had not witnessed the colorful vortex. Only after the aircraft made a turn did they notice that the mysterious ship had abruptly vanished. How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? Shinjo pondered. Could it possibly be some form of extraterrestrial technology? Kurai expressed his intrigue. Deep within, Daegu harbored a vague suspicion. For a fleeting moment, he had sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Nonetheless, with the ship now gone, it was prudent to shift their focus to the monstrous creature before them, an adversary requiring their full attention. However, with the departure of the ship, Machina's demeanor appeared to alter. Initially, it had been clawing at the ground, but upon the ship's disappearance, it abruptly ceased, standing upright and momentarily lost in thought. Then, with a sudden pivot, it let out an impatient roar towards the direction where the ship had vanished. It seems its reflexes are somewhat delayed. What is happening with this beast? Is it attempting to locate the ship? The crew's speculations gradually edged closer to the truth as they observed Machina shifting directions as if attuning to some unseen signal. Ultimately, it settled on a specific path, retracting its outer shell to transform into an egg-shaped spacecraft, soaring towards that direction. Silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the Victory Falcon EJ in place. Commander, what are our next steps? Shinjo inquired. They had come to confront the monster, yet it had scarcely arrived before it departed. What kind of situation is this? Zhongfang contemplated briefly before speaking, but a sudden glance caught his eye. He noticed the remnants of the crow people fleeing swiftly on the ground. His pupils dilated in alarm. What is that? Wild Dre promptly clarified. I just checked the database. Recent reports indicate a rise in missing persons in this area. It may be connected to the creatures on the ground. Without hesitation, Zhongfang declared. Then we shall split into two teams. One group will eliminate the monsters here and investigate that factory, while the other will pursue and track the creature. Understood. The Victory Falcon EJ began its transformation, with the small fighter detaching from the front. Daegu volunteered to follow the beast, and Lena expressed her desire to accompany him. Thus, the two piloted as they pursued Machina. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact us. Zhongfang reminded them before opening fire on the fleeing crow people below. Meanwhile, aboard the crow people leader's ship, everything was proceeding smoothly until suddenly, darkness enveloped the cockpit as they entered an alternate dimension. Having never encountered such a phenomenon, it was overwhelmed with dizziness, nearly causing the ship to explode. Fortunately, the ordeal was brief, and moments later, it emerged from the chaotic distortion, greeted once again by the familiar blue sky and white clouds. Phew! The leader of the Crow people sighed in relief, dismissing the incident as merely a malfunction in the ship's central system. However, as it ascended a mere 100 meters, it found itself unable to rise any further, as if an invisible force were restraining it. Curious, it pressed harder on the throttle, striving to break free from the unseen constraint. The ship began to sputter, nearly smoking from the effort. With a flurry of frantic maneuvers, it steadied itself, only to realize its predicament. The leader of the Crow people had no choice but to land the ship temporarily, intending to assess the surroundings and perform repairs. As it stepped outside, it found itself amidst a primordial forest, lush with trees, mountains, and streams. Nothing seemed amiss, save for the peculiar inverted rainbow on the horizon. How curious! Why is there magma in the forest? It noticed a massive stone thrown nearby, and, driven by curiosity, approached to inspect it. However, upon reaching the throne and viewing it from the front, its expression froze in sheer shock. Its crimson eyes widened, and its beak opened and closed in terror. By the heavens! This is Gorzahn. Have I brought my ship to Gorzan's domain? Looking down from the throne was Lu Yu, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance that rendered the Crow people leader breathless. It was the essence of a supreme being at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy, compelling all lesser creatures to kneel in submission. The leader swallowed hard, taking tentative steps backward in an attempt to flee. Yet, before it could retreat far, it collided with something behind, only to find 7 colossal monsters blocking its escape route. Trapped between the giants, the leader of the Crow people found itself with no way out. With no other option, it steeled itself and spoke. Gorzahn, what do you wish? I am willing to release all human slaves in exchange for my own life. A glimmer of ruthless desperation flickered in its pleading crimson eyes. Oh, you presume to negotiate with me? Lu Yu replied with a bemused tone. Having observed the new energy source on the map, he had been monitoring the situation. Upon learning that the extraterrestrial visitor was Machina, which had landed in the Crow people's territory, his interest waned. Machina was not inherently malevolent in the original narrative, and he had no desire to consume it. As for the Crow people, they were insignificant, lacking even a colossal form, and he had no intention of wasting time on them. Hence, Lu Yu opened a spatial vortex, sending the Crow people's ship to the realm of rainbows for amusement. If I am not mistaken, your ship still harbors quite a number of humans, yes? Lu Yu inquired playfully. The leader of the Crow people struggled to meet Lu Yu's gaze, instinctively lowering its head as it replied, As long as you spare me, I shall release them immediately. A mere handful of slaves matter little in the face of life. Humph. If I can escape this place today, I shall return on another day. To capture more slaves? Lu Yu interrupted, shattering the leader's fanciful thoughts. I have a splendid recommendation for you. M78 Nebula. There, you will find an abundance of talents, all eloquent, perfect for servitude. If you find yourself with time in your next life, you may wish to explore it. Chapter 69. Close the door, release the Gotti. The leader of the Crow people was utterly bewildered by Lu Yu. M78 Nebula? What kind of place is that? It sounds rather unimpressive. The name of my hometown, P43 Nebula, is far more melodious. Cold sweat trickled down as the Crow leader trembled and said, All right, I shall remember it. As soon as I return to my home planet, I will definitely pay a visit there. Lu Yu chose not to toy with him further, contemplating how to deal with the Crow leader. To devour him directly? He found it unappealing. Such a small, ugly creature would be quite distasteful to consume. Never mind. Perhaps it would be better to let the Gotti play with him. Lu Yu spoke, Then you may release those humans first. Upon hearing this, the Crow leader felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon him. Very well, I shall do so. He hurried back to the spaceship, anxiously opening the containers that held the humans, using a special light to restore them to their original forms. Over 100 individuals huddled in the corners of the spaceship, gazing at the Crow leader with terror. They couldn't possibly be set free just to face execution, could they? A chill ran down everyone's spine. A few children, merely 10 years old, even began to cry helplessly. They had been captured on their way home from school, each carrying their backpacks adorned with little figurines of Digimon and Gorgon. Among them, only one little boy remained tearless. He held tightly onto his Gorgon toy, as if it bestowed upon him boundless strength. Shaji stood among the crowd, clutching the flute pendant at his chest, equally anxious. All right, you may leave now. However, the next words from the crow leader instantly made everyone question their hearing. No way. He letting us go just like that? The crowd hesitated, none daring to take the first step. The crow leader, growing impatient, urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave." He hadn't expected that by voluntarily releasing them, they would remain still. "If you don't leave soon, I'll force you out." His life now rested on a single whim of Gorzahn. If time dragged on, he feared Lu Yu might change his mind. At last, one man couldn't hold back any longer and bravely dashed out. Following him were the second, third, one by one, they all exited. The boy with the Gorzahn toy, upon escaping, didn't forget to punch the crow leader. "You little rascal." The crow leader seethed, nearly wishing to snatch him back. Yet, he merely thought about it. With several massive monsters watching outside the spaceship, he dared not act recklessly. In the P-43 nebula, he was considered a figure of some stature. To think he would face such humiliation on Earth. Enduring this moment of silence, he reminded himself that as long as he complied with Gorzhan's wishes and survived this ordeal, everything else could be negotiated. Once he saw that all the individuals inside the cabin had exited, the crow leader breathed a sigh of relief. His mission was accomplished, and he was finally free to leave. He returned to Gorzhan's feet and pleaded, "All the humans have been released. Please honor our agreement and let me go." Agreement? Lu Yu feigned ignorance. When did we ever have an agreement? The crow leader was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been thoroughly deceived. Anger surged within him. At this point, he understood that further communication with Gorzahn would yield no results, so he decided to take one last gamble and made a swift turn to flee. Lu Yu exchanged a glance, closed the door, released the Gotti. Whoosh, whoosh. The crow leader was tossed about like a ball by the Gotti's tentacles, tracing elegant arcs in the air. The bewildered individuals who had been miraculously saved stepped out of the cabin, gazing in awe at the unprecedented spectacle. "Where are we? Look, it's the Gotti." The sharp-eyed children quickly spotted the Gotti in the distance, playing with the crow leader as if he were a toy. "Did the Gotti save us?" a girl inquired. "No, it's not the Gotti," exclaimed the boy with the Gorzahn toy. "It's Gorzahn." His eyes sparkled as if he had seen an idol. Everyone turned to follow his gaze. There, a colossal figure was rising from its throne, standing majestically, like an immovable boulder atop a mountain, or an unrivaled sovereign of the universe. Its imposing stature overshadowed all. This close encounter evoked an irresistible urge within everyone to kneel and worship. The adults displayed expressions of reverence, while the children exhibited little fear. Among the younger crowd, Gorzahn enjoyed immense popularity. Witnessing the living Gorzahn filled them with indescribable excitement. "So, it was this creature named Gorzahn that rescued us." Shaji pondered. Though it wasn't Machina that had arrived, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, she was profoundly grateful to the creature that had saved them. "It seems my popularity among humans is quite high." Lu Yu observed the jubilant children on the ground, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. He remained unaware that he had unknowingly earned the title of Earth's guardian deity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Old 8, who was observing from the shadows, noticed the little ants seemed to take a liking to Father. A spark of inspiration struck him. Surely, they would like him as well? Old 8 wanted to join the children's play. Thus, he extended a tentacle, gently stroking a little girl's hair. "Oh, stop it." The girl thought it was a playful companion teasing her and dismissed it. After a while, she turned around, only to discover a tentacle behind her. "Ah!" The girl screamed and fainted. Old 8. "I didn't mean to." With a hum, Lu Yu opened a temporal vortex, sending the unfortunate souls back to the external world. One elderly man, as he prepared to leave, pulled out his phone to take a commemorative photo, only to find there was no signal at all, rendering it useless. Darn, what a useless phone. One by one, the people stepped into the vortex, and after a moment of dizziness, they had traversed countless distances, returning to their respective cities. Reflecting on the recent events felt like a fleeting dream. Shaji cast a deep glance at Lu Yu before turning back to step into the temporal vortex. At that very moment, she suddenly sensed something and halted. A dark spot expanded from small to large, swiftly approaching from the horizon. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss as well, and upon discerning the dark spot, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was there another egg coming? Chapter 70. Great God, please save my kin. No, that is not an egg. Lu Yu quickly realized, judging by its appearance, that it resembled Machina, the guardian beast. How did it come to be here? Lu Yu recalled that this creature descended upon Earth solely to retrieve the lost girl, Shaji. Wait, Shaji. An epiphany struck Lu Yu as he turned to gaze at the swirling vortex of time and space. Indeed, he immediately spotted Shaji, her eyes directed toward him. The long-awaited Machina had finally come to take her home after 2 centuries of yearning. Shaji beamed with a radiant smile, a scene reminiscent of a long-overdue reunion. Lu Yu smirked, not overly concerned. Let this original plot unfold once more. He preferred to remain a spectator. However, a fleeting glance revealed a fighter jet soaring toward them from behind Machina. Another new aircraft? Lu Yu chuckled, bemused by the extravagant array of equipment belonging to the victory team. Daegu and Lena, piloting the Beta, had tracked Machina to this location. Upon arrival, Daegu realized they had landed in the Rainbow Magic Realm. He had visited this place once before, having crash-landed here due to its intense magnetic field while piloting the Flying Swallow. It was here he encountered the monster Gotti and the silver dragon Hilbagong. After transforming into Diga, Gorzan had unexpectedly appeared as well. Gorzan had devoured both Gotti and Hilbagong, ultimately draining him dry. With the demise of Gotti and Hilbagong, the magnetic field in the area dissipated. Yet, inexplicably, it had re-emerged. Could it be that the beast was drawn here by the magnetic field? Speculating this, Daegu cautiously approached. However, recalling past experiences, he dared not venture close to the Rainbow Magic Realm. Instead, he instructed Lena to land the aircraft in the outer region. The two disembarked, equipped only with the Victory Hypergun, and ventured deeper into the Rainbow Magic Realm. Shaji, filled with joy, awaited Machina's arrival. Sensing the moment, Machina quickened its pace, anxious to reunite. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from above. Machina abruptly halted in midair. No, it was not a halt. It had collided with a semicircular transparent barrier. This barrier, centered around Machina, emitted rippling waves of energy. It was indeed this barrier that obstructed Machina's advance. Lu Yu thought to himself, this is bad. I forgot to deactivate the barrier created by Gotti to trap the Crow Man. I hope this doesn't cause the egg to suffer a concussion. Were it a mere barrier, Lu Yu would not harbor such concerns. However, this was no ordinary barrier. The Gotti, having absorbed Lu Yu's power multiple times, had now evolved into formidable beings, each capable of standing their ground. Truth be told, in a one-on-one scenario, Machina might not even be a match for Gotti. At best, it could rely on its formidable shell for defense, resulting in a stalemate. Moreover, this barrier was forged by 8 Gotti working in unison. It contained various energies, including light energy, electromagnetic waves, and magma. Coupled with Machina's incredible speed, the impact would undoubtedly be severe. The colossal egg remained motionless, appearing dazed as it gradually slid down the barrier, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Machina! Shaji cried out, hastening toward it. Noticing her slow pace, Lu Yu swiftly opened a vortex before her. Shaji stepped into the vortex and, in an instant, reappeared beside Machina. Machina, are you all right? She asked with concern. As she caressed it, Machina slowly opened its shell, letting out a soft cry, reassuring her that there was no need for worry. It attempted to rise, but, barely touching the ground, wobbled and fell back down. Oh no, it truly has a concussion. Lu Yu thought, both amused and exasperated. Don't push yourself, Machina. You must have sustained an injury from that collision. Rest for now, Shaji advised. Though puzzled by Machina's defensive capabilities, how could it possibly suffer such internal damage from a mere impact? Was there something wrong with the barrier? Machina nodded in disappointment, realizing its condition was dire. It had come specifically to retrieve Shaji, yet now, an accident had occurred mid-journey. It felt like a conspicuous embarrassment. It's all right, once you recover. We will return home together, Shaji comforted Machina. Understanding Machina's intelligence, she discerned the profound sense of loss in its eyes. She knew that after this collision, returning home would be a distant dream for the time being. But Shaji had come to terms with it. After waiting 200 years, what were a few more days? Lena, be cautious and observe your surroundings. Due to Lu Yu's closure of the barrier, Daegu and Lena had successfully entered. Without any communication devices to assist them, they cautiously navigated through the forest. Goodness, why are you two also here? Lu Yu chuckled. Daegu, have I ever proactively sought you out? You see, you've come here of your own accord. It's about time you repay the favor from last time. I wasn't even hungry, but I can't pass up a complimentary buffet. Daegu suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. After walking for a while, he looked up and finally spotted Lu Yu and the other monsters. Instantly, his spirits sank. Lena, too, was taken aback, seemingly overwhelmed by the spectacle. Is this Gorzan's home? Seeing the familiar figures of Gorzan and Nagati, Lena wore an expression of curiosity. Additionally, the previously encountered egg-shaped monster had also landed here. It was a veritable menagerie of creatures. She struggled to comprehend the situation. Daegu, deep in thought, remarked, "No wonder the magnetic field of the rainbow magic realm inexplicably returned after that incident. It turns out Gorzan reoccupied this place later. Faced with so many monsters, they felt little fear. After all, Gorzan was an old acquaintance." Lena remained remarkably composed. With the guardian deity of humanity by her side and the guardian of Earth before her, what was there to fear? However, Daegu felt a chill at the sight of Lu Yu's gaze. This is bad. Daegu keenly sensed the shift. Unpleasant memories surged within him. He understood that he had made a grave mistake by coming here today. If he did not leave something behind, it seemed he would not be able to escape. Therefore, under Lu Yu's encouraging gaze, Daegu drew forth the godlight rod and transformed. The following 3,000 words are omitted. Moments later, Lena held the weakened and unconscious Daegu, her eyes filled with resignation. Lu Yu, meanwhile, contentedly rubbed his belly. The taste of Diga was indeed delightful. Just as he savored the energy of light, a young girl, delicate and shackled, suddenly burst forth from the forest. Her steps were unsteady, and green blood seeped from the gaps in her fingers as she clutched her right arm. Upon seeing Lu Yu, she appeared to have found her only savior. With reckless abandon, she rushed over, kneeling at Lu Yu's feet, and implored, "Great God, can you save my kin? I am willing to do anything. I beseech you for your aid." Chapter 71. In the hunting game. The girl's seemingly nonsensical utterance, coupled with her sudden act of prostration, took Lu Yu by surprise. Where did this little ant come from to offer such profound reverence right from the start? Shaji and Lena also noticed the girl, bewildered as they watched her kneeling at Lu Yu's feet. What was she doing? Lao Ba peered curiously from the side, his mind swirling with questions. However, having learned from previous experiences, he dared not approach the humans heedlessly this time. Lucia's right arm throbbed with excruciating pain, yet she remained prostrate, maintaining her posture of submission. On her planet, this gesture symbolized plea and surrender. In truth, Lucia found herself with no other recourse. Driven to this desperate state, she felt utterly cornered. The previously exiled targets had all met their demise at the hands of those vile hunters. Now, misfortune had befallen her and her brother. Confronted with the specter of death, Lucia was determined not to repeat the tragic fate of others. She refused to accept a destiny steeped in sorrow. Yet, her own strength remained woefully inadequate. As a hunted prey, she was utterly powerless to resist. Thus, upon seeing Lu Yu, Lucia cast aside all hesitation. Indeed, she had never encountered such a colossal beast. At the very first glance, a wave of fear, uncertainty, and trepidation washed over her. The overwhelming pressure felt like a maelstrom, rendering her dizzy and breathless. But ultimately, Lucia resolutely charged toward Lu Yu, for her instincts whispered that this creature possessed the power to rival those heinous hunters. And that was enough. She was willing to stake everything, placing all her hopes upon Lu Yu. As long as she could save her brother and bring justice to that malevolent hunter, she would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. "Great God, I beseech you, lend your hand and save my kin," Lucia implored once more. She lifted her gaze to Lu Yu, her eyes brimming with fervent devotion and unwavering resolve. Upon recognizing her face, Lu Yu understood who stood before him. So it was Lucia. He paused for a moment, contemplating the surprising vibrancy of the rainbow magic realm today. From the Crow people to Shaji, then to Machi, Daegu, and Lena. Now Lucia had arrived as well. To think that such a small realm could gather so many remarkable individuals. At that moment, scenes from the past unfolded in Lu Yu's mind, gradually revealing the original storyline. Lucia was indeed a tragic figure, tethered to her brother Zara as slaves, targeted by the Muzhun Star people for hunting. Lucia had later been rescued by the Victory team and brought to the TPC base, where she received temporary protection. However, her brother Zara remained on the run, evading the relentless pursuit of the Muzhun Star people. To save Zara, Lucia had bravely left the safety of the base, prompting the entire Victory team to mobilize for her. Sadly, they could not reach him in time. The Muzhun Star people, adept at tracking their prey through the bracelets they wore, soon located Zara and turned him to ashes with their lasers. Lucia, too, could not escape the clutches of fate. Before Diga, she was shot dead by the Mujin Star people. It could be said that after much effort, the victory team had failed to save anyone. Ultimately, it was Diga, transformed into Diga, who vanquished the giant Mujin Star people. But by then, it was too late. Returning to the present, Lu Yu gazed at Lucia, who looked up at him with eager anticipation. A decision began to crystallize within him. In this realm, he would ensure that tragedy did not repeat itself. The Mujin Star people, in his recollection, were nothing more than weaklings, cowards who preyed upon the defenseless. For Lu Yu, eliminating them would be a mere triviality. In the distance, Sha Ji observed the unfolding events, slowly piecing together the situation. That girl must be entangled in some insurmountable trouble, much like she once was when lost on this planet, unable to find her way home. Had it not been for Gorzan's assistance, perhaps she too would have sought help in desperation. Reflecting on her own experiences, Sha Ji felt a surge of sympathy for Lucia. Meanwhile, Lena awaited Digu's awakening while keeping a watchful eye on the scene. Though she remained unaware of Lucia's plight, she could sense that the girl was in urgent need of Lu Yu's aid. The gravity of the situation likely transcended ordinary circumstances, compelling the girl to act with such urgency. Regrettably, Diga had lost consciousness. Lena sighed, wishing that if Diga were aware of Lucia's circumstances, he would surely offer his assistance. She cast a glance towards Lu Yu, pondering whether Gorzan would lend his support as well. Roar! Lu Yu emitted a low growl, causing the forest to tremble. The sound reached Lucia's ears, transforming into words she could comprehend. I can help you this once, but the price is that you must honor your promise. This sudden voice startled Lucia momentarily, but upon grasping its meaning, she was overwhelmed with joy. The tension that had gripped her heart dissipated, and tears of gratitude and sorrow streamed down her cheeks. She knelt before Lu Yu once more. Thank you. Thank you. I will surely keep my promise. Lu Yu did not utter another word. He sensed no new energy sources surrounding the rainbow magic realm, indicating that the Mujin Star people were not nearby. Thus, the target they were currently pursuing must be Lucia's brother. Zara was undoubtedly in peril. Instantly, Lu Yu expanded his sensing range, encompassing the entire island nation. Soon, a new energy source materialized in his mind. At Chiefing Mountain, in a secluded valley, a young man was sprinting with all his might. He bore dark skin, a sturdy build, and donned attire identical to Lucia's, complete with a bracelet on his wrist. This was none other than Lucia's brother, Zura. After being exiled to this planet, he was forcibly separated from his sister. Since then, he had embarked on what felt like an endless flight. From dawn to dusk, he had scarcely a moment's respite. Are we as slaves, born merely to be hunted for the pleasure of others? Zara often pondered during his relentless escape, filled with bitterness. Why? Why was fate so cruel to them? Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of laser shot past Zara's back. He ran desperately, throwing himself to the ground just in time to narrowly evade them. The Mujin Star people's ship hovered above, poised to strike at any moment. In this deadly game of cat and mouse, Zara had no means of resistance. He could only run until every last ounce of his strength was exhausted. The Mujin Star people, having missed their mark earlier, were not angered. They relished the thrill of the chase itself. Watching their prey flee in terror, the expressions of fear and horror brought them boundless pleasure. This hunting game was their forte. Countless lives had perished at their hands across various planets. To them, this target, despite his agility, was merely a frail slave. They would toy with him for a while before ultimately ending his life. Once they obtained his bracelet, they would then seek out that female prey. The inhabitants of the Mujin Star had long resolved in their hearts that they would ultimately emerge victorious in this game. However, unbeknownst to them, lurking within the dark forest they dominated as hunters, a concealed beast was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Zara, having taken refuge against the hillside for a moment, felt his heart race like a drum. He understood he could not remain in one spot for too long. For the bracelet he wore relentlessly transmitted his location to the Mujin beings. Gritting his teeth, he surveyed his surroundings, summoned his courage, and took off running once more. Can I survive this? Zara was uncertain of the answer. He had witnessed with his own eyes as his loved ones, one by one, donned the shackled bracelets, bidding him a tearful farewell before being exiled into the depths of space, never to return. Perhaps, in that moment, his fate had already been sealed. On his home planet, the Mujin beings were the rulers, dominating all the slaves. None dared to defy their reign. Yet, despite this, Zara ran with reckless abandon, for he desired to live. Whoosh! Another laser sliced past Zara's shoulder, tearing through his skin and causing green blood to spurt forth. The laser detonated at his feet, creating a crater. The Mushin beings were now less than 100 meters away. Zara struggled to change direction and dashed into the dense forest. As he gasped for breath, Lucia's radiant smile appeared once more in his mind. Sister. Zara's lips curled into a bitter smile. Sister, I may have to leave first. I'm sorry I couldn't heed your words and survive. You must live a little longer, and do your best to live for me too. I will greet our parents for you from the other side. Zara silently recited in his heart. His breaths grew more frantic, his steps increasingly labored. His body was on the brink of collapse. He could even sense the Mushin ship targeting him from behind. Observing his prey, the Mushin being smirked disdainfully, maneuvering its ship to aim at the back of Zara's head. This strike would obliterate him. Whoosh! It pressed the button, firing the laser. In that final moment of life, time seemed to stand still. A surge of indomitable, defiant, and furious rage erupted from the depths of Zara's heart. Is my life truly to end here? But I have yet to protect my sister. Is this all I can do? Why should our lives be subject to the whims of others? Why must our kind always fall prey to tragic fate? Why? Lucia, Zara shouted, his eyes igniting with a resolute light. An inexplicable strength surged within him. He crouched low, evading the laser, and swiftly climbed to the mountain's summit, leaping from the cliff towards the Mushin ship. In that instant, all else faded into insignificance. Fueled by unbridled fury and a determination to face death, Zara ignited the last flame of his life. He would rather perish than not use his life to buy time for his sister's survival. He refused to allow this cruel game of hunting to continue. Thus, even if it meant their mutual destruction, he was determined to annihilate the Mushin beings. At the very least, he would exert his final ounce of strength to protect his sister. With a resounding thud, Zara landed atop the Mushin ship, unleashing a flurry of blows upon it with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to strike, his body nearing exhaustion, his fists bloodied and painful. Yet he refused to relent. The Mushin being, taken aback, had clearly not anticipated such a fierce display of strength from its prey at the last moment. Foolish. Hearing the commotion above, the Mushin being scoffed, dismissive. A slave is a slave. Even at full strength, it was merely a futile effort. Incapable of even grazing a single hair on me. It maneuvered the ship to ascend rapidly, aiming to shake Zara off and send him plummeting to his demise. But in that very moment, as if sensing something, the Mushin being trembled. A wave of profound dread erupted within its core. Fear, trepidation, cowardice. This was a sensation it had never experienced before. Who is it? The Mushin being quickly stabilized the ship, preparing to scout the surroundings. Yet, in the next second, an invisible force descended upon them. The very space seemed to be infused with multiple times the gravity. Trees snapped, birds fell. The Mushin ship plummeted downward. As for Zara atop the ship, he had vanished from sight. Inside the cabin, the Mushin being frantically attempted to regain control of the ship. Damn it! Realizing it had completely lost control, it transformed into a colossal beast form. Surrounded by a green glow, a monstrous figure several meters high materialized. Bang! The ship crashed into the valley. Roaring, the Mushin being scanned left and right, seeking the mastermind behind this unforeseen event. Having participated in countless hunting games, this was the first time it had encountered such an anomaly. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a series of shattering sounds echoed. The Mushin being turned sharply to its right. There, the space appeared to fracture like glass, splintering into countless shards before disintegrating. A colorful vortex emerged. Within the center of that vortex, the Mushin being could distinctly sense a strange, dangerous, and domineering energy leaking forth. Trembling, it gazed into the vortex, only to see a massive shadow moving beyond it. A bone-deep fear instantly consumed the Mushin being entirely. It quietly retreated a few steps, then turned to flee in the opposite direction. But it was too late. From the vortex, a colossal, dark beast claw emerged, seizing the Mushin being. With the force of the beast's grip, its bones cracked ominously. A pained roar escaped the Mushin being. A voice, resonant like a great bell, emanated from the vortex, declaring that this tedious hunting game could come to an end. Chapter 72, Divine Presence. This tedious hunting game can now come to an end. The voice of the colossal beast reverberated with an unparalleled sense of oppression, resonating in the ears of the Muzhun star people. They trembled uncontrollably. The beast's claw not only threatened to crush their bodies, but also pierced through their skin, creating 5 gaping wounds deep enough to reveal bone. They let out a haunting howl. The unknown giant shadow within the vortex, the master of this claw, exuded a terrifying power capable of annihilating them with mere breath. This was a torment of both pain and fear. In a desperate struggle, the Mujin star person aimed at the vortex and unleashed a blue destructive beam from their antennae atop their head. This beam, imbued with formidable lethality, traversed the vortex, reaching the other side of time and space. Yet, despite striking the unknown gigantic beast's shadow, it was as inconsequential as a drop of water swallowed by the vast ocean, causing not a single ripple. In extreme agony, the Mujin star person vaguely perceived that the immovable black shadow seemed to enter a state of furious wrath. A pair of crimson eyes blazed like fire within the mist, as if molten lava flowed deep within. The beast's claw held the Mujin star person firmly, then dragged them entirely into the vortex. In the rainbow magical realm, Lucia gazed at the swirling vortex, the place where Lu Yu had vanished. Lost in thought, she awaited news from the divine presence. Time ticked away, and a subtle sense of unease began to burgeon within her heart. There was no escaping it. The shadow cast by the Mujin star person was far too profound. Over the past 2 decades, the formidable and ruthless impression left by the Mujin star people had taken deep root in Lucia's mind. So many of her kin who had once wished to resist were effortlessly suppressed by them. Thus, Lucia placed all her hopes on Lu Yu. She believed that the divine presence possessed the strength to counter the Mujin star people. However, would the Mujin star person resort to its sly tricks to escape calamity? What if it sought to drag Zara down with it in its final moments? Would it conspire against the divine presence? Lucia's mind raced, conjuring countless possibilities. She did not wish to see the divine presence harmed in an attempt to save her, nor did she want her brother to be in peril. Divine presence, please return safely with Zara. Lucia prayed silently in her heart. Just then, it was as if she suddenly sensed something. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her whole body trembled violently. Zara, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily. For she sensed that her brother was trapped in a life-and-death crisis. Zara must be utterly exhausted, pursued by the Mujin star person. Lucia envisioned her brother's life hanging by a thread. Without hesitation, she rose to seek out Zara. For decades, no slave had ever successfully escaped the Mujin star person's grasp. From the moment she and her brother embarked on this irreversible path, they were fated to perish. Yet, Zara was her only kin. Even if they were to die, they would die together. Lucia bent down and deeply bowed to Lu Yu. However, she had barely taken a few steps when a vortex suddenly opened beside her. Turning her head, she beheld a familiar figure emerging from within. Zara. In that moment, Lucia was overwhelmed with joy. She hurried forward and embraced the unconscious Zara. Thankfully, Zara had only sustained minor injuries and had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. He was not gravely harmed. This realization lifted a great weight from Lucia's heart. In the domain of the divine presence, the 2 exiled slaves could finally face the Mujin star people without fear, completely escaping the threat to their lives. Thank you. Thank you. Lucia repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Lu Yu, tears shimmering in her eyes. Perhaps they were the first in history to survive the hunting game of the Mujin star people. Sister. Zara weakly opened his eyes. It's all right, Zara. We have survived. Lucia exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Is it truly so? Who rescued us? From the depths of despair to the heights of hope, Zara seemed incredulous. Had his fate truly turned around? Lucia's eyes sparkled with tears as she gazed at Lu Yu's throne, her heart swelling with boundless pride. It was the omnipotent divine presence who saved us. Divine presence. Zara murmured this name, a faint smile gracing his lips as he fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, Daegu slowly awakened from Lena's embrace. He sat up, shaking his throbbing head, and asked, "Where's Gorzan? Why was he missing? What had transpired during that time?" Observing quietly, Lena voiced her speculation. Gorzan must have gone to aid that girl, and judging by her expression, he likely succeeded. What? Gorzan did another good deed? Daegu's heart jolted. While Gorzan was helping, he had been asleep. Oh Daegu, how you have fallen. Let this be a lesson. Daegu reflected deeply. Then, he noticed Shaji standing beside Makina. That girl must be the one this beast had been searching for. Daegu had an epiphany. For some reason, he found Shaji somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere deep within his memories. That's right, he suddenly recalled. What are you talking about? Lena asked, puzzled. Thus, Daegu shared an experience from his childhood with Lena. It turned out that he had encountered Shaji once when he was young. Daegu remembered that Shaji looked exactly as she did now, without any difference. At that time, she stood alone on the beach, waiting for someone to come and take her back. In hindsight, the one who came to fetch her must have been this beast. How could this be? After all these years, how could she possibly remain unchanged? Lena exclaimed in disbelief. No, she might not be from Earth. A spark of insight flashed through Lena's mind, reminiscent of the girl who had beseeched Gorzan. Just then, an unexpected upheaval occurred in the rainbow magical realm. A fierce wind arose, sand and stones swirling, and the air grew heavy and oppressive. The Gadi were all too familiar with such scenes, and they instinctively retreated to the corners to hide. As for the Levikstar people, they had long been rendered unconscious by the Gadi's antics. Daegu and Lena, being situated farther away, were less affected. Meanwhile, Shaji had sought refuge behind Machina's shell. In midair, a colossal vortex opened parallel to the ground. Chapter 73. Unraveling the Chains of Destiny. Even the Gadi were witnessing such a vast whirlpool for the first time. They gazed upward, exhibiting a posture of reverence. Father was about to embark on another endeavor. Their anticipation was palpable. Machina shielded Shaji behind her, her injured form swaying slightly in the tempest. She prepared to resist a while longer. If it proved futile, she would revert to her egg-like state. Daegu and Lena hastily retreated, seeking greater distance from the swirling vortex. Daegu felt a gnawing anxiety, uncertain of Gorzan's intentions. Unfortunately, no matter what transpired, he had no opportunity to assist, as Tiga's cooldown had yet to expire, leaving him temporarily unable to transform. Lucia dragged Zaxi beneath the colossal throne. Recognizing this whirlpool as a manifestation of the divine being's power, was the divine being returning? Her eyes sparkled with hope. The enormous whirlpool, suspended in the air parallel to the ground, began to rotate slowly, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning that etched fearsome arcs across the sky. In the next moment, the source of the anomaly emerged. The first entity to emerge from the whirlpool was a massive beast, standing several dozen meters tall. However, its arrival was anything but graceful. It was not landing on its feet, but rather being forcibly pressed out by another colossal creature. Upon witnessing this, Lucia's heart ignited with fury, for it was the giantized Mugen star being, her greatest nemesis. Another monster had emerged. Daegu, Lena, and Shaji were all engulfed in trepidation, particularly Daegu, who was eager to transform and obliterate the beast. Meanwhile, the Gadi could not contain their applause. Well done, father. You've captured yet another prey effortlessly. In an instant, the entire form of the Mugen star being was fully revealed from the whirlpool. What followed was the sight of a gigantic claw. The claw pressed down upon the Mugen star being's visage, as if it were firmly pinned in place. Moments later, Lu Yu's form descended from the vortex with tremendous force, grasping the Mugen star being's face and slamming it into the ground with the force of 10,000 tons. Boom! The two colossal beasts crashed to the earth in succession. The Mugen star being endured the combined might of Lu Yu's strength and weight. Its body contorted in pain, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Its back exoskeleton shattered, drenched in blood, with scarcely a sound place left unscathed. Its antennae had long been violently snapped by Lu Yu. The insect-like mandibles on its face lay in ruin, crushed under the tremendous impact. At this moment, the Mugen star being was on the brink of death, gasping for breath. Each inhale accompanied by deep, guttural roars. Gazing up at Lu Yu, who loomed above, its blue eyes flickered, as if contemplating a final trick. But before it could act, Lu Yu's foot stomped down upon its face, shattering its eye in an instant. Creatures like the Mugen star being were beneath Lu Yu's contempt. Firstly, it rampaged through the universe, committing countless atrocities. Much like the Crow people, it trampled upon other lives to satiate its own desires. Such behavior was intolerable to Lu Yu, at least for the time being. Secondly, for Lu Yu, beings like the Mugen star being and the Crow people were no longer sufficient to meet his evolutionary needs. As Lu Yu's strength grew, so did the energy required for each evolution. Creatures of this caliber could no longer satisfy his hunger for power. As for how to dispose of the Mugen star being's remains, Lu Yu had already devised a plan. Daegu and Lena observed Lu Yu from a distance, their hearts stirred by the ferocity he displayed. Daegu was acutely aware of Gorzan's formidable strength, yet the scene before him seemed excessively overwhelming. This was a marked increase in power compared to the last time they encountered him. A creature of such immense size dispatched with a mere strike? When had he become so formidable? Goodness, such grandeur and stature. This made Diga appear rather insignificant. For a moment, Daegu felt a pang of embarrassment. He questioned himself. How many moves would it take for him to vanquish that beast? Certainly not as effortlessly as Gorzahn had. In that instant, Diga deemed it pointless to linger any longer and, alongside Lena, boarded the ship to return to the base. It was best to retreat. After all, battles within the rainbow magic realm were beyond his purview. He trusted that Gorzahn would handle matters adeptly. As they watched the Mugen star being lying motionless on the ground, Lucia steeled her courage and emerged from beneath the throne, slowly approaching Lu Yu's feet. Her gaze upon the Mugen star being was filled with intense hatred. This very monster had caused the deaths of her friends and family. Had it not been for the divine being's assistance, she and her brother would have met the same fate. Countless others would have suffered at its hands in the days to come. But now, all of that had come to an end. Lucia, filled with loathing, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the Mugen star being, as if to unleash all the pent-up rage she had accumulated over the years. Lu Yu observed silently from the side, suddenly realizing Lucia's striking beauty. She wore a blue-black leather miniskirt, with a strand of her long black hair dyed blue, her fair thighs exposed, presenting a remarkably alluring figure. Roar. At long last, with one final roar, the Mugen star being concluded its nefarious existence. In that moment, a faint beam of light emanated from above Lu Yu, striking the right wrists of Lucia and Zala. The shackles on their wrists, symbols of subjugation and oppression, instantly turned to ashes. From this day forth, Lucia and Zala were finally free. Lucia gazed at the scene, feeling as though all her strength had drained away, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She had waited far too long for this day. It was a hard-won liberation. These were not just tears of salvation, but tears of gratitude towards the divine being. All destinies transformed into rebirth. All suffering transformed into hope. From this moment forward, the heavy chains of fate that had burdened their kin for generations were finally unshackled. Chapter 74. Lucia, you wouldn't want. In this moment, Lucia felt a profound sense of relief. She wiped away her tears, realizing that she had momentarily lost her composure. Quickly, she turned and knelt down, adopting an exceedingly solemn posture as she prostrated herself before Lu Yu. O Divine One, Lucia expressed her boundless gratitude for all you have done for me and my brother. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. I shall remain here for the long term, serving you, O Divine One. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I am willing to brave any peril for you. Lucia spoke with the utmost sincerity, albeit with a hint of insecurity. She felt an immense disparity between herself and the Divine One. Setting aside all other considerations, even in terms of physical stature, she realized she could scarcely compare to even a single toe of the Divine One. She found it difficult to fathom how she could be of any help to Lu Yu at this stage. Perhaps she was not yet capable of aiding him. All she could do was her utmost to repay him slowly over the remaining span of her life. Regarding Lucia's attitude, Lu Yu felt quite satisfied. He sat upon his majestic rock throne, towering above all, exuding an air of dominion over the world below. After observing her for a considerable time, he had come to understand Lucia to a certain degree. This young woman, indeed, embodied both beauty and kindness, just as described in the original tale. She would risk her life to save others and uphold her promises. Most importantly, her loyalty to Lu Yu was unwavering. This singular trait alone made her worthy of being welcomed into his fold. The first step in this process would naturally involve marking her with a spiritual imprint, transforming her into a vessel of his will. Given that Lucia's appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human, this would enable Lu Yu to integrate her into human society, allowing her to undertake tasks that he could not perform himself, becoming his emissary in the world. Moreover, Lucia's physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary earthlings, and Lu Yu could readily leverage this advantage to assign her tasks beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that Lu Yu had previously marked only monstrous beings and had yet to apply a spiritual imprint to a human. Thus, he resolved to experiment with Lucia. Of course, he pondered, what if Lucia were unwilling? The answer was simple. He could merely remind her that she would not wish for her brother to come to harm. Having perused the script in advance, Lu Yu was acutely aware of the nuances of Lucia's character. Therefore, He directly communicated with her consciousness. I will inscribe a mark upon you. Once this imprint is formed, you shall be forever bound to me, until your last breath. Are you prepared? I am ready. Lucia replied without a moment's hesitation, her lips barely moving. She felt immense gratitude for Lu Yu's actions. When she initially sought his aid, she had already prepared herself mentally to dedicate everything she had. After all, had she not always been in the role of a servant? Now, she could reclaim her life. All thanks to the benevolence of the Divine One. What more could she possibly desire? She had already asked too much from him. For all he had done, she felt utterly indebted. While she was uncertain of Zara's intentions, she had firmly resolved to serve the Divine One for the rest of her life. Whatever demands he placed upon her, she would approach with gratitude and strive to fulfill them. O Divine One, please proceed. I am ready. Lucia's gaze was resolute. Lu Yu extended his right arm, a luminous orb materializing at his fingertips, floating gently before merging with Lucia's being. He chose to bestow upon her the energy of light. Instantly, a radiant glow enveloped her, and the wounds on her right arm healed in an instant, her fair skin restored to its pristine state. Beneath her collarbone, a luminous mark emerged. Bathed in this warm light, Lucia could feel a powerful current surging within her, circulating relentlessly, invigorating her being. Under the influence of this energy, every part of her body, every organ, felt as though it was undergoing a profound transformation. It was as if the very essence of her life was evolving. An unprecedented sense of comfort washed over her, and she could not help but emit a soft sigh of pleasure. After a while, as the light subsided, Lucia opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and she said nothing more. Instead, she gazed at Lu Yu and, like a tamed fox, obediently knelt before him. Lu Yu recognized that he had successfully imprinted her mind. This was akin to the previous experiences with Pigumeng and Gotti. Gradually, he would continue to bestow upon her greater powers, enabling her to transcend her racial limitations and achieve glorious evolution, much like Gotti. Simultaneously, Lu Yu sensed a connection of consciousness had been established with Lucia in his mind. From now on, regardless of the distance between them, they could communicate through thought, just as he had with Pigumeng. At that moment, Zara finally regained consciousness. He looked at the kneeling Lucia and then at the fallen corpse of the wood star being, feeling somewhat dazed. Suddenly, the events that had just transpired rushed through his mind. Zara instantly comprehended everything. Do not delay in paying homage to the Divine One, Lucia admonished him. Zara promptly mimicked his sister's actions and knelt down. Thank you, O Divine One, for saving my life. It dawned upon him that the figure before him was indeed the deity who had rescued him from the brink of death. Zara's heart trembled with awe. At that moment, he had been atop the wood star being's spaceship, resigned to his fate. Little did he know that the next moment would reveal the Divine One's extraordinary power. That strength transcended the confines of time and space, utterly vanquishing the wood star being with ease. It was nothing short of invincible. Lu Yu raised his right arm and bestowed upon Zara the same treatment as Lucia. The luminous orb merged with Zara's body, revitalizing him, filling him with an inexhaustible energy. It was a miracle. Zara gazed incredulously at his hands and once more knelt in gratitude before Lu Yu. At the TPC headquarters, in the Victory Team command room, everyone gathered to review the previous operation. The remaining remnants of the Crow people had been entirely eradicated. Vice Captain Zhong Fong was the first to speak. Moreover, we have conducted a comprehensive inspection of the surrounding areas to ensure that no threats remain. Oh, the new model is truly impressive. One shot, one Crow person. It felt so satisfying. Xian Chung remarked enthusiastically. Hui Jian smiled. It's good that they have been completely eliminated. She then turned to Dagu and Lina, asking, did you two manage to track down that egg-shaped monster? What were your findings? Chapter 75. The revelation of Gorzan. Dagu and Lina exchanged glances. Dagu replied, we piloted the Type Fighter and followed that egg-shaped monster, ultimately discovering its destination, the Rainbow Magic Realm. The Rainbow Magic Realm. Everyone exclaimed in unison. This locale was not unfamiliar to them, as Daga's team had once crash-landed there. During that incident, a monster named Gotti had appeared in the D District Amusement Park, marking the Victory Team's inaugural dual-line operation. What on earth is that monster doing there? Kurui asked, his face a mask of astonishment. He had been to the Rainbow Magic Realm himself, having driven the Sherlock vehicle to rescue Dagu. The unexpected connection to that place was indeed shocking. Lina continued, due to the intense magnetic field in the area, we could only land on the outskirts of the Rainbow Magic Realm. As we ventured deeper on foot, we encountered Gorzahn. Her declaration left everyone in disbelief. You spotted Gorzahn? Gorzahn is in the rainbow magic realm. You two are incredibly fortunate. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of questions. Daegu and Lena shared a knowing look. In truth, during their return journey, they had deliberated for quite some time on whether to disclose their encounter with Gorzahn. Ultimately, they decided there was no reason to conceal it from their comrades in the victory team. Including Muniz, all the members leaned towards supporting Gorzahn, confident that they would maintain strict confidentiality. Thus, Daegu stated, in my estimation, the rainbow magic realm is Gorzan's habitat. He and his 8 gaudy minions reside there. When we entered, we even witnessed Gorzahn using his time-space vortex ability to eliminate another monster. His strength has significantly increased. A profound silence enveloped the command room. As everyone absorbed this startling information, even Yase, usually engrossed in his computer, looked up, momentarily stunned. So, Gorzahn resides in the rainbow magic realm. This revelation was nothing short of explosive. In that instant, Gorzan's notoriety rivaled that of Diga. With their innate curiosity, many sought to uncover more about them, and the members of the victory team were no exception. Kiriya had previously gained some attention by snapping a photo with Diga and Gorzahn. Imagine the sensationalism surrounding the news of Gorzahn residing in the rainbow magic realm. It was akin to the uproar of Diga living at the TPC base. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly create a stir. Kiriya stroked his chin, embodying the composure of a scientist. Wow, this is astounding. I'm going to publish this as the headline. Shinshu quickly admonished him. This matter is best kept under wraps. I was merely jesting. Kiriya mumbled, scratching his head. Lena, serious in her demeanor, urged. I hope everyone can keep Gorzan's existence a secret. As our guardian deity, Gorzan surely does not wish for humans to intrude upon his domain. Daegu wholeheartedly agreed, as he too was reluctant to reveal his own identity. He added, as for that egg-shaped monster, you can rest assured that it will not pose a threat again. Being in Gorzan's territory, how could there possibly be any danger? Mikado nodded in agreement, saying, everyone heard Lena's words, right? I do not wish for anyone to cause trouble for our Earth's guardian, especially not those hawkish individuals. Muniz emphasized, displaying particular diligence in this matter. Understood, everyone affirmed in unison. In truth, even if they were tasked with disturbing Gorzan, they lacked both the capability and the courage to do so. After all, Gaozak and the Crow people served as prime examples of failure. Thus, from that day forward, the existence of Gorzan in the rainbow magic realm became a closely guarded secret among them. After concluding their discussions and finishing lunch, Daegu returned to the dormitory at the base. After a long day of exertion, he yearned for a restful reprieve on his bed. However, upon entering his room, he noticed the computer screen flickering, indicating a new email had arrived. Curiosity piqued, Daegu opened the email, which read, Greetings, Diga team member. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a psychic, or perhaps a prophet. I can hear the voices within people's hearts and perceive that which is hidden from sight. For instance, your true identity. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over Daegu upon reading this. Who was this person, and how did they know of his identity? He continued reading. My prophetic abilities inform me that within the coming month, a formidable monster will emerge. Its appearance will be within the victory base. Let us play a game. The rules are simple. During that battle, you must not transform into Ultraman. You must confront the monster unaided. If you succeed, you shall be the victor. However, should you fail to adhere to the rules, I reserve the right to expose your true identity to the world. I wonder what you will do when the time comes, Diga Ultraman. I shall await your response. The email was signed, Kido. In the rainbow magic realm, siblings Lucia and Zara expressed their desire to experience the human world, this beautiful planet. After receiving permission from Ryu, they ventured through the time-space vortex. Ryu had no objections. As there was nothing pressing requiring their involvement, it was better to let them relish their rare freedom. However, unlike Zara, Lucia appeared to harbor his own intentions. Ryu could discern a thirst for vengeance in his eyes. The death of a single Mushin star inhabitant had seemingly failed to extinguish his hatred. This matter would be addressed at an appropriate time, as Ryu had plans. As for Shaji and Makina, these extraterrestrial visitors temporarily resided in the rainbow magic realm. At this moment, Makina remained encased, resembling an egg, exhibiting either fear of Ryu or simply sleeping. It must be noted that this creature maintained a rather consistent nocturnal schedule. Additionally, there remained the matter of the Mushin star inhabitant's corpse. Such a large entity could not simply linger there indefinitely. Ryu contemplated how to dispose of it, when he suddenly noticed Old 8 gazing hungrily in their direction. Goodness, he almost forgot about them. Ryu chuckled to himself. Since he wasn't going to eat it, he could certainly let the Gotti have it. They had never tasted meat since their birth. He called the Gotti over, announcing that they could feast. The Gotti began to murmur amongst themselves. Old 2 timidly raised his hand, asking, "But Dad, didn't Tiwi grow up on magma?" Before he could finish, Old 8 had already taken a bite. Suddenly, he discovered a whole new world. Old 8 realized why his father rarely drank magma. He often returned home to sleep right away, dismissing meals and claiming he wasn't hungry. It turned out he was feasting on monsters instead. Father sneaked treats while leaving them behind. Old 8 transformed his indignation into appetite, eagerly devouring the feast. Ryu reassured them, "Children, from now on, there will be as much delicious food as you desire. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel of meat to savor, I shall also have a sip of broth to relish." Chapter 76. The behind-the-scenes machinations of Masaki Kigo Kumamoto City, Cetic Technology Company. During this period, Masaki Kigo has been exceptionally busy, tirelessly traversing various locales. Ever since the last time, when his painstakingly developed Gayazak was jointly vanquished by Lu Yu and Gotti within the Rainbow Magic Realm, he has been consumed by an obsession, significantly accelerating his research progress while delving deeper into various fields. On this particular day, Masaki Kigo arrived in Hokkaido. He ventured here alone, specifically to procure a unique explosive gas. Upon serendipitously discovering its existence in a confidential document, he had been meticulously strategizing on how to acquire it. Now, he finally had a plan in place. Soon, as prearranged, Masaki Kigo met a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, with a head full of white hair. "Greetings, Dr. Nizu. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is an honor to meet you in person today." Masaki Kigo spoke with a tone of utmost respect. "There's no need for such flattery. I hardly deserve it." Dr. Nizu waved his hand dismissively. "I am but an antiquated relic, while you are the most sought-after scientist of the present day. How could I ever compare to you?" Masaki Kigo chuckled softly. "Scientists are like fine wine. They only grow more precious with age. The scientific achievements you developed during your tenure as the director of the Energy Development Research Institute remain beyond my reach to this day." Upon hearing this, Dr. Nizu paused, seemingly recalling certain past events that plunged him into a well of anguish. Ahem. He bent over, clutching his chest tightly, succumbing to a fit of coughs. Meanwhile, Masaki Kigo observed coolly, a hint of triumph dancing on his lips. Prior to this encounter, he had conducted a thorough investigation into Dr. Nizu's past, leaving no stone unturned. The Zilda gas was something he was determined to obtain. After a long while, Dr. Nizu finally regained his composure, though his throat and chest burned painfully. He offered Masaki Kigo an apologetic smile, intending to conclude their meeting under the pretext of his physical discomfort. However, Masaki Kigo calmly interjected, "Doctor, I am well aware of your past. I greatly admire and sympathize with you. Your ability to develop such a formidable substance as Zilda gas attests to your remarkable talent." Upon hearing this, Dr. Nizu's gaze sharpened with vigilance. For years, that cruel chapter of his past had been locked away in the recesses of his heart, too painful to revisit. The memories haunted him relentlessly, reminding him of his eternal torment. "Please leave, if there is nothing else," Dr. Nizu insisted, wishing to end the conversation and usher Masaki Kigo out. Yet, Masaki Kigo obstructed him, pressing, "Do you not wish to atone?" The word atonement was emphasized deliberately, as he locked eyes with Dr. Nizu, seemingly peering into the depths of his soul. A tremor coursed through Dr. Nizu's heart. Atonement? For 20 years, he yearned for it. But the burden of his sins weighed too heavily upon him. He could never fully atone. He loathed himself for inventing Zilda gas, and despised himself even more for bringing that gas sample home on that fateful day. From that moment forth, he had forfeited his future and obliterated his life. Most tragically, his beloved only daughter had lost her life as a consequence. For 2 decades, countless midnight reveries brought forth the visage of his daughter, her laughter still echoing in his mind. Yet all of it had been irrevocably destroyed by his own hands. Now, he was nothing but a middle-aged man stripped of all hope, his eyes devoid of light. He understood that his sins could never be absolved. He could only languish in the decay of each passing day, allowing memories to torment him while illness consumed him until death. Over the years, there had been inquiries regarding the whereabouts of Zilda gas. Ambitious individuals sought to exploit it for their own desires, but he had resolutely declined them all. He wished for Zilda Gas to fade into oblivion alongside him, forever forgotten by the world. This had been his conviction until the arrival of Masaki Kigo. This young man, clearly here for Zilda Gas, spoke words that set him apart from the others. At this moment, Dr. Nizu hesitated, deciding to grant Masaki Kigo an opportunity to speak further. Masaki Kigo revealed a subtle smile and continued to unveil the secrets of the past. Zilda Gas, a volatile substance you inadvertently developed during the era of the old defense forces, possesses immense destructive power. A mere droplet, comparable to a drop of eye medication, can obliterate an area spanning dozens of square kilometers upon contact with air. Moreover, it bears severe health risks akin to nuclear radiation. Prolonged exposure can lead to physical deterioration. Doctor, I presume your cough is a lingering consequence? Dr. Nizu remained silent, taken aback by the young man's profound knowledge. Masaki Kigo pressed on. From that time forth, you became a cursed scientist, ostracized by the entire academic community. For 2 decades, you have punished yourself in regret. However, he pivoted abruptly. I understand that none of this is your fault. It was merely an unfortunate accident. If you genuinely seek atonement, mere remorse and self-punishment will prove futile. I have come here specifically to assist you in rectifying the wrongs of your past. Our ascetic group has developed groundbreaking technology capable of completely eradicating Zilda Gas. Doctor, Masaki Kigo implored with an alluring tone, please divulge to me the location where Zilda Gas is stored. I assure you, within a month, it will be entirely eliminated from this world. Trust me, as a fellow scientist, I promise you this. At that moment, Dr. Nizu wavered. Could that dreadful gas truly be annihilated? Were it anyone else, he might doubt it. Yet, he recognized this young man, who had risen to prominence as a world-renowned scientist and head of ascetic technology group at such a tender age. Perhaps he truly possessed the capability. For the sake of atonement, seizing the opportunity, Masaki Kigo pressed on. Do not let history repeat itself. If your daughter watches from above, she would surely consent to my proposal. With the final barrier of his heart shattered, Dr. Nizu covered his face, sliding down the wall until he crouched, weeping uncontrollably. After a lengthy pause, he raised his head, his gaze resolute. Since that incident, all Zilda Gas has been confiscated. When the defense forces disbanded, it was sealed within the Zilda Center. The Zilda Center, he noted. Masaki Kigo's lips curled into a smile, committing the name to memory. Chapter 77, The Monster Hunting Plan. 3 days later, Masaki Kigo successfully procured a box containing Zerter gas from the Zerter Center, leveraging his extensive network. He returned to the Sidek Corporation in Kumamoto City and entrusted it to Dr. Dango for research. Just as he was preparing to head to the underground temple, a researcher with close ties to him from the TPC Headquarters Biotechnology Research Institute called, reporting an alarming outbreak among the researchers. Masaki Kigo quickly sensed something amiss and instructed the researcher to keep the information confidential while he rushed to the scene. Thanks to his reputation as a genius scientist and his position as the head of the Sidek Corporation, he was able to navigate the TPC base with ease, a testament to his long-standing efforts in building trust among TPC's upper management, particularly the hawkish faction. His talent and unwavering stance on monsters garnered him the admiration of many high-ranking officials, including Director Jigen, who had appointed him as the lead on the Ebolin Cell research program just days prior. While Director Jigen was somewhat aware of the shortcomings of the Ebolin cells, he firmly believed that with Masaki Kigo's involvement, these minor challenges would soon be surmounted. The biologically enhanced beings derived from Ebolin cells would undoubtedly possess power surpassing that of Diga, thus enhancing humanity's protection. The victory team was gravely mistaken, and as for Gorzahn, it would soon meet its demise. Upon arriving at the scene, Masaki Kigo discovered that the researchers were suffering from oxygen poisoning. His attention was drawn to a peculiar coral-like pink organism found in Antarctica. After careful consideration, he decided to secure this unidentified life form and discreetly removed it from the TPC facility. After all, with the security system of the Kingdom of Light seemingly compromised by repeated thefts, it was not surprising that a few items would go missing from TPC. Returning to the Sidek group, Masaki proceeded with his plan, bringing the coral-like organism to the underground temple. Over the days, the temple's exterior had undergone significant changes. The 2 colossal stone statues at the center remained steadfast. One bore a striking resemblance to Ultraman, while the other depicted a monster. Additionally, A sophisticated piece of technological equipment had been installed beside the statues, a light genetic factor converter, ingeniously crafted by Masaki using fragments of the giant statues to decode the principles of light. After lengthy research, he had finally succeeded. Now, all that remained was the acquisition of a transformation device for Daiku, which would allow him to evolve from a mere human into a superior life form. However, Masaki refrained from rushing this process, as Gorzer's impending arrival necessitated meticulous planning. He opened the box and placed the coral-like organism into a nutrient solution tank, accompanied by several other tanks housing an array of peculiar creatures. Indeed, these were the results of Masaki's strategic preparations against Gorzer. Within the nutrient tanks were monkeys, spiders, lizards, and other bizarre entities, including snails with unusually long antennae, rodents with glowing red eyes, and translucent tadpole-like beings, along with the recently acquired coral-like organism. These carefully selected creatures comprised a mix of terrestrial animals, mutated monsters, and extraterrestrial life forms. Masaki's objective was straightforward: to cultivate them using ebullient cells, endowing them with formidable powers to assist him in his endeavors, while simultaneously countering Gorzer. He named his contingency plan the Monster Hunting Plan and aimed to capture even more monsters to bolster his reserve forces. Only through such preparations could he ensure absolute success in his confrontation with Gorzer. This was merely one of Masaki's 3 contingencies. The first contingency involved his transformation into a being of light, the second was the Monster Hunting Plan, and the final contingency was the Zerter gas. Should all else fail, he would unleash the Zerter gas, ensuring mutual destruction with Gorzer. The destructive capacity of the Zerter gas was immense. Upon detonation, 1/10 of the nation's territory would be incinerated, leading to the annihilation of all life. While this notion was terrifying, it was precisely what Masaki desired. As long as he could achieve his goal of avenging Gorzer, he was prepared to embrace death. Standing at the center of the temple, he surveyed his masterpiece. "Are you ready, Gorzer? I have prepared several grand surprises for you. You shall reap the consequences for impeding my glorious evolution. And as for you, Daiku, it is time to lend me your godlight stick." Masaki's demeanor radiated fervor. Unbeknownst to him, as he transferred the Zerter gas, a colossal bird with cerulean eyes suddenly awoke at the base of Mount Razu in Hokkaido. Days passed swiftly. Luyu had remained in the rainbow magic realm, not venturing outside. During this period, he had acquired numerous abilities through devouring and evolution. He needed to integrate and solidify his newfound powers, striving to achieve the harmonious fusion of strength and body, which would further enhance his combat capabilities. As time flowed, his progress was steadily advancing. The Gadi had absorbed the Wood Jinxing people, resulting in various enhancements to their abilities. Notably, the 7th sibling, who wielded a feeble power of time, had experienced significant augmentation. Once merely a husky among a pack of wolves, it could now independently open a miniature space-time vortex. Indeed, among the 8 siblings, it had the lowest starting point, yet the highest potential. As for Machina, it was still recovering from the severe injuries sustained previously. Shaji remained by its side, while Lucia and Zara continued to follow Luyu obediently. On the victory team's front, no monsters had emerged recently, granting everyone a rare period of respite. The good news was that Dr. Eight-Tails had informed them that the Artemis would be completed within 3 days. Undoubtedly, with such a formidable vessel, humanity's combat capabilities would see a substantial leap forward. Excitement filled the air. However, Daiku could not share in the joy. Despite their collective agreement to safeguard the secret of the rainbow magic realm from Gorzer, his own secret was at risk of exposure. What a predicament! Daiku remained deeply troubled by this. The mysterious figure signing as Kirino had become an insurmountable hurdle in his mind. He had attempted to trace the sender, but had found no leads. Perhaps it was merely a prank? Daiku dared not gamble on it. Out of caution, he resolved to await the prophecy's fulfillment. And just a few days later, a monster appeared. Chapter 78. The Emergence of the Great Emperor Tan. The events were set in motion by the nationwide concert tour of the sensational pop star, Chris Maya. Just so happened, Mayumi managed to procure 2 tickets and wished for Shinshiro to accompany her. However, Shinshiro was presently engaged in a mission in outer space and could not break away. Consequently, Mayumi sought out Daiku, and the two attended the concert together. The following day, within the command room, Daiku lounged in his chair, stifling yawns. "What happened, Daiku? How late did you stay up last night?" Kiriya inquired. Daiku, appearing rather lackluster, replied, I went to the concert with Mayumi last night. Instantly, the atmosphere in the command room shifted to one of subtle tension. Kiriya, Lena, and Neru simultaneously turned their gazes towards Daiku, who remained blissfully unaware, muttering, "Youthful energy is remarkable. Even at such a late hour, the fun never wanes." Little did he know that his words had inadvertently offended 3 individuals. Neru stood up in surprise. "You went on a date with Mayumi?" "Date? No," Daiku clarified. "I was filling in for Shinshiro. He is still in outer space." "Oh, I see." Neru sat back down, visibly relieved. Lena, with a knowing look, asked, "Whose concert did you attend?" "Chris Maya." "The one who is currently all the rage," Daiku responded. Kiriya leaned in, disbelief etched on his face. "Wait, who did you say?" "Chris Maya. Is there a problem?" Daiku was puzzled by Kiriya's intense reaction. Kiriya lamented, "Daiku, how could you be so inconsiderate? Why didn't you take me along?" Kiriya was a fervent admirer of Chris Maya. Daiku merely thought, "This isn't quite right. It feels a bit like coercion." Meanwhile, as the group engaged in light conversation, Shinshiro piloted the Snow White, conducting the final test of the new mega system within Earth's orbit. He meticulously adjusted the equipment, flying along the computer's predetermined trajectory. Everything was proceeding according to plan, until a sudden blinding white light surged towards him, rendering him unable to see. "What is happening?" Shinshiro was enveloped by the white light and lost consciousness. At TPC headquarters, an urgent alert prompted the immediate assembly of personnel. The Snow White was experiencing anomalies, having just deviated from its programmed path. Lena, while operating the computer, reported the situation. "Can we still contact Shinshiro?" Megumi inquired. "No, the communication channel is unresponsive." This revelation cast a shadow of dread over everyone. Half an hour later, they located the fallen Snow White in a valley. Shinshiro, unconscious, was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Concern weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet unbeknownst to them, Shinshiro was no longer himself. He had been possessed by an alien entity. That evening, Neru detected another signal from outer space. An unidentified flying object had appeared beyond the atmosphere. It had breached the defenses of the Delta Space Station and was rapidly descending. The Victory team promptly sprang into action to intercept it. The craft was disc-shaped, spinning through the air. Daiku and his crew piloted the Victory Falcon EJ. After receiving no response to their calls, they decisively launched a laser attack, successfully downing the craft. It plummeted to the ground, engulfed in flames beneath the night sky. The next day, Shinshiro repeatedly attempted to contact Chris Maya's manager, seeking a meeting with her, but was consistently declined. After all, meeting a star of her caliber was no simple feat. Thus, Shinshiro stealthily departed from the Victory team to find her himself. With the aid of telepathic connection, they soon reunited. After a heartfelt conversation, Maya confirmed that Shinshiro was indeed her brother. As it turned out, she was not of earthly origin. Maya was the name of an Earth girl, yet the soul residing within her was that of an extraterrestrial. 15 years prior, alien Maya had been traveling with her mother and brother, en route to relocate to another planet. However, while passing by Earth, an unfortunate incident occurred. The life support system of their spacecraft could only return 2 individuals to their home planet. Therefore, her mother and brother returned first, leaving Maya behind on Earth. Coincidentally, a tragic car accident occurred nearby, and Maya's essence merged with that of the deceased girl. Years later, the girl fulfilled her childhood dream and rose to fame as a pop singer. Yet her mother and brother remained lost to her, never returning to bring her home. Maya longed for her homeland, forever burdened by sorrow. In truth, shortly after the accident, Maya's home planet was invaded by the Tan Empire. Her mother was slain, and her brother was forced to flee into the cosmos. Thus, he could not come back for his sister immediately. This time, what Shinshiro encountered in space was none other than Maya's brother, who had taken over Shinshiro's body, finally coming to bring Maya back and forge a new life together. However, matters were far from straightforward. As Maya's brother journeyed towards Earth, the Tan Empire pursued him. The ship that the Victory team had destroyed was indeed theirs. The Tan Empire had also commandeered a human body to hunt down Maya's brother. Ultimately, before Daiku and his companions, the Tan alien shot through Shinshiro's abdomen with a laser, killing Maya's brother and declaring it was for the sake of upholding the justice of the Tan Empire. Enraged, Daiku swiftly subdued the alien, trampling upon the notion of justice. Upon hearing this, the Tan alien smirked malevolently, expanding into a monstrous form. Daiku transformed to engage in battle. The Tan Emperor was indeed formidable, despite being an evil invader. His strength seemed only sufficient to conquer defenseless planets. His hands could emit lasers, yet Dinah easily blocked them with his arms, showing no signs of damage. His combat skills were lacking, and he was swiftly overpowered by Dinah. In just over 50 seconds, Dinah unleashed the Zyperio beam, obliterating the creature. Before him, Dinah didn't even receive a chance to flash his lights. After the battle concluded, Maya's brother ascended as a radiant light. Shinshiro's wounds healed, and he regained his consciousness, awakening fully aware. Maya ultimately came to terms with the tragic loss of her brother and chose to remain on Earth, living her life alone. During the final anniversary concert, Maya made an impulsive decision, deviating from the planned setlist for her last song. This next song encompasses all my memories. I wish to dedicate it to everyone who has supported me, and to those who have departed to distant realms. They are the most significant people in my life. This song is Memories of the Blue Night. On the dimly lit stage, Maya stood at the center, illuminated by focused lights, her serene profile concealing a subtle sorrow. As the opening notes resonated, the audience fell into a hushed silence. Even the most fervent fans listened intently to the poignant and melancholic melody. It was the voice of Maya's innermost soul. Every listener would hear the echoes from the depths of her being. Tears glistened on her cheeks as she grasped the microphone and began to sing with deep emotion. I longed to drift into slumber in serene stillness, to eternally bask in that unwavering warmth. Today, I find myself alone. Within the distant echoes of memory, I hear your voice. I yearn to return one day to my faraway homeland, to that remote night, beneath the vast, star-studded sky. Chapter 79, Understanding. Daiku is a monster aside from the Tan people. Another creature has emerged during this period. This monster, named Raylos by the TPC, appeared near an oil facility in the RC of the South Pacific. Originally a common deep-sea inhabitant, it mutated into a monster due to the radioactive pollution from successive underground nuclear tests. It landed on a drilling platform, wreaking havoc on the facilities within the research institute. Consequently, Daiku transformed into Diga to confront it. Having not encountered Gorzan during the previous incident with the Tan people, Daiku did not hesitate this time. He was determined to use his strength to protect humanity once more. In the battle against Diga, Raylos demonstrated remarkable intelligence, playfully tormenting Diga with orange beams and high-pressure water jets. Even when Diga transformed into a more powerful form, Raylos continued its antics. Seizing an opportunity, it unleashed a foam laced with radioactive material, electrocuting Diga and inflicting injury with its sharp teeth. When at a disadvantage, it pretended to be overwhelmed, only to launch a counterattack. When Diga noticed the glowing dorsal fin of Raylos, he mistakenly believed it would emit an orange beam from its luminous antennae. In reality, it was a feint, as Raylos instead blasted high-pressure water at Diga. Caught off guard, Diga quickly raised a colorful ultra shield, only to discover that it offered no protection against water. The high-pressure water drenched Diga completely. Throughout the battle, Raylos appeared to be merely seeking play, exhibiting a childlike demeanor, albeit with a lack of restraint. Diga, on the other hand, resembled an adult dealing with a mischievous child, frustrated yet softened by its pleas for mercy. With water sprays and bubble attacks that disregarded martial ethics, Daiku's temperament was remarkably forgiving. Had Ace been present, he would have certainly turned Raylos into sashimi. Daiku possessed a gentle and compassionate heart. He understood that Raylos's emergence was ultimately a consequence of humanity's misdeeds. This playful creature, forced to mutate due to the suffering inflicted by nuclear testing, had endured unimaginable pain. Therefore, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, hoping to resolve the conflict peacefully. Ultimately, Daiku succeeded. In a powerful form, he devised a new skill, encapsulating Raylos in a soap bubble-like sphere with a miraculous balloon beam. Then, utilizing the shockwave of the dilithium light flow, he reduced it to its original form, allowing it to return to the ocean. Afterward, the members of the victory team gathered by the seaside to accompany Rina in visiting the dolphin Little Maki. The ocean belongs to all of us. We must never allow it to be polluted. Indeed, it would be a tragic act if humanity had to bear the consequences of our nation's errors. The repercussions of human actions upon Earth must ultimately be shouldered by humanity itself, they all lamented. Noticing Rina's reluctance to part with Little Maki, Daiku cleverly concocted an excuse, stating that the aircraft required repairs, thus delaying their departure by an hour. So, Rena, you can play here a little longer. Yay, that's wonderful. Rena cheered, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she unzipped her uniform, revealing a form-fitting black swimsuit and her fair, alluring physique. Wow. The others were taken aback by this unexpected treat for the eyes. Soon after, Rena leaped into the water, frolicking with the dolphin. Throughout these two incidents, Daiku had been attentively observing the predictions of Motofu Kirinoya. He had often thought that the prophecy was on the verge of realization. However, upon reflection, he realized that neither the Tan people nor Raylos had appeared within the confines of the TPC base. Therefore, they were not the subjects of Kirinoya's prophecy. This implied that the powerful monster he had foretold had yet to manifest, or perhaps it was merely a prank. Meanwhile, as other team members reviewed the events, they deliberated on a particular matter. Both incidents had been resolved solely by Diga, without Gorzan's involvement. Such circumstances were uncommon. Perhaps the monsters were not formidable enough to warrant Gorzan's appearance. Against weak monsters, Gorzan indeed had no necessity to intervene, Kiriya analyzed. Diga alone could defeat them. Why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Daiku, however, proposed a new perspective. Do you think Gorzan's absence in both instances might be a means of honing our skills? His words plunged the group into contemplation. Surprisingly, this notion held merit. They began to agree with Daiku's reasoning. If humanity were to rely on Gorzan's strength every time a monster appeared, it would indeed reflect poorly on their capabilities. Exactly, Rena mused. I believe these two incidents were not only to refine humanity's ability to confront monsters, but also to strengthen Diga. Daiku asserted. He certainly had the authority to speak on matters concerning Diga. Gorzan must wish for me to gain more experience battling monsters, Daiku silently acknowledged. What thoughtful intentions. At the conclusion of the meeting, Nishikawa introduced a new topic. Daiku, why is it that you never seem to be present when Diga appears? It appears as though you are always absent during those moments, and we cannot find you. Yet, once the monster is vanquished, you reappear. What is the explanation for this? Nishikawa articulated his curiosity. The recent Raylos incident was no exception. The group turned their attention to Daiku, and Rena's expression shifted, realizing the peril as she thought. When did Nishikawa become so astute? Is Daiku's secret poised to be revealed? Daiku himself felt a sense of unease, fumbling for words to deflect the inquiry. Slap. Nishikawa struck the table, eyes sparkling with revelation. I understand now. Daiku is the monster. It turned out he was merely jesting. The group was initially stunned for a few seconds before erupting in laughter. Huh? Shortly thereafter, the Arctidus, overseen by Dr. Yatsuo, was finally completed after much anticipation. The victory team received the news immediately and became among the first to board. This colossal mothership, equipped with the Magus power system and measuring 150 meters in length, would serve as a frontline base, accommodating all personnel from the TPC headquarters. Internally, it housed various aircraft and equipment, armed with laser cannons, drag cannons, and the ultimate weapon powered by the Magus system, the Magus cannon. Coincidentally, on the very next day after the successful test flight of the Arctidus, a group of steel mechanized puppets inexplicably appeared on the streets of the capital, wandering through the nocturnal metropolis. Chapter 80. The Cosmic Safeguard System in the Stillness of Night. Lucia strolled alone through the streets of the capital. Ever since the hunting game had been brought to an end by Lu Yu, she had finally liberated herself from her fate, embracing the identity of freedom. With the permission of Lord Gorzahn, she had taken to wandering outside frequently in recent days. Everything on Earth was so novel to her. Is this the planet where Lord Gorzahn resides? How delightful. There is no enslavement, no oppression. The people living on Earth are adorned with smiles. A sight that was once unimaginable for Lucia. As dusk fell and the streetlights flickered to life, Lucia walked gracefully along the avenue, her slender figure beautifully outlined beneath the glow of the lamps. Just as she was lost in her carefree stroll, a piercing scream from a woman abruptly pierced the night. Lucia lifted her gaze to see a woman collapsed at the corner of the street, her face a mask of terror as she scrambled backward, desperate for escape. Help! Help me! Without hesitation, Lucia rushed forward, intent on discovering the source of the woman's distress. However, just as she had taken a few steps, her feet halted abruptly as a mechanical puppet emerged from the corner. Constructed entirely of metal and clad in robust armor, it advanced towards the woman. Its 7 glowing eyes lined up ominously. Is this a robot? Lucia's heart raced. From her observations over the past few days, This area was predominantly inhabited by humans, and such a mechanical entity certainly did not belong to their kind. Coupled with the woman's panicked reaction, Lucia quickly realized that the creature was a significant threat. She approached cautiously, intending to assist the woman and urge her to flee while she continued to monitor the robot's behavior. After a tense standoff, Lucia discerned that the mechanical puppet seemed to lack sentience. It moved stiffly, oblivious to its surroundings, as if merely executing a preordained program. For a moment, Lucia was at a loss for how to proceed. Then, a thought flickered in her mind, and the brand on her chest glimmered faintly. Instinctively, she called out to Lord Gorzahn in her mind. This was a method taught by Lu Yu. After the mental imprint was established, their consciousnesses were connected by an invisible thread. In times of urgency, she could summon Lord Gorzahn at will. Lucia sensed the peculiar robot before her warranted an immediate report to Lord Gorzahn. Yet she wondered, would Lord Gorzahn respond to my call? This was her first time attempting such a connection, and anxiety fluttered in her heart, her pulse quickening. After all, she had never contemplated reaching out to Lord Gorzahn before. Before long, their consciousnesses intertwined. Lucia felt the overwhelming presence of her lord surge forth, asserting dominance over her very being, an undeniable pressure of authority. She dared not delay and respectfully declared, "Report, my lord. I have just encountered a mechanical being on the streets. Its behavior is exceedingly strange. I believe it may not be a creation of earthlings." Lucia succinctly described its appearance. As Lu Yu listened, a notion began to form in his mind. Could it be that creature, an entity from the original narrative? Immediately engage it and bring it back to the rainbow magical realm, he commanded. Understood, Lucia nodded. The communication severed. She began to stealthily approach the mechanical puppet from behind. Truth be told, a flicker of fear coursed through her veins, even on her own planet. She had never encountered such an oddity. However, bolstered by Lord Golzan's directive, her trepidation dissipated. Whatever task he had set for her must surely hold significance. What was there to fear? After all, he was an omnipotent deity. With newfound resolve, Lucia pondered how best to execute her lord's command. Positioning herself 2 meters behind the mechanical puppet, she clenched her fists and lunged forward. In a swift motion, her skirt billowing, her powerful legs lashed out like a whip, striking the mechanical entity with immense force. As a cosmic being, Lucia's physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary mortals. Coupled with the strength bestowed upon her by Lu Yu, her assault was akin to unleashing a tempest. The mechanical puppet was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing against a nearby wall with a resounding thud before sliding to the ground. "How fragile it is!" exclaimed Jiuejing, brandishing the victorious hypergun. Just one bullet did the trick. Daegu stowed his weapon and approached to assess the situation. They had received reports from the public about numerous mechanical beings roaming the city at night, prompting their investigation. To their astonishment, they had indeed encountered one. The robot lay inert on the ground, its 7 glowing eyes extinguished. "So it possesses no signs of life," Jiuejing remarked in disbelief. Daegu lifted the robot's head, revealing an empty interior. It was nothing more than a hollow metallic shell. The two promptly reported their findings to headquarters. Subsequently, a multitude of mechanical puppets were recovered at the TPC headquarters, their parts accumulating into a small mountain. Not long after, bizarre occurrences unfolded once more. In the vastness of space, not far from Earth, a colossal, disc-shaped mechanical island materialized out of thin air, spanning approximately 3 kilometers in diameter. It was clearly an artificial construct, resembling an airborne fortress. Most alarmingly, the island emitted bolts of lightning from its base, launching attacks against the Earth. Lightning streaked from the cosmos to the surface, wreaking havoc and destruction in its wake. The victory team swiftly recognized the situation. Under the directive of Director Zijing, the higher-ups unanimously resolved to dispatch the Yatdis to confront the unknown mechanical island. The prospect of boarding the Yatdis to engage the invader filled everyone with excitement. New City, in particular, beamed with joy, eager to wield the weapons augmented by Magnus power. However, as the group made their way to the F4 hangar, an urgent announcement reverberated through the base. Massive numbers of intruders had been detected. All personnel were to enter a state of emergency. Meanwhile, Lucia returned to the rainbow magical realm, carrying the disassembled parts of the mechanical puppet. Chapter 81. A Subtle Power Emil? Lucia placed the mechanical puppet before Lu Yu and then obediently knelt down. The moment Lu Yu laid eyes upon it, he confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, It was the steel-plated faceless Gabunyu, which possessed two distinct entities, Kiga and Agwama. It seemed that the Atlantis had been thoroughly developed. Luyu murmured to himself. The steel-plated faceless Gabunyu was crafted by an unidentified cosmic civilization, created to eliminate the max power system, serving as a so-called security system. Its metallic body lacked any power source, but functioned as a miniature computer capable of responding to the max power system. The identity of the person who sent them to Earth remained a mystery until the end of the original narrative. Luyu recalled that the combat prowess of Kiga and Agwama was formidable. These colossal machines possessed tremendous strength, their bodies exceptionally resilient, encased in metallic armor impervious even to Tiga's assaults. It has been a while since I indulged in mechanical beasts. Luyu's thoughts meandered. The mechanical beasts he had previously consumed, such as Ligadoron and Gayazak, were half biological, half mechanical. This time, however, Kiga and Agwama were purely mechanical constructs, and he anticipated their unique flavor. Luyu felt a sense of eager anticipation. According to the unfolding narrative, the victory team should have already transported a plethora of mechanical puppets back to their headquarters. Indeed, the TPC base was set to be under siege. However, if they were to raid my home, then I shall raid theirs in turn. A plan gradually took shape within Luyu's mind. Not only did he desire to consume the mechanical beasts, but he also yearned to sample the max power system and discern its flavor. With this thought, Luyu instructed Lucia to deliver the pile of mechanical puppet parts to the Gadi for consumption. Such trifles held no appeal for him. Two substantial entities awaited his appetite. Within the base, an alarming announcement echoed through the halls. Numerous intruders detected. All personnel, enter a state of emergency. The TPC headquarters reverberated with urgency. How could this happen? The members of the victory team halted in disbelief. Is it possible for intruders to infiltrate the base? Lena questioned, perplexed. There was no time for speculation. Zhongfang, assuming his role as deputy captain, declared that their foremost priority was to swiftly conquer the mechanical island. All team members, board the Atlantis immediately. Understood. The team members proceeded toward the F4 hangar. Yet Daichi felt a stirring in his heart and glanced toward another part of the base. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses stood with his hands in his pockets, observing from a distance. Daichi suddenly recalled the message from the self-proclaimed prophet who foretold the emergence of a powerful monster within the following month, and its appearance would be within the victory base. The prophecy was true. Could it be that he referred to the current intruders? Daichi's heart raced. He lifted his gaze to the man. But the spot was now empty. The man had vanished. What should I do? Should I engage in that game with him? If a monster does appear, will I need to transform? Without further hesitation, Daichi sprinted to catch up with the other team members. Maki Tano emerged from the shadows, watching Daichi's retreating figure. Daichi, what choice will you make? Upon the team's arrival at the F4 hangar, they finally beheld the intruders. To their astonishment, the very steel-plated faceless Gabunyu they had recovered had been revived. Hundreds of them invaded the Atlantis' launch room, wreaking havoc. Some crew members, caught off guard, were seized and thrown to the ground. Zhongfang and the others immediately drew their weapons and opened fire, with the team members at the forefront. Daichi provided cover as they boarded the Atlantis, while he remained behind to confront the mechanical puppets. One by one, he shot down the intruders, but their sheer numbers forced him to abandon the ship. Soon, the Atlantis entered its launch trajectory and, propelled by the max power system's acceleration, officially took flight. With Lena at the helm, Shinshiro operating the weapon systems, Kiriya managing the mechanical systems, and Zhongfang as the commander, they soared into the cosmos, heading toward the mechanical island. Yet, as the Atlantis departed, the steel-plated faceless Gabunyu abruptly ceased their destruction. They formed groups and charged through the base, creating a massive breach. Instantly, seawater surged in. Daichi was left in stunned silence. The clusters of steel-plated faceless Gabunyu assembled beneath the waves, forming a colossal mechanical entity. Kiga. Beep, beep, beep. The 7 yellow eyes on Kiga's face illuminated in sequence, directing its advance toward the victory team's base. In the command room, Jiken, Nozomi, and Director Sawai anxiously watched as Kiga approached the screen, growing increasingly apprehensive. Such a colossal monster, if it reached them, would obliterate the base. As torrents of seawater flooded the hangar, Daichi found himself submerged. In a moment of desperation, he drew forth the godlight stick. A flash of brilliance heralded the emergence of Tiga from the depths. Facing Kiga, Tiga assumed his classic starting stance. Yet to his astonishment, Kiriya disregarded Diga entirely, continuing its march toward the base. Is it ignoring me? Diga charged forward, attempting to grapple Kiriya from behind to hinder its movement. Kiriya swung its arms, effortlessly tossing Diga to the ground. Rising again, Diga resumed his assault, this time gripping Kiriya's legs. With a resounding crash, Kiriya toppled to the ground, and Diga seized the opportunity to mount it. However, before he could land a solid blow, Kiriya cast him aside once more. Kiriya, a subtle power a meal? Thus, to obstruct Kiriya's advance, Diga found himself ensnared in a fierce battle. Even after transforming into his powerful form, he could not gain the upper hand. When he managed to seize Kiriya, he was met with a blast from Kiriya's rear exhaust, sending him spiraling away. In close combat, he repeatedly fell victim to Kiriya's might, being pummeled by powerful punches and devastating knee strikes. Ultimately, Kiriya restrained Diga's limbs, making escape nearly impossible, and initiated self-destruct mode, intending to annihilate Diga in a cataclysmic explosion. The 7 glowing orbs on its face began a countdown. Once all lights extinguished, the explosive within would detonate, resulting in their mutual demise. In that instant, the battle reached a stalemate. The lights flickered, one by one extinguishing, while Diga remained bound and helpless. Inside the base, Makitano, seated on a bench, snapped back to reality. It seems this game ends with your defeat, Ultraman Diga. A subtle smile graced his lips. But wait, something felt amiss. Maki abruptly stood, sensing a shift. In that fleeting moment, he realized that his prophecy had encountered yet another unforeseen deviation. The future within the next 10 minutes had once again transformed in ways he could not foresee. Chapter 82. The reversal of extinction in the blink of an eye. The outcome of the prophecy underwent a monumental transformation. This was something that Tomonori Makafu had never anticipated. What could have disrupted my prophecy? Confusion enveloped Tomonori Makafu's mind. Surely, some entity must have intervened in the future. But what kind of being possesses the power to alter destiny? A strong possibility began to materialize in his mind. Gorzan. Indeed, it must be Gorzan. Tomonori Makafu felt an overwhelming conviction wash over him. Throughout his life, spanning decades, his prophecies had never failed. Not even in the case of Dinah. He had been able to discern Dinah's true identity, along with the emergence and weaknesses of other monsters. Yet, the enigma known as Gorzan had eluded his foresight. Ever since Gorzan's appearance, Tomonori Makafu had made countless attempts to penetrate its veil, only to encounter an invisible barrier. It was as if a mysterious force shrouded the creature in a fog, safeguarding this enigmatic monster from his gaze. He could not fathom it. The situation bore striking resemblance to what had just transpired. In other words, Tomonori Makafu's confusion dissipated, replaced by a surge of inexplicable excitement. Gorzan was about to enter the fray. He lifted his gaze, joining numerous TPC personnel, as they all focused on the large screen high in the hall. The monitor displayed surveillance footage from outside the underwater base. Tomonori Makafu could see Dinah in a fierce struggle, restrained by Diga, its arms pinned and firmly anchored to the ground, while Giga's yellow lights flashed incessantly, now reduced to only 2. Clearly, once the lights extinguished completely, Diga would initiate its self-destruction sequence. At that moment, not only would Dinah be in peril, but the TPC base itself would suffer unprecedented devastation. In Tomonori Makafu's prophecy, the ultimate conclusion of this event foretold that Dinah would unleash a final surge of power, breaking free from Giga's grasp and sending Diga soaring into the air, where it would meet its explosive fate. Dinah would then exhaust its energy and vanish, while Daigo would lose consciousness and drift into the sea, ultimately rescued by the arriving Yosuke. This had been the future Tomonori Makafu had long envisioned. But just moments ago, the predetermined future had shifted. At this juncture, even Tomonori Makafu could not ascertain the trajectory of events. The one certainty he possessed was that Gorzan was on its way. An inexplicable thrill coursed through him. Since sending that email to Daigo, declaring his intention to engage in a game of chance, Tomonori Makafu had been diligently preparing for a being endowed with supernatural abilities. Infiltrating the TPC base within a month was a trivial endeavor. He had even prepared flyers and posters revealing Daigo's true identity, merely awaiting Daigo's defeat in the wager to expose him to the public. Why is it that we are both anomalies? Yet only you are lauded as a hero while I am scorned as a freak? Tomonori Makafu's aim was to unveil Daigo's true nature, to illustrate that if Daigo were, like him, devoid of merit save for his powers. He too would taste the bitterness of rejection. And indeed, as Tomonori Makafu had anticipated, Daigo had ultimately chosen to transform in order to protect humanity. Logically, he could now declare victory and disseminate the revelation of Daigo being Dyna. Yet, he refrained from doing so. The imminent arrival of Gorzan captivated all his attention. At this moment, what he yearned for most was to encounter Gorzan and engage in dialogue. He was fervently eager to uncover the secrets that Gorzan harbored. Why was it capable of shielding his prophetic visions? Furthermore, Tomonori Makafu had another concealed motive for wishing to meet Gorzan, one intertwined with the haunting nightmares that had plagued him recently. In those dreams, he was engulfed in a realm of darkness, replete with the scent of death and destruction. In those visions, he perceived not a glimmer of hope. Due to his foresight, he recognized that the scene he beheld might very well represent the future of Earth. As a man who had long resigned himself to failure in life, Tomonori Makafu had prepared himself for inevitable doom. Yet, Gorzan's emergence had fundamentally altered his perspective. Could it be that Gorzan might reverse the fate of humanity's impending extinction? This question intrigued him deeply. He longed to witness that day, and today, at this very moment, was the closest he had ever been to Gorzan. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Tomonori Makafu fixated on the large screen, eagerly anticipating Gorzan's arrival. In the footage, Diga continued to restrain Dyna, the timer on Dyna's chest nearing its critical flash, while Giga's final yellow light flickered ominously. It seemed Dyna had completely lost the ability to fight back. A cataclysmic explosion was inevitable. If this continued, within a mere minute, both Dyna and the base would suffer catastrophic repercussions. Ikezawa pressed her hands against her forehead, her face etched with worry. Never before had she yearned for Gorzan's timely intervention as she did now. Meanwhile, the Artemis vessel pierced the atmosphere, entering outer space, where the mechanical island became visible through the porthole. The disc-shaped island's underside emitted bolts of lightning, raining down upon Earth. Concentrate firepower, bring the island down. Zhongfang commanded instantly. Prepare the Drak cannon. Lina readied the adjustments, collaborating with Shinjo to launch an offensive. In an instant, countless laser beams erupted from various sections of the Artemis, targeting the mechanical island. Simultaneously, the yellow energy beam from the Drak cannon surged forth from the central position. With a resounding boom, the mechanical island was engulfed in a conflagration of explosive flames. Did we succeed? Shinjo inquired expectantly. Yet, just as everyone's attention was riveted on the scene, Kiriya suddenly remarked with a grave expression, "Look, it seems the base is in danger." What? Everyone immediately turned to the live surveillance of the base. Beneath the sea, Dyna was being completely overpowered by a mechanical entity, rendered immobile. Most critically, the countdown for the mechanical creature's self-destruction was drawing to a close. Daigo was in peril. Lina's heart raced, nearly calling out Daigo. In alarm, "I can't believe that monster would invade our home," Shinjo exclaimed angrily. He had anticipated that they would preemptively destroy the mechanical island, only to discover that the base was also under threat. "Get up, Dyna." Zhongfang and Kiriya fixated on the screen, gritting their teeth, as if willing Dyna to muster strength. "Guardian Gorzan, please come and save Daigo." Lina prayed fervently, her anxiety mounting. Time ticked away relentlessly. Giga's final light flickered and began to fade. Within 10 seconds, it would execute its self-destruct sequence. Dyna struggled helplessly in the water. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 83, Landing, Mechanical Fortress. The once tranquil seabed suddenly erupted with a multitude of bubbles, as if the very fabric of space had experienced a disturbance, stirring the seawater with an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, a vibrant whirlpool manifested. Gorzan. The instant this whirlpool appeared, every member of the victory team, including Director Sawai within the base, gasped in astonishment. They were all too familiar with this phenomenon. Since Gorzan showcased this ability to traverse time and space during the battle against the Girialot, it had become an unforgettable spectacle. A collective sigh of relief swept over them. Gorzan, the guardian who had never faltered against other monsters, had arrived. Hope was rekindled for both Dyna and the base. Rina's chest heaved violently, the sudden emotional roller coaster overwhelming her senses. Yet, with Gorzan's arrival, she felt assured that Dyna would be safe. Takano Makio, caught up in the excitement, sprang from his seat, fixated on the whirlpool, determined not to miss a single second of Gorzan's emergence. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the TPC staff, he too exhibited a joyous expression. After all, should the TPC base fall, he would share in its ruin. However, this time, he refrained from attempting to read Gorzan's intentions. Instead, he sought a way to approach Gorzan and communicate with him. From the depths of the ocean, Gorzan's immense figure emerged from the whirlpool. Each step he took resonated with a profound weight, his movements undiminished even underwater. You need to practice more, Dinah. Witnessing Giga on the verge of explosion, Lu Yu wasted no time. He surged forward, launching a powerful punch at the downed Giga's face. Boom! The tremendous force drove Giga's entire head deep into the seabed, stirring up clouds of bubbles and sediment. Constructed entirely of metal and devoid of pain, Giga's grip slackened, allowing Dinah to finally break free from its grasp. Nearly at his limit, Dinah nodded gratefully at Gorzan. Lu Yu waved dismissively, urging him to rest. After all, he looked like a battered wreck. Without further ado, Lu Yu seized Giga's head and hoisted it up. With his right hand, he increased the pressure. In less than 3 seconds, a resounding bang echoed as Giga's head exploded. Fragments cascaded from his palm, plummeting into the abyss. As Lu Yu had surmised, Giga's interior was hollow. This creature was merely a metallic shell. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Lu Yu, who relished the taste of pure metal, finding it far superior to anything like Ligadron or Geozak. The crunching sound was exhilarating. Seeing this, Dinah felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. The familiar operations and the presence of Gorzan brought him complete reassurance. In an instant, Gorzan transformed into countless particles of light, vanishing into thin air. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Not only was the threat of explosion averted, but even Giga's head had been obliterated by Gorzan. Across the base and in outer space, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Once again, Gorzan had saved their lives. Without its head, Giga appeared to lose control, thrashing aimlessly in the water. Lu Yu ceased his consumption, opening the whirlpool to return Giga's body to the rainbow magic realm. He then turned his attention toward the TPC base, advancing step by step, much like Giga had done before. In outer space, the crew aboard the Atlantis breathed a collective sigh of relief as they witnessed Giga being transported away by Gorzan. The enemy's crystal remained unbroken, and they had narrowly avoided disaster. Thankfully, Gorzan had intervened just in time. With Gorzan's unmatched prowess, the crew redirected their focus to the ominous mechanical island. The crisis here was far from resolved. The recent barrage of Drac cannons and concentrated laser fire had struck the mechanical island, igniting a massive explosion. As the flames began to dissipate, they eagerly anticipated witnessing the island's complete destruction. However, reality seldom aligns with expectation. The mechanical island remained suspended in the distance, nearly unscathed. Save for a crater on its edge, conventional weaponry proves ineffective against it, Zhongfang remarked gravely. Reno was about to suggest deploying their next line of attack when a swarm of small, steel-plated faceless beings formed into orderly ranks, launching themselves from the mechanical island toward them. Their numbers were overwhelming, swarming towards the Atlantis like a plague of locusts. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the Atlantis erupted in a cacophony of fire as the cockpit shook violently, red alarms blaring. If this continued, the entire ship would be rendered inoperable. Allow me to pilot a fighter and take them down one by one. Nishikawa volunteered. I will join you, Kiriya added. Thus, the two of them took to the skies, piloting fighters 1 and 2, respectively. The Magus power system required another half-hour to recharge. During this time, they aimed to eliminate as many of the steel-plated faceless beings as possible to alleviate the pressure on the Atlantis and buy time for the energy restart. Watch me, Kiriya declared, deftly maneuvering Fighter 2 through the cosmos like a shooting star, continuously adjusting his flight posture and angle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a thunderous boom, Fighter 2 unleashed a barrage of lasers, obliterating countless faceless beings in a storm of fire, illuminating the dark expanse of space. Old friend, it's been a while. Nishikawa grinned from the cockpit of Fighter 1. Let's fight side by side once more. However, before he could unleash his full strength, a row of faceless beings struck Fighter 1 from behind. 1 minute later, Nishikawa returned to the cockpit of the Atlantis. Alone, Kiriya found himself overwhelmed. Fortunately, his extraordinary performance had bought enough time for the Atlantis to recharge for half an hour before being hit. Kiriya, you've worked hard. All right. The Magus power system is fully charged. Magus cannon, prepare to fire. Rena commanded, readying to unleash the ultimate weapon, the Magus cannon. Would the Atlantis' strongest weapon fulfill its intended purpose? Rena was uncertain, but she had to give it a try. As the Magus cannon gathered energy from afar, the crew seemed to glimpse a colorful point of light appearing above the mechanical island. In the next moment, a colossal figure descended into the boundless cosmos. Virum, armor transformation. Activate. Chapter 84. Armor versus machinery. A voice resonated through the cosmos, booming like a thunderous bell. Simultaneously, the Magus cannon completed its energy accumulation, and a robust beam of light erupted forth, reigniting the mechanical island. The explosion's flames were even more ferocious than before. Would this strike succeed? Everyone placed their final hopes on this one blow. Soon, dense smoke began to dissipate, revealing the complete outline of the mechanical island once again. Indeed, it had failed. However, before disappointment could settle in, the expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of grave concern. For atop the mechanical island, a colossal mechanical puppet had emerged. This automaton bore a striking resemblance to Giga, yet it was significantly larger. With an asymmetrical face, the right side featured four lamp-like electronic eyes, flickering in sync with mechanical sounds. This was none other than the second form of Gabunyu, the guardian system of an unidentified cosmic civilization, designed to protect the mechanical island, Uguma. Uguma appeared to awaken from its slumber due to the Magus' attack, now standing on the island, gazing intently at the Atlantis. The sight of such a formidable beast sent shivers down the spines of all present, fearing that it might launch an attack at any moment. At that moment, the colorful light that had previously appeared began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a massive figure shot forth, carrying an overwhelming presence. Luyu descended from the sky, executing a diagonal kick like a meteor hurtling towards Uguma. During this descent, the energy within him shifted rapidly, and his metallic armor condensed dramatically, transforming into an armored form amidst a dazzling display of light. Simultaneously, a pair of magnificent wings unfurled from his back, casting a colossal shadow over the island. The immense wingspan was sufficient to envelop Lu Yu entirely. In this armored state, the wings began to twist, reshape, and were enveloped in hard iron plating, their edges shimmering with a sharp brilliance reminiscent of blades that could effortlessly slice through any material. With a powerful flap of his wings, a terrifying sonic boom erupted in the vacuum of space. The tremendous shockwave and gale swept across the mechanical island, engulfing it in a haze of dust. This spectacle drew gasps of astonishment from everyone aboard the Atlantis. Gorzan. It's Gorzan. Surprise, joy, shock, disbelief. An array of emotions surged within the crowd. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the predominant feeling was one of safety. With Gorzan's arrival, humanity knew they were secure. This was the confidence bestowed upon them by their guardian. Boom. Lu Yu plummeted from the sky like a shooting star. Uguma on the mechanical island looked up at the spectacle, its electronic eyes flickering coldly. As a machine, it harbored no emotions or fluctuations. Thus, as Lu Yu charged towards it, it remained unperturbed, merely adopting a defensive stance with its arms to brace for the impending blow. Clearly, it was still oblivious to the calamity about to unfold. Bang! Lu Yu's form crashed down. A diagonal kick landed heavily on Uguma's arms. Boom. In that instant, it felt as though an immense force bore down upon Uguma, causing its feet to sink and the ground to collapse beneath it. A violent shockwave rippled outward from Uguma's center. As a fully mechanical life form, Uguma ranked among the top 5 in power within the original narrative, second only to Gitangia. It was the first monster that Diga needed 2 full episodes to defeat. Having once firmly suppressed Diga's assaults with its near immunity to physical attacks, and boasting combat prowess far exceeding that of its kin Giga. The primary reason for this was its extraordinary defensive capabilities. Its entire body was composed of the same metal as the mechanical island, rendering it an indestructible mass. Opponents found it nearly impossible to land a blow against it. Moreover, its prodigious strength could inflict substantial harm upon adversaries. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu's kick sent Uguma hurtling back several dozen meters. It had merely managed to block for a second before its arms buckled, and it crashed to the ground. The steel arms were visibly dented. Lu Yu flapped his wings and slowly descended, facing Uguma in a standoff. His body was cloaked in heavy metallic armor, resembling a war machine that had traversed time from an ancient era. I've heard your defenses are formidable. Very well, I shall adopt my armored form as well. Let's see if I can breach your defenses. Lu Yu executed a straightforward yet powerful strike, utilizing sheer physical force, leaving everyone in astonishment. Gorzan's appearance had undergone yet another transformation. This kick would surely teach the mechanical being a lesson. With Gorzan, this automaton is destined for disassembly, exclaimed Juegaway as he spoke. He suddenly widened his eyes, as if realizing something, murmuring, "Wait a minute, everyone. Wasn't Gorzan just at the underwater base? How did it suddenly appear in space?" He quickly adjusted the screen to display real-time surveillance footage of the base. Indeed, Gorzan was still traversing the depths of the ocean, gradually approaching the base. However, if the screen showed Gorzan, then what was this before them? Two Gorzans. "Look, Gorzan is nearing the base. What is it planning?" Lena shouted, as Gorzan drew closer, its imposing form making even the headquarters base appear diminutive. Yet, what was its true objective? In the TPC headquarters command room, Camilla rested her hands on the table, watching the large screen alongside Director Zai. Team member Yezue was not present, having departed to retrieve Daegu. The screen displayed Gorzan steadily approaching the base. The oppressive aura emanating from its form made Camilla feel as though a heavy weight was pressing upon her chest, gradually making it difficult to breathe. Director Zai urged her to evacuate, but Camilla politely declined. She believed that Gorzan would never harm humanity. And indeed, that was the case. Lu Yu's arrival was solely to seize the Magus energy source within the base. As for the safety of the humans inside, to be honest, he had not even considered it. Lu Yu halted, casting his gaze over the submerged sections of the TPC headquarters base. Red dots began to emerge within his field of vision. The brightest among them was the Magus energy source. Ah, so it's here, Lu Yu realized. The Magus power system, aside from being installed on the Adidus, must also be stored within the TPC base. Otherwise, why would Giga approach the base? It was undoubtedly to eliminate the Magus energy within. Bang! Lu Yu extended his right arm and punctured the outer shell of the base. Chapter 85. In this moment, I reside in the atmosphere. Lu Yu, with his colossal claws, pierced a gaping hole in the base. In an instant, turbulent seawater surged in, submerging the entire lower section of the facility. The red alarms blared, prompting a flurry of personnel to evacuate urgently. In the command room, both Jiao Jianhui and Director Zijing were compelled to leave. Just before their departure, Jiao Jianhui cast a lingering glance at the screen displaying Gorzan, who had seized the Magus energy. So, Gorzan, was this your true objective? Yet, why deny humanity the use of Magus energy? With a keen perception of the energy source, Lu Yu effortlessly located the storage of Magus energy and yanked it out with his hands. It was a bundle of silver cables, numerous and piled high, exuding an alluring essence. Lu Yu took a handful and tossed it into his mouth, savoring the unique flavor of this artificial energy. It was delicate yet slightly spicy, flowing through every cell of his being like a gentle spring stream, nourishing and revitalizing him. However, Lu Yu refrained from consuming too much, opting instead to open a vortex and transfer all the Magus energy into it. With a satisfied pat of his claws, he accomplished his mission. As for the appearance of two Lu Yes, one here and one in space, the explanation was simple. It was his shadow clone technique. The one in space was the true entity, while the one here was merely a projection. This tactic had been meticulously planned by Lu Yu. Thanks to his familiarity with the original storyline, he was aware that in this episode, the Atlantis was heading straight for Machanica Island to pilfer resources, while Giga aimed for the TPC base with the same intention. Ultimately, neither succeeded. Atlantis could not breach Machanica Island, and Giga was thwarted by Diga. Thus, Lu Yu devised a clever counter-strategy. While they were preoccupied with their own thievery, unbeknownst to them, another was simultaneously stealing from both sides. While the clone intercepted Giga to seize the Magus energy, the true body ascended Machanica Island, intent on devouring Aguma. A perfect two-pronged approach. At this moment, feeling the mission accomplished, Lu Yu's essence guided the clone to prepare for departure. Yet, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Gorzan. No. It should be the Guardian of Earth. Greetings. My name is Tokino Makio, a unique member of the human race. I have a request. May I meet you? Meanwhile, on Machanica Island, the battle between Lu Yu's true form and Aguma raged on. With a single glance, Aguma suffered a fierce blow from Lu Yu, sent sprawling backward. Even its ironclad arms crumpled under the impact. The programmed alerts in its brain recognized the intruder and commanded an immediate counterattack. Boom. Aguma charged at Lu Yu. The two engaged in a fierce melee. Utilizing its massive physique, Aguma unleashed a barrage of punches aimed at Lu Yu's chest. Lu Yu, however, stood steadfast like a mountain. Undeterred, the fists that could easily topple Diga felt like mere tickles against his formidable frame. The steel armor enveloping his chest absorbed all of Aguma's might. Seeing its efforts thwarted, Aguma resorted to another tactic, enveloping itself in electricity and charging forward with its sharp head. If Lu Yu were to be struck, he would face both physical and electrical attacks. Yet, with a swift punch, Lu Yu interrupted Aguma's assault, emerging unscathed from the electrical onslaught. Instead, Aguma stumbled, nearly losing its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu's energy surged, resonating like the ancient war drums of old. With a powerful flap of his colossal wings, he soared toward Aguma. The sharply defined lines of his armor emanated an icy aura. Concurrently, jets of white steam erupted from his back armor, amplifying the momentum of his punch. Bam! Aguma attempted to counter, but Lu Yu's blow was imbued with a force akin to splitting mountains. Aguma was utterly incapable of resistance, sent tumbling hundreds of meters away from the clash. The impact generated a tremendous shockwave, scattering rocks and debris in all directions. Crack! Aguma's seemingly indestructible form began to fissure, spiderweb-like cracks appearing across its surface. Inside the Atlantis, the onlookers were riveted by the spectacle. It was exhilarating, truly captivating. Only they, the fortunate few, could witness Gorzan's exhilarating combat firsthand. If one were to describe Lu Yu's fighting style at this moment, the word would be domineering, unparalleled dominance. While the spectators were oblivious to the origin of Gorzan's armor, it was undeniable that in this state, Gorzan was invincible in close combat. Strike fiercely, and do it splendidly. Shinjo was beside himself with excitement, waving his fists as if he were in the fray himself, feeling an intense sense of participation. Jueki silently activated the recording mode, capturing the unfolding scene. Lena, still piloting the ship, kept her eyes glued to Gorzan's figure, completely immersed as though watching an exhilarating monster movie. Each punch landed with exhilarating force. Aguma was once again knocked to the ground by Lu Yu's onslaught. It seemed that some part of its body had been incapacitated, rendering it unable to rise. Instead, it sank into the earth, merging with Machanica Island. Harnessing the island's power, Aguma achieved its final enhancement. It began to unleash long-range attacks, emitting high-voltage currents from the tip of its head, directed at Lu Yu. The potency of this electric assault, infused with the energy of the entire Machanica Island, was incomparable to before. Yet, Lu Yu did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward. The energy-absorbing organs on his chest absorbed all the electrical currents. Zzz. Countless dark, purple bolts of lightning began to flicker around Lu Yu. The grinding of metal armor, the crackling of electricity, and the roars of the colossal beast intertwined in a cacophony. In the next moment, all the gathered lightning converged upon Lu Yu's right fist. He aimed his fist at the ground and struck down with a resounding force. The earth erupted in a shower of debris alongside the crackling thunder, creating fissures that extended toward Aguma's position. Boom! As the fissures spread, Aguma's cracked form was forcibly brought forth from the surface by Lu Yu's punch. Before it could comprehend, Lu Yu flapped his wings and descended like a dark meteor. With a swift spin in the air, the cross-shaped hammer at the tip of his tail glinted with a chilling light, striking Aguma with monumental force. Accompanied by a deafening roar, explosive power was unleashed upon it. Bang! 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 Aguma's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of hills before finally coming to a halt at the edge of the island. Its form gradually slid down, resembling fragile porcelain, now marred with cracks. Chapter 86. The untold rationale behind the devastation. The end of the battle in uncanny stillness descended upon the cosmos. Aguma slumped, utterly spent, its hands limply touching the ground. Its metallic frame was crisscrossed with battle scars, appearing as if it would crumble at the merest touch. Certain sections were grievously damaged, with chunks of armor plating having been entirely dislodged, revealing the tenebrous void within. The luminescence of its optical sensors had dwindled to a faint glimmer, barely sustaining essential functions. Teetering on the brink of complete shutdown, Ryo descended to the ground, retracting his wings and casting a commanding gaze upon Aguma. A flash of light enveloped him. His armor dissipated, and he reverted to his original form. While in armored guise, his capabilities were amplified considerably, but the expenditure of physical energy was also substantial, particularly the Gorz's intrinsic power. Fortunately, Rio's prowess had increased significantly over the preceding months. Through devouring and evolving, a diverse array of energies had coalesced and amassed within him, akin to a vast and burgeoning ocean. The energy expended in the recent conflict was inconsequential. Surveying the nearly shattered Ogma, its once impregnable armor now on the verge of disintegration, Rio was perplexed, as its fragile state rendered it unconsumable. However, a solution soon presented itself. Boom! A beam of ultrasonic energy erupted from above, enveloping Ogma's entire form. Under the intense heat of the beam, the metallic husk was thoroughly incinerated in a matter of moments, the metal glowing a fiery red, nearing its melting point. The myriad cracks and fissures melded together seamlessly. Yes, this makes it easier to consume, Rio remarked with satisfaction. He then opened his maw and devoured half of Ogma's body in a single bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Suddenly, Rio's eyes widened in delight. The completely molten metal was surprisingly easy to chew, its texture akin to a fusion of jelly and cartilage, yielding a soft, chewy, and resilient sensation. The taste far surpassed his expectations. In short order, the entirety of Ogma had been ingested. He could distinctly sense wisps of heat coalescing within him, transforming into streams of warmth, continuously fortifying his physique. The crisis had been averted. Rio did not linger there for long, and promptly opened a spatial vortex. Under the watchful eyes of everyone aboard the RDD, he stepped inside. But as soon as his figure vanished, the vortex did not dissipate. Instead, it expanded abruptly, encompassing the entire mechanical island in an instant. Like a gaping abyss, it swallowed the island whole before vanishing without a trace. The mechanical island, Gorzahn took it away? Hori exclaimed in disbelief. He had witnessed the colorful vortex before and knew it was a spatial skill of Gorzahn. However, Hori had never imagined it could expand to such an extent. Even the size of the RDD paled in comparison to the vortex. It actually took the entire mechanical island away. To what extent has Golza's spatial power reached? As a scientist with some knowledge of spatial phenomena, Hori found it difficult to comprehend. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Shinjo exclaimed, slapping Hori on the shoulder and laughing heartily. I thoroughly enjoyed Guardian Golza's battle. It's a pity Daigo didn't witness such a spectacular scene. I'll make sure to brag to him when we get back. Rina, seated in the pilot's seat, was equally astounded. However, two questions lingered in her mind. First, she was concerned about Daigo's safety. Second, she couldn't understand why two Golzas had appeared simultaneously in locations so far apart. This was the most perplexing aspect for Rina. Now that the monster had been eliminated, they would immediately turn the RDD around and head back. Soon after, the colossal mothership returned to base. However, due to damage to the base's foundation, they had to temporarily dock in the outskirts. Subsequently, everyone joined in the base's reconstruction efforts. Fortunately, the damage inflicted by Gorzahn was not severe. After several days of relentless work, the base was finally restored, and TPC resumed normal operations. During the victory team's post-incident review, Dr. Yada was particularly indignant. The max drive system, the culmination of his life's work, had just been put into practical use when Gorzahn decimated it. Only a small amount remained on the RDD, which nearly drove Dr. Yada mad. However, Hori held a different perspective. He first had Nori reveal the conclusions drawn from the sample analysis. The steel-plated masked individuals had come to Earth for the max drive system. According to them, the max drive was a forbidden power source. If any other civilization discovered this energy in the universe, they would be dispatched as a safeguard system to eliminate it. This was the genesis of the conflict. Hori then added, I believe that Gorzahn, as the Earth's guardian, did not destroy the base without reason. On the contrary, it must have sensed this in advance. Therefore, after repelling the invaders, Gorzahn took all the max drive and eradicated it completely, thereby eliminating any future threats once and for all. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. So that's it. That was Golza's true motive for destroying the base. It was willing to risk being misunderstood and insisted on destroying the base, ultimately for the sake of humanity. We almost misunderstood it. Commander Iruma praised Hori, as expected of the victory team's most brilliant mind. Your thinking is comprehensive. How did we not consider this? Rio remarked, interestingly. I didn't think of that either. Dr. Yada was not obstinate. After hearing everyone's explanations, he gradually came to terms with it. The max drive system that I spent 20 years developing is merely another race treading a path that others have already traversed in the vast universe. Perhaps it's not a bad thing that Gorzahn took it away. Gorzahn, It truly had our best interests at heart. In the rainbow magic realm, the Gagi were either sleeping, playing, or fighting, creating a lively scene. Saki remained at the edge of the realm, waiting for Machina to recover. With Machina's company, she was not alone. Lucia and Zara stood before the giant rock throne, awaiting the return of Lord Gorzahn. Even in Rio's absence, they stood respectfully, not daring to be negligent. I wonder how Lord Gorzahn is faring out there. Lucia pondered, concerned. She knew that Lord Gorzahn had left to deal with the steel-plated masked individuals, but he had been gone for so long. Zara confidently asserted, "Sister, you don't have to worry. Is there any enemy that Lord Gorzahn can't defeat?" "That's true," Lucia nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, a colorful vortex opened in midair. Chapter 87. The arrival of Mechanical Island in the Rainbow Magic Realm. The moment the siblings beheld the swirling vortex, they promptly knelt, bowing their heads in reverence, prepared to welcome the arrival of Lord Gorzahn. A violent fluctuation tugged at the very fabric of time and space surrounding them. All creatures within the Rainbow Magic Realm sensed this powerful aura. From within the vortex emerged Luyu. "We pay homage to Lord Gorzahn," Lucia and Zara exclaimed in unison. As Luyu descended upon the earth, the entire magic realm quivered slightly. The Gadi, upon noticing their father's return, scurried over in excitement. Lucia stole a glance at Luyu, relieved to see him unharmed. It appeared the mission had gone smoothly. A wave of happiness washed over her for Luyu's success. Seated upon the throne, Luyu silently absorbed the Aguma energy within him. It had been quite some time since he had consumed such a significant amount of energy at once. Once he fully digested it, he anticipated considerable gains. Just as Lucia was about to speak, she suddenly noticed something peculiar. The vortex in the air had yet to dissipate. Typically, after Lord Golzan's comings and goings, the vortex would vanish immediately. Why was it lingering this time? "Lord Gorzahn," Lucia respectfully stated, "during your absence, I followed your instructions and had the small steel-faced puppet consumed by the Gadi. The crow man was also devoured. Additionally, Shaji and I have communicated, and she, along with her beast, expressed their gratitude towards you." Driven by curiosity, Lucia mustered the courage to inquire, "My lord, may I ask if your endeavors this time were successful?" "It is my fault for not being able to assist you." "Relatively successful," Luyu nodded. "I first eradicated a leader of the steel-faced puppets beneath the sea and acquired some essential items. Then I ventured into space, boarded their spacecraft, and completely annihilated them. As for aiding me, with your current abilities, that is beyond your capacity." Lucia's heart raced at his words. She recalled how Luyu had once helped them, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens to vanquish the Muzhun star people, granting her freedom. The memory of that moment still filled her with gratitude and emotion. Now, Lord Gorzahn had once again triumphed over invaders from other planets, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of Earth. As she listened to Lord Golzan's tale, Lucia suddenly longed to witness once more his formidable presence in battle. "Do you wish to see?" Luyu asked. Lucia eagerly nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a thought, Luyu caused the colorful vortex to expand rapidly. A colossal mechanical island emerged from within, hovering majestically above the rainbow magic realm. Its diameter stretched an impressive 3 kilometers, casting a vast shadow across the ground. The Gadi looked up in awe, their heads raised in astonishment. The more perceptive among them realized this was a grand feat of their father, while the less astute remained in a state of bewilderment. Machina, who had been chatting with Shaji and basking in the sun, suddenly felt the sunlight dimmed. Looking up, she gasped, "What a massive floating island!" Shaji, noticing the commotion, quickly deduced that this must be the work of Lord Gorzahn. "This is their spacecraft," Luyu explained. He had brought back the mechanical island not only for adornment and to enrich the elements within the rainbow magic realm, but, more importantly, for its practical applications. As a safeguard system of an unknown civilization, the technology of this mechanical island was evidently highly advanced. Moreover, Luyu surmised that it likely contained residual energy within. After all, during the final battle, the Aguma had fused with the mechanical island to gain greater power in its moment of desperation. Thus, rather than obliterating it outright, Luyu deemed it wiser to salvage and repurpose it within the magic realm. In the future, he could analyze it and extract any remaining energy. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even uncover fragments of that civilization's technology, enabling the mass production of machines akin to the Aguma. Such an outcome would alleviate their food concerns and provide a cadre of free training partners. The thrill of sparring with these metallic figures was undeniably exhilarating. Furthermore, this would allow Lu Yu to not only assemble a monster army, but also forge a formidable mechanical legion. The prospect of having a mechanical battalion in his ranks was exhilarating to contemplate, even if, by some misfortune, he could not extract anything of value from the island. Consuming this colossal steel fortress would be equally beneficial. Surely, roasted to perfection, it would not fail to delight the palate. Lu Yu's mind swirled with thoughts. The scale of this spacecraft was astonishing. Zara gazed skyward, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Undoubtedly, the technology of this mechanical civilization surpassed that of Earth and even their home planet. She had witnessed the largest ships of the Mujin Star people, yet they paled in comparison to this one. Lucia's heart stirred with excitement as she once again witnessed Lord Gorzan's divine prowess. Is this where Lord Gorzan battled? Is this where he defeated the invaders of Earth? She mused, gazing adoringly at Lu Yu, her eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, another colorful vortex materialized, and yet another Lu Yu stepped forth from it. The onlookers were not overly surprised, for they understood this to be a manifestation of Lord Gorzan's avatar. They had witnessed this ability before, and it had already left them in awe. The avatar, under the control of the primary form, swiftly transformed into an afterimage and returned to Lu Yu's being. Subsequently, a headless, giant mechanical figure and bundles of silver cables emerged slowly from the vortex, forming a small mountain. It was the Giga and the Magus power system. Something delicious. The Gadi, attracted by the enticing aroma, gathered around, nearly drooling at the sight of the Magus power system. However, without Lu Yu's command, they dared not act. The reason Lu Yu had chosen to bring these back instead of consuming them immediately was simple. He had only been an avatar at that time, and the consumption of energy was best done by the main body. Lu Yu was not in a hurry. As the entire Magus power system was finally transported, a figure stepped forth from the vortex, Toyomaki, bowing before the guardian deity. Chapter 88. Unstable temporal factors. Kiriya, I beseech thee, O guardian deity. The silhouette of a bespectacled man emerged from the void. It was the first time Kiriya set foot upon the land of the Rainbow Magic Realm. To be candid, the decision to arrive here filled his heart with trepidation. After all, he was confronting a colossal beast like Gorzan, an entity capable of effortlessly crushing humanity. Engaging in communication with such a being required immense courage. Given his myriad experiences, Kiriya had long since relinquished hope for his own life. Ever since he learned from his dreams that a dark era was on the horizon, his despair had only deepened. He had initially intended to return to a tranquil existence following the conclusion of his wager with Daiku, until the day of humanity's demise arrived. However, Gorzan's emergence and activity shattered this notion entirely. Kiriya found himself utterly perplexed as to how Gorzan could obscure his prophecies. Moreover, could Gorzan's might truly alter the fated extinction of humanity? He yearned to unravel the answers to these two pressing inquiries. Consequently, Kiriya resolved to take a leap of faith and seek Gorzan out. He was fervently eager to uncover the secrets that Gorzan concealed. After all, once darkness descended, death would be inevitable. Thus, it seemed prudent to gamble now. As for his arrival, Lu Yu was hardly surprised. At the headquarters, his avatar had already received Kiriya's voice. Weighing various factors, he ultimately decided to bring Kiriya back. Lucia, upon seeing Kiriya, paused momentarily. Was he yet another fortunate soul, saved by Lord Gorzan? The vortex behind Kiriya gradually dissipated, eliminating any chance of retreat as he steeled himself to approach Lu Yu. During this process, he took note of his surroundings, utterly astonished that such a place still existed on Earth. Was this truly the dwelling of Gorzan? The inverted rainbow and the immense throne of rock left Kiriya in awe. When he beheld Gadira, Machina, and the floating mechanical island in the distance, a shiver ran down his spine. Gadira and Machina were two monsters he had glimpsed in his prophecies. The former met its demise at the hands of Diga, while the latter returned to the cosmos with Shaji. But why did they now appear in Gorzan's domain? How could there be so many Gadira? And what on earth was that mechanical island? In an instant, amidst a tumult of confusion, Kiriya experienced a revelation. Gorzan must have altered the trajectory of reality once more, reshaping the future he had foreseen. Standing before Lu Yu, Kiriya felt an overwhelming pressure merely by being present. Previously, when he viewed Gorzan in newspapers and on television, the impact was minimal. It was only when faced with the reality that he could truly comprehend Gorzan's terrifying nature. The oppressive aura emanating from such a colossal being was beyond the resistance of mere mortals. Kiriya swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his body trembled in fear. A primal urge to submit stirred within him. Luyu gazed down at the diminutive figure before him. Indeed, there were several extraordinary humans in this realm. For instance, the swordsman Jinta Jur, whose prowess could only be termed the pinnacle of humanity, sealing away malevolent spirits. Then there was Masaki Kigo, who evolved into a being of light with a misguided heart. And now, standing before him was the seer Kiriya. Kiriya's supernatural abilities were formidable. Not only could he foresee the future and discern the human heart, but he could also penetrate the weaknesses of monsters. In the original narrative, when Diga faced the ancient beast Garila in a fierce battle, it was Kiriya who revealed Garila's vulnerabilities to Daiku, enabling his eventual triumph. In the climactic confrontation against the malevolent deity Gitangia, Kiriya had also contributed significantly. This particular ability was precisely what Luyu intended to leverage, and thus, he had brought Kiriya along. In this moment, the heavy silence enveloped Kiriya, amplifying his anxiety. He forced himself to breathe deeply and solemnly declared, "O guardian deity, I am Kiriya." It seemed that this man was meeting Lord Gorzan for the first time. Lucia, standing respectfully to the side, sensed something amiss. She remained vigilant, prepared to subdue him at the slightest hint of disrespect towards Gorzan. Luyu spoke coolly. Daiku lost your wager. When do you intend to reveal his true identity? Like a thunderclap, Kiriya trembled at the revelation. How did Gorzan know of his agreement with Daiku? In that instant, an overwhelming fear gripped him, his hair standing on end as he felt utterly exposed before Gorzan. Could it be that Gorzan was privy to all his secrets? A profound dread erupted within him. Kiriya, who could see through others, had never contemplated that his own thoughts might be laid bare. He stammered, "That childish wager is inconsequential before you, O guardian deity. The truth is, I sought an audience with you to resolve a perplexity. I wish to know why I cannot discern your future." Kiriya did not elaborate further, opting instead to be direct. He was convinced that Gorzan had long since perceived his abilities. Luyu, taken aback by this revelation, had anticipated various possibilities but had not foreseen Kiriya's purpose. "You cannot see my future?" "Indeed," Kiriya affirmed. "In my countless prophecies, you remained shrouded in mist, an invisible force obstructing my perception, rendering me unable to glimpse even a fragment of your essence. Moreover, your presence has repeatedly altered established realities. In my perception, you resemble an unstable temporal factor, as though you do not belong to this time and space at all. Is it due to your immense power?" Or Kiriya's excitement crescendoed as he finally voiced the question that had lingered in his heart, eagerly awaiting Gorzan's response. "Ah, you were close," Luyu remarked casually. "This is likely because you have touched the limits of your prophetic abilities. Here's a proposition. Tell me about the 3 monsters that will appear next." He intended to gauge the extent of Kiriya's current prophetic capacity. Yes, heeding Gorzan's command, Kiriya dared not disobey. He immediately closed his eyes, concentrating, and entered a state of prophecy. Chapter 89. The prophecy of the evil god's arrival before long. He began to speak. "The next monster will break the seal of the two-faced Suna demon on Mount Suna in 10 days. After a brief pause, Takano continued. "The second will emerge in Kumamoto City, the evil Diga, half a month from now." At this point, he seemed somewhat fatigued, as the continuous prophecies were a tremendous drain on his mental energy. Suddenly, Takano felt an inexplicable energy surge into his body. Instantly, his mind cleared. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, and the fatigue vanished. Could this be the power bestowed upon me by Lord Gorzan? An unprecedented strength coalesced within him. He promptly expressed his gratitude. "I thank you for the blessings of our guardian, Lord Gorzan." Closing his eyes once more, he reopened them half a minute later. The third monster is the returning Kiriya. "So, these are the 3 adversaries that are to appear," Luyu pondered, somewhat taken aback by Takano's assertions. He had initially hoped to receive news of the golden dragon Goldrass. However, it seems that time has not yet come. Yet, the emergence of evil Diga and the second-generation Kiriya is imminent. These 2 opponents are formidable as well, and Luyu felt a flicker of anticipation. Of course, he was eager to discern their flavors. Upon witnessing Takano receiving Luyu's blessing, Lucia felt a surge of joy within her. Excellent. Lord Gorzan has acquired another subordinate. At this moment, She finally lowered her guard against Takano Makio. However, unbeknownst to her, all gifts of fate had already been marked with a price in the shadows. This included herself as well. Takano Makio failed to notice the faint glow emanating from a mark on the back of his neck. "Can you continue with the prophecies?" Lu Yu inquired. With this opportunity, he certainly intended to seize the moment for all it was worth. "I am willing to serve Lord Gorzahn with utmost diligence," Takano Makio respectfully replied. Having received Lu Yu's endowment, he now felt invigorated. His visit here was indeed fraught with peril. To receive Gorzan's blessing was entirely unexpected. At that moment, Takano felt fortunate that he had previously demonstrated his worth, thus catching the eye of Lord Gorzahn. Otherwise, he might have already been forsaken. As for the wager with Diga and the bleak memories of his childhood, for some reason, Takano suddenly felt that all of it was mere fleeting shadows. Hardly worth mentioning. Serving Lord Gorzahn was now his paramount duty. Very well, then prophesy the arrival time of the Dark Ruler, the evil god Gitanja. Although Lu Yu possessed an intimate understanding of the monsters in this world, he was unaware of the specific timing of Gitanja's appearance. If he could foresee the arrival of the final boss, it would allow for ample preparation. Understood. Wait, what did you just say? Takano instinctively replied. In the next moment, his expression drastically changed. The Dark Ruler, the evil god Gitanja. This was precisely the source of darkness and destruction that had appeared in his dreams. So, Lord Gorzahn had long been aware of the impending apocalyptic terror? Takano's mind was in turmoil. Yet, amidst the shock, a profound sense of security arose within him. He recalled how Lord Gorzahn had spoken of Gitanja with such calmness, as if discussing a commonplace matter, devoid of panic. That air of strategic foresight brought him an unshakable comfort. It was then that Takano Makio suddenly comprehended all of Lu Yu's previous actions. It turned out that Lord Gorzan's long-standing efforts, whether in battle or in devouring, were all preparations for the arrival of Gitanja. The intricacies of Lord Gorzan's plans far exceeded his imagination. Takano shook his head in admiration, humbled to the core. Reflecting on his own past idleness, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. How had he been so naive? He had thought too small. Look at Lord Gorzahn, laboring tirelessly for the safety of the entire Earth, with far-reaching strategies. Now that was vision. He resolved to faithfully follow Lord Gorzahn henceforth, vowing never to disappoint him. Having silently made his determination, Takano Makio was filled with vigor and immediately began to prophesy. In truth, he had previously attempted to foresee Gitanja the day after his first nightmare. Yet, the result was a dismal failure, accompanied by a severe mental blow. Since then, he had dared not entertain any thoughts of it. However, at this moment, empowered by Lu Yu's gift, his confidence surged, and he quickly entered a state of focus. In the depths of his consciousness, a rippling image gradually unfolded before Takano. He could faintly perceive that the scene was dynamic, shrouded in deep crimson and darkness. However, the clarity of the image was exceedingly low, obscured as if viewed through a thick membrane, making it impossible to approach. Takano recalled that during his last attempt to foresee Gitanja, he had encountered a similar situation. Yet this time, unlike before, he did not succumb to a debilitating headache due to mental exhaustion. With Lu Yu's energy bolstering him, Takano persevered. He grit his teeth, extending his hand in a desperate bid to break through that barrier. Meanwhile, his mental energy was rapidly depleting. I must fulfill Lord Gorzan's command. Takano held on tenaciously. He was but a step away from seeing the image clearly. Just when his consciousness was about to reach its limit, a surge of fresh energy flooded in. It coursed directly into Takano's body. In an instant, he felt rejuvenated, filled with newfound strength. All fatigue evaporated, and he leaped within his consciousness, tearing through that barrier. The indescribable imagery of the apocalypse unfolded before him, and he could only manage a fleeting glimpse. Boom. In the next moment, the surging darkness engulfed him completely. Takano Makio's consciousness abruptly returned to reality. Lord Gorzahn, thank you for your assistance. Half kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath, relaying to Lu Yu the final scene he had witnessed. In the endless darkness, I saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 90. Gorzahn is the true demon. Makafu Torinoya's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. The recent ordeal had been utterly terrifying. Had it not been for Lord Gorzan's timely intervention, he would undoubtedly have faced another severe mental blow, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. Torinoya had indeed glimpsed the Dark Overlord, a horrifying and twisted form with malevolent crimson eyes that sent shivers down his spine, leaving him with lingering dread. An unfathomable darkness enveloped the entire sky, capable of devouring all hope. Yet, at that singular moment, a ray of light pierced through the void, illuminating the darkness, a solitary glimmer of hope for humanity in the direst of circumstances. This was the entirety of what Toranoia had witnessed, and he dared not dwell on it any longer. Fortunately, the imposing figure of Lord Gorzahn gradually calmed him. Hearing this, Luyu fell into contemplation. The endless darkness naturally referred to Gitangier. But what did that sliver of hope signify? Was it Diga, or perhaps himself? In that instant, Luyu found it difficult to discern. He was uncertain of how much his own strength would evolve. Would he be able to confront Gitangier? He also pondered whether Diga would, as in the original narrative, gather power to transform into a radiant form to vanquish the ultimate foe. The future remained shrouded in mystery for Luyu. All he could do was relentlessly absorb and evolve, enhancing his strength to face the final trial. At this juncture, Toranoia added, Lord Gorzahn, regarding the precise arrival of the malevolent deity Gitangier, I can only discern a general time frame. It is likely to be within 6 months. 6 months? Time was of the essence, and the task was monumental. Several months had already passed since Luyu's arrival. It seemed he had traversed half of the narrative. The most pressing matter was to bolster his strength. Thus, Luyu seized a cable from the Magus power system and consumed it, as one might savor a chocolate bar. He swallowed it whole, and a warm current began to flow through his body, nurturing every cell. Observing the Gadi surrounding him, their mouths watering, Luyu chose not to share this time. After all, even the smallest morsels were still sustenance. Though the Magus power system was an artificial energy source and offered less energy than a monster, it was undeniably beneficial for consolidating his own power. For the greater good, he had to indulge alone. With swift efficiency, Luyu consumed all the Magus power energy, leaving the Gadi in stunned silence. Father did not leave us anything, they exclaimed. Luyu replied, do not fret, there is still a massive mechanical island nearby for you to feast upon. The Magus power was easily digestible, and shortly after consuming it, Luyu felt the effects of his absorption and evolution begin to manifest. A halo of white light, interspersed with crackling arcs of electricity, enveloped his form. Waves of heat surged within him, signifying the gathering of power. Witnessing this spectacle, Lucia gasped in awe. Is this truly the path to Lord Gorzan's strength? Having been here for some time, she was witnessing it for the first time. How remarkable! As she beheld the radiant Gorzan, a sense of sanctity welled up within Lucia, prompting her to guide Zara to kneel in reverence. Meanwhile, Toranoia stood nearby, reflecting on his own experiences, at long last. His life had regained a sense of anticipation, rekindling hope for the future. Suddenly, he noticed Lucia and Zara kneeling, and after a moment's surprise, he quickly followed suit. After finishing the Magus power energy, Luyu turned his gaze to the side, where Kiga lay, its head twisted off by his own hand, now devoid of life. Adopting a previous tactic, he unleashed a sonic wave at close range, roasting the mechanical being before devouring it. Moments later, Kiga was entirely consumed, and Luyu distinctly sensed a peculiar resonance between two energies within him, the energies of Aguma and Kiga. Their combined absorption yielded an effect of 1 + 12. Once fully digested, Luyu anticipated a significant enhancement in strength. Having completed these tasks, Luyu seated himself upon the throne, closing his eyes to rest while simultaneously digesting the energies within him, incrementally fortifying his being. In the dead of night, beneath a bridge in the outskirts of the metropolis, a gathering of individuals had formed, disrupting the silence that should have prevailed. Dozens encircled a central figure, eager to press closer. Some donned angelic wings while others clutched angelic dolls, their expressions fervent with zeal. In the center stood a cloaked man, seemingly delivering a sermon. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize him as Mitsuo Itabashi, the human vessel of the deceased Kiriya. At this moment, his speech appeared to be reaching its climax. The sacred flame shall ultimately purge all filth. Humanity can only find the true path by accepting the dominion of the Kiriya. Gorzan and Diga are the true demons obstructing our rightful evolution. With this proclamation, Itabashi conjured an angelic apparition above him. The surrounding followers raised their hands in fervent adulation, unwavering in their belief. Invisible currents of faith surged from their heads, entering Itabashi's being, which he received with satisfaction. If this momentum continued, The gates of hell would soon swing open, and the god of Kiriya would be resurrected. Internally exhilarated, he maintained an inscrutable facade. Ever since Gorzan had consumed the Kiriya in their last encounter, their plans had been thwarted. At that time, Itabashi had contemplated abandoning the planet entirely. Yet, spurred on by Keiko Unyama, he resolved to take one last gamble. For this duration, he had tirelessly endeavored to incite humanity to believe in the Kiriya, expanding their ranks and convincing more individuals that Gorzan was the true malevolence, while the Kiriya were the sole saviors of the world. At that instant, beneath the bridge, a drunken man stumbled by, clutching a bottle. Hearing the commotion above, he lifted his bleary eyes to gaze upward. What a bunch of lunatics, making noise at this hour. He scoffed, taking a swig. His loud voice drew the attention of several followers. Itabashi's expression darkened abruptly as he discreetly conjured a mental wave, aiming it at the drunken man from an unseen angle. Chapter 91. The disturbance at the ruins of Lului with a resounding thud. The drunken man seemed to have been struck by an invisible force, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The bottle shattered around him, scattering glass shards. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Banxiao Guangxiong seized the moment to declare, "Did you all witness that? This is the fate of those who desecrate the Kiriya people. Disrespect towards us will inevitably be met with punishment." Most of the onlookers were elderly men and women, who gazed in utter disbelief at this so-called miracle. The contrasting fate of the inebriated man only deepened their conviction in the veracity of the scene before them. A cold smirk of triumph played upon Banxiao Guangxiong's lips. He pondered the progress of Keiko Uzuma on the other side. In the South Pacific, thousands of meters beneath the surface, lay a realm of darkness, perpetually shrouded from the sun's rays. Here, not a single creature, not even fish, could be seen. Suddenly, in a deep trench, two azure figures flitted past. They moved swiftly through the water, emanating an eerie blue glow akin to ghostly flames. Soon, the figures arrived at the entrance of a ruin. It appeared to be the remnants of an ancient city, with crumbling walls and toppled columns, exuding an air of desolation and decay. It was as if this place had endured an unimaginable catastrophe. Who could have guessed that such an archaic ruin lay hidden in a corner of the ocean? The two ethereal figures exchanged glances and nodded before entering the depths of the ruins. Their forms seemed intangible, effortlessly passing through any obstacle in their path. Before long, they emerged into the interior of the ruins. From the outside, the Lului ruins might seem like merely an underwater wreck, lacking any notable features. However, upon entering, the scene transformed dramatically, revealing an expansive ancient battlefield. The two azure figures materialized into human forms. One was Keiko Uzuma, while the other assumed the appearance of a human woman. They stood in awe, gazing at the vista before them. Despite the present dilapidation of the Lului ruins, it was evident that 30 million years ago, this place boasted magnificent architecture and an immense battlefield. The prosperity of that ancient civilization was beyond imagination. "This is my first time here," the woman remarked. "Indeed," Keiko Uzuma replied. 30 million years ago, I too only caught a distant glimpse of this place, never daring to approach. Back then, before it sank beneath the waves, it was already a battlefield for monsters and giants. The battles that raged here were so fierce that even we Kiriya people dared not confront them directly. And what was the outcome? The woman inquired. The result was the dark dominion of the malevolent god, Gatangia, which ultimately led to the downfall of this ancient civilization. Subsequently, it too fell into slumber, right beneath our feet. How astonishing! The woman marveled, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, all enveloped in a sepia-toned filter that cast a sinister and oppressive atmosphere. "Let us not forget our purpose for being here," Keiko Uzuma interjected coldly. The woman suddenly came to her senses. "I apologize. You meant that there is power here that the Kiriya people require?" "Precisely," Keiko Uzuma advanced a few steps. "Even the residual power emanating from the slumbering dark god is invaluable. If we can continuously absorb this energy, it will undoubtedly accelerate the arrival of the Kiriya deity." "Wonderful. What must I do?" the woman asked eagerly. "Very simply, you need only to imitate my actions," Keiko Uzuma instructed. "Remember, this endeavor carries significant risks, as there may be awakened monsters within the ruins that have not yet fully perished. Additionally, the dark god may have hidden contingencies. To my knowledge, the peculiar plant known as Kajila should still exist. In any case, proceed with caution. Should anything seem amiss, report to me immediately." "I understand." Having made the necessary preparations, the two began to absorb the power. It was only at that moment that Keiko Uzuma realized how drastically she had underestimated the abundance of dark energy in this place. Even after 30 million years of the dark god's slumber, boundless dark energy remained, which she eagerly captured and siphoned. This was an unexpected revelation. After all, the Kiriya people had never truly engaged with the dark forces of Gitangia. Gorzan, Keiko Uzuma sensed the surging energy. Her mind flooded with images of Liu Yu devouring the Kiriya people in plain sight. Even now, recalling that moment ignited her fury. It was an unimaginable dishonor. The utmost irreverence towards the divine. Gorzan, I vow you shall pay dearly for this. She gritted her teeth. However, unbeknownst to Keiko Uzuma, their actions had already triggered subtle ripples in this space. In a distant corner, a pair of malevolent crimson eyes slowly opened. The following morning, in the command room of the victory team, Lena entered to find Daegu dozing at the table. She immediately softened her footsteps, knowing he had been under considerable strain. Battling monsters and being drained by Gorzan. Under such dual pressures, how could his body withstand it? No, no, don't. Daegu suddenly shouted in his sleep, jolting awake. Daegu, what happened? The others approached with concern. Lena offered him a cup of warm water, worry etched on her face. It was merely a nightmare. Daegu exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm fine, I just had a dream. Last night, he had dozed off during his shift, only to find himself ensnared in a nightmare. In his dream, he saw darkness enveloping the sky, flames consuming everything, a scene of hopeless despair akin to an apocalyptic hell. It was this vision that had startled him awake. If you're feeling unwell, you should return to rest, Ijuin-Kei suggested. No, Captain, I'm fine. Shinshiro clapped Daegu on the shoulder. Don't overexert yourself. Today's patrol mission has me and Kiriya, so go on and get some proper rest. After much coaxing from everyone, Daegu, with a resigned smile, finally relented. He exited the command room and returned to his quarters. Lying in bed, he ruminated on the nightmare. Increasingly sensing that something was awry, a vague awareness stirring within him.